Chapter 1. Rebirth and Return. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. A roar echoed from room 404, the dormitory at Magic City University. Lin Ziluo abruptly sat up in bed, his face pale and drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a terrifying nightmare. What is happening? Wasn't I dead? Still disoriented, Lin Ziluo covered his face with his hands, rubbing it vigorously in an attempt to awaken himself. But is this truly my hand and face? Feeling the smooth texture of his palms against his skin, he glanced down at his hands. The hands before him were fair and flawless, starkly contrasting with the rough, calloused hands he had known. What on earth is going on? Lin Ziluo surveyed his surroundings. Is this my dormitory from university? A decade of dormant memories stirred within him, the familiar environment evoking long-buried recollections. Indeed, this is my dormitory from my university days. I still have a faint memory of this layout, he exclaimed excitedly, leaping from the bed. Without even taking the time to put on his shoes, he dashed into the bathroom. Gazing into the mirror at the handsome visage reflected back at him, Lin Ziluo froze in place. This face, which should have been marred by unsightly scars, was now pristine. 10 years, the scarred visage had deterred Lin Ziluo from looking into a mirror for the past decade. He returned to his dormitory and retrieved his phone to check the calendar. Year 478 of the Blue Star calendar, May 23rd. Time, location, appearance, and even the quality of his current physique. I have been reborn. I have returned to the day the apocalyptic game commenced. Lin Ziluo finally comprehended the reality of his situation. Those two had always been neutral faction gods inviting me, claiming it was to celebrate my ascension as a deity. While we were in discussion, Yao Jinghan led a legion of zombie kings crashing in. Along with those two traitorous gods, they conspired to kill me. I have no idea what agreement the zombie king reached with the Li family, but what is most perplexing is how there was a fully locked legendary barrier. Seated in a chair, Lin Ziluo reflected on the events of his past life. Yao Jinghan. The mere mention of her name stirred an inexhaustible hatred within him, causing his fists to clench tightly. This was the girlfriend with whom he had once shared a bed. This was the girlfriend hailed as the belle of Magic City University, truly repugnant. Before the apocalypse, under the orders of the young master of the Li family, she had approached Lin Ziluo, employing various insidious tactics to undermine him, seeking to obliterate his life and spirit. When they encountered each other again after the onset of the apocalypse, she, along with the young master of the Li family, conspired to take his life. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo's fate proved resilient. Although his appearance was marred, he survived. Even so, Yao Jinghan did not relent in her pursuit. Under the protection of the Li family, she relentlessly hunted and oppressed Lin Ziluo, toying with him as a cat would with a mouse. How could one man ever hope to contend against one of the three great families of the Dragon Kingdom? In the realm known as the Dragon Kingdom on Blue Star, the governance is ostensibly under the control of the government. However, the influence wielded by the three prominent families is undeniably formidable. To put it plainly, they are akin to the legendary local emperors. Each of these families possesses an astonishing heritage, having cultivated a plethora of utterly loyal warriors through mind-bending secret arts, alongside techniques capable of enhancing physical prowess. These esoteric practices have significantly amplified the strength of the three families in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Fortunately, in the initial stages, the Li family underestimated Lin Ziluo, allowing him to persist in a state of survival while seizing opportunities for advancement. Despite this, by the time Lin Ziluo painstakingly reached level 90, ascending to become the 10th war god of the Dragon Kingdom, he had yet to exact vengeance upon Yao Jinghan. Tragically, she, accompanied by a zombie king and two other war gods, employed a legendary artifact to bring about his demise. For a decade, Lin Ziluo harbored an intense hatred for Yao Jinghan, his desire for her destruction burning incessantly. Were it not for the protection of the Li family. To kill. Lin Ziluo's hands trembled with excitement. I have been reborn. The apocalypse has yet to arrive. Yao Jinghan still presents herself as my girlfriend. I can preemptively deal with her. Wait, let me check the time. Lin Ziluo swiftly composed himself. This is a habit essential for navigating the apocalypse. Only in a state of utmost calm can one think more clearly. He retrieved his battered phone once more. The current time read 5:24 p.m. A message from Yao Jinghan awaited him. The password is Yao Jinghan's birthday. How could Lin Ziluo, who bore a deep-seated grudge against her, ever forget such a number? Upon unlocking his phone, he read the message. Ziluo, I need to go out for a tutoring session at 6 this evening. I am sorry. I won't be able to celebrate your birthday with you today. On the surface, the message might depict her as an industrious young woman. Yet, the glaring question remained. Why would she choose to tutor someone else on her boyfriend's birthday? Only Lin Ziluo knew that this was no mere tutoring session. She was, in fact, spending time with the young master of the Li family. The young master, namely Haobua, harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Lin Ziluo, the reasons for which remained a mystery even until Lin Ziluo's previous demise. He had only gleaned fragments of information, suggesting that this enmity stemmed from grievances left behind by his deceased father. Haobua, perched high above, treated Lin Ziluo as a mere plaything, engaging in a cat-and-mouse game of mockery. Yao Jinghan, under Li Haobua's directive, feigned her relationship with Lin Ziluo while clandestinely orchestrating various schemes of betrayal, humiliation, and torment. How could Lin Ziluo recall these events so vividly? Because at precisely 7 o'clock that evening, while he spent his birthday alone in his dormitory, Li Haobua sent him a video of Yao Jinghan tutoring him, along with the expense report and her birthday greeting video. Coincidentally, the arrival of the apocalyptic game coincided with that very hour. Struck by such a blow, Lin Ziluo, engulfed in sorrow, missed the prime phase of his development, lagging behind others. Now, reborn, Lin Ziluo vowed not to let history repeat itself. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Yao Jinghan. Jinghan, it's all right. Since you have matters to attend to tonight, let us meet first at the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. After sending the message, Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his belongings. Finally, relying on a faint recollection, he discovered a sharp dagger beneath a roommate's bed. No questions asked as to why it was there. Surely, anyone who has attended university knows that a male dormitory is seldom devoid of such items, otherwise it hardly merits the name. Concealing the dagger in his coat, Lin Ziluo picked up his phone once more. Yao Jinghan had already replied. All right, but why meet there? I must leave before 6, so please hurry. Yao Jinghan, for I seek your life. Lin Ziluo refrained from sending that line, deleting it instead and replacing it with, because I wish to give you a surprise. Seeing the message marked as sent, Lin Ziluo placed his phone in his pocket and slung a bag filled with clothes over his shoulder. He then opened the dormitory door and stepped outside. In the corridor of the male dormitory, numerous individuals congregated, some boasting, others smoking, while discussions swirled around the reason for the sky's crimson hue. Lin Ziluo's previously indifferent expression softened the moment he stepped out. Not a trace of the impending violence he was about to commit was discernible. Ahead, a boy stood, his phone still broadcasting the voice of an expert. This global phenomenon of the sky turning red is a onsen Favethasandier's natural occurrence. Please do not panic, simply enjoy the view. Lin Ziluo glanced up at the blood-red sky. Only he understood that this heralded the imminent arrival of the doomsday game. These individuals remained blissfully unaware, their leisure intact. When 7 o'clock strikes, after the doomsday game descends, those who transform into zombies or are bitten by them will find it uncertain how many will survive. Lin Ziluo descended the stairs. Mentally rehearsing the events that were about to unfold, he realized he had traversed the playground and arrived at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse. This forsaken place saw few visitors before nightfall. With caution, Lin Ziluo scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was watching before stepping inside the warehouse. Upon entering, he spotted Yao Jinghan seated in a chair. How foolish I was! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but curse himself in the throes of love. He had overlooked the luxurious brands adorning Yao Jinghan, belongings that would be hard to acquire without a six-figure sum. How could she, from an ordinary family, possibly afford such extravagance? Yao Jinghan noticed Lin Ziluo's entrance, but remained seated, her impatience evident as she said, "Why are you so late? If you have a surprise, do share. I need to get back to my studies." Chapter 2. The tragic demise of Yao Jing and Lin Ziluo remained silent as he approached the woman he had harbored resentment towards for a decade. Yao Jinghan furrowed her brow even tighter. "What do you mean by not saying anything? If you remain silent, I shall take my leave." With that, Yao Jinghan rose to her feet. At that moment, Lin Ziluo stood directly before her. He swiftly reached out and seized Yao Jinghan with a firm grip. Never could she have anticipated that the once subservient Lin Ziluo would act in such a manner. She struggled desperately, yet her efforts were in vain. Lin Ziluo's strength far surpassed that of the pampered Yao Jinghan. March 16th, for 78, Super Modern Hotel, Magic City, expenditure of 53,239 yuan. Lin Ziluo's deep voice resonated, and Yao Jinghan appeared momentarily stunned, failing to comprehend the significance of his words. All she could see was a sharp dagger. March 29th, for 78, Kaidi Hotel, Magic City, expenditure of 109,984 yuan. Lin Ziluo continued, engrossed in his own recitation. Finally, Yao Jinghan grasped the reality. These were the records of her rendezvous with Li Haobo. She yearned to explain, to plead for mercy, yet found no opportunity to do so. April 13th, for 78, Confusion Bar, expenditure of 409,999 yuan. Despair filled Yao Jinghan's eyes. April 25th, for 78, Super Modern Hotel, expenditure of 84,320 yuan. April 29th, for 78. Lin Ziluo spoke these words, already engraved in his memory. He forcefully pushed her into a chair. At that moment, Yao Jinghan's eyes were filled with despair, regret, confusion, and resentment. Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve her fallen phone from the ground. He then utilized the fingerprint unlock feature to successfully access the device. The phone screen displayed a chat window. Yao. I can hardly wait to see you. Li, have you told Lin Ziluo? It won't be as fun if you don't. Yao. I did. He actually thinks I'm going to tutor someone.l. What about the birthday gift you were supposed to prepare for him? Yao. Don't worry, it's ready. And don't forget the handbag I have my eye on. The chat window then shifted to a video. Recognizing the familiar video, Lin Ziluo gently tapped it open and turned the screen toward Yao Jinghan. In the video, Yao Jinghan stood before the camera and spoke. Lin Ziluo, happy birthday. Honestly, you ought to think logically. As the belle of Magic City University, how could I ever be interested in a penniless orphan who possesses nothing but a pretty face? If it weren't for the insistence of the young master of the Li family, I wouldn't even glance your way. However, I must thank you. Without you, I would never have caught the eye of the young master, nor would I have gained so much. Just this short video? Yao Jinghan, slumped in the chair, stared wide-eyed. She could not fathom how the video she had secretly recorded alone just moments ago could be recited verbatim by another. Lin Ziluo chuckled. A head fell to the ground. Lin Ziluo sank to the earth. At last, I have accomplished it. 10 years. A full decade. These 10 years have been arduous. Yet, it is still insufficient. There remains Li Haobo, who lurks in the manor. There's also the Li family in Kyoto. At that moment, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Lin Ziluo's ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully being reborn 10 years ago. The apocalyptic game Goldfinger system has been activated. Lin Ziluo took out her mobile phone. The time displayed was 6 o'clock. How could this be possible? The apocalyptic game should not descend upon the world until 7 o'clock, transforming the globe into a survival game. The entire world would become data-driven, and only then would the system come into existence. Moreover, this Goldfinger. This is something I have never heard of before. Ding! The apocalyptic game Goldfinger system can decipher the data within the apocalyptic game, providing the host with an enhanced gaming experience. System recognition complete. Please, host, draw your first Super Goldfinger. Lin Ziluo swiftly began to analyze what she had just heard. Rebirth? Is this the system I acquired upon my rebirth? Yet, how is this system described as so formidable? It can even crack the data of the apocalyptic game. Though Lin Ziluo was skeptical, she tentatively uttered, draw the first Super Goldfinger. Ding! The first Super Goldfinger is currently being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained the Super Goldfinger. Absolute drop rate. Ding! Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all items from zombies slain by the player during the game from 1 to 100. Chapter 3. The Doomsday Game Cheat System. To speak candidly, Lin Ziluo initially harbored doubts regarding its authenticity. However, the offerings presented were simply too generous. It is widely acknowledged that the Doomsday game is a venture of considerable difficulty. The challenge lies in the fact that the probability of obtaining items, equipment, resources, and skill books from vanquished zombies is a mere one. This is not an estimation conjured by Lin Ziluo himself, but rather a conclusion drawn from extensive data analysis conducted by numerous researchers in the aftermath of the apocalypse. A one-drop rate, predominantly yielding survival essentials such as food and water, is enough to send shivers down one's spine. For those burdened with ill fortune, the situation is even more dire. Were it not for the myriad of dungeon teleportation arrays scattered throughout each city, which allow participants to engage in various instances to acquire equipment, resources, gold, and other valuables, very few would manage to survive. Currently, this cheat system has assured Lin Ziluo that the one-drop rate has been elevated to a resounding 100. This translates to the guarantee that every zombie slain will yield an item. Lin Ziluo could scarcely fathom such a scenario. Can this cheat system truly deliver? He tentatively inquired. Ding! The absolute drop rate has been activated. Please rest assured, host. A golden panel materialized before Lin Ziluo. Doomsday Game Cheat System name, Lin Ziluo current level. Level 0. Every 10 levels unlocks a cheat attribute, Super Cheat. 1. Absolute drop rate. Increases the drop rate of all zombies slain during gameplay from 1 to 100. Cheat tasks. None ordinary cheats. None ding. The host level is in alignment with the game level. For every 10 levels gained, one can draw a super cheat. Completing tasks issued by the cheat system may yield ordinary cheats, equipment, items, and more as rewards. Astonishment and exhilaration surged within him. Rising from the ground, Lin Ziluo could hardly believe that he had acquired such an extraordinary external aid. Simultaneously, a thought took root in his mind to topple the Li family. Initially, Lin Ziluo had intended to lay low after exacting revenge on Li Haobo, choosing to remain a solitary figure until he grew stronger before gradually encroaching upon the Li family. His experiences of being pursued for a decade had instilled in him a profound understanding that strength was paramount. As for the Li family, which had long shielded Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, a colossal entity boasting a vast population that ultimately established the Li city, its destruction would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, the emergence of the cheat system ignited a flicker of hope within Lin Ziluo. The Li family? Let us await the unfolding events. The satisfaction of avenging his grievances was amplified by the acquisition of the cheat system. He seized Yao Jinghan's severed head from the ground and lifted the headless, tortured corpse slumped in the chair. Without hesitation, he disposed of these two remnants of filth into a large trash bin nestled in the corner of the warehouse. He tossed his blood-stained garments into the abyss, then retrieved a fresh set of clothing from his backpack and donned it. With less than an hour until the onset of the apocalyptic game, he still had preparations to undertake. Lin Ziluo casually slipped his hands into his pockets and sauntered out of the warehouse, wearing a nonchalant expression. Who could have imagined that the campus bell of Magic City University lay abandoned in this desolate warehouse, in a state of dismemberment? A throng had gathered on the playground, drawn by the sky, which had been transformed into a vivid crimson. This surreal spectacle evoked a sense of romance among young couples, who embraced beneath the blood-red heavens, exchanging sweet nothings. Lin Ziluo approached a small shop adjacent to the playground, carrying a small bag. "Annie, I would like 3 bottles of water and 5 pieces of bread," he requested. After handing over the money to the shopkeeper, he stuffed his purchases into his backpack. Although supplies could be looted from the corpses of the undead, with his current 100 drop rate, he had no qualms about acquiring resources. He opted to procure these items as a precaution, just in case the system proved unreliable. What if he failed to find any useful items? However, his foremost concern was devising a flawless strategy for the impending game. After securing his provisions, Lin Ziluo made his way out of the university. It was widely recognized that universities were particularly perilous post-apocalypse. The dense population of vigorous youth posed a significant threat should they succumb to zombification. In this grim game, levels were not the crux. Rather, personal attributes held paramount importance. A professionally trained Special Forces soldier could easily vanquish a level 5 or 6 average player, even at level 0. Upon exiting the university, Lin Ziluo arrived at a rather obscure, and situated 2 streets away. He entered briskly, spotting the proprietor reclining in a chair. "Boss, I'd like to rent a room for a short stay," he said, rapping on the counter to catch the owner's attention. "A single room is 40 for an hour." The owner replied languidly, without rising. "I know, and please send room 3 over as well," Lin Ziluo said, sliding his remaining 300 yuan across the counter. The owner, previously reclining, sat up and scrutinized him. "Oh, I haven't seen you before. Well, 300 is fine. You can keep the room fee. Just head upstairs. Room 3 will be along shortly." With that, he tossed Lin Ziluo a key for room 209. Lin Ziluo took the key without uttering a word and ascended the stairs. "Coming here for women and acting so high and mighty?" the owner murmured, watching Lin Ziluo disappear upstairs. Indeed, this inn primarily catered to more risky pursuits. And how did Lin Ziluo know this? Well, let us not jump to conclusions. He had been here once before in the aftermath of the apocalypse. His purpose for returning was simple: to achieve his objectives. According to Lin Ziluo's recollection, the technician number 3 from this modest and ultimately ascended to become an early boss in this region. He was also the first boss that Lin Ziluo had slain. Given his status as a boss, it was inevitable that he transformed into a zombie after the apocalypse, rather than succumbing to infection. Lin Ziluo aimed to locate a secluded area to swiftly complete the task of dispatching a zombie. Undoubtedly, technician number 3 was his prime target. He entered room 209, a confined space with an unpleasant odor. Its sole advantage was the presence of a bathing facility. After all, one must attend to personal hygiene. Lin Ziluo stepped directly into the bathroom and took a shower. Upon finishing, he emerged from the restroom feeling refreshed, donning his attire once more. He glanced at his phone. It read 6:55. Only 5 minutes remained before the onset of the apocalyptic game. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Hello. Your technician number 3 has arrived. Please come in. The door is unlocked," Lin Ziluo replied. The door swung open, revealing a woman clad in revealing attire, heavily made up, and adorned with black stockings, a cigarette dangling from her lips. Upon catching sight of Lin Ziluo, her eyes lit up. Well, I didn't expect to encounter such a handsome fellow. Not a bad surprise," she remarked. However, upon noticing Lin Ziluo reclining on the bed, fully dressed, her expression shifted to one of irritation. "What is the matter with you? Can't you even remove your clothes? Hurry up. I have another client waiting," she exclaimed impatiently. Chapter 4. The arrival of the Doomsday Game. "It's fine. No need to undress. Just come over," Lin Ziluo said coldly, still lying in bed. "Oh, are you planning some new game?" the woman replied. "You young folks are quite something. Well, since you're not unappealing, I might as well indulge you." After speaking, she walked over in her high heels and sat down on the bed. "So, how shall we play?" she asked, extinguishing her cigarette and removing her clothing. "No need for that. Just take a shower and leave once you're done," Lin Ziluo instructed. He had invited her over merely to observe whether she would transform into a zombie. As expected, upon her approach, he detected that peculiar scent, faint yet unmistakable, a smell only emanating from the undead. With the onset of the game drawing near, signs were beginning to manifest in those unfortunate souls destined to be selected as zombies. "What a nuisance. I can't fathom your thoughts," she said, "but you said it yourself. Once I shower, I'll be leaving, and there's no refund on the payment." She spat dismissively and proceeded to disrobe without a hint of modesty, striding boldly into the bathroom, her nakedness on full display. Lin Ziluo retrieved his phone. The time reads 6:59. Rising from the bed, he pulled out the sharp dagger he had meticulously cleaned from his backpack, concealing it as he approached the bathroom door. Inside, the woman, with her back to the door, heard the disturbance and remarked without turning, "I knew you'd pull such a stunt. If you intend to play, hurry up. It's tiring standing here." Ding, the alarm he had set for 7 o'clock rang out. The woman abruptly froze in place, her skin visibly paling to a grayish hue. At the moment the alarm sounded, Lin Ziluo thrust the dagger forward. Roar the zombie-esque cry had scarcely begun when the dagger pierced its neck, a dark shroud of death appearing above its head. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. Shortly thereafter, a blue announcement panel appeared. "Welcome to the Doomsday Game. Once initiated, this game will unfold autonomously. with no means of interference. The brutal apocalypse has commenced, with 80 of the world's unfortunate souls transformed into zombies, leaving only 20 of the fortunate to relish the thrilling experience, though the primary objective remains survival, as death offers no second chances. Zombies in this realm possess acute hearing but lack visual acuity, able only to perceive moving objects. To enhance your gaming experience, the following rules are introduced. 1. Killing zombies or other undead creatures will elevate your level, granting new attribute points. Your experience is intrinsically linked to your level. 2. Defeating zombies or other undead creatures carries a slight chance of yielding equipment, items, or supplies, dependent entirely on luck. Who knows if fortune favors you? In the game, items such as equipment and props are categorized by levels, ranging from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, epic, legendary, to mythical. As for higher tiers, it is best not to dwell on those that are out of reach. Across the globe, numerous hidden opportunities await discovery. Thus, one must exercise great diligence in seeking them out. All modern weaponry, including firearms, artillery, and nuclear arms, will lose their offensive capabilities. It is advisable not to provoke zombies with such armaments, including vehicles. Currently, all human communication devices will be disrupted and rendered inoperable. However, one may still use their mobile phone to indulge in novels or play single-player games. Zombies will evolve over time, so it is crucial to keep pace with their advancements. Being scratched or bitten by a zombie will result in transformation into one of them. Fear not the infectious nature of zombie blood. Furthermore, the arrival of night will enhance the base attributes of zombies or zombie-like creatures, so remember to seek refuge. There are many more hints to share, but let us wait until you have navigated through the initial 7 days of the novice protection period. Heed my words, the zombies are currently quite feeble. Take the opportunity to eliminate as many as you can, lest you blame me for not forewarning you. Do remember, the apocalypse game is replete with uncertainties and possibilities. Finally, I wish you an enjoyable gaming experience. The text on the panel concludes here. Lin Ziluo glanced briefly at the announcement, noting it was identical to the initial one, and chose to close the page. A new panel appeared. Greetings, player Lin Ziluo. Welcome to the apocalypse game. Would you like to set a game name? Yes. The game name shall be Yaji. Yaji, one of the 9 sons of the dragon and ancient myth of the Dragon Kingdom, is a fierce and combative spirit, capable of subduing all evil. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo chose the name Yaji primarily for the sake of vengeance. As the saying goes, one must repay the kindness of a meal. Likewise, the grievances of Yaji must be avenged. Li Haobo, the Li family, and those who aided them in their pursuit of me. Are you prepared to face my retribution? Detected player nickname Yaji is unique and can be used. Player Lin Ziluo has successfully changed their nickname to Yaji. Character creation complete, attributes panel loaded. Lin Ziluo unfolded his attributes panel. Player, Yaji, no title, level, 1 experience, 0-1 reputation, 0 gold, 0 storage space, 0. 1 cubic meters base attributes, strength, 11, normal adult male is 10, affecting physical strength and attack power, spirit, 15, normal adult male is 10, affecting skill potency, cooldown, and usage, constitution, 10, normal adult male is 10, affecting vitality and defense, agility, 13, normal adult male is 10, affecting reflexes and speed. Friendly reminder, all base attributes are merely numerical and will fluctuate based on combat or player status changes. Talent, Omni Mastery, an epic tier talent, signifying proficiency in various combat styles, enabling adept use of fundamental abilities. Skills, none equipment, none quests, none alas. This panel surpasses my former self from the previous life by a considerable margin. The enhancements in spirit and agility are likely attributed to the heightened reflexes brought about by my rebirth. This epic level talent must be a culmination of the myriad skills I acquired during the decade of the apocalypse. Of course, Lin Ziluo has gained far more than just these attributes. The very moment I vanquished a zombie at the onset of the apocalypse was merely a precursor to the greatest rewards that lay ahead. Chapter 5. The First Blood. Congratulations to the player Yazi for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to the player for advancing to level 2, receiving 1 point of free attribute. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first individual to kill a zombie in the apocalyptic game, earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood. A global announcement is imminent. Lin Ziluo clenched his fists. He had succeeded in attaining this achievement. While the attributes of the achievement may not hold great significance, the global announcement is undoubtedly the lifelong aspiration of every player. Receiving the rewards from such a global notice is an experience beyond compare. In his previous life, even after ascending to the status of a battle god, he had never once claimed a global announcement reward. The difficulty of this feat is self-evident. Yet now, in the very first second of the apocalypse, he had already secured the reward of a global announcement. Suddenly, a grand and resonant voice echoed. This voice possessed a majestic quality reminiscent of the heavens, while also delivering a clarity that felt immediate and intimate. Whether one was evading newly transformed zombies or engrossed in studying the sudden appearance of the announcement panel, every lucid player in this world could hear the words. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first individual to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game, bravely taking the first step and earning the globally unique achievement, First Blood, along with numerous rewards. Other players are urged to take note. At this moment, the world was in an uproar. Whether those who had embraced the apocalypse game or those dismissing it as a mere prank, all firmly registered the name Yazzie in their minds through this announcement. Wait, I haven't even seen a zombie yet, and someone has already killed one? Remarked a man still perusing the announcement. Damn it, I don't care who killed the zombie. Can someone please deal with this ugly creature chasing me? I'm about to die, exclaimed another man, pursued by a zombie. Huh? Zombies? What on earth are those? Is someone playing a prank outside? Shouted a boy deeply absorbed in his game as he set down his console. He flung open the door, determined to find the prankster, only to be met by a zombie that bit off half his face. Interesting. Someone is quicker on the draw than I am, remarked a man who laid down his baseball bat, gazing at the zombie with a shattered skull before him. Wow, this Yazzie is so impressive. I wish he would come to protect this princess, mused an ordinary girl hiding in her modest 50-square-meter home, lost in fantasy. Woof, 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 barked a little dog. Why are you intruding? And, at that very moment, the renowned Yazzie was reveling in the rewards he had just received. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement of First Blood. Congratulations to the player for obtaining this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage space. Fantastic. With these rewards, I find myself significantly ahead of others by an immeasurable margin. Reputation holds substantial influence. Certain equipment and items can only be utilized upon reaching a specific level of reputation. Furthermore, in some exclusive shops, your reputation may grant discounts or complimentary gifts when purchasing items. As for coins, one can seek out hidden shops within the city to procure various goods, which may include items, equipment, or resource cards. Resource cards, in particular, serve as a vital source for players to acquire sustenance and ensure survival. They essentially act as a safety net for those less fortunate who might not receive any items after defeating zombies. The 3 points of free attributes need no further elaboration. Before reaching level 10, each level gained only grants 1 point of free attribute, which is tantamount to starting 3 levels ahead. Additionally, the augmented storage space is a 10-fold increase for Lin Ziluo. This storage space is exclusively designed to hold inanimate objects, thus it cannot accommodate living beings. Determining whether an item belongs to oneself relies entirely on the game system's judgment. For instance, if an opponent strikes you with a knife and you grasp the blade, it cannot be retrieved into your storage. However, if an arrow is shot at you and you catch it, you can store that arrow. In summary, the scenarios encountered can be quite intricate, relying on an absolutely fair and just game system for resolution. After claiming his rewards, Lin Ziluo felt an immense sense of satisfaction. He then turned his attention to the achievement he had acquired. First Blood. First Blood, a unique title awarded to the first player to slay a zombie in the apocalyptic game. Attributes. 1 to all attributes. And a 100 increase in damage for the first attack made each day post-midnight. Initially harboring no expectations regarding the title's attributes, Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised. This attribute is quite commendable. He effectively gained 4 points of free attributes. Moreover, the 100 damage boost for the first attack each day could yield remarkable results if utilized wisely. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo equipped the title. In that instant, a warm surge coursed through his body, and he distinctly felt an enhancement in his physical capabilities. It seemed he wouldn't need to change titles for the foreseeable future. Titles can only be worn one at a time, and switching titles incurs a 1-hour cooldown, which can be somewhat cumbersome. However, this is also a measure to prevent the incessant swapping of titles with exaggerated attributes. Lin Ziluo stretched lazily, and upon noticing the zombie's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, he discovered a necklace shimmering with a green glow on the ground. Could it be an equipment drop? With a sudden recollection of his earlier acquisition of the Goldfinger absolute drop rate, he realized he had just been immersed in the joy of his rewards. Is it truly a 100 drop rate? And did he just obtain a bronze-level equipment on the first try? Ding! Please make prudent use of the Goldfinger system, and do not forget its existence. My apologies. My apologies, Lin Ziluo responded humbly, bending down to pick up the necklace from the ground. Gently rinsing the bloodstains from the necklace, Lin Ziluo began to examine its attributes. Meditation necklace, bronze-level equipment. When equipped, it increases mental acuity by 1 and enhances mental recovery speed by 10%. The attributes are rather ordinary, as one would expect from a mere bronze-level item. Nevertheless, even the smallest mosquito is still a morsel. One should not be overly concerned about the trivialities of free benefits. Lin Ziluo adorned himself with the meditation necklace. Successfully equipped the meditation necklace. Friendly reminder: only one piece of jewelry of the same type can be effective when equipped simultaneously. This is self-evident. Rings, necklaces, bracelets. It is truly a pity that the 3 pieces of jewelry he possessed in his previous life were all epic-grade treasures. However, there may yet be opportunities to reclaim them, for the journey to acquire them was one that Lin Ziluo personally experienced. Chapter 6. Open Up. The Purge. Lin Ziluo currently possesses 4 freedom attribute points, yet he refrains from hastily allocating them. He finds himself without the luxury of time to contemplate his future path. Numerous terrifying hidden professions from his previous life remain unclaimed, allowing him the opportunity to embark anew on a different vocation. Moreover, at this juncture, Lin Ziluo's attributes are undoubtedly sufficient for his needs. Basic attributes: strength, 12 spirit, 17 constitution, 11 agility, 14. These attributes, compared to an average person, are remarkably superior. Nevertheless, he understands the urgency of the moment. He must first eradicate the surrounding zombies. In the dark of night, the fundamental attributes of zombies will be enhanced by at least 50. The night in this apocalyptic game is defined as occurring from 8 p.m. to 6 o'clock a.m. the following day. This indicates that nightfall is imminent, and he must return to a secure location before 8 o'clock. This scenario illustrates the insidious nature of the apocalyptic game. At 8 o'clock, zombies receive their augmentation, yet they make their appearance at 7 o'clock. A mere hour is hardly sufficient for anyone to prepare. Consequently, the first night of this apocalyptic game has claimed the lives of numerous players. Armed with a dagger, Lin Ziluo stepped out of his room. Without any proper weaponry, he could only rely on this unadorned dagger, devoid of any attributes, often referred to as a blank slate weapon. Upon exiting his room, he found himself in the narrow corridor of the inn, which could barely accommodate 2 individuals side by side. This floor contained 10 rooms in total, and Lin Ziluo chose to address room 210 behind him first. His footsteps creaked upon the old floorboards, producing a series of groans. Even before reaching the door of room 210, his footfalls had already attracted the attention of whatever lurked within. The soundproofing here was appallingly inadequate. Suddenly, a guttural growl emanated from room 210, followed by a cacophony of disjointed footsteps rapidly approaching the door. Choosing to strike first, Lin Ziluo delivered a swift blow to the door lock with his dagger. The rusted lock, little more than a decorative piece, succumbed easily to the blade's assault. With a forceful pull, Lin Ziluo flung the door open, revealing a zombie clad in a white tank top. This creature bore darkened skin and a muscular physique, suggesting it had engaged in strenuous labor during its former life. Lin Ziluo quickly assessed the zombie's attributes. Common zombie, level 1 basic attributes, strength, 12 spirit, 5 constitution, 13 agility, 9 fortunately. Although its attributes were 2 or 3 points higher than those of an ordinary zombie, Lin Ziluo felt confident in his ability to handle the situation with ease. He arced his dagger gracefully, launching a preemptive attack against the zombie. The creature's pale eyes flickered as it swung its elongated claws toward Lin Ziluo's face. With agility, he bent low to evade the deadly talons and lunged into the zombie's embrace, the unmistakable stench of decay assailing his senses. Yet Lin Ziluo remained unfazed, driving the dagger straight into the zombie's throat. Perhaps it had not struck a vital point. The zombie opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Lin Ziluo with a menacing bite. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo twisted the dagger, and a dark specter of death manifested above the zombie's head. Congratulations, player Yuzai, for successfully slaying a zombie and earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. The system's notification chimed in promptly. The corpse of the zombie toppled backward, crashing onto the floor and stirring up a cloud of dust. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. From the moment he acted until now, merely 2 breaths had passed. Yet he had dispatched a zombie of considerable attributes. Nevertheless, he felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. His initial strike had failed to deliver a swift death to the creature. Ascending from level 2 to level 3 required 10 experience points, and he still needed to eliminate 9 more level 1 zombies. Kicking aside the fallen zombie, Lin Ziluo discovered that it had dropped a card. Typically, such cards represented resources. As expected, upon picking it up, he read, a medium-rare sirloin steak. A medium-rare sirloin steak, selected from premium New Donglan imported beef, paired with a specially crafted exclusive sauce, promising a delightful dining experience. The card's usage was straightforward. Upon selection and activation, it would materialize at the optimal temperature in his hands. At this stage, this resource card held considerable value. However, once the shop opened later, its approximate price would be around 100 gold coins, becoming an accessible commodity for the masses. Lin Ziluo tucked the card into his storage space. It was not yet mealtime. Surveying room 210, Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised to find a large fabric bag inside. Within it lay various repair tools. It appeared that this zombie had been a maintenance worker. Lin Ziluo stowed the tool bag in his storage space, taking out a hammer. The dagger was rather short, and this hammer would serve well for mid-range attacks. Satisfied, Lin Ziluo departed from room 210. Room 210 marked the end of the corridor, where a heavy iron door completely sealed the emergency exit. Thus, he proceeded towards the next room. Room 208 was vacant. Room 207, likewise, held no one. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of disappointment at the sparse number of zombies. Finally, as he reached the door of room 206, he heard the guttural growls of zombies, 2 of them, no less. Splendid, the excitement surged within him. With a swift motion, he smashed the door lock with a hammer and kicked the door wide open, shouting, "Open up, it's time for a purge." It must be noted that Lin Ziluo had always been reticent before the apocalypse. Throughout his previous decade-long survival in the world of ruin, he had maintained a demeanor of cold detachment. However, in this life, after confronting Yao Jinghan, his character began to brighten gradually. Perhaps it was a rebound effect from having suppressed his emotions for far too long. In the realm of mental illness, such scenarios frequently manifest. Patients often oscillate between states of profound depression and subsequent mania within mere days. Within the confines of the room, 2 bewildered zombies stood, their expressions utterly vacant. "I've turned into a zombie, and yet you still insist on purging the vice?" one might exclaim in disbelief. Indeed, the scene was quite risque, with both figures devoid of clothing. Upon opening the door, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find 2 entirely naked zombies before him. It dawned on him that this establishment was of a rather provocative nature, rendering the situation less surprising. The 2 zombies were evidently incensed by Lin Ziluo's intrusion. The male zombie charged directly at him. Lin Ziluo glanced over and couldn't he help but remark, "Seriously, my friend, with such a diminutive stature, are you really out here playing?" Isn't that a disadvantage? Seemingly comprehending Lin Ziluo's words, the male zombie let out a fierce roar. Lin Ziluo had already assessed the attributes of this particular zombie. It was 2 points weaker than the previous maintenance worker zombie. No wonder it resembled a diminutive worm. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo brought down a hammer upon the zombie's head. A dull thud resounded as the skull shattered. Simultaneously, the creature lost its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo unsheathed his dagger and drove it into the zombie's neck. Death. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain the zombie, gaining 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Chapter 7. Eye of Investigation. As the male zombie collapsed, Lin Ziluo distinctly observed a cerulean object materializing beneath its form. It appeared to be a bronze-tier artifact. He refrained from hastily examining it, for a bare female zombie was already charging towards him with alarming speed, her 2 transformed gray rabbits flailing behind her. He had been reckless to select Technician Level 3, although his attention was captivated. The dagger in Lin Ziluo's hand moved with unerring swiftness, precisely striking the neck of the female zombie. Generally speaking, female zombies possess slightly higher agility compared to their male counterparts, yet their physical resilience pales in comparison. With a single thrust, the ominous black text of death emerged. Simultaneously, another cerulean artifact appeared beside the female zombie. How delightful! 2 fortunes in 1. Remarkably gratifying. Lin Ziluo reflected on his past life. At the onset, after slaying over 100 zombies, he had only managed to procure a half-full bottle of mineral water. Now, in stark contrast, he had obtained 3 bronze-tier items from merely 4 zombies. The disparity was ludicrous. A 100% drop rate. How enticing. If given a choice, who would wish to be a fortunate soul? Lin Ziluo picked up both small cylindrical objects from the ground, only to discover they were identical artifacts, familiar acquaintances indeed. Eye of Investigation. A 1-time bronze-tier artifact capable of detecting movements within a 10-meter radius. Upon the approach of others, it alerts the user, lasting for 10 hours. In Lin Ziluo's previous life, this item was invaluable. Whenever he was relentlessly pursued by individuals dispatched by the Li family or Yao Jinghan, exhausted to the point of needing rest, he would resort to a high-level Eye of Investigation. Only then could he sleep soundly and without trepidation. However, due to its immense utility, those who possessed it seldom sold it, leaving Lin Ziluo with limited opportunities to utilize it. Now, however, he need not covet it. He had 2 in his possession, albeit both were bronze tier. No, tonight he must indulge and employ 1. Lin Ziluo resolutely thought. Perhaps this was what they referred to as retaliatory consumption upon acquiring wealth. Thud, thud, thud. The stairs leading upstairs reverberated with sound. Concurrently, Lin Ziluo discerned the muffled sounds of cursing. Who could it be, making such a commotion above? For heaven's sake, if one wishes to play, one should do so quietly. It turned out to be the innkeeper, roused from slumber by the ruckus. Ironically, due to his deep sleep, he had missed the earlier global announcement. The panel that appeared before him was mistaken for a mere hallucination born from sudden awakening, and he casually dismissed it. Lin Ziluo stepped out of room 206 and stood in the corridor. As the innkeeper ascended to the 2nd floor, he immediately spotted Lin Ziluo. "You little brat, making such a racket without a dime to your name. Today, unless you kneel and call me grandfather, you shan't leave. Indeed, given your fair complexion, it stands to reason that your mother is quite remarkable as well. If you were to summon her to join us in our endeavors, I might consider sparing you." The innkeeper, known for his temper, stormed towards Lin Ziluo, attempting to strike him with a fierce blow to the head. With a sigh, Lin Ziluo, who had initially intended to grant him mercy, approached the innkeeper wielding a dagger. As Lin Ziluo advanced, the innkeeper, who had just raised his hand in aggression, found himself compelled to lower it slowly, overwhelmed by an immense sense of dread. Merely standing before Lin Ziluo filled him with a suffocating fear. Unbeknownst to him, this was the aura of death cultivated from the countless lives Lin Ziluo had extinguished. Typically, he concealed this murderous intent well, but when he truly harbored the desire to kill, it would inevitably manifest. The innkeeper attempted to retreat, but his legs trembled uncontrollably rendering him immobile. He wished to plead for mercy, yet no sound escaped his lips. Lin Ziluo fixed his gaze upon the innkeeper as he closed the distance between them. With a swift stroke, the deed was done. The head rolled away. Throughout the decade of apocalypse, Lin Ziluo had never been one to engage in reason. The world had no place for such niceties. The value of human life, the unjust slaughter of innocents, these mattered little in such dire circumstances. Remember, in the apocalypse, it is the might of one's fist that commands authority. How many had Lin Ziluo slain in his previous life? The count had long faded from memory. He only knew that those who crossed him met their end. After becoming a god of war, he was ironically heralded as the guardian deity of the Dragon Kingdom. Utterly laughable. Lin Ziluo couldn't even muster the energy to glance at the innkeeper's lifeless body. Had it not been for the inconvenience, he might have considered transforming the corpse into a zombie before dispatching it, as it would undoubtedly yield valuable loot. However, once a player is bitten by a zombie, it takes approximately an hour for them to fully succumb to the undead curse. In that hour, Lin Ziluo could vanquish countless zombies. With this thought in mind, he knocked on the door of room 205. "Hello, I need to clear the plumbing." However, there was no response. The same silence greeted him at rooms 204 and 203, leaving him somewhat disheartened. At last, when he knocked on the door of room 202, the unmistakable growl of a zombie echoed from within. Finally, a zombie! Lin Ziluo felt a sense of nostalgic reunion as he forcefully kicked open the door. With a clean and decisive strike, he dispatched the zombie that had once been an old acquaintance. This old friend generously rewarded him with a bottle of premium liquor. "Excellent, my dear comrade. I shall cherish our bond," he exclaimed, giving a thumbs up to the fallen figure. After sweeping through room 201 and finding it empty, Lin Ziluo stretched lazily. The entire second floor of the inn had been thoroughly cleared, and he decided to settle in for the night. As for the corpses and blood that littered the floor, he did not spare them a glance. In his flight, he had once sought out a pile of zombie corpses to serve as a makeshift blanket, providing warmth and a means to evade pursuit. It had proven quite effective. Lin Ziluo chose to rest here for a significant reason. The cramped and suffocating space effectively thwarted any potential zombie ambush. In this narrow corridor, no matter how many zombies there were, they could only challenge him one by one. Unfortunately, there are too few zombies, and he had only accumulated 4 experience points thus far, leaving him 6 points shy of leveling up. The clock struck 7:40. Time was running short. He had merely 20 minutes until 8. It was imperative that he slay 6 zombies within this time frame to reach level 3. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo hurriedly descended to the lobby of the inn. There stood the familiar bar counter. Suddenly, it occurred to him that this inn boasted 3 female technicians. Having already dispatched 2, 1 remained. Resolute, he grasped his hammer and rapped it against the surface of the bar, seeking to create a commotion to lure the zombies. As predicted, after a few moments of knocking, he heard stirring from behind the bar's curtain. Lin Ziluo entered the bar and pulled aside the curtain, only to find no zombies in sight. He then held his breath, straining to discern the source of the sound. Ultimately, his gaze fixated on a wooden plank on the floor. Goodness, it was hidden so well, concealed beneath the ground. Chapter 8. The exquisite Tang broadsword. Lin Ziluo lifted the wooden plank with a swift motion, revealing a descending wooden ladder before his eyes. Peering down, he observed a dimly lit underground chamber where 2 zombies struggled to ascend the ladder. However, the steepness of the ladder thwarted their efforts entirely. Lin Ziluo could not help but exclaim, "You truly excel at hiding." With that, he leaped down into the abyss. The underground chamber was not particularly deep, and Lin Ziluo adeptly calculated his descent. Just as the 2 zombies gaped their mouths wide, anticipating his arrival, he propelled himself off the ladder, landing precise blows to the heads of the 2 undead creatures. The force of the impact sent both zombies crashing to the ground, while Lin Ziluo utilized the momentum to land gracefully. Next, he drew his weapons with precision. The dagger in his right hand found its mark, piercing the neck of one prostrate zombie. The word death materialized ominously above its head. Meanwhile, his left hand wielded a hammer, which he used to crush the other zombie that had managed to rise. After withdrawing the dagger, he swiftly plunged it into the neck of the recently incapacitated creature. He encountered considerable resistance in this act, but Lin Ziluo's strength proved sufficient to pierce through the zombie's flesh. With a soft exhale, he completed his fluid maneuvers, dispatching both zombies with ease and earning 2 experience points. Extracting the dagger from the neck of the fallen undead, he noticed that the initial difficulty he encountered was due to the blade having dulled significantly. This was hardly surprising, for this ordinary dagger had dispatched several zombies prior, and its endurance thus far was commendable. Consequently, Lin Ziluo carelessly tossed the dagger aside, hoping for a more suitable weapon to emerge. Indeed, fighting zombies unarmed was feasible, albeit more troublesome. As he turned over the bodies of the 2 zombies, a card and a jade-green long knife caught his eye. "Goodness, has my luck been blessed?" Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. It seemed that his desires were manifesting before him. First, he picked up the card, discovering it to be 2 fragrant steamed buns. "Great! A delightful addition to my steak dinner tonight," he mused. With eager anticipation, he then retrieved the long knife. Tang broadsword, a bronze-level weapon. A military sword from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, known for its ability to penetrate armor and its durability. Attributes: Strength 1, capable of bypassing 10 of the enemy's defense, and can gradually restore blade damage after combat. Now I understand why it looks so familiar, he thought. It was a distinctive weapon characteristic of his homeland. Such weapons varied according to each nation's peculiarities. For instance, the Dragon Kingdom featured the Tang sword, the Mo knife, and the Guan knife, while the neighboring island nation celebrated the katana and the naginata. In summary, standardized equipment could later be purchased in stores, making it not particularly rare. At this stage, Lin Ziluo has acquired a bronze-grade Tang sword, known as the Tang Dao, which undoubtedly enhances his capabilities significantly. He no longer needs to engage in close combat with a diminutive dagger. Instead, he can utilize the Tang Dao for mid-range slashing, thereby accelerating his efficiency in dispatching zombies. Lin Ziluo first stored the Tang Dao in a storage space and then ascended the ladder. With 10 minutes remaining, he aimed to eliminate the last 4 zombies. The entire hotel had been thoroughly cleared of the undead by him, allowing him to open the door without hesitation. This road is relatively secluded, which explains the existence of such a hotel in this location. Lin Ziluo surveyed the area and noted 6 zombies wandering nearby. In the distance, at a fork in the road, there were approximately 7 or 8 zombies congregated together. He gently tapped his foot and then whistled. Having dealt with zombies for a decade, he could deftly control the volume of the sounds he produced, thus attracting the specific zombies he desired. Sure enough, at the perfect pitch of his whistle, the 6 nearby zombies began to shuffle towards him, while the distant group remained motionless. He retrieved the Tang Dao from his storage space and prepared for their approach. As the zombies drew nearer, they caught the scent of this tantalizing prey and quickened their pace, claws flailing. Armed with the Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo stepped back, re-entering the hotel. This was not an act of cowardice. Rather, the narrow entrance of the hotel was particularly suited for combat against zombies. Although Lin Ziluo held unwavering confidence in his ability to eliminate the 6 zombies, there was always a slight chance that one might unexpectedly emerge from the side to take a bite. His cautious nature compelled him to eliminate all possibilities of unforeseen events. Indeed, the cramped doorway hampered the zombies' advance. 2 of them attempted to enter simultaneously, only to become lodged in the entrance, unable to proceed. The zombies behind them were also thwarted from entering. Lin Ziluo realized he had greatly overestimated the intelligence of the zombies on the first day. He recalled how, during the initial outbreak, he had been hiding alone in his dormitory, consumed by sorrow, without ever encountering the zombies at that time. By the following day, many of the zombies had already leveled up to level 2, exhibiting a significant increase in cunning. Observing the 2 zombies trapped in the doorframe, Lin Ziluo took the initiative to alleviate their predicament. In a swift motion, he dispatched them with a flash of his blade, their heads falling simultaneously to the ground. Retrieving the Tang Dao, he noted with satisfaction that not a single drop of blood stained the blade, nor was there a hint of damage. This sword undoubtedly possessed exceptional quality. Lin Ziluo commended it, recognizing that even identical equipment could vary greatly in quality. Without a doubt, his Tang Dao belonged to the finest class. A good sword, of course, deserves to be wielded with exceptional technique. Lin Ziluo prepared to showcase one of the myriad sword techniques he had mastered in his previous life. With a swift kick, he toppled the two headless corpses lodged in the doorframe, clearing a path for the zombies that followed. However, the two subsequent zombies hurriedly rushed in, becoming ensnared in the doorway as well. "You four must be related," Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of exasperation. Nevertheless, he remained resolute, dispatching these two zombies with a single decisive strike, severing their heads cleanly. The two round heads rolled into the room, and before him lay an orderly collection of 4 heads at his feet. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully vanquishing a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazai for leveling up to level 3, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazai requires 30 experience points for the next level up. Success. Lin Ziluo once again kicked aside the corpses blocking the entrance. To his astonishment, one of the zombies boldly charged in. Tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. It was a rare occurrence to encounter an opponent with even a modicum of intelligence. In a gesture of respect towards this sentient adversary, he executed a graceful arc with his Tang Dao in the air. With precision, he struck the zombie's arm, following the trajectory downwards, and then with a swift upward motion, he sliced through the zombie's chin, cleaving its face in half from bottom to top. Chapter 9. A Great Discovery Death. Despite Lin Ziluo's profound respect for his adversary, his swordsmanship swiftly dispatched the zombie. The creature's body toppled backwards, and Lin Ziluo witnessed a tome emerge from the fallen corpse, landing upon the ground. "This is a skill book." Lin Ziluo could not help but gaze at it in astonishment. How could such a precious item exist? Suddenly, the zombie, which had yet to completely collapse, seemed to be thrust forward by an immense force. Its body hurtled towards him in an instant. Lin Ziluo quickly diverted his gaze from the skill book and, displaying remarkable reflexes, pressed himself against the wall. The zombie's body crashed down with a thunderous sound at the very spot where he had just stood. A roar erupted as the last of the 6 zombies entered the room. Lin Ziluo's expression grew grave. It was 8 o'clock. The zombie's power would peak within a minute. He must eliminate this creature within that time frame. Lin Ziluo understood this all too well, having already discerned the attributes of the zombie. Level 1 zombie base attributes: Strength, 15, Spirit, 10, Constitution, 16, Agility, 15. This zombie, augmented by the night, surpassed Lin Ziluo in attributes, and as time passed, its capabilities would only increase. Yet, Lin Ziluo felt no fear. As previously stated, attributes are merely indicative figures. In situations where the disparity is minimal, personal condition, mastery of abilities, and even fortune become the ultimate determinants of the battle's outcome. Without further hesitation, Lin Ziluo raised his Tang Dao and charged at the zombie. The creature's originally ashen eyes gradually turned blood red, its expression growing increasingly ferocious. The blade flashed. The sharp edge of the Tang Dao struck the zombie's neck, but its elevated constitution prevented an immediate kill. Enraged, the zombie lunged at Lin Ziluo with its claws. Lin Ziluo decisively released the hilt of the Tang Dao lodged in the zombie's neck and stepped back. Then, he retrieved a hammer from his storage space and hurled it at the approaching zombie. In a confined corridor, the zombie was unable to maneuver effectively, merely watching helplessly as the hammer struck its face. With that blow, the zombie's nose, eyes, and mouth caved in, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Lin Ziluo, seizing the opportune moment, swiftly advanced to catch the hammer as it slid down the zombie's face and yanked the Tang Dao from its grip. Blood spurted from the zombie's shoulder as it suffered grievous injuries to both its face and shoulder. Yet, the zombie continued to madly lunge at Lin Ziluo. Calm and collected with the Tang Dao in hand, he watched the charging zombie intently. With one strike, a breathtaking blow was unleashed. From a cunning angle, with the swiftness of the wind, Lin Ziluo channeled all his strength to slice through the neck of the zombie at a diagonal. The blade struck, and death ensued. Lin Ziluo turned to watch the headless corpse rush past him, ultimately stumbling a few steps before collapsing to the ground. With that, 6 zombies had fallen at his hands. He exhaled, rubbing his sore arms. The attributes of the last zombie had peaked, and Lin Ziluo had engaged in a direct contest of strength with a creature possessing nearly 20 points in power. His unscathed condition was solely due to his absolute mastery over his technique. However, now was not the time for contemplation. It was past 8 o'clock, and the attributes of the zombies outside had all received at least a 50 enhancement. The commotion from his recent battle had also been considerable. If he did not act swiftly, he risked attracting more zombies. Thus, Lin Ziluo dragged the corpses towards the entrance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The 6 zombies, stacked together, perfectly blocked the entire doorway of the inn. Only then did Lin Ziluo breathe a sigh of relief. The light above the inn's counter flickered dimly. He had no desire to examine the treasures he had just acquired in this gloomy space. Casually, he kicked away the 6 severed heads left on the ground before retrieving his 6 items and ascending to the second floor. The floorboards creaked beneath him as he navigated around the corpse of the innkeeper sprawled in the hallway. He placed his eye of reconnaissance on the ground, and a green barrier, visible only to him, gradually expanded, ultimately enveloping a 10-meter radius around him. What a wasteful extravagance, Lin Ziluo mused. Now, he could rest assured, should any creature, be it human or zombie, approach, the eye's barrier would instantaneously turn red, providing him with a mental alert, ensuring that even in a state of slumber, he could awaken in an instant. He entered room 203. During his earlier sweep, he had noted that this room was the cleanest with the best facilities. It must surely be the VIP room of the inn. Thus, he had decided to spend the night here. He placed his acquired items on the table and stepped into the bathroom, intending to indulge in a refreshing shower. What is this? A ritual of bathing and changing before unveiling treasures. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had indeed managed to procure remarkable items through this very practice. With a joyful spirit, he finished a shower and donned the last clean set of clothes from his backpack. Eagerly, he sat down in the chair, setting the skill book aside as he examined the other 5 items. The first card read, Peking duck slice. Excellent. Dinner would include an additional dish. The second card, 1 elf farmer S3 fist mineral water. Good. Now he had drinking water. The third and fourth. Good heavens, 2 eyes of reconnaissance. Lin Ziluo began to doubt himself. How could such a precious item be so easily obtained in his past life? I am not Li Jie, he thought. Nevertheless, it mattered little. What mattered was the profit, for truly valuable things are never in excess. The 5th item was a ring shimmering with a greenish light, which Lin Ziluo recalled was dropped by the last zombie. Ring of the Night. A bronze-level piece of equipment, the Nightfall serves as the finest disguise. Attributes, Agility 1. When equipped at dusk, the wearer's presence is diminished by 30. What a remarkable find. Lin Ziluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would significantly aid his endeavors that night. Without hesitation, he adorned his finger with the Ring of the Night. Now, the grand finale awaited. Emperor Yu God, Buddha Almighty Allah, please grant me the blessing of a useful skill, Lin Ziluo fervently implored, uttering a jumble of prayers. Chapter 10. Concealed Professions and Skill Books. Invaluable skill books. If one were to inquire about Lin Ziluo's perspective on the drop rate of skill books, they would find it exceedingly minuscule, nearly incalculable. The reason for such a dismally low drop rate is intrinsically linked to the regulations governing skills within the Doomsday game. Firstly, there exists no upper limit to the number of skills an individual can possess. At first glance, this may appear akin to a glitch in the system. However, upon comprehending the drop rates of skill books, one realizes that this stipulation holds little significance. The drop rate is so infinitesimal that even if a skill book were to be acquired, it may not necessarily align with one's own capabilities. This horrifying scarcity dictates that, despite the absence of a cap on skills, the acquisition of new skills remains a daunting challenge. Throughout the entirety of the Doomsday game, players are afforded merely 3 opportunities to obtain random skills pertinent to their profession, occurring exclusively between levels 10 and 80. Each occasion yields 1 or 2 skills. implying that those with poor luck may end up with only 3 skills. Beyond skill books, no alternative methods exist for acquiring skills. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, even as most players reached levels 60 or 70 in the later stages, they still retained only the skills innate to their professions. Such a dismal state indeed. In stark contrast, the individual renowned as the god of skills possesses an astounding 25 skills, the highest in the world. Lin Ziluo considered himself fortunate, having previously acquired 10 skills, placing him above 99 of players. Hence, the skill book before him was of immense value. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the ancient tome. Spiraling Slash, a warrior skill that allows the wielder to hurl their weapon, inflicting 120 of their strength as damage. The weapon returns to the wielder after striking an enemy or reaching its maximum distance. The distance of the throw and return is identical. Should it strike an enemy during its return, it inflicts 80 of strength damage. Should it encounter any obstacles, it will not return. Splendid. Lin Ziluo could not suppress his inner excitement. A warrior skill that combines ranged attack, throwing, automatic retrieval, and multi-hit damage is indeed remarkably rare. However, it was evident that such a skill would entail a lengthy cooldown period, necessitating an increase in his mental prowess to reduce this time. What a tremendous gain. System has detected the skill Spiraling Slash. Does players as I wish to learn the Spiraling Slash skill? Learn, Lin Ziluo eagerly responded. Congratulations. Players as I has successfully learned Spiraling Slash. Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of impatience. Yet, the confines of the room proved too narrow for him to practice adequately. Thus, he stifled his impulses and stored his newly acquired treasures in his inventory. He was thoroughly satisfied with his achievements for the day. His level had risen to 3, and he had obtained 3 bronze-grade items: Meditation Necklace, Twilight Ring, and Tang Broadsword. Having mastered the formidable skill of the Cyclone Slash, Lin Ziluo found himself with an abundance of items nestled within his storage space, items that would have taken him a fortnight to acquire in the past. Most importantly, the woman named Yao Jinghan had finally met her demise. With this thought, Lin Ziluo contentedly retrieved a resource card and activated it. The feast before him included Peking duck, 2 fragrant steamed buns, a medium-rare sirloin steak, and a bottle of Feitia Mitai. After an afternoon of intense battles, he was ravenous, his stomach pressing against his back. Without hesitation, he began to indulge in the sumptuous food laid out before him. The Peking duck was accompanied by spring pancakes and sauce, while the sirloin steak was paired with pasta and a fried egg. Lin Ziluo devoured the meal with relish, truly savoring the happiness it brought him. One cannot deny that the resource cards in this apocalyptic game, especially those yielding delicacies like Peking duck and steak, boasted flavors and textures rivaling those of a 5-star hotel chef. However, such blissful moments are fleeting. Before long, the table was cleared. The once abundant feast, now devoured by Lin Ziluo. He patted his satisfied belly and discarded the plates, chopsticks, and cutlery to the side, tidying up the table in the process. Next, he turned his attention to a matter of utmost importance: planning for his future. He retrieved a notebook and pen he had scavenged from downstairs and began to write fervently. The first order of business was to determine his vocational direction. The apocalyptic game had simplified the classification of player professions into 2 categories: warriors and mages. It was as straightforward as that. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the vocational quest, each individual could join one of these 2 professions. However, despite this classification, the autonomy of choice was entirely in the hands of the player. The style of combat and the profession one wished to pursue depended solely on personal preference. Should he choose to become a warrior, with each level gained, his strength and constitution would increase by a fixed amount, supplemented by 2 points of free attributes to allocate at will. For instance, if he desired to follow the tanking route, he would invest entirely in constitution. For a brute force warrior path, he would allocate all points to strength. If he were to consider an assassin's route, agility might come into play. As for archers, well, the only question that remained was whether one could hit the target. It is important to note that selecting the warrior profession does not mean one's mental and agility attributes would remain static. Rather, the changes would be subtle, but overall, They would evolve in tandem with one's growing prowess. Conversely, should he choose the path of a mage, each level would see an increase in mental and agility attributes by a fixed amount, alongside the 2 points of free attributes to distribute. Typically, mages allocate all points to mental attributes, though one could opt to invest in constitution or strength to become a melee mage. Such a choice, while bold, certainly showcased Lin Ziluo's current 5 points of free attributes as a precious resource. It is essential to understand that if these attribute points are allocated in advance, their additional effects will significantly enhance following a successful job transition. This realization compelled Lin Ziluo to proceed with caution. What has been mentioned thus far pertains merely to a highly conventional career path. An astounding 99 of individuals worldwide are likely to tread these 2 routes, while the remaining 1 venture into the realm of hidden professions. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the number of hidden careers is indeed substantial. However, the disparities among these concealed vocations are also considerable. The path Lin Ziluo has envisioned naturally leads to the pinnacle of hidden professions. He first inscribed the characters for Phantom on his notebook, which represents his hidden profession from a previous life, acquired through enduring scars that he could never completely erase and through numerous brushes with death. The Phantom is renowned as a legendary elite assassin class, characterized by maximum agility and explosive single-target damage. This attribute was crucial in enabling Lin Ziluo to evade the relentless pursuit of the Leaf family for a decade. Even before undertaking a second job transition, every level gained would result in a 2-point increase in agility and strength, along with 3 additional free attribute points. The contrast with ordinary professions is nothing short of astronomical. Lin Ziluo was well aware of the means and process of acquiring the Phantom class, making it undoubtedly the most accessible hidden profession for him. After a moment of contemplation, he proceeded to write down Holy Paladin, Necromancer, Azura, Titan, and Life Reaper on the paper. Chapter 11. The maliciously Halbo one by one. The invaluable hidden professions were meticulously recorded by Lin Ziluo in his notebook. He possessed a fair understanding of the acquisition process for these professions, as those who held them were destined to become future war gods and archmages. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, to stabilize the hearts of the people and demonstrate the strength of their faction, it was customary for a faction to have its war god or archmage narrate their experiences and exploits. These accounts would then be disseminated in the form of promotional pamphlets for the populace to admire and learn from. Lin Ziluo, however, had yet to undergo such an experience. After all, he had perished on the very first day of becoming a war god. After contemplating for a while, he ultimately resolved to transition into the illusionist profession. The reasoning behind this choice was simple. It was the acquisition process he was most familiar with, thus presenting the highest probability of success. As for the other professions, who could tell if those war gods and archmages had embellished their tales or omitted crucial details? It was well known that each hidden profession's quest was fraught with peril. Even a minor oversight could lead to disastrous consequences. Given Lin Ziluo's cautious nature, it was far more prudent to select a profession he was most adept at and understood thoroughly. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer. He promptly allocated his attribute points, 3 to strength and 2 to agility. His foundational attributes now stood as follows: strength, 16, spirit, 17, constitution, 11, agility, 17. A warm surge of energy flowed through him, significantly enhancing his capabilities. Having determined his professional path, Lin Ziluo found himself without further distractions. He dedicated himself to diligently recording his thoughts on paper. Let me think, where did I encounter the Holy Paladin? Oh yes, that diamond tier item was found at. And I must not forget this detail. It is incredibly useful. I should have noted it down sooner. Now, I can hardly remember the precise location of that sort. As the saying goes, a poor memory is no match for a good pen. The pen in Lin Ziluo's hand danced swiftly across the pages, flipping through them one after another. He aimed to meticulously document all significant items and equipment from his previous life in this notebook. As night deepened, the clock struck midnight. Lin Ziluo set down his pen and exhaled softly. He had recorded everything he could recall in this notebook. As for other matters, he would see if he could remember more later. Stowing the notebook back into his storage space, he rose, extinguished the light, and collapsed onto his bed without changing his clothes. Sleeping in attire had become one of the essential lessons of the apocalypse. Before long, he drifted into a sound slumber, the most restful he had experienced in 10 years. Outside, the watchful eyes of reconnaissance provided a sense of security. The oppressive presence of Yao Jinghan was lifted, and the relentless pursuers were no longer a concern. His nerves, once taut, finally relaxed, no longer burdened by uncertainty about the future. Damn it, where has that wretched woman gone? In the middle of an opulent living room, a man was furiously bellowing. He seized a vase from beside him and hurled it at a suited bodyguard behind him. Nearby, a silver-haired butler interjected, "Young master, I implore you to lower your voice. A sound this loud may attract the zombies lurking outside the estate." The man recalled the recent chaos that had befallen the manor, where a horde of zombies had transformed numerous servants and bodyguards into the undead, reducing the once thriving estate of nearly 4,000 inhabitants to a mere 400 souls. He managed to silence himself, striving to regain composure. How could I remain calm? I painstakingly orchestrated such a splendid narrative, only for it to be shattered by that vile Yao Jinghan. Why did she not come this afternoon? Why did she ignore my messages? Her negligence left me unprepared, causing me to fail in delivering timely information to that useless Lin Ziluo. If Lin Ziluo had received that message, the despair etched on his face would have been utterly delightful. What a thrilling thought. If only I could provoke him to the brink of death. He would be sent to join his repugnant father. Yet because of that wretched woman and this accursed apocalyptic game, I could not relay the information in time. Damn it all. The man's agitation escalated, his voice growing louder. The silver-haired butler felt compelled to interject once more. "Young master, please lower your voice. We have already suffered significant losses among our bodyguards. Should any more zombies breach our defenses, your life may not be spared." With a heavy heart, the butler sighed inwardly, regretting the patriarch's decision to mold the young master into this volatile figure. While a family may only have one capable heir to prevent strife among siblings, such a notion must be grounded in the family's prevailing strength. In this apocalyptic dawn, the young master's temperament could lead to dire consequences. Perhaps out of respect for the butler or a burgeoning appreciation for his own life, Li Haobo clamped his mouth shut once more. However, it was not long before he resumed his ramblings on the sofa. It was a pity that the incompetent Lin Ziluo could not witness the spectacle of me frolicking with that wretched Yao Jinghan. How could I exact my revenge otherwise? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Li Haobo spat on the ground in frustration and approached the silver-haired butler, gritting his teeth. "Xiaobo, I care not. The more I think about it, the angrier I grow. Did my father not mention the hunting mercenaries would seek me out? They should have arrived in Magic City by now. Let them find those too. I must locate Yao Jinghan, alive or dead. I must see her and that useless Lin Ziluo. I will ensure he faces utter mental collapse." Understood, the silver-haired butler nodded. "The hunting mercenaries have been trained as lethal agents for you since childhood. They will undoubtedly fulfill your every command." Li Haobo could hardly contain his excitement at the mere thought of such a scenario. Chapter 12. Equipment Enhancement Scroll. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. Congratulations to player Yazzie for leveling up to level 4, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie requires 40 experience points to reach the next level. A knife, shimmering with a cerulean glow, spun gracefully through the air as it advanced. Unbeknownst to the impending peril, a zombie continued its reckless charge toward the nearby living human. The blade sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head, which tumbled to the ground, while a radiant blue item erupted from its corpse. This, however, was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the spinning knife, upon reaching a predetermined distance, executed an extraordinary spiral turn, returning toward Lin Ziluo. The other zombie, lunging at Lin Ziluo, could scarcely fathom the deadly arc it would encounter. The returning blade effortlessly cleaved through its neck from behind. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. As he beheld the demise of the zombie, Lin Ziluo contentedly caught the tang knife. The spinning slash proved to be remarkably effective, he mused. The sole drawback was his currently insufficient mental power, which resulted in a somewhat prolonged cooldown for the spinning strike. It was now 12:30 p.m. Lin Ziluo had risen at 6 in the morning and departed from the inn by 6:30. Thus, he had been traversing the outside world for 6 hours. Although he had chosen secluded routes where zombies were exceedingly scarce, his rewards were immensely gratifying. The demise of nearly 30 zombies had propelled Lin Ziluo to level 4, and with a 100 drop rate, he had acquired close to 30 items. Today, however, fortune had not favored him as it had the previous night. A significant portion of these items consisted of supplies, a pristine men's shirt, a serving of kung pao chicken over rice, and a precisely timed wristwatch. In any case, Lin Ziluo eagerly stowed them away in his storage space, knowing he had secured enough provisions for 3 days. The watch he adorned on his wrist. In a post-apocalyptic game, managing time is of utmost necessity. Relying on his second-hand phone to check the time was far too cumbersome. Not to mention, when a city's power grid eventually collapsed due to lack of maintenance, charging it would become impossible. As for the other items, he had a reconnaissance eye and a hiding mask. Hiding mask, a bronze-level item that conceals one's nickname, level, and other basic information for 30 minutes, usable twice daily. In summary, it was quite an impressive mask, which Lin Ziluo promptly donned. He then approached to collect the items dropped by the 2 recently slain zombies. A serving of shredded pork and ham-fried rice. Casually tucking the card into his storage space, Lin Ziluo turned his attention to the scroll glowing with cerulean light. Equipment Enhancement Scroll, a bronze-grade item capable of enhancing bronze-grade equipment. The enhanced equipment will receive an increase in attributes, with the first enhancement guaranteed to succeed. However, the success rate for subsequent enhancements diminishes as levels increase. Lin Ziluo smiled, finally uncovering something of value. Without hesitation, he affixed the Equipment Enhancement Scroll to the Tang Dao. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazai for obtaining Tang Hung Dao 1. Tang Hung Dao 1. A bronze-grade weapon. A standard military saber from the Tang dynasty of the Dragon Kingdom, approximately 70 centimeters in length, characterized by its ability to pierce armor and durability. After enhancement, it acquired even more robust attributes. Attributes: Strength 2, capable of penetrating 15 of the enemy's defense, and consecutive slashes will amplify power by 10. After disengaging from combat, the blade may gradually recover from damage. The edge of Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao gleamed more sharply, reflecting blinding rays under the scorching sun. He then allocated the attribute point obtained from reaching level 4 to strength. By the second day of the apocalypse, Lin Ziluo's attributes had reached the level of a special forces operative. Base attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 17, Constitution 11, Agility 17. Feeling the burgeoning power within him, Lin Ziluo's stomach audibly protested at an opportune moment. It was time for a brief respite. He resolved to continue his efforts in the afternoon. Should he reach level 5 today, he could directly challenge the location tomorrow without the need to seek out a dungeon. His internal thoughts reflected this determination. Presently, Lin Ziluo's path led him from the small into the Leaf family manor. Initially, he intended to search for a dungeon's teleportation array. Dungeons were the primary means of acquiring experience, food, and equipment in this apocalyptic game. After all, there were only so many zombies, and one could not realistically kill many. Players merely needed to locate the numerous dungeons teleportation arrays scattered throughout the city, which would allow them to transport to the waiting room of the dungeon and select their desired challenge. Naturally, there also existed a number of special solo dungeons. These solo dungeons functioned as hidden dungeons, offering substantial rewards. However, Lin Ziluo felt that his strength was increasing rapidly, and he need not waste time waiting any longer. After traveling for a morning, he had covered approximately 1/3 of the journey and arrived at a secluded path. Apart from the 2 zombies Lin Ziluo had recently dispatched, no living souls were in sight. The sides of the path were lined with low, modest houses. These routes were meticulously chosen by Lin Ziluo, intentionally avoiding crowded areas. After all, on the second day of the apocalypse, few dare to venture into the streets alone to confront zombies. Casually selecting one of the humble abodes, he sliced through the door lock with a single stroke and entered. Inside, the room was in disarray, items strewn across the floor, a clear indication that one family member had transformed into a zombie, forcing the others to flee. He remained vigilant, as the bloodstains on the ground and the peculiar scent wafting through his nostrils signaled the presence of zombies within the house. With his Tang Dao raised, Lin Ziluo navigated through the chaotic living room and approached the corridor leading to the bedroom. Roar! Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from the room to the right of Lin Ziluo. Two sharp claws pierced through the wooden door, reaching out towards him. With a remarkable agility score of 17, Lin Ziluo deftly evaded the lethal appendages in an instant. He swung his Tang Dao, decisively cleaving the claws in two. On the other side of the door, the zombie frantically battered against the wooden barrier, which creaked under the strain. Lin Ziluo had no intention of opening the door. Instead, he thrust his blade through the wood. The blade penetrated further, impaling the zombie behind it through the chest. Clearly, the chest was not the creature's weak point. As it continued to thrash violently against the door, its severed forearms still flailing in the air, Lin Ziluo delivered a forceful kick to the door, causing the already splintering wood to detach from its frame and crash to the bedroom floor, pinning the zombie beneath it. He approached and effortlessly severed the creature's head. With the battle concluded, he relaxed and returned to the living room, plopping down beside the dining table, where he retrieved a thick stack of cards. Oh dear, there are so many options that I hardly know what to choose, Lin Ziluo sighed. Those words would surely make anyone outside, still fighting for their lives, spit blood in disbelief. However, Lin Ziluo soon devised a solution, drawing cards. He randomly selected 4 cards and chose to activate them. Instantly, the table was adorned with an array of steaming, aromatic delicacies. He eagerly picked up a plate of stir-fried rice with shredded meat and sausages, indulging in a hearty feast. Chapter 13. Those who stand in my way shall perish. Lin Ziluo reclined on the sofa and activated a second-hand mobile phone to consult the pre-downloaded map. Currently situated on Pingshan Road, he planned to head east this afternoon, which would likely lead him to his destination. He was still a bit short of experience for level 5, but traversing this path and eliminating zombies would surely suffice. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo stowed away his phone and rose from the sofa, humming an unknown tune as he made his way toward the door. Interestingly, just as he reached the threshold, he halted, and his melody abruptly ceased. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ziluo's keen hearing discerned 3 distinct breaths outside the door, indicating that 3 individuals lay in ambush. Is he out yet? Ye Ypsilonao inquired nervously. Not yet. I distinctly heard footsteps just now. Ji Kaiji, wielding a kitchen knife, responded, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Listen to me. You all caught the aroma of that dish. He undoubtedly possesses a card capable of conjuring delectable food, Gu Gaojia remarked grimly, brandishing a fire axe. He had personally witnessed someone conjuring food from cards inside the building the previous night. But isn't it wrong to rob him? Ji Yao expressed her hesitation. What's so wrong about it? When he emerges, we simply strike him down and coerce him into surrendering his cards. Gu Gaojia shot back, casting a stern glance at Ji Yao. Exactly, little sister, we have a valid reason. He damaged our door, which could be construed as breaking and entering, Ji Kaiji concurred, finding merit in Gu Gaojia's argument as he sought to reassure Ji Yao. Recalling the tantalizing aroma she had just inhaled and feeling the pangs of hunger in her belly, Ji Yao nodded in resignation. There's no other choice. After all, he possesses food. I haven't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Following the onset of the apocalypse, my father transformed into a zombie. My brother and I fled in panic, leaving everything behind. I sought to procure food from others, but now everyone understands its significance, and no assistance was forthcoming. Now that I've finally resolved to seek sustenance, how could I return empty-handed? All right, let us rob him. We will take everything he has, Ji Yao declared. Gu Gaojia was pleased, knowing he had successfully persuaded the Ji siblings. Once they had committed the act once, there there would surely be a second time. At that juncture, they would serve as his frontline pawns. I must warn you, do not show any mercy. Aim for his legs first. If he resists, before he could finish his sentence, the window to Gu Gaojia's left shattered violently. A gleaming green blade extended through the opening, striking the back of Gu Gaojia's neck. Before he could comprehend the unfolding events, his head tumbled to the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck. The thick crimson liquid splattered onto Ji Yao's face as she prepared to echo Gu Gaojia's sentiments, staring in shock at the sudden, gruesome scene just a breath away. Ji Yao instinctively gasped, her mouth agape, and let out a piercing scream. One cannot allow the zombies to be drawn near. I had initially hoped to conserve some mental energy, Lin Ziluo lamented. Subsequently, he extended his right hand through the window. Infusing it with mental energy, he triggered a whirling slash. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, the Tang knife sliced through the air with a piercing whoosh. It struck precisely at the juncture of Ji Yao's upper and lower lips, severing them eternally apart. Moreover, the Tang knife continued its pursuit, aimed at the fleeing Ji Kaiji. Upon hearing the shattering of glass, Ji Kaiji had already been frightened into retreating into the distance, not sparing a glance at his sister. Having run over 10 meters, he was just about to turn back to ascertain the situation when a long knife cleaved into his left waist. The Tang knife continued to spin, resembling a meat grinder, completely severing Ji Kaiji's waist. Having accomplished its task, the Tang knife abruptly changed direction and flew back toward Lin Ziluo. Ji Kaiji's upper body was still crawling on the ground, a long trail of blood marking his path. Yet, after crawling a meter or so, his head helplessly fell to the ground. 3 deaths manifested, signifying that 3 of Lin Ziluo's ambushers had lost their lives. Catching the Tang knife, Lin Ziluo stepped out from the kitchen. Upon hearing the sound of breathing, he had chosen to enter the kitchen on his left instead of exiting. The kitchen window was conveniently located to the left of the main door. Gu Gaojia and Ji Yao, hiding to the left of the door, had no inkling that their conversation was overheard by Lin Ziluo, including the threats uttered by Gu Gaojia. Having claimed 3 lives, Lin Ziluo maintained a buoyant spirit. They sought me out. Having failed to abduct someone, they were rightfully met with retribution. It was only fair, he mused, believing they should be grateful. At the very least, he thought, he had spared them from a more prolonged suffering in the apocalypse. Alas, yet another good deed done, surely. The government ought to bestow upon him a Good Citizen Award, Lin Ziluo sighed. The journey continued. The thought of confronting Li Haobo the following night invigorated him. Li family, none of you shall escape. To put it plainly, Yao Jinghan was merely a puppet standing at the forefront. After all, as a woman devoid of any skills, how could she possibly command the Li family? Thus, initially, Lin Ziluo's enmity lay between him, Li Haobo, and Yao Jinghan. However, after eliminating several of the Li family's hired thugs, it evolved into a vendetta against the entire Li family. Lin Ziluo had become a thorn in their side. If left unchecked, the Li family would continue to suffer disgrace. The outside world would perpetually mock them. Consequently, the Li family no longer required the guidance of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan. Every member sought to eliminate Lin Ziluo, the source of their humiliation. They simply did not anticipate that Lin Ziluo, much like a resilient cockroach, would not be utterly vanquished. Time and again, he rose from the brink of death, ultimately becoming a god of war. The existence of such a warrior would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the Li family. The Li family paid a tremendous price to summon 2 gods of war, and they expended even greater resources to enlist a zombie emperor. Ultimately, it was Yao Jinghan who led the zombie emperor into the negotiation venue. With 2 gods of war and a zombie emperor, 3 beings of equal caliber encircled him alone. They even employed legendary grade barrier-type artifacts to completely seal off his escape routes, resulting in Lin Ziluo having no chance to flee, ultimately perishing on that spot. However, fate granted me, Lin Ziluo, another opportunity. Yao Jinghan, Li Haobo, the Li family, including those 2 gods of war, and the zombie emperor. Moreover, all those who aided the Li family in their pursuit of my family, my team, and myself along this journey. None shall escape. I hold no regard for intentions, be they good or evil. Anyone who has crossed my path shall undoubtedly meet their demise. Chapter 14. A piece of raw meat kills the internet princess. Hurry, dear. Come and see the superhero, exclaimed the woman, leaning excitedly against the window. What superhero? I'm blocking the door to prevent the zombies from getting in, her husband replied, breathless as he rushed to her side. There, she pointed outside the window. Following her gesture, her husband glanced in the direction she indicated. He beheld a man wearing a green mask on the street, where a flash of a blade severed the head of a nearby zombie. Two other zombies lay motionless beside him. Wow, what a skilled fighter, the husband exclaimed. Then, employing the method he had just learned, he attempted to view the man's information. Basic information: nickname, title, level. Strange, why can't I access his information? The husband pondered, perplexed. Never mind that. Quickly, let us call for the superhero to save us, the woman urged, bubbling with excitement. The husband firmly restrained her, calmly stating, Don't be foolish. Shouting will only expose our location and attract the zombies. Furthermore, this superhero has concealed his information. He clearly wishes to remain anonymous and is unlikely to come to our aid. After considering his words, the woman nodded, impressed. You're so clever, dear. No, it's merely a simple truth, he humbly replied. Yet, there are still those who fail to grasp such obvious logic. Hey, big brother, please come and save me, shouted a woman from the building across, addressing Lin Ziluo. Ignoring her, Lin Ziluo picked up 3 cards from the ground and continued walking. It was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon. With no secluded paths in the vicinity, he was obliged to venture onto the bustling main street, where he needed to be cautious about revealing his information. After all, his ignoble gaming name had garnered widespread attention the previous night. Fortunately, the hidden mask he acquired proved to be quite effective. As he walked, Lin Ziluo examined the items he had just collected: dried vegetable pork, 666 cold remedy, and a tube of whitening toothpaste. He stowed the 3 cards back into his storage space and prepared to move on. The woman upstairs, seeing that Lin Ziluo had disregarded her, grew increasingly frustrated. Who was she? An undeniable online princess with over 30,000 followers and a wealthy benefactor showering her with luxury cars. How could a masked man overlook her? In a fit of rage, she seized a nearby flower pot and hurled it at him. Lin Ziluo effortlessly sidestepped the pot, maintaining an expressionless demeanor as he regarded the woman. With a mask, one's expressions cannot truly be discerned. Upon realizing she had finally captured Lin Ziluo's attention, the woman felt a surge of unexpected joy. She quickly spread her arms and cried out, I am here. Oh, dear brother, please come and rescue me. There are several zombies here, and I am terrified. If you save me, I will hold your hand. Lin Ziluo remained silent, retrieving a card from his storage space. In his hand appeared a small piece of meat, seemingly tainted with a foul odor. At the moment the meat materialized, the zombies on the entire street lifted their heads in unison, their grayish-white eyes widening in anticipation. This particular piece of meat, soaked in zombie virus, was affectionately dubbed by players as the zombie-luring artifact in the post-apocalyptic world. It possessed an astonishing ability to attract zombies from a distance of up to 100 meters. Once produced, zombies within that range would relentlessly pursue the direction of the meat. Indeed, as Lin Ziluo revealed the meat, it captivated the attention of numerous zombies. He gently tossed the meat, and it sailed through the window, landing accurately in the woman's home. The woman's brows furrowed instantly. I don't want food. I want you to take me to a safe place. Do you not understand human language? She yelled, pointing angrily at Lin Ziluo, completely oblivious to the approaching zombies shifting towards her position. Ignoring her, Lin Ziluo quickened his pace while the zombies were distracted. How fortunate that just when he was troubled by the overwhelming number of zombies, someone had opened a window to seek assistance. May good fortune accompany the kind-hearted. The woman continued her tirade, her insults drowning out even the sound of her door being battered. It was only when a loud crash echoed that she turned to look. Her door, along with its frame, had been smashed down by the zombies. A horde surged inside. The woman screamed in terror, trembling uncontrollably, as a stream of yellow liquid flowed down her legs onto the floor. In her fright, her legs gave way, and she collapsed into the pool of liquid, causing ripples to form. One could only speculate how her online admirers would react upon witnessing her plight. The zombies, flailing their arms, rushed eagerly towards the meat, ultimately tearing it apart in their scramble. 2 zombies, each clutching a portion, devoured the meat, while those left unsated turned their hunger towards the woman instead of attacking one another. A chilling scream echoed, reverberating throughout the street, causing those who had been hiding at home to tremble in fear as they recalled the events. They vowed never again to call for help from strangers. This was a lesson in survival that Lin Ziluo imparted. One must recognize their own position in the world. As the screams subsided, a skeletal figure emerged at the woman's previous location, remnants of flesh and blood clinging to its bones, its skull shattered to facilitate the consumption of brain matter. The zombies departed, satisfied, leaving the house, while Lin Ziluo easily made his way down the street. Indeed, this must be the place. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. It was now 6 o'clock in the evening, leaving 2 hours until nightfall. He had arrived at the Magic City Sports Center, initially planning to come tomorrow. However, the journey had unexpectedly been smooth, allowing him to reach this destination over an hour early. Lin Ziluo had no intention of wasting time. Although the available duration might not be ample, it was sufficient for him to delve into exploration for a while. With that thought, he checked his panel. Throughout the afternoon, he had yet to acquire any significant equipment. He suspected that the abundance of gear obtained on the first day was merely due to an elevated drop rate. As for the cards, his fortune had been quite favorable, amassing nearly 30 cards within the span of an afternoon. He still possessed 2 pieces of raw meat infected with the zombie virus. Alas, this was the unfortunate reality of a 100% drop rate. The sheer volume of items obtained rendered the valuable ones less remarkable. Chapter 15, 1 against 100. The Magic City Stadium. This edifice can be regarded as one of the iconic structures of the Magic City. In the context of the apocalyptic game, the premise dictates that notable city landmarks may present unique circumstances. For instance, there may exist dungeons, hidden merchant robots, or wild treasure chests. According to Lin Ziluo's knowledge, within the confines of the Magic City Stadium, there lies a wild treasure chest of silver grade. The term wild treasure chest refers to those scattered throughout various locations, accessible to anyone. In contrast, there are boss treasure chests, which can only be obtained after vanquishing a boss. Although the latter holds greater value, acquiring them proves to be significantly more challenging. Nonetheless, even a silver treasure chest guarantees at least 1 silver-grade piece of equipment or item, along with other assorted goods. Given Lin Ziluo's current circumstances, acquiring a piece of silver equipment would undoubtedly elevate his power dramatically. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo decided to seek an alternative entrance into the stadium. He dismissed the main entrance, as it was guarded by dozens of zombies. At that moment, the apocalyptic game Goldfinger system, which had been quietly functioning but had not made an appearance for a while, suddenly emitted a prompt sound. Ding! Host is about to enter the Magic City Stadium. Ding! The environment of the Magic City Stadium meets the task requirements. Ding! The task 1 against 100 is hereby issued. 1 against 100. The exceptional host must now demonstrate their strength. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Stadium. Level is not restricted. Task requirements: 0-100. Task rewards: a random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of bronze-grade equipment. Task duration: 24 hours. Ding! Would the host like to accept the task? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. 100 zombies. As the second afternoon of the apocalyptic game approached, most zombies had already reached level 2, exhibiting a marked improvement in strength compared to their first level. Not to mention, in a spacious venue like the stadium, any significant movement would attract a multitude of zombies. Lin Ziluo's original plan was to circumvent areas densely populated with zombies, leveraging his personal stealth to access the treasure chest. However, with this unexpected task, fortunately, the task duration spanned a full day, which was relatively ample. Yet to be prudent, Lin Ziluo still inquired, what are the penalties for not accepting the task or for failing it? Ding! Please rest assured, the existence of the Goldfinger system is intended to enhance the host's gaming experience, allowing the host to enjoy the process of the game. Ding! Therefore, There will be no penalties for declining the task or for failing it. Conversely, the host will receive a consolation package of 100 gold coins. Lin Ziluo was astounded. This truly exemplified an improved gaming experience. Even declining the task would yield a consolation package. He was acutely aware of numerous locations that could trigger tasks. Not only did he refuse the task, but he could also effortlessly amass a fortune in gold coins. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo decisively accepted the mission. Upon completion, he would be granted a chance to draw an ordinary golden finger and a bronze-level piece of equipment. The formidable power of the super golden finger, which he had witnessed, could elevate a mere one drop rate to a staggering 100. Could it be that the ordinary golden finger would enable each zombie to drop not one, but 2 items? Even in the event of failure, he would incur no loss, as the primary goal was to open a silver chest. And he would also earn an easy 100 gold coins. Ding! The mission to confront 100 foes has been accepted. May the host successfully complete the task. After accepting the mission, Lin Ziluo did not rush into the gymnasium. Instead, he scrutinized the internal structure map at the entrance, formulating a strategy in his mind. Based on his recollection, the silver chest should be located within the warehouse on the 3rd floor. However, time was of the essence, and today he would only complete part of the zombie clearing task. He planned to enter through the side door and ascend the 1st floor via the safe passage. By the time he reached the infirmary on the 2nd floor, it would likely be around 8 o'clock with nightfall approaching. He could rest on a bed there for the night and continue his ascent the following day. By noon the next day, he would reach the 3rd floor warehouse, open the chest, and then leap down the outer edge of the building to make a swift escape. After merely examining the map, Lin Ziluo had meticulously arranged all routes and actions. Once his plans were set, he refused to squander any more time. The sharp tang knife materialized in his hand. Gently, he picked the lock of the side door at the back of the gymnasium and pushed it open. A bloodied zombie stood directly behind the door. As Lin Ziluo prepared to assess the situation, he was momentarily taken aback. What a stroke of luck! His opening encounter! What was this zombie doing lurking at the back door of the gym? The two, one human and one zombie, stared at each other in disbelief. The zombie, regaining its senses, opened its mouth, ready to emit a scream. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo drew his knife. Before the zombie could make a sound, he thrust the tip of the tang knife into its gaping maw. The sharp blade pierced through, exiting from the back of the zombie's neck, effectively silencing it. Next, Lin Ziluo retrieved the hammer he had not discarded earlier and struck the zombie's face with a forceful blow, sending blood splattering. This ensured the zombie could no longer scream. He withdrew the tang knife and swiftly dispatched the zombie that had been lurking by the back door. Death descended upon it. Phew! That was quite thrilling. Had it managed to scream, he would have been unprepared and forced to retreat strategically. Lin Ziluo exhaled in relief. Nonetheless, this zombie was worth it. He had conducted a special examination with the tang knife that would typically incur a fee in a hospital, and with the small hammer. He had also given it a facial makeover, which would similarly require payment. Lin Ziluo thought to himself, quite pleased. The fallen zombie, unaware of its demise, found itself burdened with an insurmountable debt. However, this lifeless creature inadvertently contributed to the unfolding events. Beneath its lifeless form lay an object emanating a mysterious azure glow. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the corpse and retrieved the item. Super Flash Bomb, a disposable bronze-grade artifact capable of emitting a blinding white light that renders those who behold it temporarily sightless. The duration of blindness is determined by the length of exposure to the light and the individual's sensitivity to it. What a remarkable find! This will undoubtedly serve as an exceptional crowd control tool for the impending invasion of the Li estate tomorrow night. With great satisfaction, Lin Ziluo stowed the super flash bomb into his storage space. The back door of the gymnasium resembled a small warehouse. To gain true entry, however, the inner door of this storeroom needed to be unlocked. Lin Ziluo felt around the waist of the zombie's corpse and, as expected, discovered a key. Chapter 16. A remarkable feat accomplished with a whirlwind slash on the 3rd floor, in the warehouse and the office above. Lin Ziluo rummaged through his belongings with a key in hand. To his surprise, this key proved to be an unexpected boon. With it, he could bypass the need to force open doors, thereby minimizing the noise that might attract zombies. Grateful to the very zombie that led him to this discovery, Lin Ziluo found the key labeled for the rear left door. As he did so, a low growl echoed from the nearby table tennis hall, where a dozen zombies began to meander aimlessly. As night approached, their restlessness intensified. A faint click resonated as a wooden door creaked open. Lin Ziluo bent low, cautiously stepping inside. He quickly slipped beneath the nearest table tennis table, utilizing the limited space to conceal himself. 1, 2, 3. He began to tally the zombies, eventually counting a total of 17. The sheer number struck a chord within him. Each of these zombies possessed attributes akin to his own, and a typical person would expend all their strength to confront even one. Yet, with his skills, dispatching all 17 was not beyond reach. Furthermore, the entrance to the hall was securely shut, and as long as he kept the noise to a minimum, the outside zombies would likely remain unaware of his presence. With the table tennis tables positioned at a convenient height, he could maneuver effectively. Casting a glance at his experience bar, he noted that he needed just 4 more points to reach level 5. Each second-tier zombie would yield 2 points, so he resolved to eliminate 2 first. After leveling up, he could then employ a tactical retreat against the remaining 15 zombies, a strategy that seemed entirely feasible. Just then, he noticed a single zombie shuffling in his direction. This was his opportunity. Lin Ziluo astutely deduced the zombie's trajectory and pace, tensing his body like a coiled serpent, poised for the impending encounter. As the footsteps drew nearer, he held his breath. The moment the zombie's foot landed precisely where he had calculated, Lin Ziluo sprang into action. Emerging from beneath the table, he stood upright, his blade slicing through the zombie's neck with unerring precision. The creature had no time to react before its head was severed, the word death seemingly suspended above it in a dark haze. His movements were swift and fluid. The other zombies remained oblivious to his deed. Seizing the opportunity, he dove beneath another table. The thud of the zombie's body and head hitting the floor reverberated through the hall, drawing the attention of the remaining zombies. In an instant, they were all roused, their erratic shuffles and the sounds of their impacts against the table tennis tables creating a cacophony of chaos. Fortunately, the gymnasium's renovation featured a non-slip, sound-absorbing rubber floor. The soundproofing of the venue's doors proved sufficiently effective. The commotion here did not attract the attention of the zombies lurking outside the table tennis hall. When Lin Ziluo, concealed beneath the table, observed 3 pairs of feet gathered near the corpse of the recently dispatched zombie, he decisively swung his tang dao towards the ankle of one of the zombies. The keen edge of the blade, combined with Lin Ziluo's strength, effortlessly severed the 3 feet at the ankles in an instant. One zombie, having lost both of its feet, wobbled and fell to the ground. Another zombie, having lost 1 foot, stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing as well. However, Lin Ziluo's position was now revealed. Emerging from beneath the table, he disregarded the other zombies and targeted the unscathed zombie furthest to the right. This particular zombie, possessing a sturdy physique, withstood a blow but did not perish. Lin Ziluo chose not to pursue it further. Instead, he crouched to evade an approaching zombie from behind and seized the zombie that had lost both feet, hurling it towards the oncoming horde. The unsuspecting zombies collided with the thrown corpse, causing 3 or 4 of them to tumble to the ground. With a swift motion of his Tang Dao, Lin Ziluo decapitated the struggling zombie that lost 1 foot and was attempting to rise. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for successfully defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie, for leveling up to level 5, gaining 1 attribute point. Player Yazzie requires 100 experience points for the next level up. After reaching level 5, the experience required for further advancement significantly increased. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo allocated his newly acquired attribute point to agility. With a leap, he ascended onto the table tennis table. All the zombies in the hall were now converging towards him, while those previously knocked down were rising again, leaving only the footless zombie still crawling. Standing atop the table, Lin Ziluo enjoyed a broad field of vision. His mind raced as years of combat experience enabled him to swiftly determine the optimal angle for a sweeping strike. The Tang Dao was sent spinning from his hand, creating a brilliant arc of azure light in the air. The blade sliced through the neck of one zombie, and, precisely as anticipated, another zombie barreled forward and collided with the blade. 2 deaths were claimed in an instant. But the spectacle did not end there. As the Tang Dao reached its maximum rotational limit, it arced back towards Lin Ziluo in a flawless trajectory, which he accurately predicted. A zombie lunging at him was met with the blade, severing its life at the nape of its neck. Lin Ziluo effortlessly caught the returning Tang Dao. This single spinning strike had dispatched 3 zombies, a feat that transcended mere skill. It was a manifestation of the combat instinct Lin Ziluo had honed over a decade of apocalyptic survival. With meticulous control over the angle of the Tang Dao's throw, an intimate understanding of its parabolic trajectory, and an acute foresight of the zombie's advancing steps, direction, and movements, Lin Ziluo remained as tranquil as a still lake beneath his mask. In the span of a single minute, dispatching 5 of the 17 zombies besieging him was hardly a challenge. At this moment, only 12 fearless zombies continued their relentless charge towards him within the table tennis hall. Among them, one, having lost both legs, persistently crawled towards Lin Ziluo. As the 2 closest zombies reached out to grasp his calf, Lin Ziluo pushed off with his right foot, crouched slightly, and took a giant leap. He successfully landed atop the adjacent table tennis table, while the 2 zombies, aiming for his former position, missed and collided forcefully with the hard surface of the table. Their frustrated roars echoed simultaneously through the hall. Chapter 17. Sharp, Stab, Strike. At this moment, Lin Ziluo found himself near a ping-pong table, devoid of any zombies. Thus, he had ample time to await their arrival. After a brief respite, the 2 swiftest zombies approached the ping-pong table. Lin Ziluo took the initiative, leveraging his advantageous position to deliver a powerful kick to the face of the foremost zombie. The force sent the creature sprawling backward, rolling completely over on the ground. The remaining zombie met an equally merciless fate as Lin Ziluo severed its head without hesitation. Just then, the opaque door of the ping-pong hall reverberated with the sounds of pounding and crashing. Damn, the roars of the zombies had attracted the attention of those outside. Lin Ziluo lamented. Nevertheless, he quickly regained his composure, formulating a strategy for a tactical retreat after dispatching these foes. The heavy doors of the ping-pong hall still had the strength to hold for a while longer. Lin Ziluo leaped down from the ping-pong table and swiftly approached the fallen zombie. Perhaps due to the sheer force of his previous kick, the creature had yet to rise. With a determined swing, Lin Ziluo struck it down, ensuring it would not rise again. At this moment, only 10 zombies remained capable of movement within the hall. With confidence in his agility, Lin Ziluo believed he could outmaneuver them and wear them down. Thus, he began to play a game of hide-and-seek among the ping-pong tables. As a horde of zombies lunged at him, Lin Ziluo crouched and slipped beneath the table, emerging from the other side to deliver a swift blow to a pursuing zombie. Surrounded, he vaulted onto the ping-pong table and then to another. With a fluid series of movements, 5 zombies were successfully dispatched. However, Lin Ziluo was now considerably fatigued. Fighting against 17 zombies of similar attributes in such a short span and eliminating most of them was a feat few would dare to believe. As he leaned against the edge of the table for a brief respite, he suddenly noticed a red potion vial at his feet. This had been dropped by the zombie he had just slain. Lin Ziluo, elated, picked up the vial and dodged a lunging zombie. He twisted off the cap and downed the crimson liquid in one gulp. The sweet potion flowed through his mouth, its delightful taste prompting him to wish for another bottle. As the liquid coursed through his body, Lin Ziluo miraculously felt a surge of new vitality. His condition improved remarkably. Stamina Potion, a one-time use bronze-grade item that instantly restores 20 of stamina upon consumption, and subsequently restores 5 of stamina every minute for 5 minutes, with a cooldown time of 30 minutes after use. Indeed, the potion Lin Ziluo had consumed was famously known as the Little Red Bottle. The sensation of renewed vitality was exhilarating. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, then lifted his Tang Dao and sent it whirling through the air. The cooldown for his spinning slash had finally elapsed, although this time, The execution of the move was not as precise as before. However, with each foray, another zombie fell to its demise. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Ziluo lowered his head to search for the items dropped by the slain undead. 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards, an inauspicious beginning. The 3 items he retrieved were nothing but resource cards. The remaining 3 zombies were now perilously close. After picking up the last item, which shimmered with a greenish glow, he decisively dove beneath the ping-pong table. Upon examining the object he had just acquired, he discovered it was a bracelet of earthy hue, adorned with intricate magical patterns that exuded an air of opulence. Spiked bracelet, bronze tier equipment, a bracelet imbued with magical enhancements. Attributes, 1 to spirit. Accompanying skill, spike assault, capable of summoning a vertical row of spikes from the ground, delivering a powerful blow to a designated area. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Goodness. An accessory with an accompanying skill. Fortune indeed smiled upon him. Such jewelry is far rarer than ordinary gear, such as shoes, trousers, or clothing. On the second day of the apocalypse, he had managed to gather a ring, necklace, and bracelet. 3 forms of jewelry, no less. Most importantly, it was an accessory that came with a skill. Truly priceless. Lin Ziluo hastily donned the bracelet. It automatically adjusted to the size of his wrist, which was both convenient and practical. Examining the attributes took considerable time, and by then, the ping-pong table had been completely surrounded by zombies. Yet, Lin Ziluo remained unperturbed. He first severed the legs of 1 zombie with his tang knife. Then, seizing the opportunity presented by the fallen creature, he slipped through the gap. The remaining 2 zombies advanced towards him. Lin Ziluo smirked, bending low to evade their lunges. With a swift motion, he dispatched the incapacitated zombie on the ground with 2 precise strikes. At that moment, the grand entrance of the ping-pong hall crashed down with a resounding thud. The zombies behind the door began to surge wildly into the hall. Under such circumstances, one would typically expect Lin Ziluo to execute a strategic retreat. Instead, he boldly charged towards the oncoming horde. Thus, he found himself sandwiched between 2 pursuing zombies and an overwhelming tide of the undead rushing in. In the face of this perilous scene, a smile crept upon his lips. He halted, standing still, quietly awaiting the zombies' approach. They drew ever closer, close enough for him to detect their putrid stench. Close enough that nearly 10 zombies simultaneously swiped at him with their razor-sharp claws. Now was the moment. A glint of determination sparkled in Lin Ziluo's eyes. With a powerful push against the surface of the ping-pong table, he leapt into the air, performing a graceful backflip, landing behind the 2 zombies that had been pursuing him. In that instant, all the zombies lined up directly before him. Skill, spike assault. The bracelet on Lin Ziluo's wrist radiated a warm, earthy glow. Immediately thereafter, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The ground ahead began to tremble. Suddenly, a colossal spike, formed from the very earth, erupted from the ground, impaling a zombie that had charged to the front. Death, congratulations to the player, Yazzie, for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Is this the end? Not at all. The tremors of the ground persist, as if it were brewing an even greater force. Chapter 18. The onslaught of kill notifications. The sudden emergence of the earth spikes failed to intimidate the fearless zombies, which continued their relentless advance. Thus, a greater surprise awaited. As the ground trembled, spikes erupted from the earth with astonishing velocity, piercing the bodies of the rushing zombies from foot to head. Blood splattered and flesh scattered in the air. With all the zombies lured into a straight line by Lin Ziluo, the timing and precision of the spike assault were entirely under his control. Consequently, within that linear expanse, every zombie was left impervious to escape. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully slaying a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. In an instant, over 20 notifications flooded the screen. Lin Ziluo's experience bar surged visibly. Ahead, for items glowing with a bluish hue materialized from the carnage. items with attached skills possess a remarkably unique effect. The initial use of the attached skill delivers the utmost power and effect. This is due to the energy instilled by the system at the moment of their emergence. After the first use, the skill requires the player's own mental energy to recharge, after which its potency returns to normal levels. That said, Lin Ziluo never anticipated the sheer magnitude of power exhibited by the spike assault upon its initial activation. The destructive capability of this skill seemed comparable to that of a level 20 mage. Regardless, he had undeniably reaped significant rewards from this endeavor. Seizing the moment while the spikes had yet to retract, Lin Ziluo disregarded the blood and remnants scattered across the ground and began to scavenge. Without pausing to inspect the bluish equipment and items, he hastily stowed them into his storage space, neglecting even the cards on the ground. It was not arrogance. Rather, he was acutely aware of the approaching zombies rushing towards the ping-pong hall. As the earth spikes slowly retracted, the zombies surged forward once more. Lin Ziluo collected every visible piece of bluish equipment and items with fervor. The urgency was palpable. Seeing the zombies drawing nearer, he decisively retreated towards the back door through which he had entered. He quickly reached the entrance and firmly shut the door behind him. The relentless zombies, undeterred, crashed against the back door, which soon succumbed to their relentless assaults. The undead surged through the broken threshold, yet they were met with an inexplicable absence. The previously formidable man who had slain dozens of their kin had vanished without a trace. The zombies, refusing to yield, lingered in confusion, desperately seeking any sign of the man who had once instilled such terror. However, it is peculiar that the man has utterly vanished. After searching for a solid 10 minutes, the zombies finally relented, some retreating into the ping-pong hall, while others began to roam in circles. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo found himself on a small, protruding platform above the back door of the gymnasium, just large enough for him to stand sideways. Below him, numerous zombies lingered. Lin Ziluo did not hasten to descend. Instead, he began to examine the 5 bronze-level items he had recently acquired. 2 familiar items, the Eyes of Reconnaissance, and 2 identical gadgets, short-range launchers. Short-range launcher, a disposable bronze item capable of propelling a single object, which can be loaded into the launcher, to a designated location within a 30-meter radius. Splendid. Lin Ziluo felt a significant wave of relief. With this contraption, he could soon re-enter the gymnasium. It could maneuver objects around corners, allowing him to toss items into the shadows as long as he was familiar with the terrain. He then retrieved the 5th item, a shoe radiating a blue glow, fashioned in an ancient style, adorned with magical patterns resembling wings. Could it be another skill-enhancing piece of equipment? Lin Ziluo quickly checked its attributes. Boots of the Gale, bronze-level gear capable of summoning the winds. Attribut, une constitution, un agility, reduce footstep noise. Additional skill, Gale Dash, increases movement speed by 20 for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 hour. Upon discovering that the Boots of the Gale also possessed an additional skill, Lin Ziluo was overjoyed. However, after reviewing the skill, his expression returned to calmness. The effect seemed rather mundane. Nevertheless, he honestly removed his athletic shoes, awkwardly balancing in a single-leg stance to finally don the azure boots of the Gale. After the system adjusted the size, they fit perfectly and comfortably. Lin Ziluo could distinctly feel his body becoming lighter. Now adorned with the shoes, he glanced at his base attributes. Base attributes: Strength, 18, Spirit, 18, Constitution, 12, Agility, 18. Even an average person achieving level 10 would not possess such attributes, unless they had successfully changed classes. However, Lin Ziluo was confident that he had long since accomplished that feat, setting a modest goal. He thought to himself that his attributes were twice those of an average person of the same level post-class change. With this small target in mind, Lin Ziluo was filled with vigor. Casting a glance at the wandering zombies below, he took out the recently acquired short-range launcher and retrieved a card from his storage space. Raw meat soaked in zombie virus, an impeccable match. He planned to utilize the short-range launcher to propel the raw meat to a specified location, thereby luring a multitude of zombies. At that moment, He could take advantage of the chaos to slip into the gymnasium. With his strategy devised, he felt a surge of anticipation. Lin Ziluo deftly operated the short-range launcher. After meticulously adjusting all the settings, he activated the card in his hand. Fresh meat materialized before him. The nearby zombies began to stir, their senses awakened by the alluring scent of their favorite delicacy. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo inserted the meat into the launcher and activated it. With a resounding thud, the meat was propelled forth, soaring through the air as if guided by an unseen force. It first veered around a corner, entering through the back door, and continued its flight into the table tennis hall, deftly maneuvering over numerous obstacles before landing in a corner, precisely 30 meters from the launch point. Meanwhile, during the flight of the meat, all the nearby zombies had been roused into a frenzy, leaping frantically beneath it, consumed by their insatiable hunger, indifferent even to the jostling of their companions. Chapter 19. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold at this very moment. All the zombies surrounding Lin Ziluo had fled, leaving him in solitude. Now was the time. He gently leapt to the ground. The exceptional material of his windwalker boots, muffling the sound of his landing to an almost inaudible whisper. This subtle noise failed to attract any attention from the remaining undead. Following the back door, Lin Ziluo beheld a throng of zombies in a corner, clamoring and roaring over fresh meat that had fallen. This corner was directly opposite the entrance of the table tennis hall. Without hesitation, he activated the sprinting skill of his windwalker boots. In an instant, a peculiar energy surged within him, rendering his body light as a feather. The 10 seconds of enhanced speed were exceedingly precious. He set off, sprinting with all his might. Within a second, he burst through the back door. In 2 seconds, he had entered the table tennis hall. By the 5th second, he was out the main entrance of the hall. The layout of the sports complex was firmly etched in Lin Ziluo's memory, and his movements flowed seamlessly without a hint of delay. Before the zombies, still engrossed in their frenzied feast, could react, he had vanished without a trace. Now, Lin Ziluo found himself at the entrance of the safety corridor within the sports complex. Given the convenience of elevators and escalators for ascending and descending, it was evident that the safety corridor was seldom frequented. True to this expectation, upon pushing open the door to the corridor, he encountered not a single zombie. He closed the door behind him and took a moment to catch his breath. The recent sprint had drained much of his stamina. Fortunately, his speed had been sufficient to evade detection. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. An hour remained before nightfall would envelop the area, significantly enhancing the attributes of the zombies. At that time, the situation would be far less manageable. It was imperative to find a refuge and await the dawn at 6 o'clock before making his next move. Resting in the safety corridor was not a viable option. Though devoid of zombies at present, the night would bring increased activity, making it easy for them to infiltrate. After all, the doors in the safety corridor were merely ajar, easily pushed open. Lin Ziluo took a brief respite of nearly 20 minutes, ensuring he had regained sufficient combat ability before continuing his journey. He slowed his pace and ascended the staircase to the 2nd floor. It took little time to reach the 2nd level. The stairs leading to the 3rd floor were tantalizingly close, yet Lin Ziluo opted not to ascend. The exit to the 3rd floor was situated on the far right, while the warehouse he sought lay to the far left. To reach the silver treasure chest, he would need to traverse the corridor from one end to the other, a task that would demand both time and energy he could not afford. Thus, Lin Ziluo pushed open the door to the 2nd floor of the safety corridor. The entire level was eerily quiet, with only a handful of zombies remaining. The recent commotion had undoubtedly attracted a multitude of zombies to the 1st floor. However, they remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo, who had stealthily slipped in through the secure passage. The layout of the 2nd floor was rather straightforward. Larger venues, such as the badminton court and basketball court, were situated there. Lin Ziluo had previously set his sights on the medical room on the 2nd floor for 2 reasons: its proximity to the secure passage and the spaciousness of the medical room, which contained a bed and the potential for scavenging medicinal supplies. He cautiously made his way toward the medical room, the key to which he had already retrieved and held firmly in his hand. Given the sparse number of zombies on the second floor and Lin Ziluo's intimate understanding of their field of vision, combined with the enhanced stealth provided by his Windwalker boots, a rather intriguing scene unfolded. Although a person was traversing the corridor, the zombies therein failed to notice him. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Ziluo was expertly maneuvering within their blind spots. Furthermore, he executed an even more audacious maneuver, silently approaching a zombie from behind. He awaited the precise moment when it would turn its head before decisively striking with his Tang Dao. This sudden and unanticipated slash severed the zombie's head cleanly from its shoulders. In an instant, Lin Ziluo stowed the Tang Dao in his storage space and, with remarkable reflexes, reached out with his left hand to catch the severed head before it could touch the ground, while his right hand steadied the now headless corpse. He then gently placed both the head and body on the floor without making a sound. The other zombies continued their aimless wandering, completely unaware that one of their own had fallen. Finally, Lin Ziluo bent down to retrieve the card dropped by the zombie, leaving with a certain nonchalance. Raw flesh infected by zombie virus, as the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. Thus, he had acquired yet another zombie lure. At this juncture, Lin Ziluo arrived at the entrance of the medical room, which was firmly shut. He approached and tugged at the doorknob, discovering it was indeed locked. Although he had prepared the key in advance, the situation struck him as peculiar. The apocalypse had commenced at 7 o'clock, and it was unlikely that the medical room would have been locked at that hour unless it had been secured after the onset of the disaster. Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced the circumstances, furrowing his brow in hope that the occupants inside would be compliant. With a click, the lock to the medical room was disengaged. Inside lay an abyss of darkness, rendering everything indistinguishable. A faint smile crept onto Lin Ziluo's lips as he stepped inside, nonchalantly locking the door behind him. The enveloping darkness necessitated a moment for his eyes to adjust. Suddenly, a small knife emerged from the shadows, accompanied by a deep male voice that inquired, "Who are you? And how did you come by the key to the medical room?" Chapter 20. I am truly a good person. Lin Ziluo remained silent, harboring a profound dislike for having a blade pointed at him. Thus, he extended his right hand and seized the outstretched hand emerging from the shadows. With a vigorous twist, he rotated that hand a full 180 degrees, just as the person in the darkness, overcome by excruciating pain, opened their mouth to scream. Lin Ziluo swiftly retrieved a rag from his storage space, stuffing it into the assailant's mouth with his left hand. In that fleeting moment, the small knife was on the verge of tumbling to the ground. If it were to clatter down, the sharp sound would undoubtedly alert the zombies lurking outside the infirmary. Consequently, Lin Ziluo's leg moved. He first pressed a foot against the blade of the knife, knocking it from its vertical descent into a horizontal position. Subsequently, with precision, he placed his right foot on the ground to catch the knife mid-air. The crisis was averted. Lin Ziluo released the individual whose wrist he had just broken. Then, he lifted his right foot, sending the knife into the air, skillfully catching it once more. Remember, you are indeed vigilant, but you have provoked someone beyond your reckoning, Lin Ziluo remarked nonchalantly. The knife danced in his hand, flipping back and forth like a fluttering butterfly. Within the dimly lit infirmary, several heavy breaths could be heard. There was also an individual with their mouth stuffed with the rag, only able to emit muffled cries. Lin Ziluo turned and retrieved a thick, modified cloth from his storage space. This cloth was adorned with numerous suction cups, practical little tools he had crafted during his spare time in this apocalyptic world. He affixed the thick cloth to the door of the infirmary, completely obscuring the upper portion of the glass window. After surveying his surroundings, he concluded that no other areas were exposed to light. "Turn on the lights," Lin Ziluo commanded. Initially, there was no response, but after a moment, a female voice protested. "If we turn on the lights, the zombies will be drawn here. Can't you see I've covered the door? Turn on the lights," Lin Ziluo retorted. But the woman was about to continue when the lights were already switched on. The environment of the infirmary was now illuminated before Lin Ziluo's eyes. The woman who had just spoken was seated on the floor, clad in a nurse's uniform. The one who had turned on the lights was a female doctor dressed in a white coat. Lin Ziluo regarded her thoughtfully. Additionally, there were two men seated on an examination table, appearing quite docile, their clothing marked with the word repair. It was evident they were maintenance workers. Both the nurse and the two maintenance workers gazed at Lin Ziluo with expressions of fear, having been met with such a terrifying display upon his arrival. Only the female doctor maintained her composure. Oh, and how could he forget? On the ground writhed the young man, contorted in pain. He was the one who had intended to threaten Lin Ziluo with a dagger moments earlier. The young man still had the rag in his mouth, glaring at Lin Ziluo with eyes filled with resentment. The venomous glare was akin to that of a poisonous serpent, poised to exact vengeance at the slightest opportunity. Accompanying this gaze was a palpable sense of malice, which could not possibly escape the keen perception of Lin Ziluo. He bent down, scrutinizing the young man on the floor. During the decade of apocalypse, he had witnessed such looks far too often. Even the most inconspicuous individuals could spring forth at crucial moments to strike a grievous blow. Lin Ziluo had seen countless individuals suffer fatal consequences due to their compassion and leniency. Why do you insist on feigning such arrogance? He mused. Allow me to impart a lesson. In this desolate world, one must never regard others with eyes filled with resentment. With that, Lin Ziluo raised the small knife in his hand and plunged it straight into the young man's neck. The life ebbed from the young man's body, his trembling ceased, and his pupils began to dilate. He could scarcely believe that after narrowly evading the threat of zombies, he met his end at the hands of Lin Ziluo. However, with the young man's demise, another dagger, concealed until now, emerged before the onlookers. It seemed he had harbored intentions of ambushing Lin Ziluo with it. The atmosphere in the infirmary felt as if it had been encased in ice. None of the four present could fathom that the man wearing the green mask had just taken a life. The young nurse seated on the floor trembled at the sight of the corpse, instinctively parting her lips to scream. Lin Ziluo directed his gaze towards her. The eyes behind the mask remained unperturbed, yet every hair on the nurse's body stood on end, a primal response to terror. She realized that a cry would seal her fate at the hands of this masked man. Yet, engulfed by overwhelming fear, she could not master her own control. Thus, she tore a piece of gauze and stuffed it in her mouth to stifle her voice. The two maintenance workers nearby were also gripped by fear. Their honest faces contorted with dread, yet they too refrained from uttering a sound. Only the female doctor, standing by the light switch, displayed signs of terror in her eyes, but remained composed, silent in her stance. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, and the malevolent aura that had pervaded the infirmary dissipated in an instant. The onlookers collectively shuddered, realizing they had been drenched in cold sweat within mere seconds. Please, do not misconstrue my intentions. I'm a good person, Lin Ziluo declared, spreading his arms in a gesture of innocence. A good person? Then we must all be paragons of virtue, the others silently mused. You all witnessed the provocation. I merely acted in self-defense. I am a person of reason. As long as we coexist harmoniously, no harm will befall us, Lin Ziluo insisted innocently. Silence enveloped the infirmary, as disbelief etched itself upon the faces of all present. The tension rendered the situation undeniably awkward. At last, the female doctor cleared her throat, shattering the profound silence. Well, that individual truly deserves it. We all witnessed it, she stated with an unwavering demeanor. The others nodded in agreement, signifying their concurrence. That's good, Lin Ziluo remarked. After speaking, he took 2 steps forward, intending to find a place to rest. As he moved, the 2 maintenance workers who had been seated on the examination table were startled into standing, while the young nurse on the floor hurriedly retreated. Lin Ziluo, indifferent to their reactions, located a more comfortable office chair and settled into it, closing his eyes to rest. He had been on the move all day, engaging in relentless struggles, which had left him utterly fatigued, including the altercation at the ping-pong hall that evening. Despite achieving the remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 17 opponents, an accomplishment beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals, he still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Under optimal conditions in the morning, he surely could have performed even better. The medical room fell silent once more. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo, eyes still shut, instructed, "Please handle the body and the blood." When a figure of authority speaks, who would dare to defy? The female doctor and the nurse promptly began to attend to the bloodstains, while the two maintenance workers moved the corpse to another location, wrapping it in a sheet. Once they had completed their task, Lin Ziluo finally opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the female doctor and proceeding to examine her basic information. Chapter 21. Old Acquaintance Basic Information. Nickname: Zhong Yeshua. Title: None level. Level 0 indeed. I recognized that face from somewhere. It was someone I had encountered during the latter days of the apocalypse. Zhong Yeshua, the possessor of the hidden profession of divine healer. Lin Ziluo remembered her so vividly because he had sought her out to treat the scars on his face. However, upon eagerly finding her, he was ruthlessly informed that the scars, being tied to his soul, could not be repaired. Subsequently, after sustaining several severe injuries, he sought her healing once more. It was only in the later stages of the apocalypse that he came to know Zhong Yeshua. At that time, everyone had suffered greatly from the ravages of the end times. Zhong Yeshua's appearance and demeanor were significantly different then from what they were now, which is why Lin Ziluo did not immediately recognize her. Fate is indeed quite remarkable. On the very second day of the apocalypse, he encountered an old acquaintance. However, Lin Ziluo harbored no particular thoughts about Zhong Yeshua. He had no desire for the hidden profession of divine healer that she offered him. In Lin Ziluo's view, only those with genuine strength wield true influence. While being a divine healer commands respect and poses no immediate danger to life, one is, in essence, merely a tool. Without strength, one could easily meet their demise at the hands of others. There is no freedom in being a mere shadow. It is far more exhilarating to seize one's own fate. As for the remaining three individuals, Lin Ziluo conducted a cursory examination of them. They were all exceedingly ordinary, each at level 0, having never slain a single zombie. Lin Ziluo glanced at his watch. It was already 8:30. Outside, the zombies had transformed into terrifying creatures, empowered by the night. The sounds of their activity were audible to everyone in the infirmary. Thus, the long-awaited feast was at hand. Lin Ziluo retrieved a thick stack of cards from his storage space and casually drew 4. A delightful mix of meat and vegetables, accompanied by wine. He approached a desk and activated the cards. In an instant, an array of exquisite dishes materialized upon the table. The dishes were not only visually appealing, but also tantalizing to the senses, evoking salivation. The three individuals huddled in the corner widened their eyes in astonishment. They had merely watched Lin Ziluo move about, assuming he was about to engage in some task, never anticipating that with a mere flick of a few cards, he could conjure an entire banquet. Moreover, the dishes appeared utterly delectable, their aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Gurgle, the small nurse's stomach audibly protested. Lin Ziluo, as if oblivious, removed his mask and began to indulge in a generous serving of kung pao chicken over rice. The small nurse swallowed with difficulty, her gaze shifting between Lin Ziluo and the sumptuous meal. It was unclear whether she was captivated by Lin Ziluo's handsome visage or the exquisite cuisine. The two maintenance workers, however, fixated their attention intently on the food, their audible gulps surpassing even that of the small nurse. Even the most composed Zhong Yeshua cannot resist the allure of delectable cuisine. It is inevitable. Over 24 hours have passed since the apocalyptic game commenced last night. Although they have replenished their energy with glucose and other medicinal supplies from the infirmary, who could withstand the temptation of such mouth-watering dishes? Yet, none dared to act rashly. Even speaking seemed a daunting task. Lin Ziluo was still haunted by the gruesome image of that young man's demise. Who could predict whether this formidable figure might take offense and resort to violence? At last, after Lin Ziluo had devoured half of the dishes on the table with great enthusiasm, Zhong Yeshua could no longer restrain herself. She approached slowly, speaking in the gentlest tone. "May I ask where this food is from? Is there a chance for us to acquire some?" Lin Ziluo silently mused that he had successfully baited her. Indeed, his intention in presenting the feast was to capture the attention of the 4 individuals. However, he maintained an expression of calm composure. After savoring a spoonful of the exquisite abalone soup, Lin Ziluo finally lifted his gaze to Zhong Yeshua. "You wish to partake, do you not?" Lin Ziluo inquired. Zhong Yeshua nodded, and the three individuals behind her mirrored her gesture, bobbing their heads eagerly like chicks pecking at grain. It is quite simple. Assist me with one task. Lin Ziluo stated matter-of-factly. What task do you have in mind? Zhong Yeshua asked promptly. Very straightforward, Lin Ziluo replied, producing 2 sheets of paper from his storage space. These lists contain the medicinal supplies I require. You and that little nurse will procure them for me, packaging everything neatly. This other sheet outlines some small items I need. The 4 of you will diligently craft these throughout the night. I shall depart by 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I will compensate you with food based on your contributions. Lin Ziluo elucidated, revealing his true intentions. He entrusted the medications to 2 skilled individuals, ensuring greater peace of mind. The small items were akin to the thick cloth with suction cups that Lin Ziluo had hung at the door. In essence, they were all items crucial for survival in the impending apocalypse. Lin Ziluo could create these himself. However, rather than squander time, he preferred to rest while allowing others to assist in the crafting, thus providing them with food as an incentive. The 2 repairmen approached to examine the papers. Can these items be made? Lin Ziluo inquired. Absolutely, we have our toolkit right here. It will be quite simple, one of the repairmen affirmed, gesturing towards the corner. Lin Ziluo surveyed the toolkit with satisfaction and nodded. He then retrieved a peculiarly shaped piece of iron and a fine, movable thread, along with a stack of cards that could serve as materials. Activating these cards, he left them for the repairman to utilize. Very well, get to work. It would be best to work through the night. I shall take my leave to rest now. Remember to seek me out at 6 in the morning for your food. He concluded. After Lin Ziluo finished arranging matters, he let out a yawn and entered the infusion room. Chapter 22. The disparity between one person consuming 3 dishes and 4 people sharing 1 dish. The infusion room, located behind the medical office, contained several small beds designated for intravenous therapy. Lin Ziluo discovered a secluded infusion chamber and stepped inside, securing a surveillance eye at the entrance before reclining on the bed with a sense of reassurance. He then retrieved his status panel to assess his progress. He was merely 20-something experience points away from ascending to level 6. A few more zombie encounters the following day would surely suffice for an upgrade. Subsequently, he examined the contents of his storage space to ensure nothing was amiss. Finally, he activated the Goldfinger system panel. 1 against 100. An exemplary host must demonstrate their prowess. Please eliminate 100 zombies within the Magic City Sports Arena. Levels are unrestricted. Task requirements: 45-100. Task rewards: a random ordinary Goldfinger and a piece of bronze-grade equipment. Task deadline: 24 hours. With this in mind, he noted that he still needed to dispatch 55 zombies. Given the 6 hours available the next morning, he was confident he could achieve the required count. With these thoughts, Lin Ziluo closed his eyes, clad in his gear, and drifted into slumber. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the alarm he had set the night before blared. Lin Ziluo swiftly opened his eyes, shaking his head to shake off the remnants of sleep, fully alert within a mere second. Alas, his vigilance had waned. It used to take him less than a second to awaken. He mused to himself. The surveillance eye on the floor remained operational. Lin Ziluo exited the chamber, only to find the infusion room eerily empty. It appeared that the 4 hired workers were quite diligent. Stepping out of the infusion room, he found 2 maintenance workers and Zhong Yeshua still engaged in their tasks, while the young nurse leaned against the wall, sound asleep. The dark circles under her eyes indicated that she had indeed put in a considerable amount of work throughout the night. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's footsteps, the 3 slowly lifted their heads to regard him. Well done, indeed. Lin Ziluo was pleasantly surprised. The 2 maintenance workers had demonstrated a commendable level of skill. The items they had crafted were nearly indistinguishable from his descriptions on paper. On the ground lay a box filled with the medications Lin Ziluo required. He estimated that with these supplies, along with his tang knife and miscellaneous items, his storage space would be sufficiently filled. That will suffice. No further work is necessary, Lin Ziluo declared. The trio ceased their activities at his words. Lin Ziluo meticulously stored the items into his storage space. Then, under the expectant gazes of the 3, he produced a card. Even unactivated, the The sight of the card caused them to swallow in anticipation. Lin Ziluo, generous in spirit, pondered for a moment before revealing 4 cards. The food contained within these resource cards possessed a satiating capacity far exceeding that of ordinary sustenance. For those not engaged in combat, 1 card would adequately sustain them for an entire day. Each received a card, priced fairly and reasonably. Lin Ziluo stepped forward to hand them the cards, inadvertently waking the slumbering nurse. The 2 maintenance workers immediately expressed their heartfelt gratitude, and Zhong Yeshua also chimed in with a thank you. No need for thanks. We each have our own needs. Lin Ziluo waved his hand dismissively. This exemplified the absurdity that arises from possessing resources. To Lin Ziluo, the 4 cards merely represented the act of slaying 4 zombies. If he were to organize the medications and craft the tools, it would undoubtedly consume at least 16 hours. With those 16 hours, he could accomplish so much more. Of course, the 4 individuals would not suffer a loss either. For Lin Ziluo, acquiring 4 cards was as effortless as a mere trifle. But for them, without vanquishing hundreds of zombies or participating in quests, such rewards were far from easily attainable. Boss, how do you use these cards? Zhong Yeshua suddenly inquired. Lin Ziluo could only smile wryly as he explained the activation method to them. You see, this apocalyptic game is quite something. It lacks even a beginner's tutorial. He recalled that in his previous life, it had taken him several days just to learn how to access his storage space. Taking out 3 cards, he began to indulge in a delicious and sumptuous breakfast. After a brief discussion, Zhong Yeshua and the others produced 2 cards and partook in the hard-earned meal. Their eyes sparkled with emotion, nearly brimming with tears. After nearly 3 days, they finally had food to eat. Having satisfied their hunger, the 4 needed to catch up on sleep while Lin Ziluo prepared to set off. He was also extending a favor to Zhong Yeshua, informing them that they should be ready to leave around noon, as he expected to have cleared a substantial number of zombies by then. However, he kept the rationale to himself. Whether they chose to heed his advice or trust him was of no concern to him. After extinguishing the lights in the infirmary, Lin Ziluo gathered the heavy cloth and peered through the overhead glass to assess the situation outside. The number of zombies had increased slightly since the previous night. He counted over a dozen within his line of sight. Resolving the situation appeared straightforward, provided he kept the noise to a minimum. Attracting the hundreds of zombies on the first floor would be problematic. Lin Ziluo surveyed the terrain and noted that the passageway leading to the public restroom was quite suitable. The corridor was approximately 10 meters long and about 2 meters wide. Standing in the center, Lin Ziluo had every opportunity to dispatch all the zombies in sight. Most importantly, this would eliminate the need for excessive movement, thus minimizing any disruptive actions. With his plan in place, Lin Ziluo hesitated no longer, gently opening the infirmary door and stepping outside. After closing the door behind him, he initiated his stealthy maneuvering, bending low to evade the gaze of the taller, looming zombies. However, this posture of bending did not impede Lin Ziluo's forward momentum or pace in the slightest. He adeptly assessed the positioning of each zombie, identifying the optimal locations to strike. By utilizing various obstacles, he skillfully obscured the vision of the remaining zombies. Yet, Lin Ziluo was not content with merely this. Following the same tactics as the previous night, he approached the nearest zombie and swiftly dispatched it with a single, precise strike. He then gently lowered the lifeless body to the ground, making not a sound. As for the fishing rod, one might argue it was not entirely without merit. The line attached could still serve useful purposes elsewhere. Lin Ziluo stowed away the card and continued his journey. It must be said, had anyone witnessed Lin Ziluo's fluid and graceful maneuvers, they would undoubtedly revere him as a celestial being. Lin Ziluo could assert, without exaggeration, that he was, at present, unrivaled in the realms of stealth and assassination. After all, prior to his rebirth, he had engaged in a duel with a figure acclaimed as the world's premier assassin. Even that individual, who had survived in the apocalypse for several years, could not best him. Thus, what could possibly stand in his way now? Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter in the ladies' room. A double delight, thus. After effortlessly dispatching another zombie, Lin Ziluo arrived at the passageway he had initially set his sights on. However, He refrained from acting rashly, for this passage could potentially harbor zombies not only ahead, but also within the male and female restrooms behind him. Should a confrontation arise, the emergence of two zombies from within would escalate the situation dramatically. Consequently, Lin Ziluo cautiously made his way along the passage and approached the sink area of the men's restroom. He first leaned in to listen at the door. Inside, he discerned the slow shuffling of footsteps. Gripping his tang knife, Lin Ziluo entered the men's restroom and indeed encountered a zombie aimlessly wandering back and forth. This unfortunate creature likely underwent its transformation while attending to nature's call, as its trousers had not been fully donned, resting awkwardly at knee level. Upon noticing Lin Ziluo's entrance, the zombie became animated, lurching towards him. However, in its eagerness, it took an overly ambitious step, forgetting the entanglement of its trousers, and promptly fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Ziluo felt a surge of frustration. The creature had chosen an unconventional approach to combat. The noise of its fall was substantial, yet he remained unconcerned with the creature's futile attempts to rise. Peering down the passageway, he noted that the commotion had not attracted any other zombies, and he breathed a sigh of relief. With a swift strike, he dispatched the foolish zombie. After securing the card, Lin Ziluo meticulously examined the men's restroom, discovering only a severed arm on the floor and an eyeball in the sink. No other remnants remained. It must be said, the survival rate within this gymnasium was dismally low. Yet, this was understandable, as most individuals who frequented the gym possessed a better-than-average physical constitution. Once transformed into zombies, their attributes were significantly enhanced, posing a catastrophic threat to ordinary players. After inspecting the men's restroom, Lin Ziluo turned and entered the ladies' restroom. Upon entering, he quickly surveyed the layout. It was similar to the previous ladies' room he had visited. Ahem, let me clarify, the ladies' rooms I've entered were all post-apocalyptic. After all, restrooms provide an excellent place for concealment. Lin Ziluo did not let his guard down and began a thorough inspection, checking each stall one by one. When he reached the penultimate stall, he was taken aback to find it locked. As he pushed against the door, two distinct growls emanated from within. Two growls, each differing in tone. Could it be? Lin Ziluo crouched down, and as anticipated, he spotted four legs, two in the front and two in the back. The latter set unmistakably belonged to a man. Good heavens, these two were as audacious as a cow opening the door for a calf. Truly remarkable. Were they engaging in such risky behavior in the ladies' restroom of the Magic City Gymnasium? In the realm of playful antics, it appears that the urban dwellers possess a unique flair. After being disturbed, two zombies began to pound on the door of the compartment. In an effort to quell the ruckus they were causing, Lin Ziluo decisively severed the lock with his tang sword and swung open the door. Before him unfolded a breathtaking scene. Two zombies, their skin tinged with a ghastly gray, were tightly entwined. The female zombie stood in front, while the male followed closely behind. Were it not for their ashen eyes and blood-smeared mouths, Lin Ziluo might have deemed this sight profoundly beautiful. Moreover, upon catching sight of Lin Ziluo, the two zombies simultaneously moved. The female zombie stepped forward with her left leg, prompting the male zombie to mirror her exact movement. It was as if they were telepathically in sync, their steps, direction, and actions perfectly aligned. Subsequently, both zombies lunged forward with their right claws, aiming menacingly at Lin Ziluo. In a swift motion, he retaliated with a strike, dispatching the ill-fated lovers. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully slain a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. The heads of the two zombies fell simultaneously, yet their bodies remained upright, balanced on 4 legs, standing rigidly in place. Even without their heads, they remained inseparable. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. He neglected to collect the fallen bronze item and paid no heed to the solitary notification of a dropped object. He hastily retrieved his battered second-hand camera and began snapping photos of the headless corpses, capturing several close-ups. This was a truly unprecedented spectacle in 10 years of the apocalypse. He had never encountered such an extraordinary pair of zombies. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The Magic City, the stadium, the height of the male zombie, the height of the female zombie. The resemblance to the infamous zombie couple grew increasingly uncanny. The zombie couple, beings of power second only to the zombie king, exhibited an extraordinary synergy, capable of trading blows with either the war god or the zombie king. The couple had first been discovered in the stadium of the Magic City, and the recorded heights matched those of the two zombies he had just faced. Could it indeed be the legendary zombie couple? It was astonishing that their fate had been so grim, meeting their end on merely the third day of the apocalypse. After capturing nearly 100 photographs, Lin Ziluo finally stored his phone away, bending down to pick up the fallen item, a stone radiating a greenish light. Fusion Stone, Bronze Level. A one-time use bronze level item that can merge two identical bronze level equipment pieces, potentially elevating their rank to silver. Lin Ziluo was elated. He had stumbled upon something remarkable. It was no wonder that the two zombies had only dropped a single item. They were in essence fused together. He carefully placed the fusion stone into his storage space, as he had yet to gather a complete set of equipment, let alone two identical pieces. He merely hoped for the emergence of a formidable weapon, one that could be fused with his Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo refrained from disturbing the two headless corpses entwined together, steadfast in their stance. Instead, he opened the door to the last stall in the ladies' restroom. In that instant, he found himself utterly transfixed. A cerulean chest lay quietly beside the commode. This chest was adorned with intricate, elaborate, and esoteric engravings, while beneath it glimmered a glowing mark reminiscent of a hexagram, perpetually rotating. Good heavens, today is truly my lucky day to stumble upon a wild bronze chest, Lin Ziluo marveled. He then crouched down, placing his hand upon the chest. Detective player Yazzie has discovered a bronze chest, granting a reputation increase of 10 points. Does player Yazzie wish to open the bronze chest? Opening the bronze chest will require 30 seconds. Chapter 24. The physique fruit. Opening a wild treasure chest requires a considerable amount of time. During this period, the opener's hand must remain on the chest without interruption. Should the hand leave the chest, the countdown to unlock must be restarted. Thus, it is imperative to ensure that one is undisturbed while opening the chest. At this moment, Lin Ziluo found himself alone in the ladies' restroom, untroubled. He placed his hand firmly upon the chest to commence the unlocking. Player Yazzie is currently unlocking the bronze treasure chest. Please be patient. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26. The 30 seconds required for unlocking swiftly elapsed. Lin Ziluo steadied his mind, eager to discover what he might acquire. Player Yazzie has successfully unlocked the bronze treasure chest. As player Yazzie opened the bronze treasure chest, he was granted an enhancement from the chest, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.2 cubic meters. Player Yazzie has received an experience boost, gaining 10 experience points. Player Yazzie rummaged through the bronze treasure chest and successfully retrieved 134 gold coins. The notification concluded here. Each time a chest is opened, one receives a modest increase in storage space, some experience, and a random quantity of gold coins. What remains are the tangible rewards. The bronze treasure chest gradually opened, revealing a greenish fruit resembling an apple at its center. Nothing else appeared within. However, Lin Ziluo felt no disappointment, for he recognized the significance of this fruit. He silently hoped that it would bestow upon him strength or agility. With determination, he reached out to grasp the fruit. Physique fruit, bronze level, a one-time bronze level item, referred to as the divine fruit. Attributes, upon consumption, permanently increases physique attribute by 2. The physique fruit. This is quite satisfactory. Although the physique attribute was not his primary preference, the prospect of a permanent increase of 2 brought a smile to Lin Ziluo's face. Attribute fruits are indeed rare, and this is one of the few items capable of bestowing a permanent enhancement. Moreover, for a bronze-level attribute fruit, an increase of 2 represents the uppermost limit. At its lowest, it might yield no increase at all, necessitating 2 fruits to achieve even a slight enhancement. Lin Ziluo rinsed the attribute fruit under the faucet. In truth, rinsing was unnecessary, as the treasure chest's offerings were impeccably clean. Nevertheless, given the setting of the ladies' restroom, he opted to wash it nonetheless. Lin Ziluo took a bite of the fruit. The sweet flavor instantly filled his mouth, accompanied by an abundance of juice. The products of the treasure chest are indeed of exquisite quality. In just 2 bites, he consumed half of the physique fruit. Player Yazi has consumed the physique fruit, permanently increasing his physique attribute by 1 point. There exists another potential use for attribute fruits. Should 2 individuals team up and obtain a fruit that grants a 2-point increase, they may consider sharing it equally. Such an individual can indeed gain a slight increment. However, if the fruit can only yield a minimal enhancement, then alas, one must consume the entire fruit without leaving a morsel behind. Otherwise, such attributes shall not be augmented. Fortunately, the fruit bears no pit, or else. Lin Ziluo, of course, did not hesitate, taking 2 more bites to finish the remaining fruit. Player Yazi has consumed the physique fruit, permanently increasing the physique attribute by 1 point. Lin Ziluo summoned his attribute panel. Basic attributes: Strength, 18, Spirit, 18, Physique, 14, Agility, 18. Excellent. With this, he found himself devoid of any deficiencies. Lin Ziluo glanced around the women's restroom. Isn't it fascinating? This seemingly inconsequential restroom evoked an unexpectedly warm sensation within him. Lin Ziluo was certainly not overwhelmed by the fact that he had acquired the fusion stone and opened a bronze treasure chest within this restroom. Next, a fierce battle awaited him. He needed to keep the noise to a minimum, as there were hundreds of zombies combined in the downstairs and the annex on this floor. Should the commotion draw them over, facing hundreds of zombies simultaneously was beyond Lin Ziluo's arrogance. He splashed water on his face at the sink. He had spent a tad too long in the restroom. He could not afford to linger any longer. To save time, it was time to take the initiative. The freshly cleaned Tang Dao glimmered with the cold light. Lin Ziluo stood at the entrance of the passage, wielding the Tang Dao. From his storage space, he retrieved a heavy expanse of carpet, activating it and laying it upon the ground. He then gently whistled towards the hall. Instantly, the zombies in the hall turned their attention towards him. Of course, such a sound did not attract the zombies downstairs or in the annex. Lin Ziluo waved to the zombies, then retreated into the passage. Upon seeing a living human, the zombies would not let him escape easily. They surged towards the passage. Just as the first zombie was about to step into the passage, a brilliant flash of the blade swept through the air. The zombie's head rolled to the ground, but due to landing on the carpet, it made little noise. Shortly after, more zombies charged forth. Lin Ziluo kicked aside the previous zombie's corpse, clearing a space on the carpet. Then he struck at the approaching zombies once more, another head falling onto the carpet. Unbeknownst to him, the number of zombies in the second-floor hall dwindled. From a dozen, only 7 or 8 remained. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully defeating a level 2 zombie, earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 6, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazi requires 200 experience points to reach the next level. He decided to augment his strength. Lin Ziluo allocated his strength attribute point, raising it to 19. Chapter 25. The equipment of various body parts. The attributes of the lion's bracers have been significantly enhanced. The remaining zombies are now pitifully few. What is there to hesitate about? Lin Ziluo strode forth from the passage, charging towards the last few zombies. These remaining creatures were all clustered together, denying him the chance for a solitary battle. But what does it matter? Lin Ziluo boldly plunged into the horde of zombies. His figure danced among them, and with each swift stroke of his blade, he dispatched a zombie with precision. There was no other choice. It was already the 3rd day of the apocalypse. By tonight, a portion of the zombies would reach level 3. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo had ascended to level 6, twice that of the zombies. He was clad in a set of equipment that could be deemed extraordinarily luxurious for the early days of the apocalypse. His swordsmanship, positioning, and awareness were the fruits of 10 years of arduous training. Slaying these zombies should not feel like mere child's play. It would be an affront to Lin Ziluo's rebirth. His graceful silhouette wove through the throng of zombies. With every sweep of his tang knife, sprays of crimson erupted. These creatures, terrifying to an outsider, appeared to Lin Ziluo as delightful experience bundles. With one final flourish of his knife, Lin Ziluo halted. In the passage, The last standing zombie toppled onto its fallen comrades without a sound. Thus, all the zombies in the central hall of the second floor lay vanquished beneath Lin Ziluo's blade. The front half of the passage, including the entrance, was now a veritable mound of zombie corpses, leaving no room to step. Lin Ziluo checked the 1 against 100 quest and discovered that he had slain a total of 62 zombies, with merely 38 zombies remaining. He would soon witness the true nature of an ordinary Goldfinger. Lin Ziluo sheathed his tang knife and began to scour the battlefield. After rummaging beneath each zombie's corpse, he ultimately unearthed 2 items gleaming with a bluish light. The rest were all cards representing resources. One of the bronze-grade items was a super flashbang, of which Lin Ziluo already possessed one. Although it had little effect on zombies, it was quite effective for humans, making it one of the items he sought. The second item was the long-awaited bronze-grade equipment. To elaborate on the classification of equipment parts in the Apocalypse game, the head is adorned with a helmet or mask, with only one being effective at a time. The neck is for jewelry. The upper body is for chest armor or cloaks. The lower body is for trousers. The arms can wear bracers, gloves, bracelets, or rings. The feet are fitted with shoes. As for weapons and handheld armor, there exists a variety of styles. Each type of equipment can only be effective one at a time, even if one attempts to wear 2. Of course, these are typical pieces of equipment. There are also special items that do not occupy an equipment slot. For instance, there are items such as headscarves, glasses, and tattoos. However, these accessories are exceedingly rare, do not enhance attributes, and possess peculiar abilities. Thus, they are not classified as conventional equipment. This time, Lin Ziluo acquired a pair of wrist guards, entirely black and adorned with a vividly lifelike lion emblem. Lion wrist guards, a piece of bronze-level equipment, empowered by the might of the lion. It possesses an intimidating effect. Attributes: Strength 1, Constitution 1, with a 10 chance to instill a momentary stun effect upon attack. Stun effect: Decreased bodily coordination. If in the midst of casting a skill, it will be interrupted. This piece of equipment aligns perfectly with Lin Ziluo's desires. Not only does it augment his attributes, but it also imparts a unique effect. He had previously experienced this stunning effect, which could decisively interrupt an enemy's skill or combat rhythm at a critical moment. Although the 10 chance is fraught with uncertainty. Once activated, Lin Ziluo's prowess is sufficient to ensure a swift resolution within that fleeting second. Equipping the lion wrist guards, his strength attribute ascended to 20 points. Feeling the surge of power within, Lin Ziluo swiftly acclimated to his new attributes, thanks to his innate abilities. On the second floor of the gymnasium, there are separate venues such as badminton courts, all currently sealed off. Each venue harbors a significant number of zombies. But Lin Ziluo had no intention of wasting time seeking them out. He strode directly through the hall and reached the secure passageway leading to the second floor. Slowly opening the door to the secure passage, he peered inside. It remained empty, devoid of any zombies. Lin Ziluo stepped into the secure passage and made his way to the entrance of the third-floor secure passage. He did not hastily push open the door. Instead, he took a moment to adjust his state and sipped a small mouthful of the recently acquired bubble tea to quench his thirst. The overall structure of the third floor was already envisioned in Lin Ziluo's mind. He understood that an arduous battle awaited him. Unlike the first and second floors, which are filled with sports venues, the third floor houses the main office for sports in the magical city. Upon entering, he would find a long corridor flanked by various offices and conference rooms. Once the battle commenced, he would need to charge through the corridor's secure passage and reach the warehouse at its end without any opportunity for respite. Retreating would only allow him to fall back into the secure passage, but that would undoubtedly attract the attention of the zombies on the first floor. In that scenario, with hundreds of zombies converging upon him, Lin Ziluo would find himself in an utterly perilous situation. With this thought in mind, he drew his tang knife and pushed open the door to the third-floor secure passage. Since a battle was inevitable, he resolved to engage with fervor. Chapter 26. The ungrateful zombie cat. The door to the safety corridor on the third floor was pushed open for the first time since the apocalypse began. This floor, which had long since transformed into a hellish landscape, now revealed itself to Lin Ziluo. As he opened the door, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed his senses. The corridor was devoid of any living creature, including zombies. Countless corpses littered the floor, a grim amalgamation of both humans and the undead. Their deaths were particularly gruesome, with their skulls shattered violently, resembling smashed watermelons. A gruesome mixture of blood and brain matter pooled upon the ground, splattered against the walls. Moreover, given that this was an office space, the entire floor was covered in thick carpeting. Now, these once soft carpets were marred by dismembered limbs, severed arms, and various human remains. The walls of the corridor were nearly obscured by congealed blood, with only a few fragmented glimpses revealing the original white surface beneath. Amidst the scattered human flesh, remnants of brain matter, teeth, and eyeballs could also be discerned. A mere glance at this hellish scene would cause even the faint-hearted to crumble and flee in terror. Yet, Lin Ziluo felt no apprehension. He had witnessed sights 1,000 times more horrifying than this. However, he heightened his alertness, for this was not as he had anticipated. Although he was aware from prior intelligence that a silver treasure chest awaited him here, he remained oblivious to the true events that had transpired. Ordinary zombies would not produce such a horrific tableau. They typically bite humans a couple of times and then await their transformation into fellow undead. Only in states of extreme frenzy would they resort to devouring humans and slurping up their brain matter. Such a gruesome dismemberment of both human and zombie bodies, coupled with a taste for brain matter, could only be attributed to two possibilities. The first was the emergence of a zombie boss, an entity far more powerful than its common counterparts. These bosses, while possessing formidable strength, were also prone to viewing humans as sustenance, even resorting to cannibalism among their own kind when human prey was scarce. The second possibility involved the zombification of animals. The likelihood of animal zombification was relatively low. Otherwise, humanity would have long been obliterated by billions of zombie creatures. Generally speaking, the more powerful an animal, the greater its susceptibility to zombification. Weaker creatures, such as mosquitoes, flies, or caterpillars, would only yield a successful zombification rate of 1 in millions or even trillions. Zombified animals harbored a particular fondness for humans, relishing the taste of human brain matter, yet they would not spare their zombie counterparts either. Drawing upon his extensive experience, Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced the source of this nightmarish scene: the zombie cat. Evidence lay in the claw marks on the walls, the wounds on the corpses, and the severed limbs scattered about. After careful observation, Lin Ziluo was certain that all of this chaos was wrought by the zombie cat, the very creature he despised most. He took a step forward, fully entering through the door of the safety passage. The wind-speed boots on his feet met the carpet, which did not feel soft, but rather akin to treading on muck. The carpet beneath was soaked in blood and remnants of flesh. Lin Ziluo was not in haste to advance. The zombie cat possessed acute hearing and sensory perception, and it undoubtedly sensed his arrival. Now, it was a matter of whether the zombie cat would launch a surprise attack or confront him head-on. His expectations were met at the onset of this apocalypse. The not-so-intelligent yet immensely inflated zombie cat opted to reveal itself directly before him. A chilling yowl pierced the air as a zombie cat, roughly the size of a cheetah, emerged from the warehouse at the end of the corridor. The creature had grown several times larger, indicating a significant increase in its power, although its feline silhouette remained discernible. Its body had undergone marked transformations. Its eyes glowed a menacing crimson, and the distinctive feline gaze, shrouded in blood, was particularly unsettling. One's furry paws now bore 3 glistening claws, sharp enough to slice through a blanket, leaving scratches on the ground beneath. Lin Ziluo maintained a stoic expression as he began to assess the attributes of the zombie cat. When examining the attributes of undead creatures, if the level exceeded his own by 5 levels, only the name would be displayed, obscuring the specific attributes. Fortunately, the zombie cat's level was not excessively high, allowing him to scrutinize its full attributes. Claw zombie cat, bronze level boss, level 9 basic attributes: strength, 21 spirit, 10 constitution, 9 agility, 20 talent. Claw, inflicts a tearing effect on enemies, reducing healing speed by 40 and increasing bleeding speed by 40. Skill, Shadow Pounce. Instantly enhances speed by 30 to pounce on enemies, inflicting 120 of strength attribute damage. During this time, the body enters a shadow state, reducing damage taken by 50. Cat's Gaze. Draws enemies into a terrifying illusion created by the cat's eyes, inducing a state of fear that decreases all of their attributes by 20. The effect continues to influence their combat state. Powerful. The prefix of zombie signifies that this creature is of boss caliber. Additionally, the claw talent is exceedingly terrifying as it diminishes healing speed while amplifying bleeding speed. This implies that as soon as an opponent suffers damage, that area will likely remain unhealed for the duration of the battle. Furthermore, the zombie cat's level and attributes are remarkably formidable, surpassing Lin Ziluo in both strength and agility. Truly, it is a zombie creature endowed with a boss template, naturally instilled with a high level from the outset. However, regardless of the elevated level, attributes, or formidable abilities of the zombie cat, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unchanged throughout. He possessed an unwavering confidence in his ability to vanquish the zombie cat, an embodiment of his profound self-assurance in his combat prowess. Was it merely a slight disadvantage in attributes? Then let the sheer terror of his battle experience be the instrument of its demise. Detected that player Yazzie has encountered the bronze-level boss, Claw Zombie Cat, triggering the mission to eliminate the zombie cat. The zombie cat's betrayal mission description. The stray cat, endowed with a unique talent, had long been a familiar presence on the third floor of the gymnasium, where cat enthusiasts would bring delectable cat food for its enjoyment. However, as the apocalypse descended, the feline, infected by the zombie virus, unleashed a wave of carnage at the earliest opportunity. Its claws tore through the very beings who had once offered it kindness, leaving them to perish in agony. Mission requirements. Eliminate the zombie cat mission rewards. 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points. 1 bronze level item mission deadline. 8 hours mission penalty. Level reduction by 1. Permanent decrease of all attributes by 1. Abandoning the mission is tantamount to mission failure. Ding. The system has detected that the host has activated the mission The Zombie Cat's Betrayal and is currently optimizing related issues. Chapter 27. The Deranged Zombie Cat. The Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Quest requirements. Eliminate the zombie cat quest rewards. 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. 1 bronze level item. Quest rewards have been optimized. Quest duration. 24 hours. Quest time has been optimized. Quest penalty. None. There will be no penalties for abandoning or failing the quest. Ding. The quest has been modified. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Even in the face of an impending battle, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but glance at the quest panel 2 or 3 times. Is this truly the apocalyptic game I know? Is this the same quest system that has deceived me countless times? Before my rebirth, everyone knew that quests in apocalyptic games were the most treacherous. The difficulty was exceedingly high, the penalty severe, and refusing a quest would incur consequences. For the ordinary folk with a mere 1 drop rate, while the quest rewards might seem appealing at first glance, one must consider the opponent. A level 9 bronze boss. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was nearly impossible to complete such a quest without a team of dozens. If one were to accept the quest, those dozens would have to share the rewards, leaving little for each. Yet, this absurd quest, under the miraculous intervention of the Goldfinger system, had transformed into a lucrative opportunity devoid of any penalties. I'll accept the quest, Lin Ziluo declared decisively. He had already set his sights on obtaining a silver treasure chest, and this newly emerged quest was merely the icing on the cake. With no penalties involved, there was nothing to lose. Player Yazzie has successfully accepted the quest, The Zombie Cat's Betrayal. Please complete the quest within 24 hours. The apocalyptic game system stated coldly, failing to notice that the original quest duration of 8 hours had been extended to 24. The Goldfinger system is truly omnipotent. Lin Ziluo quickly redirected his attention back to the zombie cat. Since its emergence, the creature had remained stationary, fixated on Lin Ziluo, its blood-red eyes occasionally revealing a hint of mockery. In its perception, Lin Ziluo was merely a toy to alleviate its boredom. With a paw, the zombie cat licked itself and then plopped down, closing its eyes. This entire sequence of actions was a blatant provocation towards Lin Ziluo. However, Lin Ziluo was impervious to such trivial taunts. Once he entered combat mode, he maintained absolute composure. Emotions such as anger and fear would only expose vulnerabilities in his fighting. Thus, he stood still, seemingly oblivious to the zombie cat. The peculiar equilibrium between man and cat persisted. In an even bolder move, he retrieved his second-hand mobile phone and began to peruse a novel he had downloaded long ago, engrossed in its pages. The zombie cat, with its eyes shut, listened intently to Lin Ziluo's movements. After a prolonged silence, it opened one eye and glanced toward Lin Ziluo's position. There it saw him deeply engrossed in his phone, a smile gracing his lips. The zombie cat was infuriated. In my attempt to provoke you, you seem blissfully engrossed in your phone, completely disregarding my presence. Fury surged within the heart of the zombie cat, oblivious to the fact that it was, in truth, the one trying to irritate Lin Ziluo. Now, however, it found itself ensnared in its own rage. The zombie cat rose to its feet, gradually advancing towards Lin Ziluo, its footsteps silent as a whisper. With each passing moment, it drew nearer, yet Lin Ziluo remained wholly absorbed in his device, unaware of the impending approach. Ah, foolish human, I am disinclined to play this game with you any longer. The zombie cat, losing interest, resolved to end this swiftly. At that moment, it was merely 10 meters away from Lin Ziluo. Enraged, the zombie cat activated its skill, Phantom Strike. It leaped forward with 2 swift steps, its forepaws accelerating, the entire creature appearing to blur as it lunged toward Lin Ziluo. Closer, closer. The specter of the zombie cat approached Lin Ziluo, its deadly claws aimed directly at his neck. At that instant, Lin Ziluo, still fixated on his phone, sprang into action. The device in his hand was instantly replaced by a Tang Dao, and in the very moment of exchange, he thrust it forward. Should the airborne zombie cat continue its trajectory, it would inevitably impale itself upon the blade's tip. A flicker of regret flashed in the zombie cat's eyes as it realized it had been outwitted by this cunning human. However, there was no time for lamentation. It was about to collide with the sharp edge. Demonstrating its remarkable agility, the zombie cat swiftly adjusted its stance mid-air, redirecting its claws to intercept the impending strike of the Tang Dao. Lin Ziluo's reflexes matched its own, as if he possessed foresight. In perfect synchrony with the cat's adjustment, he recalibrated the direction of his blade. This was a display of reading the opponent's moves and anticipating their next action. At this moment, the zombie cat had no opportunity left to alter its course. Despite the flurry of reactions from both parties, a mere 2 seconds had elapsed. In the next heartbeat, the zombie cat collided with the Tang Dao. Accompanied by a piercing wail of pain, the zombie cat sprang back, retreating frantically to its original position. It glared at Lin Ziluo with resentment, its right forepaw bleeding profusely. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that its 3 sharp claws had been entirely sheared off. The claws were the zombie cat's primary weaponry, and in this initial clash with Lin Ziluo, it had lost a significant portion of its combat prowess. Fuming, the zombie cat glared at Lin Ziluo. This marked the first injury it had sustained since its transformation, an affront it deemed utterly unforgivable. Lin Ziluo gazed at it with a smile, casually pointing to the 3 fallen claws on the ground. That infuriating expression seemed to convey a taunt. Is that all you've got? You've lost your claws, and yet you dare to challenge me. The zombie cat could hardly endure such an affront. It bared its teeth at Lin Ziluo and lunged forward. Lin Ziluo shook his head. His seasoned gaze immediately discerned that the zombie cat had completely lost its sanity. Its forward charge was riddled with vulnerabilities. Positioning his Tang knife across his chest, Lin Ziluo braced himself. He intended to deliver a far more painful lesson to the zombie cat this time. Chapter 28. Comparing my bloodlust? The zombie cat launched another charge, this time with even greater speed than before. Lin Ziluo's gaze was unwavering as he scrutinized every movement of the creature, analyzing its actions. The zombie cat had grown cunning. aware that its pounces could be effortlessly deciphered by Lin Ziluo. Thus, it opted for a direct melee confrontation. As the claws approached, Lin Ziluo swung his Tang Dao. The sharp clang reverberated through the air as he successfully parried the attack. The zombie cat unleashed another claw strike, but Lin Ziluo deftly rotated his blade, blocking once more. With every ounce of effort, the zombie cat clawed at him, each swipe accompanied by a howling wind aimed at Lin Ziluo's vital points. Yet he remained steadfast, his feet planted firmly, using only the twists of his body and the blade in his hand to create an impenetrable wall of defense, nullifying all of the cat's assaults. Aside from losing a single hair to the gust of its claws, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed. The same could not be said for the zombie cat, which, having expended its energy through relentless attacks, began to slow. Moreover, the loss of claws from its right paw forced it to rely more heavily on its left for offense. The continuous clash of claws against the Tang Dao inevitably resulted in several nicks on the blade, yet the zombie cat's claws suffered far worse deterioration. Undeterred, the zombie cat persisted in its assault against Lin Ziluo. Suddenly, it emitted a strange cry, and a flicker of purple light glimmered in its blood-red eyes. This was Cat's Gaze. This ability could ensnare anyone before it, even if they did not directly look into the cat's eyes. Lin Ziluo felt a sudden sluggishness envelop him, his vision darkening. He had been ensnared in an illusion. In the depths of endless darkness, a grotesque, terrifying giant cat face loomed before Lin Ziluo. Its visage was adorned with bizarre patterns, blood, brain matter, viscera, and severed limbs cascaded from its enormous eyes. Simultaneously, the cat face advanced, exerting an oppressive aura upon Lin Ziluo. Is that all? Lin Ziluo scoffed. In an instant, his bloodlust erupted. A torrent of murderous intent surged forth from him, saturating the void in a crimson hue. Thousands of souls emerged, filling the expanse with their anguished screams and cries. Their ghastly visages were unforgettable. In the decade of the apocalypse, I have slaughtered 100,000 zombies in a mere zombie-tide scenario. Do you truly think you can intimidate me? You are not worthy. With Lin Ziluo's declaration, the crimson bloodlust and the multitude of souls surged towards the cat face. The terrifying visage that was meant to instill fear now reflected sheer terror. Meow! With a heart-rending shriek, the cat face turned and fled. The illusion shattered like a bubble, and Lin Ziluo awoke from the nightmare. The zombie cat emitted a mournful cry and retreated several steps in fear. It gazed at Lin Ziluo with terror, the dread of the imminent death that had just overwhelmed it shattering its courage completely. It could not comprehend how this individual before it could exude such a terrifying aura of death. Lin Ziluo's presence had engraved itself upon its mind, becoming an eternal nightmare. At that moment, the only thought that consumed it was to flee. The zombie cat gritted its teeth against the mental backlash brought on by the shattered illusion and sprinted towards the end of the corridor on its four legs. However, the backlash was too severe, rendering its movements awkward and uncoordinated. Lin Ziluo had waited patiently for this very moment. With a swift motion, he executed a spinning slash. The Tang knife in his hand was hurled forth. Whirling at high speed, the sharp blade pursued the zombie cat like a meat grinder. The cat's keen ears caught the sound of the rushing wind behind it, and despair filled its eyes. Why was it that it could once toy with humans at will, slaughter zombies with impunity, yet now faced its demise here? The Tang knife sliced through the air, severing the zombie cat's head, which was the size of a leopard's, causing it to roll to the ground. Its body, deprived of its head, continued to lunge forward for a few meters due to inertia before collapsing completely. Blood splattered against the walls, staining the last remnants of whiteness a deep crimson. Death! Lin Ziluo reached out to catch the returning Tang knife. Congratulations, player Yazi, for successfully defeating the level 9 bronze boss, Claw Zombie Cat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazi, for completing the task of Zombie Cat's betrayal. Congratulations, player Yazi, for receiving the task reward. 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze level item. Congratulations, player Yazi, for leveling up to level 7, earning 1 attribute point. Player Yazzie needs 400 experience points to reach the next level. Congratulations, Player Yazzie, for becoming the first player in the Apocalypse game to slay a bronze-level boss, earning the unique global achievement, Bronze Morning. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. In an instant, the information flooded the screen. As Lin Ziluo single-handedly defeated the bronze-level boss, the rewards were astonishing. The generous experience propelled him directly to the next level, filling half the experience needed to advance from level 7 to level 8. Moreover, being the first to achieve the kill of a bronze-level boss granted him the rare honor of a server-wide announcement. At that moment, Lin Ziluo vividly witnessed the spectacle of the global announcement being made. Through the glass of the adjacent office, he saw the once bright sky dimming at that very instant. Not only in the city he inhabited, but at that moment, the skies across every corner of Blue Star darkened. The sudden change in the sky's hue captured the attention of players worldwide. Regardless of their location, their activities, or their identities, everyone heard that familiar voice. It was a grand and somber sound, resonating once again across the globe. World announcement. Congratulations to the player Yazzie for becoming the first individual to conquer a bronze-level boss in the apocalyptic game, astonishing the globe with formidable prowess. This remarkable feat has earned them the unique global achievement, the Sorrow of Bronze, along with a plethora of rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this exemplary performance. At this moment, as the world faces the arrival of the apocalypse, the once dwindling vitality of Blue Star has been reignited. The name Yazzie has once again captured the attention of the masses. Chapter 29. The Horn of the Zombie Cat Yazzie. Again, it's Yazzie. Who is this guy? Why is he the one featured in every world announcement? A man, hiding in his home, lamented. Goodness, I haven't even slain a single zombie. And Yazzie has already single-handedly defeated a boss. How absurd. A young man in a shopping mall's warehouse echoed the sentiment with equal frustration. Isn't it just as exasperating for all of us? Damn it, we're all players, yet why is there such a vast chasm in our capabilities? Another individual beside the young man chimed in. Wow, Brother Yazzie is so handsome. When will he arrive on a rainbow cloud to marry this princess? A common girl, tucked away in her modest 50-square-meter abode, still clung to her fantasies. Such a show-off. I disdain even acknowledging this announcement, a burly man remarked bitterly. This won't do. If he can solo a boss, then I must strive harder. A young man brandished a kitchen knife and bravely stepped out his door, only to be bitten on the face by a zombie lurking outside. A bronze-level boss? Damn, how is this guy so formidable? I have been tirelessly killing zombies too. I must seek out a bronze-level boss. He smashed the head of the zombie before him in anger. Such a name, steeped in the mythos of the Dragon Nation, must belong to one of our people. If this powerhouse were willing to join us, our strength would be greatly enhanced. A prominent figure in a manner calmly analyzed the situation with his subordinates. Bark, bark, bark. The little dog barked again. Hee, I'm still alive. Yazzie. This name reemerged in the public eye for the second time, accompanied by profoundly shocking news each time it appeared. If the initial slaying of a zombie could be dismissed as mere luck, then the first defeat of a bronze-level boss was a resounding slap to the face of all who doubted him. In a world where 99 of individuals had yet to encounter a bronze-level boss, Yazzie managed to vanquish one in single combat. What astounding news this was! Well, the commotion this time has escalated significantly. It seems I must take care to conceal my handsome visage moving forward. On the third floor of the Shanghai Sports Arena, Lin Ziluo touched his face and sighed helplessly. Having said that, he produced a card labeled a chair. Upon activation, a chair materialized before him. Lin Ziluo plopped down onto it. He began to breathe heavily, exhaling in relief. Throughout the entire battle with the zombie cat, he had remained in a state of heightened mental alertness. Each clash with a physically superior zombie cat demanded every ounce of his strength. Anticipating the next move of the zombie cat also required immense mental effort. Lin Ziluo, with remarkable tenacity, bore the burden of his physical exertion. After the conclusion of the battle, not once did the zombie cat manage to touch him. It can be said that he achieved a true no-damage solo victory against a bronze-level boss. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement of the Bronze Woe. Congratulations to the player for receiving this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. The rewards from the global announcement arrived belatedly. Lin Ziluo, not taking the time to rest, immediately began to assess his gains. His reputation had risen to 2,000 points, signifying that he had attained a high level of authority within the apocalyptic game. Likewise, the gold coins he had accumulated along his journey had reached an impressive total of 5,000. This quantity of gold would typically require others to slay thousands of second-tier zombies to achieve. With the addition of 3 points of free attributes, along with an extra point gained from reaching level 7, Lin Ziluo allocated his enhancements as 2 points to strength and 2 points to agility. His attributes experienced a significant enhancement. The storage space now expanded to 2 for cubic meters, which was 24 times larger than that of others. Additionally, there was the task reward of a bronze-level item and the achievement of Bronze Woe. Bronze Woe, a unique title, awarded only to the first player to slay a bronze-level boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes, all attributes too, with a 5 reduction to the base attributes of bronze-level and lower bosses or ordinary entities. This achievement was undeniably magnificent. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo replaced his previous title, First Blood, with Bronze Woe. Of course, the effects of this achievement would only take effect after 1 hour. Lin Ziluo possessed not only these 2 achievements, but also the achievement of Zombie Butcher for slaying 100 zombies. However, these achievements were common among players, and their title attributes were not particularly impressive, holding no interest for Lin Ziluo. Upon equipping Bronze Woe, his attributes received yet another boost. Base attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 16, Agility, 21. With these attributes, Lin Ziluo was confident that he could easily overpower the zombie cat should it revive. He could only wonder what heights his attributes would reach after his class change. After organizing his rewards, he opted to claim the task reward of the bronze-level item. Stamina Potion, a one-time bronze-level item that, when consumed, instantly restores 20 of stamina, and subsequently restores 5 of stamina every minute for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes after use. An old acquaintance. This is a valuable item that could prove life-saving at a critical moment. Lin Ziluo promptly stored it in his storage space. After resting on a chair for nearly half an hour, he finally regained his composure. Lin Ziluo then approached the corpse of the zombie cat. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that the zombie cat had dropped a white object upon its demise. Was it silver-level equipment? Or perhaps an item? Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed an item of silver grade. He bent down to grasp the object in his hand. Horn of the zombie cat. Blowing the horn can summon a clawed zombie cat, which the player can command in battle for 30 minutes. Cooldown time for the horn, 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit 60 of the player's base attributes, and all experience and gold gained from defeating zombies will belong to the player. However, the zombie cat will not drop any items upon killing. Oh my, a summoning type item. Moreover, a growth type. Truly impressive. Chapter 30, New Skills and Silver-Level Equipment. The Zombie Cat's Horn has the remarkable ability to summon a zombie cat that inherits Lin Ziluo's attributes. This is what one might call a growth-oriented summoning item. Numerous summoning items typically conjure creatures with fixed attributes, which often become obsolete as players advance in strength. However, summoned entities that inherit attributes do not share this fate. Provided the owner's prowess is not severely lacking, it is akin to acquiring a permanent, readily available ally. Furthermore, this summoned creature retains the original boss-level template, complete with its prior talents and skills. What a tremendous windfall. This must surely be a reward for the world's inaugural boss-slaying player. Lin Ziluo lifted the corpse of the zombie cat from the carpet. A zombified animal is undeniably a treasure trove. Although the apocalyptic game does not allow for resource gathering as one might in a traditional online game, the zombie cat's fur, flesh, and claws can be crafted into attribute-less cloaks, sustenance, or even weaponry. Lin Ziluo deftly maneuvered his Tang Dao, skillfully slicing through the zombie cat until it was rendered into fragments. Satisfied, he stored the cat's hide, claws, and flesh in his inventory, feeling a surge of delight as he set down the remnants of the zombie cat. Yet, the surprises did not cease there. The silver treasure chest in the warehouse awaited his attention. With such fortuitous luck today, it was only right that it would yield a piece of silver-level equipment. With this thought, Lin Ziluo ventured into the warehouse. The sight within was even more chilling than outside, likely due to the zombie cat claiming this space as its lair. The cat's abode was fashioned against the wall, comprised of a mound of cotton cloth. Beside this nest lay a designated area for its collection of trophies. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo was taken aback to find hundreds of human eyeballs stacked together like glass orbs. The zombie cat had quite the unique taste. Most would feel unnerved by the collective gaze of so many eyeballs, but Lin Ziluo was undeterred. He wielded his Tang Dao, rummaging through the pile of eyeballs in search of hidden treasures. It would be a grave loss to overlook any potential bounty. Alas, he was left disappointed. The zombie cat had indeed used all its spoils to amass this collection of eyeballs. After exploring the warehouse further, Lin Ziluo discovered an array of pristine sports equipment. Many items had been destroyed by the zombie cat, which had even treated dumbbells as playthings. Finally, at the farthest recess of the warehouse, he beheld the silver treasure chest he had longed for. Nestled in the corner, this silver chest was adorned with intricate and arcane carvings, far more elaborate than those on the previous bronze chest. Below it, a glowing six-pointed star spun, emitting a silver radiance. Lin Ziluo approached, crouched down, and placed his hand upon the silver treasure chest. Detected player Jia Zi has discovered a silver treasure chest, rewarding 20 points of reputation. Does player Jia Zi wish to open the silver treasure chest? Opening the chest will require 60 seconds. Open. Player Jia Zi is currently opening the silver treasure chest. Please be patient. 60, 59, 58, 57. The passage of this minute is indeed quite excruciating. Lin Ziluo can only resort to his previously employed method of invoking the blessings of all deities and celestial beings, hoping for favorable rewards from this treasure chest. After fervently praying to every deity he knows, the countdown to opening the silver treasure chest finally reaches 0. Player Jia Zi has successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, player Jia Zi received a boon, expanding his storage space by 0 for cubic meters. After opening the silver treasure chest, player Jia Zi's experience has been enhanced, gaining 50 experience points. Player Jia Zi rummaged through the contents of the silver treasure chest and successfully extracted 360 gold coins. As the radiant light dissipates, Lin Ziluo eagerly gazes into the depths of the silver treasure chest. 2 items lie quietly within. Lin Ziluo examines the exterior of these items with keen interest. Indeed, a splendid haul. One is a rare silver-grade cloak, a piece of equipment that is rather uncommon. The other is a skill book for the spinning slash, a technique he has employed to vanquish numerous zombies. My goodness, a silver chest yielding both silver equipment and a skill book, truly a magnificent bounty. Lin Ziluo can hardly contain his excitement as he picks up the skill book. Explosive Double Slash, a warrior class skill that allows the user to deliver 2 swift strikes in succession, each dealing 70 of their base strength as damage. If both strikes hit the same enemy, an explosion occurs, inflicting damage equivalent to 70 of the user's strength attribute. Excellent. This is precisely the warrior skill I need. Moreover, this skill demands significant dexterity. Most individuals cannot react swiftly enough, and the instantaneous double strike often misses, failing to trigger the subsequent explosive effect. However, Lin Ziluo is confident that in his capable hands, this double strike will never miss. System detects skill Explosive Double Slash. Does player Jia Zi wish to learn the Explosive Double Slash skill? Learn it, why not? Lin Ziluo responds. Congratulations to player Jia Zi for successfully learning Explosive Double Slash. Thus, a second skill now adorns Lin Ziluo's skill panel. The Spinning Slash serves as a crowd control damage skill, while the Explosive Double Slash will complement his current lack of single target damage capabilities. After mentally rehearsing the operational technique of Explosive Double Slash, Lin Ziluo picks up the silver-grade cloak. This cloak is resplendent in white, adorned with pure white feathers. It feels remarkably luxurious to the touch, and the back of the cloak is intricately etched with a pattern resembling a pair of avian wings. White wing cloak, a piece of silver tier equipment, intricately woven from the feathers of various rare birds. The back of the cloak is imbued with a special incantation, allowing the wearer to glide momentarily. Attributes: Constitution 2, Agility 2. Accompanying skill: Brief Suspension. Enables a temporary hovering effect during jumps or descents. Skill cooldown, 20 minutes. This is indeed a silver tier cloak with an additional skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ziluo donned the cloak. Instantly, the 4 points of attributes were added to him. Base attributes: Strength, 23, Spirit, 19, Constitution, 18, Agility, 23. This was a significant gain. After a battle with the zombie cat, and collecting such rewards, Lin Ziluo felt a transformative surge in his strength. Initially, he had intended to spend the day leveling up to level 7 and acquiring 2 bronze tier pieces of equipment to trouble Li Haobo in the evening. However, it now seemed that this goal was rather modest. Perhaps it was time to set a more ambitious target, to send everyone at the Li Manor away. Chapter 31. The slaughter of the zombie pavilion. With a creak, the door to the safety passage on the 3rd floor swung open. Lin Ziluo stepped inside. After opening the silver treasure chest, he had also casually defeated a bronze boss. Now, only one objective remained: to complete the task assigned by the cheat system. Facing 100 adversaries single-handedly, Lin Ziluo was not particularly excited about the bronze equipment reward. His standards had risen, and he was not short on resources. What truly captivated him was the allure of the unknown effects of the ordinary cheat. This refreshing sense of novelty was the driving force behind Lin Ziluo's motivation. He did not descend to the 1st floor. It would be foolish. Although his strength had considerably increased, he was far from reckless. The 1st floor was currently teeming with at least several hundred zombies. Venturing there would be tantamount to courting death. Conversely, the 2nd floor, with its more dispersed pavilions, was the optimal choice. By clearing just 2 venues, he could effortlessly accomplish his task. Just look at the transformation. Last night, he had struggled against the zombies in a ping-pong hall, and now, facing 2 pavilions, he spoke of sweeping through them with ease. Pushing open the door to the safety passage on the 2nd floor, Lin Ziluo returned to the level above. He shook his legs and wiped his shoes clean, removing any remnants of flesh and blood. Then, he made his way to the nearest badminton hall. The door to the hall was not locked. It merely stood ajar. This posed no challenge for Lin Ziluo. After sifting through his cards, a bicycle lock materialized in his hand. He opened the door to the badminton hall and cast a quick glance inside. Noticing that no zombies had yet detected his presence, he decisively locked the door behind him. What is this called? This is referred to as closing the door to beat the dog. The sound of Lin Ziluo locking the door caught the attention of a nearby zombie, which let out a howl. The surrounding zombies turned their gaze towards him and began to charge in his direction. Remaining calm, Lin Ziluo tucked the key back into his pocket before turning around. He then raised his sharp Dao sword. Previously, the blade had sustained numerous nicks from an extended confrontation with a zombie cat. Fortunately, the Dao possessed an automatic repair attribute. Now, as Lin Ziluo brandished it once more, it had regained its formerly razor-sharp edge. Inside the badminton hall, there were approximately 20 zombies now gathered around Lin Ziluo. He did not remain passive this time. He chose to take the initiative. The swift effect of his Windwalker boots was instantly activated. Lin Ziluo took large strides, racing forward. With an impressive agility of 23 points, augmented by a 20 speed boost, he was far ahead of the zombies. In the blink of an eye, he reached the foremost zombie. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air, activating the brief, hovering effect of his white wing cloak. He floated gracefully above the ground, gliding slowly downward. If Newton were to witness this, he would surely rise from his grave in astonishment. With a thunderous roar, he declared, "This is the Dragon Kingdom. It is not governed by Newton, but by my brother, Niu Baiguan." Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was not idle in the air. He had now positioned himself directly above the first zombie and plunged his Tang Dao downward with precision. The blade pierced through the crown of the zombie's head. embedding itself a third of the way into the skull before he withdrew it. Upon extraction, the gaping wound oozed a viscous, white brain matter. Lin Ziluo then planted his foot firmly on the zombie's head, using the leverage to propel himself upward once more. In a graceful, spinning motion, he calculated his trajectory and hurled the Tang Dao with remarkable speed. The blade whirled with an overwhelming force, diving into the throng of zombies behind him. 1, 2, 3. The Tang Dao soared through the air, severing the heads of 3 zombies from their bodies. On its return path, it also claimed 2 more. With Lin Ziluo's enhanced strength contributing to the spinning strike, the devastating area of effect was finally revealed. He deftly caught the Tang Dao and landed steadily on the ground. After careful consideration, he estimated that his brief moment of levitation lasted around 10 seconds. Naturally, the movements and poses he executed while airborne would influence the duration of the effect. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. In his mind, he had envisioned countless applications for this skill. Upon landing, he truly embodied the sensation of a wolf among sheep. There was no need for evasive maneuvers, as he wielded the Tang Dao and plunged it directly into the horde of zombies. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 2 zombies fell lifelessly before him. Spotting a particularly towering zombie, Lin Ziluo's eyes gleamed with determination. You shall be my inaugural victim for the explosive dual slash. He infused his energy into the Tang Dao, causing the blade to emanate a vibrant azure glow. Once the luminescence enveloped the entire edge of the blade, he unleashed the Tang Dao with astonishing speed, so swift that it became a blur. The blade struck the zombie's neck with precision. The first strike buried deep within, and the second swiftly retracted, only to slice back into the same wound with perfect alignment. The zombie's head fell to the ground with a thud. Yet, this was not the end. Since both strikes had targeted the same zombie, the explosive attribute of the dual slash was activated. A mark resembling a miniature Tang Dao appeared on the zombie's neck, flickering ominously. With a thunderous boom, the zombie's neck erupted in an explosion, shattering the surrounding area above the clavicle into fragments. Fortunately, Lin Ziluo had anticipated this, using the Tang Dao to shield himself from the flying debris. This was his first attempt at the explosive dual slash, and he was thoroughly pleased with the outcome, considering that this particular towering zombie possessed attributes at least 30 superior to those of its counterparts. As a result of the explosive dual strike, not only did the foes lack any means of retaliation, but they also succumbed before experiencing the devastating explosion damage of the technique. The speed at which the explosive dual strike executed its 2 slashes was akin to Lin Ziluo's ordinary single stroke. This starkly illustrates the terrifying single-target damage potential of the explosive dual strike. After testing his newly acquired equipment and skills, Lin Ziluo finally adopted a serious demeanor. After all, when confronting these zombies, there was fundamentally no need to expend mental energy on skills. Lin Ziluo's figure darted through the throng of the undead, swiftly severing heads with each strike. The notifications of zombie kills echoed continuously. Lin Ziluo concentrated intently, familiarizing himself with his body's attributes, gradually rekindling his combat instinct from his past life. Just as he reveled in the exhilaration of the slaughter, he suddenly realized that there were no more zombies before him. Turning back, he beheld the ground strewn with the lifeless bodies of the undead. Within the entire badminton hall, not a single living zombie remained. Chapter 32. The First Ordinary Goldfinger. As the door to the badminton hall swung open, Lin Ziluo stepped out. Perhaps having exhausted his luck with an abundance of treasures previously, the spoils from the badminton arena yielded primarily resource cards. The sole usable item acquired was a bottle of stamina potion. Upon reviewing his kill count, he realized it was insufficient. He needed to eliminate a few more zombies to fulfill his mission. Furthermore, he was just over 100 points shy of leveling up to 8. After taking a brief respite, Lin Ziluo made his way to the tennis hall across the street. Upon entering, he counted approximately 20 zombies within the venue. This number was adequate. He secured the door behind him, sealing the fate of the undead within. Ding! The host successfully killed 100 zombies in the Magic City Sports Arena, completing the mission 1 against 100. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. A random, ordinary golden finger and a piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding! Would the host like to claim the mission reward now? Wait a moment, Lin Ziluo replied, noting there were still 5 zombies remaining. He decided to dispatch them before claiming his reward, eager to see what golden finger and equipment he might draw. Without hesitation, he unleashed his skills, the whirlwind slash and the explosive double slash, alternating between them until the last 5 zombies were vanquished. Using skills consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. However, Lin Ziluo's mental attributes were quite high. After casting each skill twice, he still had ample mental energy remaining. Instead of collecting the items dropped by the zombies immediately, he opted to access the golden finger system right at the spot. How do I draw? Lin Ziluo inquired. Ding! What reward does the host wish to draw first? Let's draw the equipment first, Lin Ziluo decided. I'll secure the equipment first and reserve my luck for the golden finger. This was a habit of his. He preferred to unveil the most significant and valuable items last. Others might not understand, but he believed this sequence often yielded favorable results. Ding! Drawing bronze-level equipment. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have obtained the bronze-level equipment. Blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring. Bronze-level equipment. An ominous ring capable of siphoning the vitality of enemies during combat. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution. Ability: 5 of the damage dealt to enemies is converted into health and transferred to the wearer through the weapon. Initially disheartened at receiving a ring, Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, one could only wear 1 ring at a time, and he already possessed the Nightfall ring. While the attributes of the Nightfall ring were not particularly impressive, he had no immediate need for another ring-type equipment. However, it was utterly unexpected that this blood-sucking ring possessed such a rare attribute. It absorbed damage and converted it into vitality. This attribute was immensely precious in Lin Ziluo's previous life. Many individuals who had achieved the level of a war god donned golden-level equipment that possessed the ability to absorb vitality. It was simply irresistible. These war gods were already formidable in strength, and their skills were immensely powerful. During combat, unleashing a set of area of effect skills against a horde of zombies would effortlessly restore a considerable amount of vitality through this attribute, allowing them to re-enter the fray with renewed vigor. In essence, this effect was invaluable for sustaining combat. Therefore, Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He promptly removed the Nightfall ring and donned the blood-sucking ring. Although he sacrificed a bit of mental attributes, gaining strength and vitality in return was quite advantageous. At that moment, Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of anxiety. Having expended his luck in the lottery to acquire the blood-sucking ring, what if his golden finger produced something less favorable? Ding! Please rest assured, every ordinary golden finger essentially possesses a practical effect and can provide substantial assistance to the host. All right, I trust you. Please proceed with the extraction of the golden finger, Lin Ziluo said. Ding! Extracting ordinary golden finger. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ordinary golden finger. Automatic pickup LV1. Lin Ziluo's breath quickened. Automatic pickup. Could it be that this automatic pickup was exactly as he imagined? He hurriedly examined the attributes of automatic pickup. Automatic pickup LV1. Capable of collecting items dropped by zombies killed by the host, which will enter the storage space within a radius of 0.5 meters around the host. If the remaining capacity of the storage space is insufficient, collection will not continue. Holy cow! Holy cow! Holy cow! It was as astonishing as a cow traveling to Antarctica. Immensely impressive. Even though Lin Ziluo had already experienced modifications to the drop rates and tasks in the apocalyptic game by the golden finger system, the revelation of an ordinary golden finger still left him astounded. The ability to automatically collect his dropped items. What does that imply? There is no longer a need for him to expend energy cleaning the battlefield or to guard against others seizing his hard-earned spoils. Any item he dropped would seamlessly enter his storage space. From this moment onward, he could effortlessly slay zombies while enjoying a 100 drop rate and continuously gather resources. Truly, the golden finger system lived up to its reputation. Previously, Lin Ziluo had been somewhat concerned that if his drop rate was so high, he should minimize killing zombies in the presence of others. After all, who wouldn't he speculate if they witnessed someone slaying a zombie and obtaining an item? Now, however, after he eliminated a zombie, the items would discreetly enter his storage space without a soul being the wiser. Who could witness that? The only thing that left Lin Ziluo somewhat perplexed was the meaning of LV1. System, does this LV1 represent the level of a standard cheat? Lin Ziluo inquired. Indeed, came the response. LV1 denotes the level of the automatic pickup, a common cheat. The host may enhance this level by drawing from the opportunities available for standard cheats, potentially acquiring automatic pickup again to elevate its status. And what benefits accompany this level increase? Lin Ziluo pressed further. An upgrade in the automatic pickup level will expand its range and may even confer additional effects, the system replied. An expanded pickup range? How utterly absurd, Lin Ziluo exclaimed, feeling a surge of temptation. Are there any tasks remaining? Please, provide me with more tasks. I wish to continue drawing. The tasks of the cheat system will activate randomly based on the host's environment, state, and events. I advise the host to maintain a calm disposition and enjoy the apocalyptic game without undue concern, the system suggested. Very well, Lin Ziluo conceded, having merely spoken in jest. Such matters were inherently improbable. As for the ordinary cheat he had drawn initially, he felt quite satisfied. Simultaneously, his anticipation for other cheats grew. He wondered what other effects they might possess. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, he would have another opportunity to draw a super cheat. The last ability, with its astonishing drop rate, had been formidable enough. It was likely he would obtain an even more extraordinary cheat. Having acquired this new ability, Lin Ziluo felt an irresistible urge to test it. He made his way toward the zombies he had just slain, for he had yet to collect the items they had dropped. Chapter 33. Who Killed Yao Jinghan? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a resource card, a packet of barbecue seasoning. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a resource card, a power bank with only 50 charge. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a bronze level item, Eye of Detection. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a resource card, a delicious crab roe burger. As Lin Ziluo approached the corpse of a zombie, a torrent of information echoed in his ears, plunging him into a state of bewilderment. He could hardly discern what he had truly obtained. Isn't this automatic pickup convenient? But this notification sound is utterly absurd, Lin Ziluo complained. Ding. Apologies. The system did not take the host's feelings into account. We are now optimizing the automatic pickup feature for the host. Ding. The automatic pickup has been optimized. From now on, it will only announce the equipment and items acquired by the host. Ding. Resource cards will be automatically categorized and stored in the host's storage space. That's quite thoughtful, Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of surprise after hearing this. He checked his storage space and found that the resource cards had indeed been organized in several neat stacks. The leftmost stack contained food items, followed by water types, tools, and scrap materials. The categorization was meticulous and exceptionally considerate. Next time, Lin Ziluo would not need to sift through a thick pile of cards to find what he needed. Aside from the Eye of Detection, there were no other special items among the recently acquired resources. Not dwelling on it further, Lin Ziluo exited the tennis hall. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already noon. Oh dear, I miscalculated. I had intended to open a silver chest on the 3rd floor, but I unexpectedly encountered a zombie cat, which delayed me significantly. Now, there is no time for a leisurely lunch. I must promptly head towards the Leaf family manor. This time, he wouldn't have to engage with the hundreds of zombies on the 1st floor. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo opened the window in the corridor and leaped out. Logically, jumping down from the 2nd floor of the gymnasium was perilous, as the 2nd level was considerably higher than typical floors, with a drop of at least 10 meters to the ground below. It was akin to leaping from a height of several meters. Even with his current physical attributes, such a feat was daunting. Not to mention the cacophony of his landing would surely attract numerous zombies. However, one must not forget Lin Ziluo's temporary suspension ability. Outside the window, he plummeted rapidly towards the ground, the white-winged cloak behind him billowing in the wind. Just as his handsome visage was about to make contact with the ground, Lin Ziluo activated his temporary suspension. His rapid descent was instantly slowed. and he executed a graceful 180-degree flip in midair before landing smoothly on his feet. He then donned his concealment mask once more. Although the effect of concealing one's information has not been activated, in this early stage of the apocalypse, when not everyone is inclined to scrutinize attributes, it serves as an excellent means of obscuring one's identity. Within the opulent living room of the Li Manor, Li Haobo reclined upon a woman's lap, while another was administering a full-body massage. Where on earth are they? Do they think they can simply feast on our resources? He exclaimed, growing increasingly impatient after a morning spent searching for just two individuals. One moment, he was flirting with the women, and the next he struck one across the face, his voice booming with anger. The silver-haired butler stepped forward, addressing him calmly. Young master, the hunting mercenaries only departed from Modi University at 7 this morning. Given the multitude of zombies present and the complex situation, locating them is understandably challenging. Damn it, zombies again. I'm going to be driven mad by these creatures. Liaobu Fumat. What kind of absurdity is this? I'm the one who slays the zombies. Why am I not gaining any experience? He pointed angrily at the sky. It came to pass that upon hearing about the potential for upgrading attributes through the apocalypse game, Li Haobo felt a surge of ambition. His physical condition was already somewhat frail, and he believed that this method could enhance his abilities. He instructed his subordinates to maim the zombies, intending to reap the rewards himself. However, after slaying 10 zombies, he garnered only a meager amount of experience. Not only did he fail to level up, but he nearly exhausted his weakened body in the process. Unbeknownst to him, this was a unique mechanism of the apocalypse game. To prevent higher-level players from aiding lower-level ones in leveling up, experience gain was entirely contingent upon one's personal contribution to the kills. Attempting to cheat or claim the rewards of others' efforts proved exceedingly difficult. As Li Haobo continued to rage, the grand doors of the villa swung open. A man clad in black tactical gear entered, carrying a heavy black bag that emanated a faint scent of blood. Uncle Rome, you're back. Were you able to locate that little wretch and the orphan? Li Haobo inquired eagerly of the man in black. Young master, we found the woman. But the man is missing, the man replied, casually dropping the hefty bag onto the floor. Upon hearing that Yao Jinghan had been found, Li Haobo's eyes sparkled. However, his expression darkened upon learning that Lin Ziluo was still unaccounted for. Where is she? Bring her here at once. How dare she hide away? He demanded, his countenance grim. Right here. The man in black gestured towards the bag he had discarded. Here? Li Haobo questioned, his confusion apparent. We followed the information you provided and discovered a living roommate of hers in her dormitory. The roommate mentioned that the woman had muttered something about bad luck and intended to head to the abandoned warehouse behind the playground. Consequently, we scoured the entire warehouse and ultimately found her body inside a large barrel, along with a bloodstained piece of men's clothing, the man in black explained. Li Haobo remained silent as he approached the large bag, pulling it open. A pungent, metallic scent of blood assaulted his senses. Inside lay a body, grotesquely mutilated. Alongside the head of Yao Jinghan, her face smeared with blood, intricate patterns etched into her visage, and her eyes wide with horror. Overcome with revulsion, Li Haobo could no longer contain himself, and he retched violently, his stomach heaving. He had always prided himself on his prowess in inflicting pain, finding the acts of murder and torture to be mere trifles. Yet, confronted by such a repulsive scene, he faltered. The sickly yellow vomit splattered upon Yao Jinghan's head, serving as an unintentional cleansing ritual. The two women behind him, witnessing this ghastly display, fainted in sheer terror. The man in black, maintaining an air of calm, began to speak, analyzing the woman's numerous wounds, the deep gashes around her neck, and her fragmented form. It became evident that she had endured unspeakable torment before her demise. The injuries were inflicted upon the most sensitive areas of her body, including acupuncture points revered in Dragon Kingdom culture. Even a professionally trained assassin would struggle to achieve such precision. Each incision appeared to have been made using a uniquely horrific technique that shredded the surrounding muscle tissue, a method of torture so extreme that it surpassed even the infamous assassin known as Death, with whom I had once collaborated. The unimaginable cruelty of the means employed. coupled with a profound hatred directed at this woman, raised a chilling question. So, young master, do you comprehend who is responsible for her death? Chapter 34. The Hunt for the War God. Who is the killer? Li Haobo retorted. How could I possibly know who the murderer is? His confusion was palpable. Young master, I have investigated the deceased woman. She was an utterly ordinary individual from a commonplace family. Logically, it seems implausible that she could have provoked someone of such formidable power. The only unique aspect about her is her connection to you, young master. Therefore, I believe her misfortune is likely related to you. The man in black assessed with a calm demeanor. Indeed, Yao Jinghan was merely a very ordinary campus beauty. Had it not been for her association with that good-for-nothing, I would not have given her a second glance. Li Haobo echoed his confusion. Could it be that good-for-nothing? Li Haobo's thoughts drifted to Lin Ziluo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely an orphan without parents. How could he possess the formidable strength you speak of? Li Haobo quickly dismissed this absurd notion. Furthermore, the grand surprise I have prepared for him has yet to be delivered. He cannot possibly know that Yao Jinghan has betrayed him. Li Haobo again refuted the idea. Young master, who are you referring to? The man in black inquired, furrowing his brow. The one Lin Ziluo, the one who survived, Li Haobo clarified. He is Lin Jian's son? The man in black seemed to recall someone. Yes, that's him. Li Haobo affirmat. Logically, it should not be him. He possesses no abilities. And such a method of killing could not be executed without having taken the lives of thousands or decades of arduous training. The man in black shared the same skepticism. However, it is also possible that this lad, by sheer chance, managed to solicit the help of some extraordinary expert. The man in black continued his analysis. No, young master. Regardless of who is behind this, the mere act of killing Yao Jinghan seems unlikely. It is highly probable that they are after you as well. Confronted with such a top-tier assassin, my team of over 100 may not suffice. We require additional security personnel, the man in black advised. What? Rongshu, you are not enough? You are one of the top 10 experts in Longhua, and besides, you are leading a complete mercenary team. Li Haobo exclaimed in shock, only now realizing the terrifying potential of this unseen enemy. Young master, I have stated that what the world's #1 assassin could not accomplish has been achieved by him. This adversary is utterly terrifying, the man in black remarked solemnly. All right, hurry to the back mountain and recruit more bodyguards for me. Even those who have not completed their final training will suffice. I cannot afford to die. I must not die. I absolutely will not die. Li Haobo exclaimed in panic. Rest assured, young master. With me here, I will protect you with my life. The man in black assured him. From the moment of their birth, they had undergone countless indoctrinations. In their minds, they would lay down their lives for the Li family. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully slaying a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 8, gaining 1 free attribute point. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. Before him lay 3 zombies, recently decapitated. Finally, I have reached level 8. However, this progress has far exceeded my expectations. I had anticipated achieving this milestone only on the evening of the 4th day following the onset of the Apocalypse game. Nevertheless, this is advantageous. With such rapid advancement, there is no necessity for me to seek out dungeon entrances to participate in quests. Lin Ziluo sighed in relief. At that moment, he was hastily making his way toward Li's manor. Along the way, aside from casually consuming some bread and pancakes for lunch, he spent his time journeying and scavenging for supplies. Due to his deliberate choice of a secluded route, he encountered very few zombies. Of course, he did not let even the few zombies he encountered escape, as he was still a few experience points shy of leveling up. At last, just as Lin Ziluo approached the foot of the mountain where Li's manor was situated, he had successfully slain enough zombies to reach level 8. Time to allocate my strength, he resolved. At this point, his strength had risen to 24 points. After distributing his attributes, he lifted his gaze toward the imposing Gushan mountain ahead. It is hard to fathom that in this land where every inch is precious, the Li family has managed to transform the entire Gushan into a private estate exclusively for themselves. The entrance at the foot of the mountain was originally adorned with several checkpoints, which had now been abandoned due to the arrival of the Apocalypse game. Moreover, in light of the discovery of Yao Jing'an's corpse, all of the Li family security forces had been deployed outside the estate, fortifying the perimeter. Lin Ziluo did not rush to ascend the mountain. A competent assassin must first familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment before devising a plan. He circled the main road of Gushan, observing for a while. From his assessment, there appeared to be only one road leading directly to the manor. As for any secret passages, after a brief exploration, he uncovered the exit of one such passage hidden within a dense thicket. Lin Ziluo chose not to seal off the Li family's secret passage at that moment. To leave no loophole would hinder an effective ambush. This principle is one of the renowned military strategies of Longhua. Surrounding the enemy requires leaving them a gap. Only by providing these individuals with a glimmer of hope, a means of escape, will they refrain from desperate resistance and refrain from consolidating their strength against him. It is through relentless pursuit that Lin Ziluo can systematically consume them all. However, the layout of the Li family estate indeed prompted adjustments to his plan. Originally, Lin Ziluo intended to draw away the threat by utilizing meat infected with the zombie virus to attract a horde of zombies, depleting the Li family security forces. Yet, within a kilometer of the vicinity, zombies were exceedingly scarce, all having been cleared away by the Li family's personnel. This rendered Lin Ziluo's strategy difficult to execute. Every situation presents its advantages and disadvantages. Although he could not lure the threat away, he was also spared from potential interference by zombies during his nocturnal operations. It was not that he could not contend with zombies empowered by the night, devoting all his energy to dismantling the zombies. How could he possibly inflict suffering upon Li Haobua? Lin Ziluo discovered a remarkably concealed spot within a forest near the summit of the Li family's estate. He began to observe the security measures of the Li family using the telescope he had acquired. Numerous personnel were stationed at the various access points leading into the estate, their vigilance exceptionally heightened. It was evident that these individuals were seasoned veterans, truly formidable in their capabilities. The hunter mercenary group, Lin Ziluo instantly recognized as old adversaries. During his previous flight, he had been relentlessly besieged by members of this mercenary group, which constituted Li Haobua's most loyal and elite subordinates. Each member had been indoctrinated and trained from a young age to be unwaveringly loyal assassins, possessing immense strength. Lin Ziluo was intimately familiar with their faces, movements, expressions, tactics, and habits. This familiarity provided him with a significant advantage. While the defense appeared as an impenetrable fortress to outsiders, Lin Ziluo discerned considerable vulnerabilities. However, he was not one to become overconfident merely due to his knowledge of the enemy. His cautious nature compelled him to observe the movements of the hunter mercenary group and the layout of the environment repeatedly. Finally, at 6:00 p.m., as dusk approached, Lin Ziluo spotted a very familiar face emerging from the estate, commanding the hunter mercenary group to alter their defensive strategies. Rongzhan, one of the 10 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, the god of hunt. Chapter 35. Li Haobua's way of seeking amusement. Rongzhan, one of the war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, known as the hunter god, was the leader of a mercenary group that had long been engaged in warfare in conflict-ridden areas, directly under the control of the Li family. He possessed exceptional skills in close combat and in commanding his mercenary team to pursue targets. After the apocalypse, following the failure of his entire mercenary group to capture Lin Ziluo, he chose to take matters into his own hands. He repeatedly cornered Lin Ziluo, making him one of Lin Ziluo's greatest adversaries. Conversely, Lin Ziluo represented Rongzhan's most profound humiliation, as he was the only individual in the world to have successfully escaped from Rongzhan, shattering his myth of invincibility as a hunter. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes are particularly fierce. Upon sighting Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo's gaze instantaneously turned frigid. However, he swiftly retracted his binoculars and concealed himself in the shadows once more. Rongzhan, who was in the midst of instructing his mercenary members on defensive positions, suddenly became alert. A chill ran down his spine, and in that moment, he sensed the scent of death. Yet, this feeling dissipated almost instantaneously, leaving Rongzhan to question whether he had merely experienced an illusion. Phew, it was fortunate that I reacted quickly. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath. Being longtime rivals, he was well aware of Rongzhan's heightened sensitivity to threats and murderous intent. Thus, upon spotting Rongzhan, he decisively stowed away his binoculars and concealed his aura. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo felt a long-lost fervor bubbling within him. The thrill of encountering an old adversary, the excitement of facing an equal, compelled him to demonstrate his utmost strength. This time, Rongzhan was destined to perish. Moreover, with Rongzhan's demise, Lin Ziluo would sever a significant limb of the Li family. How could he let such a golden opportunity slip through his fingers? With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo quietly lay in wait. He began to organize the cards, supplies, and all resources he intended to utilize. Only by thoroughly understanding his situation could he strike with methodical precision. Once he had refined all his items and plans, Lin Ziluo settled in to await the knight's arrival. Sufficient patience was essential to ensure he struck at the most opportune moment. Time flowed steadily, and the sky gradually darkened. The Li family's stringent security measures were continuously updated. The clock struck midnight, illuminating the Li estate. "Brother Rong, may I go to sleep now? It's already midnight, and it's the dead of night. With the zombies so active outside, who would come and kill me?" Li Haobo spoke with a face of helplessness. "Young master, it is prudent to remain cautious. My intuition tells me that we are certainly being watched." Rongzhan stood nearby, unmoved by Li Haobo's words. His extensive combat experience had forged in him a formidable instinct for battle. Even though Lin Ziluo revealed no signs, it set honor war on edge. "I don't care. I'm utterly bored to death. Why should I waste my night on a worthless fool who doesn't even dare to show his face?" Li Haobo exclaimed in frustration. "My lord, if you find it dull, perhaps you should seek some amusement," suggested the silver-haired butler, standing behind him. "Indeed, I must find some entertainment." Li Haobo suddenly realiza, his eyes lighting up. Although honor war wished to interject, he glanced at the butler and ultimately refrained from speaking. "By the way, Honor, I heard you caught a zombie during the day. Is that true?" Li Haobo pondered for a moment before directly asking. "Indeed, my lord. We captured a zombie with the intention of studying it," Honor war responded. "There are plenty of zombies outside. Let me have some fun with this one," Li Haobo declared unabashedly. "Well, you're welcome to play. My primary concern is for your safety. I fear this zombie may pose a danger to you." Honor war did not refuse. In his view, utilizing the zombie to pacify Li Haobo was a prudent choice. "Rest assured, my method of play will not endanger me." Li Haobo lauga heartily. Before long, a zombie, its hands, feet, and mouth all restrained by metal apparatus, was brought to the center of the hall. The creature was visibly muscular, exhibiting an impressive physique. It struggled desperately, but was completely immobilized by the restraints, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on those around it. "Bring my large iron cage over here." Upon seeing the zombie, Li Haobo became particularly animated. In a short time, a 20-square-meter iron cage was pushed into the living room by a dozen bodyguards. The cage contained women, each possessing striking beauty. However, they seemed soulless, their gazes vacant and their expressions dazed as they remained within the confines of the cage. Heavy iron chains were fastened around their necks. During the transport of the cage, the women remained motionless, as if they had surrendered all hope of escape. Li Haobo produced a small bell and gently rang it a few times. Instantly, the women inside the cage reacted, rushing toward him, only to be thwarted by the bars that separated them. This unsettling scene sent chills down one's spine, evoking a sense of dread. It was unimaginable what inhumane torments these women had endured to appear in such a state. Yet, Li Haobo was far from satisfied. "This is too boring. I've grown weary of these individuals after a few months. If it weren't for this wretched apocalypse, I would have sent my subordinates to the nearby villages to capture some fresh specimens. Only new faces can truly provide excitement," he lamented, his expression one of indignation, a reflection of his unfulfilled desire for his cherished playthings. However, in an instant, Li Haobo's countenance shifted. His expression morphed into one of growing excitement, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "However, it matters not. These dogs shall still make their final contribution. Li Haobo rose to his feet, gesticulating animatedly. Quickly, throw the zombies in. Remove all the handcuffs and leg irons. I want to witness it. I want to see the zombies feast upon human flesh. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, even clapping his hands in excitement. Among those present, aside from the silver-haired butler and members of Rong Zhan's hunting squad, the others displayed expressions of profound discomfort. To unleash a savage zombie upon this group of women, anyone with even a modicum of conscience, no, any semblance of humanity, would be unable to commit such an atrocity. Chapter 36. The Horrors of Hell, however. Rong Zhan and the other members of the hunting mercenary corps wore smiles upon their faces. This group, having endured countless life and death situations, seemed to relish the anticipation of what was to come. From the ranks of the mercenaries emerged a diminutive figure known by the code name Skinny Monkey, who possessed an exceptional talent for reconnaissance. Young master, allow me to take the lead. I relish this kind of task. Skinny Monkey eagerly volunteered. The mercenaries erupted in a chorus of laughter. Li Haobo, feeling an instant connection, quickly replied, "You are the one." Receiving his orders, Skinny Monkey grinned as he picked up the large key from the table. He first unlocked the massive iron cage that held the women. Strangely, despite the cage being opened, the women did not dare to flee. Subsequently, Skinny Monkey used a leash to draw a zombie into the cage. He first loosened the gag from the zombie's mouth, which immediately opened wide, eager to bite the approaching Skinny Monkey. However, Skinny Monkey positioned himself at a safe distance, leaving the zombie with no opportunity to strike. Suddenly, a bodyguard behind Li Haobo could no longer bear the scene. He approached and knelt before him. "Young Master Li, this is far too cruel. Perhaps you could spare them?" he pleaded, bowing his head 3 times in earnest. He could not endure the impending brutality, recalling his mother's teachings about the virtues of kindness. Li Haobo's expression darkened instantly, the excitement of the moment dissipating. One of the bodyguards stepped forward, attempting to lift the kneeling man. "Pardon me, young master. This is Wang Deho, who was recently added to our ranks after that brute perished last night. He possesses immense strength, but his intellect is somewhat lacking. Please, do not hold it against him." The man strained to pull Wang Dahu up, yet he remained steadfastly on his knees. "Oh, so you presume to instruct me?" Li Haobo's gaze turned icy, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. "Young master, I would not dare. I am in the wrong." The bodyguard hastily apologized, retreating to rejoin the ranks, leaving Wang Dahu still kneeling resolutely, murmuring, "Please, young master, spare them." "Ha ha ha. It has been ages since anyone dared to challenge my authority." Li Haobo trembled with fury, erupting into a chilling laugh. "Wang Dahu, is it? You think you're strong? Seize him." A member of the hunting mercenary corps swiftly approached. Furious at Wang Dahu's interference, known as Black Ape, he was renowned for his strength, capable of shouldering the heavy firepower of the mercenary group. With a fearsome visage, Black Ape swung a powerful fist towards Wang Dahu's head. Unexpectedly, Wang Dahu, still kneeling, caught Black Ape's fist with a swift motion and pushed him away with ease. Rong Zhan, who had been observing the scene, felt a flicker of surprise. Black Ape, having been repelled, was left feeling utterly humiliated, realizing he had lost in a contest of strength. However, he also witnessed the immense strength of Wang Dahu, which deterred him from advancing further. Instead, he turned to the hunting mercenary group and called out, "Send 2 men to assist me in dealing with him." "I say, Black Ape, have you been indulging in the company of women too much lately? How is it that an untrained bodyguard can overpower you?" 2 robust men emerged from the hunting mercenary group. The first, Violent Bear, possessed a notoriously volatile temperament and reveled in torturing his enemies with merciless methods before delivering the final blow. The second, Crocodile, excelled in hand-to-hand combat, often relishing in biting and swallowing his opponent's flesh during the fray. Despite the jesting remarks, both Violent Bear and Crocodile stepped forward. The onlookers from the hunting mercenary group were perceptive enough to recognize Wang Dahu's formidable strength. Rong Zhan let out a sigh, believing that Wang Dahu had great potential, albeit one that was about to be extinguished. But what did potential matter? The Li family had never lacked individuals of promise. What they required were obedient hounds. The three men encircled Wang Do, who was fervently pleading for mercy, beseeching the young master to spare them. Suddenly, the trio struck, employing the unique grappling techniques of the battlefield to subdue Wang Dahu's limbs and head. Despite his immense strength, he found himself utterly unable to break free from the grasp of three elite mercenaries. He was forcefully pinned to the ground, and his desperate struggles proved futile. Black Ape unleashed three powerful punches to Wang Da's face. Each blow, fueled by resentment, resonated with a dull thud as it struck Wang Da, causing blood to gush forth and flesh to tear. "Do not kill him," Li Haobo interjected suddenly. Everyone present glanced at him in astonishment. Such words did not seem fitting for the young master. Wasn't he eager to see those women perish before his eyes? A grotesque smile returned to Li Haobo's face. Black Ape couldn't help but admire Li Haobo, exclaiming, "The young master certainly knows how to play." He then forcefully turned Wang Dahu's face towards the large iron cage, using his fingers to keep Wang Dahu's eyes open. Wang Dahu emitted a mournful cry of anguish, unable to close his eyes, forced to witness the impending horror within the cage. "Skinny monkey, what are you dawdling for? Close the door and unleash the zombies." Liu Burja, obeying the command. Skinny Monkey swiftly began to remove the shackles from the zombies. As the restraints were lifted, the zombies began to stir. Finally, once the leg irons fell away, a zombie lunged at Skinny Monkey. With a nimble dodge, Skinny Monkey evaded the attack, escaping the iron cage and locking it behind him. The zombies were enraged. Their fury, born from confinement and provocation throughout the day, erupted violently. They began to pound furiously against the cage, but its sturdy construction held firm against their assault. With no way to break free, where would their wrath be directed? The answer lay with the dozen or so women remaining inside the cage. Even as such a vicious creature appeared within, the women remained utterly motionless, as if oblivious to the undead that surrounded them. A zombie lunged at the nearest woman, sinking its teeth deep into her neck. She offered no resistance, allowing the creature to ravage her body without a hint of struggle. It seemed as though she had lost all sensation of pain and awareness, harboring no reminiscence of life. In a short span, this unfortunate woman was reduced to little more than a torso. Wang Dahu watched in horror as the zombie devoured her, letting out a mournful wail, desperately wishing to shut his eyes. Yet it was futile. A sinister force kept his eyelids pried open, compelling him to witness the gruesome scene unfold. The zombie soon turned its attention to another woman, feasting ravenously. 1, 2, 3, each time a woman fell victim. The mercenaries around him and Li Haobo on the couch erupted into raucous laughter. The brutality of the spectacle exhilarated them. Even Li Haobo trembled uncontrollably and lost control of his bladder after the last woman was claimed by the undead. With all the women dispatched, the zombie began to assault the iron cage, its newfound vigor causing the structure to creak ominously. Initially startled, Li Haobo soon exhaled in relief upon realizing the zombie could not breach the cage. However, this revelation sparked a sinister inspiration within him. Why not confine this Wang Dahu into the cage? Does he not possess great strength? I wish to see who would prevail against the zombies. Chapter 37. The chime at 1 o'clock, Li Haobo's brilliant idea instantly ignited the atmosphere in the living room. Indeed, young Master Li is unparalleled, far more adept at entertainment than us rough-hewn individuals. We could never have conceived such a splendid notion. The lean monkey, half in admiration and half in flattery, addressed Li Haobo. The mercenaries of the hunting guild echoed in agreement, and even Rongzhan, seated beside the sofa, gave Li Haobo a thumbs up. Overwhelmed by the affirmation from the crowd, Li Haobo's face flushed with excitement. It was the first time he had received such praise. Meanwhile, Wang Dahu remained pinned to the ground by 3 mercenaries. The kind-hearted man had just witnessed a harrowing scene where several women met their tragic end before his eyes. The sight rendered him speechless, robbing him of the strength to resist. Tears, mingled with traces of blood, streamed down his face, reflecting his profound despair. Black Ape and Crocodile lifted Wang Dahu from the ground, while the lean monkey cautiously approached the iron cage. The zombie continued to slam against the cage, oblivious to the lean monkey preparing to unlock the iron door from the opposite side. Rongzhan stood up to prevent the zombie from escaping. As the iron door swung open, Wangda, who was brutally tossed into the cage, and the lean monkey swiftly locked the door once more. Phew, that was exhilarating. The lean monkey sighed in relief. After devouring several women, the zombie's strength had significantly increased, emanating an oppressive aura even from behind. The terror Wang Dehu faced, being in such close proximity to the creature within the cage, was unimaginable. The zombie sensed the commotion behind it and turned to see a bloodied man struggling to rise. Was another meal presenting itself? Wang Dehu, in a frantic scramble, managed to get to his feet. He gazed at the zombie, which was now only 2 or 3 meters away, its mouth smeared with fresh blood and bits of flesh. The remnants of the dismembered women lay scattered within the cage, intensifying his fear. Yet, it was not the hellish scene before him that frightened him most, but rather the thought of not surviving to return home to care for his mother. Tears streamed down his face, but he refused to succumb to despair. The image of his mother waiting for him at home steeled his resolve. He must survive. He had to live. With newfound determination, he charged towards the zombie. To those watching from outside the cage, his brave act appeared utterly ludicrous. Nevertheless, the crowd erupted in cheers, eager for the thrilling spectacle they had longed to witness. The previous women's lack of resistance had left them feeling unsatisfied. The zombie lunged forward, and thus commenced a life-and-death struggle between man and monster within the confines of the cage. Unfortunately, Wangda, who was merely a novice bodyguard, lacking combat skills, armed only with brute strength and an unrefined intellect, he audaciously chose to engage in a brutal exchange of blows with the zombie. Wang Dahu's fist struck the creature's head, distorting its entire visage. The zombie, impervious to pain, retaliated by sinking its claws deep into Wang Da's abdomen. Blood gushed onto the floor, intensifying the metallic scent that permeated the hall. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Wang Dehu, fueled by his raw strength and unwavering conviction, relentlessly pummeled the zombie's skull. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The zombie, disregarding its own injuries, continued to inflict deep gashes across Wang Da's body. At that moment, his abdomen was a gruesome sight. Flesh and blood intertwined, with intestines and internal organs spilling forth. He resembled a figure emerging from a crimson deluge, utterly drenched in blood. What belief propelled him forward? A zombie, cultivated by Li Haobo to the extent that even Rongzhan found it formidable, a creature unafraid of pain and solely driven by a thirst for slaughter, ultimately succumbed first in this savage clash with Wang Dahu. The lifeless body of the zombie collapsed, landing amidst the remains of a dozen deceased women. In the iron cage, only the blood-soaked Wang Dahu remained standing. Outside the cage, onlookers could no longer contain their excitement, applauding the spectacular battle. Had Wang Dahu emerged victorious? Not at all. His injuries were so grievous that even divine beings would lament. He had lost consciousness, mechanically uttering, "I was wrong, I was wrong." Yet he had not erred. His kindness was justified. It was merely that in this terrifying, dark apocalypse, his benevolence had precipitated his demise. With a thunderous crash, Wang Dahu could no longer endure. His gaze grew dim, and he collapsed within the iron cage. The clock struck 1:00 a.m., as if to bid farewell to Wang Do, or perhaps to signal the final countdown to death for Li Haobo and his companions. No one noticed that the fallen Wang Dahu's skin was gradually turning gray. He had not perished. He was on the verge of transforming into a zombie. The tolling of the clock at 1 a.m. echoed into the forest beyond the manor. Lin Ziluo stirred. After lying in wait for a full 7 hours, he finally moved. Between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., when night owls felt their most fatigued and their attention waned, the pineal gland in the human brain secretes a substance called melatonin. Especially between 1 and 2 in the morning, when the light is at its weakest, this secretion peaks, inducing drowsiness. Conversely, a skilled assassin remains ever vigilant during the night. Lin Ziluo rose, having extinguished the glow of his gear, which he had long since died to seamlessly blend with the shadows of the night. After all, the equipment produced by the Apocalypse game boasted an automatic cleaning feature. In the dark forest, Lin Ziluo's position resembled a mere silhouette. The presence of others was utterly imperceptible. After a meticulous examination of the manor's defensive layout, Lin Ziluo sprang into action. His body surged forth with the swiftness of a cheetah, the breeze generated by his movement stirring the fallen leaves in the forest. Strangely, despite his feet treading upon the earth, no sound escaped him. Soon, Lin Ziluo emerged from the woodland, stealthily advancing toward the manor. Encircling the estate, the walls were patrolled at intervals by mercenaries, each stationed atop, diligently scanning the surroundings with tactical flashlights, their beams sweeping back and forth. It appeared they had thoroughly surveyed every corner beyond the manor's confines. Unfazed, Lin Ziluo continued his approach toward the walls, moving as if he were strolling leisurely in his own backyard. His steps were light and assured, his demeanor exuding an effortless grace. Remarkably, however, the path he traversed remained untouched by any beam of light, as if the flashlights themselves were consciously evading him. Chapter 38. Assassination. Such is the terrifying insight of Lin Ziluo. In the hours preceding this moment, he had meticulously observed the movements of all the mercenaries surrounding him. Each individual possessed certain inescapable habits, and mercenaries were no exception, as they wielded their flashlights to survey the estate. The positions from which they observed and the angles of the beams followed a distinct pattern, one that Lin Ziluo grasped with utter clarity. He calculated the optimal route within his mind, enabling him to traverse an almost supernatural path towards the perimeter wall. One mercenary stationed atop the wall remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom. In fact, fatigue had overtaken him, prompting a yawn. It was this very moment of vulnerability that Lin Ziluo seized. Having already positioned himself against the wall, he commenced his ascent with remarkable agility, making not a single sound. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the top of the wall. As the yawning mercenary opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of Lin Ziluo, clad in black and masked, looming before him. What in the world? Was he seeing a ghost in the dead of night? The mercenary was about to cry out when a dagger swiftly slashed across his throat, silencing him forever. This dagger had been procured from a shop selling knives on his way here. Not only did he possess this one, but also a dozen others of varying designs, including an exceptionally unique blade. Lin Ziluo retracted the dagger, quickly constricting the blood vessels to prevent any blood from spilling, and applied prepared cling film to the wound, effectively addressing the issue. At this moment, the mercenary's body remained propped up, not yet having collapsed. The flashlight in his hand continued to sway as if conducting a routine patrol, oblivious to the events that had transpired. Using the lifeless body as a shield, Lin Ziluo began to scrutinize the internal landscape of the estate. The other smaller buildings within the estate had extinguished their lights, leaving only the grand villa at the center ablaze with illumination. Moreover, from this vantage point, he could hear loud roars and howls emanating from the first floor, as if numerous individuals were venting their emotions within. Lin Ziluo paid no heed to their activities. Today, his objective was to leave no one behind. Their cacophony only facilitated his stealthy infiltration. Gently placing the mercenary's body down and stabilizing the flashlight, Lin Ziluo grasped the inner edge of the wall and leaped into the estate, stealthily approaching another mercenary nearby. Setting aside Lin Ziluo's unparalleled stealth skills, one might ponder which mercenary, while intently observing the surroundings, would anticipate the silent approach of a deadly specter from behind. Under the cover of night, Lin Ziluo continued to reap lives one after another along the wall. A swift strike to the throat, a body laid to rest, the flashlight adjusted, and it was time for the next. Lin Ziluo masterfully embodied the essence of assassination. In a mere 2 minutes, he had erased nearly half of the mercenaries from existence on the entire perimeter. At this moment, one mercenary belatedly responded, "What is going on, Lao Zhu? Why has the flashlight on your side gone dim?" His curiosity, however, unwittingly sealed his fate, as this single utterance cost him several precious seconds of life. Just as he moved to investigate what had transpired with his comrade, a dagger swiftly sliced through his throat, extinguishing his life. Though that mercenary had met his demise, the remnants of drowsiness that lingered among the others were instantly dispelled by his voice. "What is happening, Adi?" "What is wrong with Lao Zhu?" inquired another mercenary from a different position. "It's nothing. That kid was nearly asleep. I just gave him a nudge," Adi replied. "Well, that's fine." "Damn, it's absurd. The captain and the commander are reveling in the hall while we're left to endure this miserable watch," the mercenary grumbled, accepting Adi's explanation without suspicion. It wasn't he that he lacked out. Rather, Lin Ziluo had flawlessly mimicked Adi's voice. The words spoken by this mercenary became the catalyst for a burgeoning discontent. Soon, other mercenaries chimed in. "Exactly. After a whole day of clearing out zombies, we're stuck on night watch. They really don't see us as human. You think you got it bad? I Haven T slept in nearly 24 hours. Honestly, if they truly wanted to ensure our safety, why don't those captains come out and take a look themselves?" Lin Ziluo smiled slightly and continued to speak in Adi's accent. To put it plainly, they don't regard us as anything but expendable pawns. His words were not intended to incite discord among the mercenaries. As death soldiers, they would not be easily swayed. Yet, grievances were bound to arise, igniting a collective spirit of dissatisfaction. As expected, once Lin Ziluo initiated this discourse, the mercenaries erupted into a fervent session of complaints. "What is this? Today, I found a beautiful college girl from that university, and before I could even make my move, that crocodile fellow snatched her away, leaving me with nothing. That's nothing. I killed a zombie that dropped a piece of bronze-level equipment, the first of its kind for our mercenary group, only for them to seize it. Perhaps it was the pent-up frustration or the desire to dispel their current fatigue, but increasingly more mercenaries joined the conversation. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo seized this opportunity to continue his silent assassinations. 1, 2, 3. He specifically targeted those who had just spoken. Individuals who had recently uttered a word were unlikely to raise suspicion if they fell silent shortly thereafter. He continued to adjudicate the mercenaries present. Ultimately, when only a few remained, the truth could no longer be concealed. "Is my experience akin to yours, Xiaoji? Wouldn't you agree?" inquired one mercenary of the previous speaker. Unfortunately, the only response he would receive from Xiaoji would be in the depths of hell. "Xiaoji, Xiaoji," the mercenary called out twice, only to suddenly realize the gravity of the situation. "This is bad. Something has happened." The mercenary retrieved an object resembling a rectangular prism. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized it as a signal flare unique to the hunter mercenary group. In this post-apocalyptic world, where communication capabilities were severely limited, signaling was an exceptionally effective means of interaction. The mercenary acted with remarkable decisiveness, launching the signal flare the moment it was in his grasp. In the next instant, a knife sliced through his neck. By then, the signal flare had already been fired. Lin Ziluo held his breath, focusing intently, and hurled the knife with great force. Was he truly attempting to sever the signal flare with the knife ahead of time? How could that be possible? Chapter 39, Retribution, Mortal or Divine. Lin Ziluo has proven it. In his hands, nothing is beyond the realm of possibility. The speed of the dagger's flight far surpassed that of the signal flare. By the time the flare had traversed half its distance, the dagger had already pierced through its body. This seemingly inconspicuous dagger executed a flawless division of the flare, rendering it permanently inert. It fell to the ground, bouncing twice. How could this be? The last surviving mercenary on the entire wall witnessed this event in its entirety. No one answered his query. In a flash, the blade swept through, severing the mercenary's head from his body. Thus, all guards outside the Li residence were annihilated. Lin Ziluo approached the fallen signal flare, extracting the dagger from its casing. He remained confident in his ability to prevent the flare from detonating. Who could fathom how many times he had dealt with such signal flares in the past? Surely, it numbered no less than 100. Subsequently, he had familiarized himself with numerous finished products from the Li family, dedicating himself to studying the internal structure of the flares, which culminated in his exquisite knife-throwing technique that could perfectly thwart their ignition. Ding! Detection of total incapacitation of external security at the Li residence. Ding! The host path of vengeance has commenced. Ding! Task Retribution has been issued. Retribution. The grievances of the slighted must be avenged. None shall leave unscathed after provoking the host. This night, the host shall transform into the harbinger of death, reaping all souls within the Li residence. Task requirements. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals at the Li estate, 269. Task rewards. 1 random ordinary golden finger and 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Task deadline. 12 hours. Ding. Would the host like to accept the task? A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ziluo's cold visage, but tranquility swiftly returned. Oxen Liu, you have provided yet another reason for your inevitable demise. Accept the task, Lin Ziluo declared. Ding. Task, retribution, has been accepted. The revenge barrier is now activated. Should any of the 269 individuals within the Li residence escape beyond its confines, the host will be able to locate their position. Ding. Wishing the host a successful completion of the task, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of delight. The revenge barrier, a highly coveted high-level item with which he had not previously engaged. He only understood its general effects. As the golden finger system indicated, it prevents enemies from escaping the barrier's perimeter. Once they flee, he would have the right to track their locations for a minimum duration of 1 month. What does this imply? For an entire month, regardless of how far one runs, evading pursuit would be impossible. The psychological torment alone would be unbearable. This device first emerged when the Dragon Kingdom employed it during a national conflict with the Japanese nation, establishing a retribution barrier over the capital of Japan. The inhabitants of the Dragon Kingdom relentlessly pursued the fleeing individuals from the land of the rising sun for several days, leaving them in a state of utter despair. Now, Lin Ziluo was about to experience a similar ordeal. He rummaged through the belongings of the mercenaries, nonchalantly taking a few items before continuing his stealthy infiltration into the estate. The central villa of the estate still resonated with an atmosphere of joy, completely unaware that its security personnel had been dispatched by Lin Ziluo. However, as he stealthily approached a smaller building adjacent to the main structure, Lin Ziluo found himself somewhat bewildered. He observed the numbers on his mission panel steadily increasing. 7,269, 8,269, 9,269. What on earth is happening? I haven't even made a move, and people are already dying? Ah, Crocodile, what are you doing? You've killed the last woman as well. The enraged black gorilla exclaimed. The hall of the villa was already littered with the corpses of several women. After Wang Dehu and the zombies met their demise, these individuals lost their amusement, sitting idly in their seats, sighing in boredom. The ever-hospitable Li Haobo would not allow his guests to be disappointed. With a grand gesture, he summoned all the women from his estate, sparing even the cleaning lady in her 40s. He intended to host a lavish, multi-person revelry. However, he overlooked the formidable strength of the mercenary group. These women stood no chance against the brutish men who surrounded them. Before long, they succumbed to the agonizing torment. My apologies, I got a bit carried away, and snapped her spine, Crocodile said, somewhat sheepishly. Of course, his embarrassment was directed solely at having damaged his comrades' playthings, not at the act of killing the women. With the last one gone, what shall we play with now? Black Gorilla lamented. Come, play with me. A voice suddenly echoed throughout the hall, emanating from at least 4 directions. Who? Rong Zhan, who had been feigning sleep on the sofa, abruptly stood up. The moment the voice spoke, every hair on his body stood on end. A murderous intent, an unprecedented aura of death. Rong Zhan was certain that describing it as a massacre would not be an exaggeration. Over the years on the battlefield, he had taken the lives of countless individuals. Yet this overwhelming aura of death rendered those experiences trivial by comparison. Not just Rong Zhan, but the other members of the mercenary group also grew alert. They too were seasoned killers and could not remain oblivious to such a threat. Li Haobo had yet to comprehend the unfolding situation. However, the silver-haired butler behind him swiftly positioned himself in front of him, providing steadfast protection. After the voice fell silent, Li Haobo finally grasped the gravity of the moment. It has come, it truly has. Someone is here to kill me. Li Haobo cried out in terror. Young master, remain calm, the silver-haired butler urged. Li Haobo promptly sealed his lips, yet his eyes were rife with terror, and his body trembled incessantly. The identity of that formidable expert remained shrouded in mystery, as did their intentions. He pondered whether a negotiation might be possible. Rongzhan shouted loudly, his fear palpable. The fact that this expert could stealthily approach the villa indicated that all the guards surrounding the estate had been neutralized. These were members of the Hunter Mercenary Corps. Although they were not the elite, each one could hold their own against 10 adversaries on the battlefield. Yet, without a sound, they had all been vanquished. Who or what lurked outside? A mere mortal or a deity? Chapter 40. A resurgence though I am, but a mortal in this moment. I embody the very essence of the harbinger of death. The voice that resonated moments ago was that of Lin Ziluo. Having eliminated all individuals from the other buildings surrounding the villa, Lin Ziluo ascended to the second floor of the villa, where he beheld the diabolical spectacle unfolding in the center of the grand hall. However, he merely observed the chaos with a detached demeanor. In truth, the events at hand were merely trifling matters. A decade after the apocalypse, all souls had, to varying degrees, succumbed to psychological afflictions. Disturbing and grotesque behaviors had become rampant. As for feeling sympathy for these women, as Lin Ziluo had previously articulated, perishing in such a manner could indeed be viewed as a rather fortunate fate. The true horror lies in the inability to escape death, even when one yearns for it. Seizing the moment of their reckless abandon, Lin Ziluo installed 4 speakers he had prepared in various locations on the second floor. He then calibrated their settings and activated them. This was not a mere act of alarming the unsuspecting. Rather, it was a deliberate strategy to heighten their awareness. In a state of heightened vigilance, any disturbance would undoubtedly capture their attention. This was Lin Ziluo's intent. He positioned himself at the corner of the villa's entrance and retrieved a small, obsidian sphere, a one-time used bronze tier item, super flashbang. He proceeded to hurl it into the interior. At that moment, the individuals within the hall were on high alert, their gazes darting about in search of Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. When they witnessed the small orb soaring through the air, all eyes converged upon it. It was no wonder they were momentarily paralyzed. They had never encountered such a device before. Then, before their astonished eyes, the orb erupted in a blinding flash of white light. The brilliance was instantaneous, leaving no time for reaction. A cacophony of screams erupted within the hall. On my eyes. Am I blinded? Have I gone blind? The once meticulously prepared hall descended into chaos, primarily instigated by Li Haobu's cadre of bodyguards and servants. Yet, the well-trained mercenary hunters maintained their composure. Amidst the turmoil, Lin Ziluo boldly entered through the villa's grand entrance, activating his swift-footed skill, the Gale Boots. With terrifying speed, he advanced toward the center of the hall. Except for a handful who managed to regain their senses, the majority remained incapacitated by blindness. Now was the moment. Upon reaching the pre-designated location, the spiked bracelet in Lin Ziluo's grasp shimmered with an earthy glow. Spike Assault. Once again, the terrifying prowess of the Spike Assault, which had wrought havoc in the ping-pong arena 2 nights prior, was unleashed. Initially, the Spike Assault successfully eliminated a dozen zombies. In this instance, confronted by individuals utterly oblivious to evasion, whose physical attributes paled in comparison to those of the zombies, how many lives shall be harvested? The ground of the villa began to fracture. Expensive marble tiles and rare carpets were torn asunder by emerging, jagged spikes. The people, initially preoccupied with shielding their eyes, could hardly comprehend the unfolding calamity. They were directly impaled from below, their bodies rendered into fragmented remains. A complete vertical line of spikes left no one unscathed. A deluge of blood and shredded flesh scattered across the center of the hall. The already corpse-laden hall transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Li Haobu, paralyzed by fear, screamed with his mouth agape. At that moment, an eye, the origin of which was unknown, landed in his mouth. Instinctively, he closed his lips and bit down hard. Instantly, the fluid within the eye burst forth, which he inadvertently swallowed. Lin Ziluo observed that many were beginning to recover from their temporary blindness. He retrieved a second and final super flash grenade from his storage space, launching it high into the air. The Tang Dao appeared in Lin Ziluo's grasp. Spiral slash, Lin Ziluo exclaimed loudly. He hurled the Tang Dao with great force towards the position of the mercenary group. Subsequently, he sprinted toward the villa entrance. The Tang Dao, akin to the scythe of death, swiftly severed the necks of both the black gorilla and the crocodile. On the return journey, he eliminated 2 more mercenaries. At this moment, many who had just begun to regain their sight instinctively gazed towards the spot where Lin Ziluo had announced the spiral slash. The super flash grenade, having been thrown, was now in free fall approximately 8 meters above the ground, perfectly aligning with the gaze of the onlookers. "Oh no, not again," they mentally lamented, utterly astonished by this unexpected turn of events. The blinding white light erupted once more. The successive flashes inflicted torment upon many, causing tears to stream from their eyes. Some experienced complete swelling of the eyes, with recovery taking several hours at the very least. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo, now at the villa's entrance, caught the returning Tang Dao and vanished into the night. The chaos within the villa hall subsided only minutes later. Rongzhan's face was a mask of fury. Despite being a battle-hardened warrior, he had lost a significant number of his subordinates without even glimpsing the enemy. The thin monkey, trembling with fear, approached Rongzhan. "Boss, we have tallied the death count," he said, his head bowed. "How many? Speak." Rongzhan urged impatiently. His earth spikes, akin to sorcery, had nearly annihilated young Master Li's security and servants. The continuously spinning blade claimed the lives of our mercenary brothers, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Before the thin monkey could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Rongzhan. "Enough! Just tell me how many of us are left." Rongzhan exclaimed. "Aside from the young master, the boss, and Uncle Zhao, there are 66 of us remaining, including 10 severely wounded brothers and several others whose sight has yet to recover." The thin monkey hesitated before divulging the precise number. Damn it all. When have we, the mercenary hunters, ever suffered such tremendous losses? We didn't even get a clear look at that person's face." Rongzhan seethed, hurling the cup in his hand against the wall, shattering it into countless pieces. At that moment, Li Haobo, who had fainted after inadvertently swallowing a glass marble, regained consciousness. "Who is this? Who did this? It's utterly revolting. Uncle Rong, Uncle Zhao, you must avenge me. I want him torn to shreds." The fury rendered Li Haobo irrational as he continued to shout vehemently. "Rest assured, young master, regardless of who he is, I will ensure he pays dearly," Rongzhan replied through gritted teeth. Chapter 41. The Hidden Master. Butler Zhao Mission Requirement. Eliminate the remaining 269 individuals of the Li family estate. 269. Surprisingly, that number is quite neat. Lin Ziluo closed the mission panel. At this moment, he was concealed on the 2nd floor of the villa. Indeed, after he had dashed out through the villa's main entrance, he executed a swift counterattack and stealthily returned to the 2nd floor. As the saying goes, the most perilous places can also be the safest. How could the individuals downstairs fathom that the harbinger of death, who had just reaped the lives of their comrades, was now directly above them? The words spoken earlier by Shouho, Rongzhan, and Li Haobo were distinctly heard by Lin Ziluo from his vantage point above. "I will tear you into pieces. You'll pay dearly for this." These were sentiments he had initially intended to express to them, and he scoffed internally. However, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, which was precisely why he had retreated earlier. Regardless, those in the hall were seasoned combatants, and their numbers were substantial. They were not mindless zombies. In combat with zombies, Lin Ziluo merely needed to focus on the intricacies of the fight. Humans, however, are capricious and prone to subterfuge. To prevent any unforeseen missteps amid a multitude of adversaries, Lin Ziluo wisely opted for a timely withdrawal. Moreover, he made an astute decision not to hastily exact revenge upon Li Haobo. Undoubtedly, Li Haobo was the weakest link within the team. As long as Li Haobo was present, Rongzhan and the others would center their attention around him, likely even dispatching some to ensure his safe escape. This was Lin Ziluo's intention. If facing over 60 individuals posed some risk, then confronting merely 30 would be manageable for him. As anticipated, the individuals downstairs behaved precisely as Lin Ziluo had surmised. Although they lowered their voices, the darkness allowed Lin Ziluo to perceive their conversation through lip reading, as he held his breath and concealed his presence. "Zhao, Take the young master and Shouho into the secret passage. I will stay outside with the others to confront the assassin. Rongzhan was deliberating with the silver-haired butler. This prompted Lin Ziluo to cast a glance at the silver-haired butler. Within his recollections of the Li family, this butler had not featured. Thus, Lin Ziluo opted to examine the attributes of Rongzhan and the silver-haired butler. No sooner had he accessed the attribute panel than the silver-haired butler suddenly glanced around warily and remarked, "The individual hasn't left. I sense he may be observing us." Upon reading this, Lin Ziluo promptly averted his gaze. This revelation was indeed unexpected. He had not anticipated that this silver-haired butler was a master in his own right, possessing a level of prowess surpassing that of Rongzhan. After all, Lin Ziluo had gone undetected while reading Rongzhan's lips. Upon observing the silver-haired steward, known as Zhao, it became immediately apparent that he was aware of his presence. However, despite their heightened perception, they remained oblivious to Lin Ziluo's location. Concealed once more, Lin Ziluo leisurely began to peruse the profiles of the two individuals. Basic information: nickname, leader of the hunting mercenary corps title, zombie hunter level 5. Basic information: nickname, Zhao Qiguang title, none level 2. The aforementioned details pertain to Rongzhan. While the latter correspond to Zhao Bo, Rongzhan's level is considerably high, at least when compared to the average individual. Yet, when juxtaposed with the likes of Lin Ziluo, who had reached level 8 merely 3 days into the apocalypse, he falls significantly short. Zhao Bo, whose true name is Zhao Qiguang, has attained level 2 solely due to his role in safeguarding Li Haobua within the Li family estate. Nevertheless, to focus solely on their levels would be a grave oversight. Much like Lin Ziluo, who had a substantial head start in mental attributes, these two individuals have their own unique strengths. One has battled through numerous conflicts, while the other has diligently honed ancient martial arts for years. Their physical attributes undoubtedly surpass those of ordinary individuals by a considerable margin, perhaps even exceeding levels that some might not attain even at level 10. Lin Ziluo had also noted that Rongzhan was adorned with 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment, suggesting that he had consolidated the entirety of the mercenary corps gear for himself. In stark contrast, Zhao Qiguang bore no equipment whatsoever. After Lin Ziluo finished scrutinizing their attributes, a commotion arose from downstairs. This was part of a prearranged strategy to confront Lin Ziluo. Shifting his position once more, Lin Ziluo peered out again. In the center of the hall, both Zhao Bo and Li Haobua had vanished, along with a significant portion of the mercenaries. Only Rongzhan and a small contingent of mercenaries remained, including those who were gravely injured and still unable to see clearly. Alas, Rongzhan had overestimated his own capabilities. Such an arrangement was, in fact, the most convenient for Lin Ziluo. At that moment, Rongzhan reclined heavily on the sofa. Although he was unaware of Lin Ziluo's exact whereabouts, he nonetheless called out, "Come out and show yourself. Hiding in the shadows does not befit your stature." Lin Ziluo could not help but curl his lips in a wry smile. Such a crude attempt at provocation was somewhat amusing, yet not entirely unexpected, given Rongzhan's true intention to buy time for Li Haobua and the others to depart. Regrettably, that would not come to fruition. With a swift motion, Lin Ziluo produced a dagger and hurled it towards the chandelier suspended in the center of the hall. The blade struck true, severing the cord and cutting through the electrical wires. Instantly, the brilliance of the chandelier faded, plunging the once illuminated hall into a dim obscurity. Amidst this murky atmosphere, a deep, resonant horn sounded. A white zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, materialized beside Lin Ziluo. The silver-level item, Horn of the Zombie Cat, had been summoned by Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat gazed vacantly, devoid of any semblance of self-awareness. To exert control over it, one could either issue a specific command or manipulate it through one's own consciousness. However, relying solely on commands rendered the zombie cat excessively rigid. It was only through direct mental manipulation that the true agility of the zombie cat could be unleashed. Naturally, Lin Ziluo opted to wield his own consciousness to guide the creature. Moreover, he intended to multitask. After directing the zombie cat to leap from the second floor, Lin Ziluo himself sprang into action. The chandelier, severed from its tether, plummeted swiftly downward, its trajectory aimed squarely at the sofa where Rongzhan was seated. Upon sensing the dimness in the hall, Rongzhan reacted instantly, rising to evade the impending descent of the chandelier. However, those grievously wounded and blind individuals were situated around the sofa, and they were far less fortunate. Faced with the chandelier's fall, they were utterly immobile. The chandelier crashed to the ground, crushing their bodies beneath its weight. This opulent chandelier had originally cost the Li family a staggering 10 million yuan. The massive bulb shattered, scattering shards of glass across the floor and lacerating numerous mercenaries. Several sharp decorative elements pierced through the bodies of the mercenaries below. Countless lives were lost amidst this torment. Chapter 42. The Demise of the God of Hunt, as the chandelier crashed to the ground, carrying away the grievously wounded mercenary. A series of anguished screams echoed through the hall. The zombie cat and Lin Ziluo split their forces, one advancing from the left and the other from the right, both targeting the mercenaries. Lin Ziluo's Tang Dao sliced through the air, while the claws of the zombie cat flailed. In an instant, 2 mercenaries lost their lives. It was at this moment that Rongzhan finally beheld the true visage of death. Cloaked in black, the figure was shrouded in an enigmatic yet seemingly ordinary mask. Beneath the mask, the eyes glimmered with an unsettling brightness, devoid of any emotion. As he reaped the lives of the mercenaries, he appeared to be merely strolling through a park, unfazed. Rongzhan attempted to probe the attributes of this enigmatic figure. Basic information: nickname, title, level. Why can't I discern this person's information? Rongzhan was baffled. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Ziluo had already activated the concealment effect of his hidden mask. In the meantime, Rongzhan's subordinates fell like harvested straw, one after another. The mercenaries slain by Lin Ziluo could not even let out a scream, while those attacked by the zombie cat cried out in agony. The zombie cat had inherited only 60 of Lin Ziluo's basic attributes. Thus its prowess was merely slightly superior to that of the mercenaries. It could not overwhelm them outright. Instead, it utilized its clawed talent to inflict deep gashes across the mercenaries' necks, causing them to bleed to death. This process was excruciating, for the wounds inflicted by the zombie cat bled uncontrollably, leaving the victims helplessly watching their lifeblood ebb away as they approached death. Enough! Who on earth are you? Rongzhan was driven to the brink of madness. With his subordinates continuously falling, and himself being toyed with, he still had no grasp of his opponent's identity. Desperately, he pursued Lin Ziluo's direction, yet Lin Ziluo regarded him with utter disdain. After observing Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo had lost all hope in him. His poor skills, low attributes, and even his temperament had not matured to the steadiness of years to come. It was far more advantageous to eliminate the mercenaries first. Lin Ziluo failed to consider his current prowess. Having received 2 global announcements and 6 attribute points, he had risen 3 levels, donning divine armor. No matter how formidable Rongzhan had become in the late stages, he could not possibly compare to Lin Ziluo now. Despair engulfed Rongzhan. He could not keep pace with Lin Ziluo's speed. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Ziluo struck time and again, leaving him in the dust. Even if he wished to alert his subordinates to Lin Ziluo's location, before he could utter a word, his men were already dispatched. Finally, through the relentless efforts of Lin Ziluo and the zombie cat, all the mercenaries in the hall succumbed to death. The few who still drew breath writhed in agony on the ground, teetering on the brink of demise. Rongzhan sank to his knees in utter despair. The futility of trying to stop Lin Ziluo crushing him, extinguishing all thoughts from his mind. He was acutely aware that his strength was utterly insufficient to halt Lin Ziluo's merciless slaughter. Lin Ziluo first withdrew his consciousness from the zombie cat, then commanded it to pursue Li Haobo and his companions. Observing the situation, it seemed that Li Haobo and his group had not opted to flee from the Li family estate, as the revenge barrier had yet to activate. Upon receiving Lin Ziluo's orders, the zombie cat swiftly dashed away. Though transformed into a zombie, it retained its feline abilities, effortlessly tracking their retreat. Lin Ziluo then approached Rongzhan, who was kneeling on the ground. "Move, O leader of the hunting mercenary group," Lin Ziluo spoke. Rongzhan lifted his gaze to meet Lin Ziluo's eyes, suddenly erupting into a frenzied laugh, his voice raspy as he exclaimed, "Ha ha! The hunting mercenary group has suffered near total annihilation, and I still dare to call myself its leader?" Lin Ziluo felt a surge of satisfaction. Even without engaging in combat with Rongzhan, the latter's current state brought him immense joy. Before Rongzhan, Lin Ziluo obliterated all of his subordinates, annihilating years of his hard work in an instant, leaving him devoid of any thoughts of resistance, as if his very soul had been stripped away. This exemplified the pinnacle of vengeance. The torment of the flesh paled in comparison to the anguish of the spirit. Lin Ziluo was convinced that, even if he chose not to kill Rongzhan, the latter would never recover in this lifetime. That said, killing was still imperative. If slaying Rongzhan would bring him greater satisfaction, then why refrain? Rongzhan gazed at Lin Ziluo, a flicker of desperation mingling with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. "Who are you? Who on earth are you? Tell me, or I shall die in unrest." Lin Ziluo's eyes gleamed with interest at the notion of dying in unrest. Such a delightful prospect. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through, and the head tumbled to the ground, rolling a few times, the eyes still wide open in shock. It seemed Rongzhan was astonished that Lin Ziluo had chosen to act without uttering a single word, thus truly achieving the state of dying in unrest. Lin Ziluo approached Rongzhan's severed head, giving it a kick to turn the face towards himself, and then spoke. "I still vividly recall that day when you looked down upon me, trampling me underfoot, declaring that I, a mere insect, was unworthy of your attention. You call me an orphan, a worthless being. How dare I challenge the authority of the Li family? You deemed me nothing more than a filthy bug dwelling in the sewers. You claimed that to kill me would soil your hands. In truth, I am rather grateful for your arrogance back then, as it provided me with the opportunity to escape and even resulted in the loss of 2 of your fingers. Furthermore, your actions imparted a valuable lesson. Before taking a life, one should refrain from excessive prattle. If one can act, one should do so without hesitation. You see, I have severed your head and now converse with you. Is it not equally gratifying?" By the end of his speech, Lin Ziluo could not help but chuckle. It was not appropriate to feel overly joyful. After all, Li Haobo was still awaiting him. Lin Ziluo lifted his foot and brought it down with tremendous force. In an instant, Rongzhan's head burst apart like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering forth, staining Lin Ziluo's shoes in a grotesque mixture of red and white. The illustrious god of hunting, Rongzhan, one of the 3 guardians of the Li family, among the 10 great war gods of the Dragon Kingdom, a revered figure in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Now he had fallen. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling the weight of invisible shackles diminish significantly. He proceeded to collect all 3 pieces of bronze-tier equipment from Rongzhan's lifeless form. Just as he was about to examine their attributes, a meow echoed in his mind. The undead cat was signaling to him that it had located Li Haobo and the others. Lin Ziluo did not linger any longer. He sensed the position of the undead cat and meticulously inspected the corpses of those he had just slain. Only when he was assured that everyone was indeed dead did he feel secure enough to pursue his next objective. Chapter 43. One is enough. Lin Ziluo merely needed to focus his consciousness on the zombie cat to accurately ascertain the path it had traversed. At this moment, Lin Ziluo comprehended the precise location of the Li family's secret passage. It must be said that they were remarkably astute. The individuals who had previously fled were merely a ruse to mislead Lin Ziluo. The zombie cat initially chose to follow them, but soon realized that there was no trace of Li Haobo in their vicinity. Consequently, it redirected its attention to pursue Li Haobo instead. Ultimately, the zombie cat discovered that Li Haobo and Steward Zhao were, in fact, hiding in the basement of the villa. Unbeknownst to Li Haobo, the zombie cat had completely grasped their whereabouts while he anxiously hoped to remain undetected by Lin Ziluo. Lin Ziluo did not hasten to seek out Li Haobo and Steward Zhao. For the time being, the zombie cat was monitoring them. His priority was to address the remaining 20 or so individuals within the secret passage. In a secure room of the Li family's basement, Li Haobo exclaimed in a state of panic, "Uncle Zhao, what shall we do? What shall we do?" A noticeable stench emanated from him, suggesting that the young master of the Li family had been so frightened that he had lost control of his bodily functions. "Young master, do not panic just yet. Rongzhan and his hunting mercenary group will be more than capable of fending off that assassin. Moreover, we have dispatched others to the secret passage. He would never suspect our presence here," Steward Zhao reassured him. Despite his words, a deep unease gnawed at his heart. Could matters truly resolve themselves so easily? Would this enigmatic individual, who had infiltrated the Li family estate, truly be deceived by such trivial stratagems? It was undoubtedly Lin Ziluo who had orchestrated this. Absolutely him. He was the one who first arranged for Yao Jinghan to be eliminated, and now he sought to have me killed. Li Haobo was adamant that Lin Ziluo had hired the assassin. Yet, he pondered why Lin Ziluo seemed to possess foreknowledge of these events, and where he had found such a formidable assassin. Could it be that Lin Jian left some contingency for Lin Ziluo? Steward Zhao pondered aloud. Impossible. When we eliminated Lin Jian, our Li family uprooted every trace of the Lin clan. There was no way Lin Jian could have left behind any contingencies. If it weren't for the commander's insistence that we preserve a single bloodline from the Lin family, Lin Ziluo would have perished long ago. Otherwise, I would have utilized that wretched Yao Jinghan to plunge Lin Ziluo into despair and dispatch someone to eliminate him. Li Haobo retorted vehemently. This situation was indeed unexpected. Lin Ziluo had always believed that his predicament with the Li family stemmed from losing face in front of Li Haobo and Yao Jinghan, and that the ensuing animosity had led to relentless pursuits by the Li family. Little did he realize that everything had been orchestrated by Li Haobo, including Yao Jinghan's romantic involvement with Lin Ziluo and her subsequent infidelity. The ultimate aim was to psychologically devastate Lin Ziluo, driving him to the brink of collapse. So it was. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo's voice resonated from beyond the metal door of the secure room. Lin Ziluo, indeed, that is the voice of Lin Ziluo. Li Haobo exclaimed. So, you have been watching me all along. It appears that my existence is woven with so many tales. The voice of Lin Ziluo continued to resonate. Lin Ziluo, I must tell you, you ought to perish in my hands. I should have arranged for your demise right from the start. Fear gripped Li Haobo, compelling him to resort to threats as a means to dispel his terror. The metallic door of the safe house emitted a jarring sound of excavation, indicative of Lin Ziluo's attempts to breach it from the outside. Curiosity piqued within me. Who exactly is Lin Jian? What do you mean by the Li family uprooting the Lin family entirely? While prying at the iron door, Lin Ziluo spoke in a calm tone. Ha ha ha, you orphan. You don't even know your father's name. You deserve this. At the time, Lin Jian insisted on reporting my father just as he was about to receive a promotion. This disrupted our family's long-term plans. For this alone, the entire Lin family ought to be annihilated. You should consider yourself fortunate to be the sole survivor of the Lin lineage. I'm simply intrigued. Who could possibly be your ally? Otherwise, with just a mere bodyguard, I could easily eliminate you. Listening to the sounds of excavation outside the door, Li Haobo grew increasingly anxious. He could only hurl insults and shout loudly to vent his inner dread. Moreover, he was convinced that Lin Ziluo had enlisted help. All that you say is of little consequence, for whether you speak or remain silent, I shall ensure the obliteration of the entire Li family, Lin Ziluo stated calmly. This was merely a casual inquiry from Lin Ziluo. In truth, he no longer cared about the events that transpired. As he mentioned, regardless of how he became an orphan, or whether his parents were indeed slain by the Li family, such matters held no significance. His personal vendetta was deeply rooted in a blood feud with the Li family. Who could have imagined? As soon as Lin Ziluo finished speaking, Li Haobo let out a laugh, and even the ever-present steward, Zhao, displayed a look of disdain. How utterly absurd. Lin Ziluo thinks he can topple the Li family, a colossal entity that has dominated the Dragon Kingdom for over a millennium, simply because he has found some elusive ally. Look, even knowing their impending doom, neither Li Haobo nor Steward Zhao believed for a moment that Lin Ziluo possessed any sliver of a chance to dismantle the Li family. At that moment, The metallic door of the safe house finally succumbed to the pressure, producing a creaking sound. Subsequently, the door was slowly pulled open by Lin Ziluo. Steward Zhao sprang into action. He had been anticipating this very opportunity to strike. The instant the metallic door began to move, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving with a speed that belied his apparent age. In his frantic dash, a glimmer of golden light radiated from his hands. However, Lin Ziluo had long anticipated this maneuver. He observed the approaching butler Zhao with an air of calmness. Suddenly, a zombie cat, the size of a cheetah, leaped forth from behind Lin Ziluo, using its corporeal form to absorb butler Zhao's charged punch. After enduring the blow, the zombie cat disintegrated into the ether. Butler Zhao, momentarily taken aback, found himself bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. This was due to the fact that the summoning duration of the zombie cat had reached 30 minutes. Adhering to his principle of efficiency, Lin Ziluo allowed the creature to withstand one strike before timing its disappearance precisely. At this juncture, the metallic door had been forcibly pried open, creating a sufficient gap for him to pass through. He decisively stepped inside, positioning himself before Butler Zhao. Regaining his composure from the earlier confusion, Butler Zhao scrutinized the masked figure before him, drawing a comparison to Lin Ziluo. He realized that their physiques and characteristics were indistinguishable. In astonishment, Butler Zhao exclaimed, "You are Lin Ziluo. The assassin before was you. It has been you all along." Meanwhile, Li Haobo, who had been cowering in the shadows, ceased his trembling and incredulously declared, "It's impossible. It cannot be him alone. How could Lin Ziluo have become so formidable? One individual is more than enough." Chapter 44. Stubbornness in the face of apocalypse. How could one as obstinate as you survive in a world on the brink of collapse? The strength capable of defeating Rongzhan and infiltrating the estate is certainly beyond the capabilities of a mere inexperienced youth. Steward Zhao struggled to accept this reality. His 5 decades of martial arts training assured him of its impossibility. "Ah, such a traditionalist. I now understand why you have not endured." Lin Ziluo discerned this truth as well. Practitioners like Steward Zhao, amidst the apocalypse, are wholly unwilling to acknowledge the system's ability to enhance attributes. Some even stubbornly refuse to allocate their attribute points, viewing such actions as heretical. Consequently, once the 7-day novice protection period of the apocalyptic game elapsed, their decades of arduous training proved inferior to the most mundane zombie on the street. This folly led to their unfortunate demise. Logically, individuals with a martial arts background should thrive in the apocalypse. Regrettably, Lin Ziluo had yet to encounter many who truly mastered the martial arts of the Dragon Nation by the late stages of the catastrophe. Growing weary of conversing with Steward Zhao, Lin Ziluo unleashed a powerful punch directed straight at him. Despite his age, Steward Zhao had trained for years and swiftly reacted to Lin Ziluo's formidable strike. He grounded himself, crossing his arms to block the blow. Hud, hud, hud. Zhao staggered back 3 steps before dissipating the force of Lin Ziluo's punch. Impressive. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but regard Steward Zhao with newfound respect. If his punch had landed on Rongzhan, it would have incapacitated him instantly. A flicker of fear crossed Zhao's eyes. A single punch had left him at a disadvantage. Realizing he must fight for his life, a chill swept over him. He seemed to employ some technique, causing his body to swell unexpectedly. Although Lin Ziluo was unaware of the specific skill Zhao utilized, it was clear that a normal person would never simply wait for their opponent to unleash a powerful move. Drawing his Tang sword, Lin Ziluo lunged forward, aiming a strike at Zhao's chest. With no other option, Zhao was compelled to momentarily halt his power accumulation, stumbling backward just in time to evade Lin Ziluo's blade. "You lack martial ethics," Zhao exclaimed, anger evident in his voice. "Who cares about your ethics? Whether you adhere to them is of no concern to me," Lin Ziluo retorted, exasperated. "Come now, the Qing dynasty has fallen. Why cling to martial ethics? Why not discuss them with the zombies?" Truly, he was a quintessential traditionalist. Seizing the moment of Zhao's heightened anger, Lin Ziluo swung his sword once more. Zhao dared not engage the Tang sword directly, retreating yet again. Damn it. I should have learned about weapons during my training instead of merely focusing on barehanded techniques. Zhao's mind brimmed with frustration. Lin Ziluo awaited Zhao's retreat eagerly. With a sudden surge of speed, he propelled his Tang sword toward Zhao's outstretched right hand, executing a devastating dual strike. In the air, the Tang Dao sliced through, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and struck directly upon the right arm of Steward Zhao. This blow cleaved through to the radius bone, and before he could even react, a second strike precisely targeted the same spot. This time, the radius could no longer endure. It shattered, and the entire forearm was severed, falling lifelessly to the ground. Zhao, gazing at his severed forelimb, was momentarily stunned. After 50 years of honing his martial skills, how could he lose his hand in a single encounter? He raised what remained of his right arm, watching as blood gushed from the jagged wound, a profound sorrow swelling within him with no outlet for expression. At that moment, he noticed a peculiar mark resembling an X at the site of the amputation. What could this be? The explosive mark of the double slash. The mark was activated. Just as Zhao was still contemplating his injury, the explosion occurred. He was unable to react, helplessly witnessing the destruction of his remaining arm. Due to his proximity, his face also suffered grievous damage from the blast, leaving it bloodied and disfigured, obscured even to the point of losing sight of his surroundings. Lin Ziluo, having patiently awaited the end of the explosion, raised the Tang Dao. With a piercing gaze, he swung the blade. Zhao felt a sudden coolness in his throat. Consciousness faded away. Truly a pitiable and obstinate individual. In a world on the brink of collapse, he stubbornly clung to the belief that martial arts were a matter of technique and form, still entangled in the debate over martial ethics. The truth revealed that one must possess not only strength, but also a keen understanding of the situation, adapting to the times. Lin Ziluo paid no further heed to Zhao's lifeless body, but turned his attention to Li Haobo, who was cowering in the corner of the safe house, unconscious from fright. Lin Ziluo strode towards him, plunging his blade into Li Haobo's thigh. Instantly, excruciating pain jolted Li Haobo awake, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. "Ah, you're awake." No longer feigning death, Lin Ziluo removed his mask. Yet, simultaneously, the Tang Dao in his hand did not relent. It vibrated with a visible tremor, continuing to pierce in Li Haobo's thigh. This was Lin Ziluo's self-created technique of vibrational blade, a method that had previously caused horrific wounds to Yao Jinghan. This unique skill, executed as the blade penetrated, employed a specific vibrational motion to shred the surrounding muscle tissue, amplifying the agony inflicted by the wound. Li Haobo, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had been coddled throughout his life. How could he endure such torment? After a heart-wrenching scream, with tears streaking his face, he fainted once more. Lin Ziluo withdrew the Tang Dao and plunged it into Li Haobo's other thigh. The searing pain surged again, prompting another wretched scream from him. "Please, kill me. I beg you, in my suffering." Li Haobo could no longer endure. His mind was on the brink of collapse. "To kill you? Indeed, I fully intend to do so. If you hadn't reminded me, I might have forgotten." A look of apology surfaced on Lin Ziluo's face, seemingly remorseful for neglecting to entertain Li Haobo. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo retrieved an exceptionally peculiar dagger from his storage space. What rendered this dagger so unique? It was, in fact, a discarded relic. The blade was riddled with nicks, and the surface was heavily corroded with rust. Lin Ziluo had immediately taken a liking to this treasure. Was this not the legendary tetanus dull knife? As the saying goes, the duller the blade, the more challenging it is to slice through. Lin Ziluo raised the tetanus dull knife and aimed it toward the recent wound on Li Haobo's thigh. Li Haobo's body convulsed violently. "Oh, I apologize. This knife is too dull to penetrate." "My mistake." Lin Ziluo hastily offered his apologies. It turned out that the knife had not pierced at all. Lin Ziluo had merely forced the blunt edge to split the wound. In an effort to rectify his error, Lin Ziluo lifted the dull knife once more. This time, he gathered all his strength and plunged it forcefully into Li Haobo's palm. "This stab is for myself." Chapter 45. Driven to the brink of madness, this knife is plunged for my own sake. Lin Ziluo stated with an unsettling calmness. The blade descended swiftly. The path it carved mirrored my decade-long existence of evasion and peril. Regrettably, the torment you endure pales in comparison to a mere fraction of my suffering. A smile crept upon Lin Ziluo's lips, a smile that, in Li Haobu's eyes, resembled that of a demon. 10 years. What is he referring to? My desire to torment you only emerged after learning of that incident 3 years ago. Li Haobu was utterly confounded by Lin Ziluo's words. He yearned to argue. Yet the next moment, his bewilderment and attempts at retort became futile. For the dagger had begun to shift. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Ziluo finally withdrew the blade. This strike is still for my own sake. With those words, the dagger plunged once more. However, Li Haobu could no longer emit a cry, for his voice had utterly failed him. This strike is because I find joy in it. Lin Ziluo's lips curled into a sinister grin, one that radiated no warmth, leaving Li Haobu feeling a chilling dread. This strike is for the Lin family. Even though I have never met them, it is only fitting that a son avenges his father. Lin Ziluo's masterful technique found its purpose at last. This strike, it matters not for whom it is delivered. Withdrawing the dagger, Lin Ziluo produced a card to activate. A most useful tweezer. He regarded Li Haobu with a smile that held profound implications. What do you intend to do? Li Haobu stammered, fear gripping him. Though he could scarcely articulate the words, a muffled sound escaped his throat, strained by the friction of his vocal cords. The physical agony had rendered him numb after such relentless torment. Yet, Lin Ziluo's smile pushed his psyche to the precipice of collapse. I must thank you. This is your own invention of punishment, a method that has undoubtedly wrought suffering upon countless souls. I must commend your talent for inflicting torment. With that, Lin Ziluo forcibly pried open Li Haobu's mouth. In that moment, a thought flickered in Li Haobu's mind, recalling his prior musings. Could it be? He began to struggle desperately, his thrashing more fervent than during the previous agony. But it was utterly in vain. No. Alas, it was too late. Li Haobu's mind shattered completely. His pride and dignity disintegrated in that instant. He ceased his struggles, becoming as still as a lifeless carcass. His eyes lost their luster, rendering a dull, grayish hue. Were it not for the slight rise and fall of his chest, he would have appeared entirely dead. Is this all you can manage? I have merely enacted a fraction of what you have inflicted upon others, and yet you falter. Lin Ziluo felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He had only begun to torment Li Haobu, and yet he had already succumbed to utter despair. In this state of neural disarray, disregarding pain and torment, further self-infliction proves utterly futile. Surely, this cannot be feigned. Lin Ziluo once again wielded his dagger to deliver a series of swift stabs to Li Haobu. Yet, Li Haobu remained completely unresponsive. It seems he had underestimated him. With such acting skills, it would be impossible to maintain this state through mere pretense. Regardless, the ability to drive Li Haobu to the brink of mental collapse is sufficient proof that this entire ordeal has reached its zenith. After all, it is the culmination of a decade's worth of skills honed by Lin Ziluo. Observing Li Haobu on the ground, Lin Ziluo rose to his feet, grasping the rusted blade, and unleashed the skill known as Shattering Dual Slash. The dagger struck towards Li Haobu's head in a rapid succession of 2 slashes. Due to the lack of force, it did not inflict any substantial harm. However, in the next moment, the mark detonated. Li Haobu's head was instantaneously engulfed in the explosion of the mark. Had Lin Ziluo not swiftly produced an umbrella to shield himself, he would have been drenched in the aftermath. Concurrently with the explosion, the antique clock of the Li Manor chimed with 3 resounding strikes, heralding the arrival of 3 o'clock in the morning. This signified not only the hour but also the demise of all within the Li family estate on this fateful night. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. His relentless pursuit of strength prior to the apocalypse had been solely for the sake of this moment of vengeance. At last, the burden that weighed heavily upon his heart had been lifted. Detection of a shift in the player's vengeful mindset has successfully activated the talent, Heart of Revenge. Chapter 46, The Heart of Vengeance. The second ordinary Golden Finger the system's prompt resonated, detecting a shift in the player's mindset of vengeance, successfully activating the talent Heart of Vengeance. Lin Ziluo was somewhat astonished. Had the talent been activated so swiftly? In the apocalyptic game, talents and skills represent two distinct concepts. Skills can be acquired through skill books, whereas talents can only be autonomously activated upon meeting a multitude of criteria related to one's attributes, emotions, mindset, experiences, and abilities. Such activation cannot be achieved through skill books. It relies entirely on luck and strength. For instance, Lin Ziluo's talent Universal Mastery was a culmination of the numerous skills he had mastered over a decade of survival in the apocalypse. Once acquired, this talent ensured that he would never forget the abilities encompassed within it. Now, by a stroke of fortune, Lin Ziluo found himself endowed with a new talent, Heart of Vengeance. Heart of Vengeance, a grudge born from resentment. Vengeance must be exacted against your foes. You shall possess formidable strength. Attributes. Upon designating someone as an enemy, your attributes will be enhanced based on the degree of hatred. The greater the enmity, the more substantial the enhancement, with a maximum increase of 20 to basic attributes. Lin Ziluo's face lit up with delight. He had not anticipated the exceptional utility of this Heart of Vengeance. A potential 20 boost to his basic attributes seemed modest at first glance. However, as his fundamental attributes escalated, the enhancements afforded by this talent would grow increasingly significant, rendering it a talent capable of perpetual growth. Naturally, amidst the rewards from the game, one must not overlook the benefits bestowed by the Goldfinger system. Ding! The host has successfully slain the remaining 269 members of the Leaf family estate. Completing the task Vengeance must be exacted. Ding! Congratulations to the host on receiving a task reward. A random selection of one ordinary Goldfinger and one piece of bronze-level equipment. Ding! Does the host wish to draw now? With vengeance avenged and spirits lifted, Lin Ziluo, in a buoyant mood, decisively replied, "Draw. Let us start with the equipment." Ding! A piece of bronze-level equipment is being drawn. Ding! Congratulations to the host on successfully drawing the bronze-level equipment Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand. Bronze-level equipment exclusive to mage classes. This wand enhances magical power and increases casting speed. Attributes. Skill power increased by 5, casting speed elevated by 5, and mental recovery rate boosted by 20. Well, this time, luck was not particularly favorable. He had drawn a mage-type equipment, which was of no use to him. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the value of this item. Compared to other mage equipment, it was undeniably a fine specimen, boasting comprehensive attributes. In due course, it could serve as an excellent choice for sale. With satisfaction, Lin Ziluo stowed the Little Magic Wand into his storage space. He then proceeded to retrieve 3 pieces of bronze-level equipment that he had stripped from Rongzhan. Here, I shall elucidate the killing mechanism within the apocalyptic game. Although committing murder in this realm does not incur the same consequences as in online games, such as the infamous red name penalty, the aftermath of taking a life is rather dire. Once a player is slain, their storage space is lost forever, and the victor cannot claim any of their possessions. The only recourse is to loot the corpse for any valuable items. Initially, there exists an opportunity for this. However, as time progresses and players become acquainted with the death mechanics, they often resort to a strategy of mutual destruction. In such cases, even if one player kills another, they will hastily store all their treasures to prevent the assailant from reaping any rewards. Consequently, unless one can execute a swift kill, the act of murder tends to yield little benefit. This serves as a deterrent against violence in the apocalyptic game. Lin Ziluo held 3 pieces of equipment in his hands. Upon a cursory examination, he noted a bracer, a necklace, and a ring. Leather bracer, mana regeneration ring, and purification necklace. One cannot deny the fortune of these individuals, as they have acquired numerous jewelry-type items. Lin Ziluo assessed the attributes of the leather bracer and mana regeneration ring before consigning them to storage. For his own vampire ring and lion's bracer were vastly superior. Only the purification necklace stood out as a rare gem. Purification necklace, a bronze tier item possessing purification capabilities. Attributes, 1 spirit. Additional skill, purification, instantly removes 1 negative status effect, such as petrification, dizziness, blindness, etc. Cooldown, 12 hours. Although this necklace's attributes do not surpass those of Lin Ziluo's current meditation necklace, the added skill is formidable. The ability to eliminate a control effect can be a lifesaver in practical scenarios. Thus, Lin Ziluo stored the meditation necklace and donned the purification necklace, with the spoils organized. It was time for Lin Ziluo to indulge in his most exhilarating moment, drawing a standard golden finger. He never anticipated being able to draw twice within 24 hours. Having already drawn an automatic looting feature at level 1 during the day, he was eager to discover what surprise this next standard golden finger might bestow upon him. System, please draw a standard golden finger. Lin Ziluo uttered with a hint of excitement. Ding, drawing a standard golden finger. Ding, congratulations, host. You have drawn the standard golden finger. Absolute domination LV1. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. What could this possibly mean? Absolute domination? Who would be enslaved? In a flurry of curiosity, Lin Ziluo hastily reviewed the attributes of his newfound golden finger. Absolute domination LV1 grants the ability to enslave a zombie whose strength does not exceed that of the host as a loyal servant. The enslaved zombie will obey the host's every command without question, prioritizing the host's safety above all else, even at the cost of its own life. The zombies will possess certain player attributes, allowing them to grow alongside the zombies and acquire some of the player's permissions. Once the bound zombie perishes, this advantage will vanish. Alas, alas, alas. This is akin to a cow and 10 bulls sharing a night. Absolutely astonishing, even with Lin Ziluo's extensive knowledge. He now finds himself somewhat dizzy and unable to grasp the reality. The ability to subjugate zombies. Furthermore, enabling zombies to possess player attributes. Throughout a decade of experience, Lin Ziluo has encountered items or abilities that confer the power of enslavement. There are those that can dominate animals, plants, and even, humans. One can certainly let their imagination wander here. Yet, the notion of enslaving zombies was never dared to be contemplated, nor could anyone achieve it. But now, this is utterly absurd. It defies all reason. I am in awe, truly in awe. The golden finger system is magnificent. Chapter 47. Zombies in the cage. Lin Ziluo gazed at this golden finger, utterly satisfied. Following the betrayal of Yao Jinghan, he had remained vigilant towards everyone. After all, if even those you deem closest could turn against you, how could one comfortably engage with others? Thus, Lin Ziluo initially resolved to traverse the same solitary path as in his previous life. Now, the system revealed to him the prospect of possessing an utterly loyal zombie slave, one that would tirelessly assist him in his endeavors. Henceforth, he would no longer need to toil in the filth and labor of menial tasks. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo inquired, what effects will the enhancement of this absolute servitude golden finger yield? Ding! Upon leveling up absolute servitude, the number of zombies that can be enslaved will increase. 1 additional zombie per level. The notion of commanding thousands of zombies to assault Leisure City flashed vividly in Lin Ziluo's mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Surely, to achieve such a scale, how many levels would absolute servitude need to be upgraded? Such aspirations were better left to dreams. However, which zombie should he enslave? He was uncertain of the locations of those few that could potentially evolve into the Zombie King. Among the few zombies he could recall, while each possessed considerable potential, none seemed entirely perfect. Moreover, he was oblivious to whether they could develop to the heights they had reached in his past life after being enslaved. After all those who succeeded, be they human or zombie, had encountered certain fortuitous events that led to their triumph. Enough of such musings. What was the point of overthinking? It was already past 3 o'clock. He needed a rest. With this in mind, Lin Ziluo cast one final glance at the mangled corpse of Li Haobo on the ground and unleashed his cooling, explosive double strike once more. This time, the Tang knife struck twice at the abdomen, the explosion reducing Li Haobo's body to a heap of flesh. Lin Ziluo was confident that even Li Haobo's own parents would not recognize this mass of remains. Afterward, Lin Ziluo whistled cheerfully as he exited the safe house. Outside lay the basement of the Li family estate. The entire basement was filled with numerous precious treasures, ancient calligraphy, paintings, gold and silver jewelry, gemstones, and various antiques. As for the gold and silver jewelry, Lin Ziluo barely glanced at them. In the apocalypse, such items were utterly worthless, hardly worth the discomfort of carrying them. However, he made an effort to collect the calligraphy and paintings, as these valuable artworks would prove beneficial later on. As for the specific use, Lin Ziluo had momentarily forgotten, perhaps for exchange purposes. In any case, rolled up, these items occupied little space, so he decided to keep them for now. Lin Ziluo rummaged through the area once more and indeed discovered several exquisite blades akin to daggers. However, these knives were merely adorned with gemstone embellishments, and their sharpness was disappointingly low, leading me to discard them. In fact, these tools were less effective than my rusty, blunt knife. After thoroughly rummaging through the basement, Lin Ziluo hummed a little tune and emerged onto the ground floor of the villa. Since I am here, I might as well spend the night. To be honest, I have never slept in such a luxurious villa. To reach the bedroom on the third floor, one must traverse the grand hall on the first floor to access the elevator. Lin Ziluo proceeded directly towards the hall. However, as he walked, he sensed something amiss. The interior of the hall was exceedingly dim due to the absence of chandeliers. In that shadowy hall stood a solitary figure. This was impossible. Everyone from the Li family was dead. Even the system acknowledged this fact. Surely it would not err. The black silhouette was imposing, its muscular outline suggestive of a creature more beast than man. It stood motionless, akin to a statue, seemingly devoid of the need to breathe. Wait, it was not breathing. Lin Ziluo observed this figure, which had not taken a breath since his arrival. Its abdomen and chest showed no signs of rising and falling. The only being that matched such traits in Lin Ziluo's mind was a zombie. He recalled the scene he had previously observed in the hall. The figure occupied the space where a large iron cage was situated. He remembered that within the cage lay a deceased zombie and several dismembered female limbs, along with a robust man whose body had been mangled beyond recognition. That man had exhibited slight signs of zombification. Thus, the figure standing in the hall-S cage was none other than the transformed zombie of that man. Upon realizing this was a zombie, Lin Ziluo's curiosity intensified. This zombie was peculiar. Its body appeared to be fully restored. Moreover, the hall was strewn with blood and flesh. Typically, zombies would be drawn to such carnage, becoming restless. Even if they could not break free from their confinement, they would incessantly batter against the cage. Yet, this zombie stood there in perfect stillness. Lin Ziluo, emboldened by his audacity, swiftly approached the cage and produced a flashlight, directing its beam towards the zombie. At that moment, he finally discerned the zombie's features. Hiss! Could this truly be a zombie? Lin Ziluo began to doubt his earlier judgment and decided to inspect the attributes of the zombie. Zombie level: 4 basic attributes: strength, 25 spirit, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 night-enhanced attributes, talent, innate titan strength, and epic level talent. Your strength will receive additional enhancements as your level increases. All items related to strength attributes will yield better effects when equipped by you. The skills you employ solely deplete physical stamina without affecting mental fortitude. Skill: full force strike, channeling all your strength into your fist. This singular blow inflicts damage equivalent to 150 of your strength attribute. Chapter 48. The Foolish One indeed. This is a zombie. Yet, why does it not bear the characteristic gray skin? Furthermore, it possesses very few traits typical of a zombie. Aside from its crimson eyes, its fangs and claws are not nearly as elongated as those of other zombies. Well, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is the astounding strength of this creature. Although it currently benefits from a nocturnal enhancement, its attributes could easily classify it as a bronze-level boss. No, even a bronze-level boss would struggle to possess such an epic talent. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo had an epiphany. Now I understand why I drew the ability Absolute Domination. This zombie was prepared for me, wasn't it? At that moment, the zombie, illuminated by the flashlight, stirred. It glanced at Lin Ziluo, then remained stationary. Lin Ziluo was taken aback. What is this? Brother, I am human, and you are a zombie. Shouldn't you be trying to bite me upon seeing me? Lin Ziluo tapped on the cage, attempting to attract the zombie's attention. The zombie looked at him again, scratched its head, and resumed its immobile stance. Goodness, how peculiar. Does this zombie possess a personality, or is it simply quite dim-witted? Lin Ziluo then noticed that the creature's mental capacity was a pitiful 3 points. 3 points. It seemed that only a toddler of 2 or 3 years in this apocalyptic world would exhibit such attributes. No wonder. I thought you were unique. But it turns out you are simply foolish. Curiously, Lin Ziluo inquired of the system, given that this zombie's attributes are so high, can I choose to dominate it? Ding. Affirmative. Due to this zombie's lack of mental acuity, its overall attributes do not surpass those of the host. Indeed, it is possible. Lin Ziluo found himself in a state of contemplation. He had to admit, this zombie was rather impressive. Its strength and physique were commendable, and its agility was decent as well. As for its talent, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but feel envious. However, its mental aspect raised some concerns. Nevertheless, perhaps being a bit foolish is advantageous. A foolish companion is often more obedient. Very well, system. I shall proceed to dominate this zombie. After much deliberation, Lin Ziluo ultimately resolved to enslave the creature. After all, with such talent and growth potential, its strength was sufficiently assured. Apart from the Zombie King, the only other zombies of notable quality he could find were of a similar caliber. Ding! Does the host confirm the use of absolute domination LV1 to enslave this zombie? Confirmed. Lin Ziluo's response was resolute. He possessed a decisive nature. Once he had made up his mind, he would not waver. Ding! Commencing the domination of the zombie. During this process, the zombie may struggle. The host need not be concerned. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo felt a faint red glow emanating from his forehead. The red light shot straight towards the zombie before him. Upon contact, the light began to spread, gradually enveloping the entire form of the zombie. The creature lowered its head, gazing at the crimson glow that cloaked its body. Is it preparing to resist? Lin Ziluo was somewhat curious about how the zombie would struggle. Suddenly, the zombie lifted its head abruptly, only to remain motionless once again. What on earth? How could it be so foolish? Lin Ziluo began to feel a pang of regret. Was he truly capable of managing the intellect of this zombie? In the absence of any resistance from the zombie, the enslavement process proceeded smoothly. As the red glow gradually faded, Lin Ziluo sensed a connection forming between himself and the zombie. He realized he could control it with his mind, directing its every action while also sensing its general emotions. Ding! Successfully enslaved the zombie. Please name your newly acquired zombie. Another name? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow in contemplation. Since this creature was so large and powerful, possessing the epic talent of innate giant strength, he decided to name it Big Fool. Lin Ziluo finally spoke. How delightful! After a lengthy deliberation, he ended up with such an incongruous name. Ding! The zombie has been successfully named Big Fool. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing Big Fool. Big Fool will absolutely obey any command from the host, prioritizing the host's safety above all, even at the cost of its own life. Ding! Absolute enslavement LV 1 foot has been bound to Big Fool. Ding! Creating player panel for Big Fool. Before long, Big Fool's player panel appeared before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Player, Big Fool level, 4 experience, 3250 reputation, data lost, unable to access gold, 0 storage space, data lost. Unable to access basic attributes, strength, 25 spirit, 3 constitution, 26 agility, 18 title, none talent. Innate giant strength skill, full power strike, equipment, none. Ding! A friendly reminder for the host. Big Fool's player panel is forcibly implanted by the system. Thus, it cannot inherit reputation or storage space functionalities. Additionally, it is unable to receive experience reward from tasks or from defeating zombies. Big Fool's leveling method and progress will align with that of zombies. Ding! However, Big Fool will also earn gold from defeating zombies. enjoying a one-drop rate for equipment and items akin to ordinary players. Lin Ziluo listened intently to the system's exposition. Well, this was to be expected. Possessing such abilities was already beyond his wildest imagination. Big fool, Lin Ziluo called out. Big fool immediately turned its gaze towards him. Now, prove your worth. I refuse to believe this cage can contain your current attributes, Lin Ziluo declared. Big fool understood the command. It raised its extraordinarily large arms, grasping the two alloy bars of the cage. Then, with sheer force, the alloy bars emitted a grating sound as they began to bend visibly. One bar, then two, then three. The cage was forcibly pried open, creating a gap large enough for Big Fool to emerge. Big Fool stepped out, gazing at Lin Ziluo before him. The Shah absent-mindedly scratched his head and broke into a smile. Chapter 49. The eccentric affection of the simpleton Lin Ziluo felt a sense of satisfaction. It was acceptable for the simpleton to be a little foolish. No, rather, for the undead to be somewhat dim-witted. As long as he remained obedient and possessed a modicum of capability, that sufficed. Conveniently, Lin Ziluo had an unnecessary leather bracer to adorn the simpleton. The blue recovery necklace and the small magic staff could be disregarded. The simpleton, endowed with immense strength, had no need for mental acuity or the swiftness of mental recovery. It is worth noting that the additional mental power would not elevate the simpleton's intellect. Leather bracer, a piece of bronze-grade equipment crafted from fur. Attributes: Constitution 1, Strength 1. Quite an ordinary piece of gear. Lin Ziluo took a moment to check the attributes of the simpleton after donning the leather bracer. He discovered that the attributes conferred by the equipment did not benefit from the unique nighttime enhancement characteristic of zombies. Fortunately, were it to grant such a nighttime bonus, it would be utterly absurd. Yawning, Lin Ziluo decided it was time to retire. He promptly led the simpleton to the elevator and ascended to the third floor, selecting an unoccupied bedroom. The room bore the unmistakable signs of having never been inhabited. The lifestyle of the wealthy was indeed simple, yet drearily monotonous. Zombies do not require sleep. Thus, Lin Ziluo instructed Simpleton to stand guard at the door and ensure nothing disturbs my slumber. Although he was aware that the zombies in the vicinity had been cleared, one could never be too cautious. The Simpleton nodded firmly, indicating his commitment to the task. He then turned and positioned his robust frame like an iron tower at the bedroom door. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Reliable indeed. He then closed the bedroom door and placed a surveillance eye at the entrance. Despite having the simpleton as a safeguard, it was prudent to exercise caution. Most importantly, the number of surveillance eyes had exceeded 10 in his storage space. Lin Ziluo, disinterested in further contemplation, reclined onto the plush bed still clad in his gear and promptly descended into slumber. It was now 4:00 a.m. on the fourth day of the apocalypse. When Lin Ziluo awakened, the time had advanced to noon. He utilized his instant awakening method, quickly refreshed himself, and opened the door. The simpleton remained dutifully stationed at the doorway. Upon hearing the door open behind him, the simpleton turned to glance back. "Well done, young man," Lin Ziluo praised him, to which the simpleton responded with a goofy grin. The pair descended the stairs together. The horrific scenes from the early hours greeted them. The air in the hall was thick with the pungent scent of blood. The floor was littered with corpses, leaving Lin Ziluo with little room to step. Not to mention the copious amounts of blood that had seeped from the bodies, turning the once pristine white carpet into a deep crimson. Lin Ziluo stepped cautiously atop the corpses, with the simpleton closely following behind. However, due to the substantial weight of the clumsy giant, many corpses were crushed beneath its feet. Upon reaching the grand table in the living room, Lin Ziluo casually discarded a severed finger from the chair and seated himself. He then retrieved food classification card from his storage space, activating a few at random. An exquisite lunch materialized upon the table, a feast for the senses. Lin Ziluo savored his meal while observing the gruesome scene in the hall. Why not indulge in their remains? He suggested, gesturing toward the corpses on the floor. Although zombies do not require sustenance to replenish energy, they often harbor a penchant for consuming human flesh. Surprisingly, the clumsy giant did not conform to the norm. After glancing at the bodies below, it shook its head vigorously. Lin Ziluo was astounded, exclaiming, You are indeed an extraordinary zombie. Furthermore, the giant's gaze wandered to the lavish spread before Lin Ziluo, and it discreetly swallowed. Lin Ziluo's keen observation did not miss this subtle action. With a spirit of experimentation, he pointed at the dishes and proposed, "How about you try a bit?" To his astonishment, as soon as Lin Ziluo's words left his lips, the giant's previously vacant expression transformed into one of alertness, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Lin Ziluo touched his forehead, bemused. What a peculiar zombie this was, preferring cooked food over human flesh. In his 10 years of experience, he had never encountered such a culinary preference in a zombie. Lin Ziluo, not one to be stingy, decided to share his bounty, activating 5 or 6 more cards with a wave of his hand. The table was soon laden with additional dishes. "Help yourself," he invited, pointing at the array of food. The giant beamed, standing to scoop the food onto its plate and gobbling it down. "Sit down and eat," Lin Ziluo urged, exasperated. By then, he had finished his lunch and merely observed the giant feasting. The giant promptly took a seat and began to indulge heartily. Lin Ziluo scrutinized the scene, confirming his hypothesis. Indeed, the giant seemed to exhibit a notable increase in intelligence while eating, its gaze and movements becoming significantly more agile. Astonishing, a true gourmand zombie. It appeared that sustenance could enhance its prowess. Lin Ziluo decided to test the giant's abilities further, and as expected, its intellect had markedly improved. However, once the last morsel was consumed, the giant reverted to its silly demeanor. Well, he thought, having lamented the surplus of resource cards without a place to store them, he now had the clumsy giant to share the burden. Lin Ziluo spread his hands. After their meal, he retrieved a map from his storage space. This map had been discovered in a shop the previous day and detailed the layout of the entire city. Not only that, but Lin Ziluo had marked it extensively with annotations indicating various special locations. As he examined the map, Lin Ziluo meticulously searched for a specific point. After a considerable time, his eyes lit up as he pointed to a location and declared, "Let us go here." Chapter 50. The Scrolls Within the Museum of the Demon City. As the saying goes, plans cannot keep up with changes. Lin Ziluo initially intended to seek vengeance against Li Haobo when he reached levels 5 or 6. However, this vengeance merely entailed the assassination of Li Haobo alone. Due to a series of unforeseen adventures, Lin Ziluo found himself at level 8 by the time he sought retribution. His strength had escalated to a point where he could annihilate everyone within the Li family estate. After fulfilling his vendetta, Lin Ziluo had originally planned to venture into a familiar dungeon in the heart of the Demon City for rapid level advancement. However, with his current level 8 status and an array of luxurious equipment, alongside the formidable assistance of the Shah, he could forego the leveling phase entirely. He could directly pursue the objective he had initially set, Hidden Class, Phantom. To transition into this class, one must journey to the Museum of the Demon City, where an ancient scroll is preserved. This scroll is the key to the class change. Once activated, it transports the individual to a transformation space. To complete the transition, they must endure 3 trials. Upon success, they would receive the scroll for the Phantom class. Failure to complete the trials or exceeding the allocated time would result in obliteration. Notably, Lin Ziluo only fully comprehended these details after his transition. In his previous life, he had been coerced and misled into entering the transformation space. Initially, the entire Demon City was abuzz with rumors of treasures residing within the museum. Lin Ziluo, along with his 3 outwardly friendly roommates, was drawn to the museum. It was there that Lin Ziluo encountered Li Haobo, Yao Jinghan, and their bodyguards. They had arrived a day earlier and learned that anyone who activated the scroll would meet an untimely demise. Upon Lin Ziluo's arrival, a quarrel erupted due to misunderstandings, which caused Li Haobo to lose face in front of others. With the crowd gathered at the museum, Li Haobo refrained from direct confrontation. Instead, he discreetly approached Lin Ziluo's 3 roommates, offering them ample incentives to betray him. Their betrayal was executed simply by persuading Lin Ziluo to activate the scroll. At that time, he was unaware of the fatal consequences of doing so. Deceived by his so-called friends, who claimed that activating the scroll would enhance his power, Lin Ziluo, blinded by rage, failed to discern their deceit. Coupled with threats from Li Haobu's associates, he ultimately chose to activate the scroll. Unexpectedly, Lin Ziluo succeeded in the transition, obtaining the scroll for the Phantom class. However, during the transformation process, his face was disfigured by a boss that emerged in the third trial. This encapsulates the essence of the entire affair. The event unfolded on the 8th day of the apocalyptic game, while it was still merely the 4th day. The Shanghai Museum was decidedly devoid of visitors at that hour. Lin Ziluo resolved to take the initiative. The target was unmistakably clear, and he vividly recalled the trial process. What was there to hesitate over? Off he went. Lin Ziluo tidied himself up, returning to the basement safe house to admire the remains of Li Haobu, now reduced to a mushy state. He also took the opportunity to disguise the hulking figure of Dashin from the floor where the bodyguards resided. He procured a tailored bodyguard uniform that fit Dashin's physique. With a pair of sunglasses donned, Dashin's crimson eyes and fangs, characteristics of a zombie, were completely concealed, presenting him as a formidable and reassuring bodyguard. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo retrieved some weaponry from the mercenary group, taking a few daggers for himself while Dashin wielded a hefty cleaver. The duo then strode forth from the Li family villa. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, most players had begun to acclimate to their grim surroundings. The supplies typically held by ordinary households had been largely depleted over the past 3 days. Driven by these circumstances, a multitude of players ventured outside, actively hunting zombies. Among them were a few fortunate souls who managed to acquire 1 or 2 pieces of equipment or items, while many others obtained resource cards. The exhilaration of defeating zombies, gaining experience, and enhancing their attributes spurred a segment of players into a frenzy of zombie hunting. It was not that they were incapable of defeating zombies. As stated at the onset of the apocalypse, the initial 7 days served as a protective period for novices. The intelligence, attributes, abilities, and leveling speed of zombies were significantly suppressed during this time. An average adult could indeed face a zombie in single combat. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that many young individuals today had either played online games or read apocalyptic novels. Confronted with such a tangible apocalyptic scenario, they drew upon the knowledge acquired through their gaming and literary experiences, showcasing humanity's remarkable adaptability. Soon, formations of teams and cooperative efforts emerged, fostering a sense of unity. Though the authenticity of such solidarity in an apocalyptic context remained debatable, numerous strategies for luring, trapping, and fracturing zombies proliferated. As players grew more powerful, attention increasingly shifted to a particular location, the Shanghai Museum. Typically bustling with visitors, the museum had devolved into a veritable hell on Earth following the onset of the apocalyptic game. A horde of zombies had ensnared those unable to escape, with only a few succumbing to their fate, while the rest transformed into their companions. This resulted in a staggering number of zombies both within and at the entrance of the museum. It was undeniably an excellent locale for leveling up and gaining experience. Players began to devise plans centered around the Shanghai Museum. Chapter 51. How to enter the Museum of Magic City. Lin Ziluo, equally troubled, found himself in the bustling heart of the Magic City alongside his companion, the simple-minded Dashin. Although they had yet to approach the Museum of Magic City, the ghastly sight of a mountain of corpses loomed ominously before them. Their rapid journey had consumed over 3 hours, during which they had scarcely managed to dispatch a handful of zombies. However, fortune smiled upon Lin Ziluo as he stumbled upon a valuable item. Fireball spell scroll, a bronze level. One-time use artifact that, upon activation, unleashes a fireball of fixed energy. The player can command a fireball to strike foes or opt for an explosive detonation, inflicting area damage. Though it may appear modest, Lin Ziluo understood that such consumable scrolls wield considerable might. During their expedition, Lin Ziluo conducted a fascinating experiment to determine whether Dashin, having acquired a player panel, still qualified as a zombie. The revelation filled Lin Ziluo with elation. Indeed, he did. Dashin could approach zombies without drawing their attention unless he chose to engage them in combat, at which point the undead would retaliate. This discovery bore immense implications. Firstly, Dashin could stealthily approach zombies and launch surprise attacks. Even those with superior attributes might find themselves outmatched by Dashin's cunning. Secondly, Dashin could access wild treasure chests. Imagine the treasure chests hidden within the throngs of zombies. Typically, a player would need to vanquish numerous zombies or conquer a boss to reach such chests. Yet, Dashin required no such effort. With a mere wiggle of his rear, he could slip into the horde and effortlessly unlock chests, all while appearing nonchalant. What a remarkable exploit. Of course, under normal circumstances, Lin Ziluo would refrain from allowing Dashin to engage in such activities. Opening treasure chests would not yield experience, reputation, or storage rewards, rendering it a sheer waste. Lin Ziluo set aside his binoculars. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, most zombies near the museum had been cleared by players, allowing them to gather at the entrance to discuss the scrolls. With so many undead surrounding the threshold now, it would indeed be challenging for just the two of them to clear a path. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. It was a pity that the scroll served as a fixed teleportation point, immovable in nature. Otherwise, he could have simply sent Dashin inside the museum to retrieve the scroll, then concealed himself in a corner to activate it. What comfort that would have provided. Currently, Lin Ziluo found himself atop an unfinished building, its roof still shrouded in construction barriers, resulting in a scarcity of zombies within. He and Dashin ascended to the rooftop with ease. From this vantage point, they could clearly survey the external conditions of the Museum of Magic City. Seated upon a wooden plank, Lin Ziluo began to contemplate their strategy. A direct assault was undoubtedly unfeasible. Amidst the throng of zombies, even the most relentless efforts to eradicate them yield insufficient results. The prospect of stealth is utterly implausible. No matter how agile one might be, navigating through a museum teeming with zombies is an insurmountable challenge. Perhaps employing a projectile device to hurl meat saturated with a zombie virus could serve as a distraction. Yet, the range of such a device is limited, and proximity would merely attract more attention. What if the simpleton, Dasha, were to lure the zombies away? By wielding the raw meat, Dasha could divert a significant portion of the undead, allowing me to confront a smaller contingent and thus potentially access the scroll. Lin Ziluo turned his gaze toward Dasha, who remained in a stupor. Suddenly, Dasha shivered, perplexed as he scratched his head. Strange, he mused. I am a zombie, yet why do I feel a chill? Lin Ziluo promptly averted his gaze. The question of whether he could activate the zombies was one matter. The certainty that Dasha would perish under the relentless pursuit of the horde was indisputable. What to do then? Casting furtive glances toward the museum, Lin Ziluo's attention was drawn to a nearby shopping mall, just 2 streets away. Through the glass of the mall's upper floor, he discerned signs of considerable human activity. Raising his binoculars, he scrutinized the scene. The top floor appeared to be a gathering place for numerous individuals, predominantly robust young men. Their demeanor and expressions indicated they were seasoned in the art of zombie extermination. Among them, 4 or 5 figures stood before the expansive windows overlooking the museum, intently observing and discussing matters, gesturing as if strategizing a plan. Due to the distance and angle, Lin Ziluo could not fully decipher their conversation, but certain phrases caught his attention. Encircle this batch of zombies, insufficient manpower inside the museum, and so forth. After a considerable discussion, they vanished from view, presumably retreating to confer with others congregated nearby. Lowering the binoculars, Lin Ziluo pieced together the implications of their dialogue. It became evident that the zombies at the museum's entrance had likely been cleared by these individuals. The unfortunate fate of those who had touched the scroll, resulting in their demise, had led to the dissemination of such information. In light of this, why not ally with them? Joining their ranks to exterminate the zombies would alleviate many burdens and spare Dasha from certain peril. As for the concern of others reaching the scroll first, what a jest! If anyone were capable of passing the trial, Lin Ziluo would not have been the one called upon 2 days hence to activate the scroll. Forming temporary alliances is a commonplace occurrence in the apocalypse. However, such makeshift groups often meet grim fates. In the face of self-interest, who truly adheres to rules? Moreover, in a world dominated by the principle of strength, akin to a doomsday game, Lin Ziluo sheathed his tang knife, and stowed away his telescope. He called out to the Shah, and together, a man and a corpse descended the stairs. They needed to hasten to rendezvous with the individuals on the rooftop of the mall, while also seeking to persuade them to launch their offensive sooner. Chapter 52. The Grim Reaper Club at the top floor of the Zayarunfa Mall. Nearly 100 players congregated within a warehouse brimming with supplies. These provisions were originally intended to replenish the goods within the mall stores. However, with the advent of the Apocalypse game, this location transformed into a vital resource hub for the players. Typically, places with such high foot traffic, like malls, are teeming with zombies, deterring most individuals from entering. Yet, the freight elevator at the back of Zayarunfa conveniently leads directly to the warehouse, allowing access without encountering the undead lurking within the mall. Thus, any player familiar with the mall would opt to use the freight elevator to ascend and procure essential supplies like food. A visionary individual, observing this scenario, decided to establish a gathering place here. Those daring enough to venture out and confront zombies would naturally constitute a pool of exceptional talent. By uniting these remarkable individuals, he believed a formidable organization could be formed. With such an optimistic notion, the gathering soon attracted numerous participants, leading the leader to Kristen at the Grim Reaper Club. In his eyes, the members of this enclave were indeed true harbingers of death, capable of delivering demise to the undead. In a mere 3 days, the Grim Reaper Club amassed 100 members. Through their collective efforts, they successfully eradicated several small zombie clusters, essentially small supermarkets, shops, and residential buildings. The thrill of victory, the spoils of war, and the exhilaration of leveling up inflated the egos of the club's players. They began to argue about executing a grand operation. However, the founder of the Grim Reaper Club soon sensed that things were spiraling out of control. With the increasing number of members, he found it increasingly challenging to maintain authority. Reluctantly, he realized he must acquiesce to the desires of his members. Where should the Grim Reaper Club direct its ambitions? The zombies below were out of the question. Their sheer numbers and proximity posed an insurmountable risk. Should they provoke them and fail, the club would be doomed, and all supplies in the warehouse would be lost. After a deliberation among the founder and several respected leaders within the club, they ultimately settled on the Shanghai Museum as their target. Its distance was neither too far nor too close, and the open space of the museum's entrance was conducive to combat. However, they were not so arrogant as to think 100 individuals could successfully assault such a location. Instead, they decided to wait until the club could muster 200 members before proceeding with their plan. "All right, it is settled then. Everyone, prepare your weapons," spoke Gao Dong, the founder of the Grim Reaper Club. The members rose, erupting in cheers. "In my opinion, waiting for 200 members underestimates our brotherhood's strength. We should charge forth immediately. Indeed, it would be splendid if another resource card for a roasted whole lamb were to emerge. The flavor of yesterday's feast was simply exquisite. I am utterly impatient. I must retrieve another bag of ham." Gao Dong opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He wished to persuade the members to conserve their supplies, and to advise them to act with more discretion to avoid attracting the attention of the zombies below. Yet he understood that even if he spoke, no one would heed his counsel. After all, who does not relish the indulgence of feasting in the apocalypse? Who does not enjoy this unruly celebration? Devoid of restrictions and order, Gao Dong often felt he had strayed from the right path. Yet he could not bring himself to abandon the club he had founded. To put it plainly, he still reveled in the illusion of power and the adoration he received as its founder. Thus, under his indulgence, the members grew increasingly audacious. "Damn it, you, big yellow hair, keep your hand to yourself." Suddenly, a commotion erupted. A woman wielding an iron rod pointed at a man with yellow-dyed hair. Behind her lurked a well-proportioned girl. Gao Dong did not need to look to know that the big yellow-haired man had once again inappropriately touched the girl. Unfazed, he faced the woman with the iron rod. "Listen here, Tian Ningjing, don't think you can flaunt that bronze-level iron rod and intimidate me," he spat on ground. "What do you know? If this little beauty submits to me sooner, it would be for the best. How long do you think you can protect her?" He sneered at Tian Ningjing. Tian Ningjing, trembling with rage, retorted, "I know your intentions, big yellow hair. You think she would ever submit to you? Puffed. Do you even deserve it? The crowd erupted in laughter. The expression on the big yellow-haired man's face darkened, humiliated before the onlookers. What a filthy wench. Don't be hasty. I'm currently displaying gentlemanly restraint, but when the opportunity arises, I'll make you regret it, he seethed, knowing he could not overpower Tian Ningjing. Who was armed? Still playing games with me? Look at yourself in the mirror, you little toothpick. You're hilarious, Tian Ningjing taunted, sensing his retreat and pressing her advantage. Another wave of laughter erupted from the crowd, deepening the big yellow-haired man's scowl. He stepped aside, extracting a hefty wooden stick. Gao Dong could no longer remain passive. If the situation continued to escalate, a severe conflict was inevitable. That's enough, he declared, rising to his feet. However, his voice was too soft, drowned out by the laughter surrounding him. As the ruckus intensified, more and more people gathered, reveling in the chaos. Fight! Big yellow hair, don't be afraid. How can you cower before a woman? Tian girl, give it your all. I want to see how you twist that fine figure in a brawl. Unbeknownst to anyone, the freight elevator leading directly to the top floor slowly opened its doors. A man adorned with a mask entered the room, followed closely by an exceedingly tall bodyguard, who was sporting sunglasses. Chapter 53. The Great Deceiver. Lin Ziluo. The arrival was none other than our protagonist, the handsome and charming Lin Ziluo. Much like the readers themselves. At this moment, he had stored away all his gear and casually donned a simple set of male attire. Even so, the outfit clung to him in a manner that exuded style and elegance. Lin Ziluo had always preferred to maintain a low profile, having spent his previous life constantly evading danger. Any hint of ostentation could easily attract the attention of the Li family. Initially, he had considered disguising himself, but then he thought, why should he still be so timid? Was he truly afraid that the remains of Li Haobo would come seeking trouble once more? Thus, he boldly took the freight elevator to the top floor of the Shaoruanfa shopping mall. Ordinarily, there would have been a guard at the freight elevator entrance. However, upon noticing a commotion, the guard had rushed off to join the fray. Consequently, Lin Ziluo and his companion, the towering big fool, entered the Death God Club without a hint of trepidation. They soon spotted a crowd gathered, engrossed in the spectacle. Among them, the anxious Gao Dong immediately caught Lin Ziluo's attention. This individual seemed familiar. Lin Ziluo recalled having seen him when he activated the scroll that day. The memory felt distant, making it difficult to recognize him entirely. Yet there lingered a vague impression, as he appeared to possess a certain charisma, perhaps as a leader of some organization. It seemed he was indeed part of that group. Gao Dong's presence drew Lin Ziluo's gaze, and simultaneously, both Lin Ziluo and Big Fool attracted the attention of others. The masked Lin Ziluo was already a sight to behold, and following him was a towering figure, a bodyguard in appearance. Who would he feel intimidated by such a duo? One individual, upon spotting Lin Ziluo and his companion, immediately quieted down from the previous excitement, wary of making too much noise and incurring Lin Ziluo's displeasure. The silence of one prompted the curiosity of another, and soon, the sight of Lin Ziluo and Big Fool had rendered the entire area hushed. Like a ripple effect, the silence spread, and soon the previously heated argument between Tian Ningjing and the scruffy-haired De Huang ceased altogether. All eyes turned apprehensively towards Lin Ziluo, creating an atmosphere that was decidedly strange. Gao Dong was the first to regain his composure. He stepped forward with an air of authority. Might I inquire how to address this esteemed brother? What brings you to our Death God Club? Gao Dong inquired politely. Lin Ziluo responded earnestly. It's just my brother and I. We noticed there were many people around, so we thought we might see if we could join you. It turned out that the imposing figure behind him was not a bodyguard, but indeed his brother. Instantly, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Such was the power of perceived status. Initially, everyone had assumed that Big Fool was Lin Ziluo's bodyguard, which implied that Lin Ziluo held an impressive stature. Now, upon hearing that they were merely brothers, the tension eased considerably. Gao Dong, however, was filled with delight. So you are brothers. That is wonderful. If he could persuade these two individuals to join his ranks, would that not significantly enhance his influence? If you wish to join our Death God Club, we wholeheartedly welcome you. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm the president of the Death God Club, Gao Dong. Gao Dong began to reveal his identity. Oh, so you're the president, Lin Ziluo realized with sudden clarity. Indeed. May I inquire how to address you, my brother? Gao Dong asked. At that moment, Gao Dong remembered to check Lin Ziluo's attributes. Upon inspection, he was met with an entire screen of question marks. What is this? Gao Dong, undeterred, glanced at the panel behind Lin Ziluo, which belonged to the rather foolish-looking individual. Basic information, nickname, Desha title, none level. Level 4? How could someone possibly name themselves Desha? Gao Dong was utterly perplexed by these two individuals. I am Lin Luo, and this is my brother Desha. He may be a bit foolish and mute, but he works as a bodyguard for the affluent, Lin Ziluo introduced. Gao Dong's spirits lifted further. The fact that this person was somewhat simple-minded implied they could be easily swayed, right? Excellent, excellent, excellent. Brother Lin Luo, on behalf of the Death God Club, I extend a warm welcome to both of you. Gao Dong extended his hand. Lin Ziluo shook Gao Dong's hand amicably. With Lin Ziluo's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere began to dissipate. After a few exchanges of insults, Tian Ningjing and De Huangmao concluded their conflict. Of course, whether the conflict was truly over would depend on the thoughts of the two involved. The rooftop of Shao Ruinfa once again echoed with joyous laughter. Lin Ziluo and Desha were then ushered into Gao Dong's office. Brother Lin Luo, Brother Desha, we seem to have an instant rapport. I am curious about your interests. As brothers, I am eager to accommodate you. Gao Dong struggled to conceal his affection for Desha, though he spoke to Lin Ziluo. His gaze remained fixated on Desha. Lin Ziluo began to question Gao Dong's orientation. Ahem, well, it is like this, Brother Gao. My brother and I are both fond of combat. Our primary goal is to grow stronger. We enjoy venturing out to slay zombies and level up during our free time. We came here mainly to familiarize ourselves with the environment, Lin Ziluo stated. This served as a prelude to his future actions. By claiming a penchant for killing zombies, he could leverage his combative nature to accelerate their decision-making when discussing an assault on the museum. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo knew he could not remain with this group indefinitely. Caution had always been his guiding principle. Individuals who are arrogant and overestimate their abilities tend to meet their demise swiftly in the apocalyptic game. Moreover, once the time limit for his concealed identity expired, he would be exposed as a vengeful force. This formidable identity could instill fear in most. Yet there were bound to be some dim-witted individuals who might harbor ill intentions. It was not that Lin Ziluo feared these people. Anyone who dared to provoke him would undoubtedly come to regret their existence in this world. However, these individuals currently serve as invaluable assets for entering the museum. How could one afford to squander such opportunities? The desire to grow stronger, Gao Dong remarked. He harbored no doubts, as he was aware that many within the Death God Club shared this sentiment. A pained expression crossed Gao Dong's face as he spoke. If you wish to become stronger, I happen to possess an extra skill book, and I might reluctantly part with it for my brother. Chapter 54. A resounding slap from the fool, a skill book? Lin Ziluo was momentarily taken aback. Oh my, an unexpected gain. If it weren't for Lin Ziluo's commendable composure, he might have burst into laughter. Was it possible that Gao Dong was unaware of the preciousness of skill books? Was he truly willing to pay such a hefty price to curry favor with them? Amused internally, Lin Ziluo hesitantly remarked, skill books must be quite valuable, wouldn't you agree? Such a demeanor. This attitude was most likely to entice. As expected, Gao Dong immediately responded with great bravado, we are all brothers here. What does it matter if it's precious or not? Here, Lin Ziluo, take it. With that, Gao Dong retrieved a book from his storage space and thrust it into Lin Ziluo's hands. Goodness, it truly was a skill book. Lin Ziluo was astonished. Had he misjudged the manner in which one should approach such matters? Were players in this apocalyptic game truly so generous? Lin Ziluo opened the book. State of Frenzied Rage, a warrior class skill. Upon activation, the user enters a state of uncontrollable fury, losing all awareness and transforming into a madman who only comprehends the need to attack nearby living beings. Attributes increase between 20 to 50, depending on the level of rage, lasting for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the user will enter a state of confusion proportional to the increase in attributes. The greater the enhancement, the longer the confusion lasts. This skill has significant side effects. Use with caution. Lin Ziluo's expression grew peculiar. Although Gao Dong could not perceive Lin Ziluo's face, he could tell from his prolonged silence that his clever ruse had been unveiled. Gao Dong, feeling awkward, explained, "Though this skill has considerable side effects and results in a complete loss of consciousness, it is a lifeline when one finds themselves in dire straits. Do you think I'm foolish enough to waste a skill book? In those 2 minutes of utter oblivion, one must consider the possibility of harming allies. It is well known that even with enhanced attributes, an unconscious individual is often less formidable than one who retains awareness. Take, for instance, the comparison between zombies and humans with equivalent attributes. Humans often prevail against zombies precisely because zombies lack consciousness. Players are not naive. After one player activated this skill book, he immediately traded it for a piece of bronze-level equipment with Gao Dong, who, rather obliviously, agreed to the exchange. Each time Gao Dong reflected on this incident, regret washed over him. It's fine, it's fine. I truly appreciate your sentiment, Gao. I am very fond of this skill book. Thank you." Lin Ziluo said with a calm tone as he stowed the skill book back into his storage space. "If you truly cherished it, would you have learned the skill yourself by now?" Gao Dong thought Lin Ziluo was merely providing him an out. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he hurriedly added, "I owe you. Brother Lin, how about this? I also have a voucher for a bucket of fried chicken. Let us enjoy together, shall we?" Behold, the allure of language and action. A free acquisition of someone else's skill book, yet it instilled within them a sense of apology. "Alas, I must decline. I am off with the Shah to hunt zombies for experience." Lin Ziluo firmly refused. Upon hearing this, Gao Dong responded, "Very well, my friend. I am pleased to see you enhance your strength. Go ahead, my brothers. Feel free to take what you need from the warehouse. There is no need for formality." Gao Dong proclaimed with grandiosity. Lin Ziluo nodded in understanding, yet did not retrieve any supplies, instead exiting the office. The Shah observed the camaraderie between the two, and though he did not grasp their conversation, he eagerly trailed after Lin Ziluo as he departed. Gao Dong remained in the office, basking in delight. Lin Luo, what a remarkable fellow. I gift him a mere skill book, and he does not express disdain. A true brother, Gao Dong mused. However, as Lin Ziluo stepped outside, he immediately sensed something amiss. His keen intuition indicated that from the moment he crossed the threshold of the office, 3 or 4 individuals had fixated upon him, as if anticipating his emergence. It seems trouble is brewing, Lin Ziluo lamented. Why must you torment a simple, honest man? Indeed, as he approached the freight elevator, a group encircled him, obstructing his path. From this throng emerged a man clad in fur, cigarette in hand, a notorious troublemaker who posed a significant headache for Gao Dong. Possessing considerable influence, he harbored ambitions to usurp Gao Dong and become the leader of the Grim Reaper Club, often targeting him both overtly and covertly. With an arrogant demeanor, the man addressed Lin Ziluo, "Brother, I do not threaten you. I merely wish to advise you to steer clear of Gao Dong. Otherwise, even if your brother is formidable." Lin Ziluo, growing impatient, interjected, "Shah, why are you dawdling? Get to work." The man, his words interrupted, seethed with anger, ready to erupt. The Shah stepped forward from behind Lin Ziluo. "So what if you're big? You're merely at level 4. I'll have you know, I have several level 4s backing me." Smack! Once again, the man's words were cut short, and he could utter no more. For the Shah had delivered a resounding slap, spinning the man's head a full 180 degrees. The burly men who had been flanking him were taken aback at the sight of their leader's face, now facing them from an unnatural angle, causing immediate panic. 2 of them were so frightened they collapsed onto the ground. The revelers in the hall turned their curious gazes toward the sound of the slap. With a thunderous thud, the man's lifeless body fell to the ground. Lin Ziluo calmly applauded, stepping over the man's corpse as he proceeded on his way. Approaching the freight elevator, I pressed the button to summon it, departing from the rooftop with an air of nonchalance, as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 55. The Bug of Mindless Fury. Silence. An overwhelming silence. The once lively hall had once again fallen into stillness due to Lin Ziluo. All eyes were fixated on the lifeless body on the ground, rendering everyone speechless with terror. Even within the confines of the office, Gao Dong sensed that something was amiss. He was berating himself for forgetting to escort Lin Luo downstairs when he realized that the previously raucous noise outside had vanished. Gao Dong opened the office door. What on earth? Before he could finish his sentence, he beheld the corpse sprawled on the ground. Isn't that Jia Tai? How could he be dead? Gao Dong exclaimed in astonishment. This utterance shattered the prevailing silence, prompting several individuals to react as they screamed and murmured in disbelief. A murder? Goodness. One slap turned his head halfway around. This is revolting. I feel nauseated. The hall erupted once more into chaos, even more tumultuous than before. A loyal subordinate of Gao Dong approached him, recounting the recent events. Upon learning that Lin Ziluo had caused the death of Jia Tai with a single slap, Gao Dong nearly burst into laughter. His formidable adversary had met such an untimely end. Lin Luo and Desha are truly my good brothers. I must go to great lengths to please them next time. Gao Dong surveyed the scene, instructing his men to clear the body before retreating back into his office, exhilarated. Lin Luo has gifted me a grand present. Indeed, I have received a tremendous boon for Gao Dong. However, this also serves to establish my authority, saving me considerable trouble. When it comes to assaulting the museum, I will undoubtedly wield significant influence. Meanwhile, in the freight elevator, Lin Ziluo pondered. Yet, Gao Dong has also bestowed upon me a remarkable gift. The thought of the skill Mindless Fury brought him joy. A pure, free acquisition of a practical skill book. Indeed, while others might deem it useless, even a skill book meant for self-destruction, in Lin Ziluo's hands, it was a treasure. This treasure was not for Lin Ziluo himself, but rather for Desha. Mindless Fury could indeed cause players to lose their sanity, even attacking their own teammates. However, Desha was an exception. Lin Ziluo had inquired of the Goldfinger system, which assured him that Desha would never harm him, regardless of his mental state. This instinct was ingrained in him by the system, entirely independent of rationality. Furthermore, Lin Ziluo could manipulate Desha's actions himself. Thus, should Desha enter a state of mindless fury, it would signify a remarkable increase in attributes. He would either attack all beings except Lin Ziluo, or be entirely governed by Lin Ziluo's will. Another game bug. The apocalyptic game could never have anticipated that the seemingly useless skill of mindless fury could be wielded so effectively by Lin Ziluo. He produced the skill book of mindless fury and handed it to Desha. Desha, displaying remarkable understanding, swiftly learned the skill of berserk madness. Observing the newly acquired ability on Desha's panel, Lin Ziluo couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate Desha was despite his apparent foolishness. By day, Lin Ziluo might have been able to surpass Desha, but with the Knight's embrace and the dual enhancement of berserk madness, Lin Ziluo knew he had to tread carefully for the next 2 minutes. He resolved to strive for an upgrade, aiming to reach level 10, where his strength would experience at least a 2-fold increase upon class transition. The elevator came to a halt, arriving at the back corridor of the shopping mall, which had long been cleared by the members of the Grim Reaper Club. Lin Ziluo and Desha strode confidently into the evening, the clock striking approximately 5 o'clock, leaving 2 hours until nightfall. They sought a suitable location to accumulate experience, hoping to find missing items such as pants, gloves, or a chess piece. Yet, why should night pose a threat? Together, Lin Ziluo and Desha could easily dominate the zombies empowered by the darkness. He realized he was still influenced by the mindset of his past life. Embracing this realization, he decided to revel in the chaos. While others cowered at home during the night, he would carve a path through the horde of zombies, reaping experience in abundance. What a thrilling prospect! With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo promptly pulled out a map to search for a location where he could continuously slay zombies without being overwhelmed. Ideally, it would be a place rich in wild treasure chests or other game items. Dungeons were out of the question, as there were none nearby. However, a splendid location caught his eye, the Magic City Library, merely 4 kilometers from a Shaorunfa shopping mall. Although the library was expansive, its corridors were rather narrow. with each genre of books enclosed in separate rooms. Most importantly, there was a game shop on the library's rooftop. Lin Ziluo currently had nearly 6,000 gold coins in his account. At the rate of 2,000 gold coins for a piece of premium bronze-level equipment, he could easily acquire pants, gloves, and a chess piece. The Magic City Library, it was, without hesitation, Lin Ziluo set off with the Shah. The 3-kilometer journey was not too daunting. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, but under the combined strength of Lin Ziluo and the Shah, these foes were effortlessly crushed. Lin Ziluo instructed the Shah to inflict only enough damage to leave the zombies incapacitated, allowing him to deliver the finishing blows. Though he wouldn't gain experience this way, his guaranteed drop rate was no mere boast. Coupled with the constant activation of auto-loot, Lin Ziluo only needed to strike the weakened zombies that the Shah had pummeled, and a plethora of cards, items, and even equipment would fill his inventory. It was astounding. The synergy of the guaranteed drop rate, absolute enslavement, and auto-loot transformed Lin Ziluo into a relentless monster-slaying machine. He continued this relentless pursuit until he neared the Magic City Library, where he finally reigned in his fervor. Chapter 56. The decapitating blade. Lin Ziluo sheathed his Tang Dao. At this moment, he and the simple-minded Shah had successfully infiltrated a small convenience store outside the library of the Demon City. After dispatching the zombie matron within, Lin Ziluo sank into a chair, casually grabbing a packet of spicy strips from the shelf and savoring them with delight. He pondered the treasures he had previously uncovered during his journey. Lin Ziluo had vanquished over 100 zombies. When combined with those he had defeated earlier, he had successfully accumulated 800 experience points, half of what was required to ascend to level 9. As for the cards he had collected, there were simply too many to recount, stacked thickly in a corner. Except for a few utility cards that might prove useful in the future, he could hardly muster the energy to glance at the others. The true essence lay in the items and equipment. In total, he had acquired 5 items and 2 pieces of equipment this time. Besides the items he already possessed, he had obtained a new treasure, Worn Scarecrow, a one-time bronze-level item that, when placed on the ground, diverts the hatred of creatures hostile to the player toward the Scarecrow. Only upon the complete destruction of the Scarecrow will they resume their attack on the player. This Scarecrow was indeed a remarkable asset, an essential life-saving item. The term creatures even encompassed players. Even if a player intended to attack him, their body would involuntarily target the Scarecrow instead. Such was its enchantment. After securing this valuable item, Lin Ziluo turned his attention to the 2 pieces of equipment he had acquired. Combo gloves, bronze-level equipment that grants a chance to strike consecutively. Attributes: 1 strength, 1 constitution, and a 5 chance to add an additional attack after a successful strike. Ring blade, a bronze-level weapon forged from steel through repeated folding, hammering, and quenching, resulting in a straight-edged long sword. Attributes: 3 strength. What a fortuitous acquisition. Lin Ziluo donned the combo gloves with satisfaction, appreciating the substantial attribute boosts and the added effect of consecutive strikes. Once triggered, the combo would allow him to execute 2 rapid slashes. Although perhaps less powerful than his explosive double slash and devoid of its explosive effect. However, with the addition of a new attribute, who could ask for more? As for the ring blade, Lin Ziluo could only remark on its unparalleled ability to maximize strength. It sacrificed all ancillary effects to deliver a pure enhancement of power, ranking it among the finest bronze equipment available. With a thought, Lin Ziluo recalled that his Tang Hung Dao was equally exceptional. This meant that the fusion stone he had long treasured could finally be employed. The fusion stone materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand, a reward from vanquishing the conjoined zombies within the gymnasium. Its purpose was to merge 2 bronze-level items of the same type into one. And if the quality of both items was sufficiently high, there was a strong possibility of crafting a silver-level piece. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo placed Tang Hung Dao 1 and Ring Blade upon the table and proceeded to activate the fusion stone. As the player activated the fusion stone, he was on the verge of merging the equipment, the Ring Sword and the Tang Hung Sword 1. He confirmed the fusion, fully aware that both items would permanently vanish post-combination. Fusion commencing, estimated time, 30 minutes, announced Lin Ziluo. The fusion stone in his hand instantly emanated a radiant white light, enveloping the two swords as they entered a state of fusion. Seizing this moment, Lin Ziluo resolved the dinner dilemma with Dashin. Just as he set down his bowl and chopsticks, a melodious system notification chimed in his ear. Fusion successful. Congratulations, player. You have acquired a silver-grade weapon, the decapitating demon blade. A silver-grade weapon. Splendid. His offensive capabilities would significantly enhance. Lin Ziluo promptly examined his new weapon, the decapitating demon blade. The once pristine blade had transformed into a profound, obsidian hue, with a subtle gleam visible only at its sharpest edge. The shape of the decapitating demon blade bore resemblance to the Tang sword, yet it was adorned with exquisite and intricate patterns on either side. Upon lifting the blade, Lin Ziluo could distinctly feel a weight increase of approximately 30. No matter. After a brief adjustment, he acclimated to its heft. Decapitating Demon Blade 1, silver-grade equipment. Forged from the Tang Hung sword and the Ringed sword, successfully merged with prior decapitation endeavors, resulting in this formidable blade that enhances decapitation prowess. Attributes: Strength 4, Constitution 1. Gradually restores blade scars post-battle. Passive skill: Decapitation. While executing a decapitation, speed increases by 20, and upon a successful decapitation, the player gains a temporary strength boost for 3 minutes, stacking up to 2 layers. What a delightful surprise! Lin Ziluo had not anticipated that 2 elite bronze-grade items could amalgamate into such a remarkable silver-grade weapon. The decapitating demon blade was indeed worthy of its exalted title. With a base strength enhancement of 4, coupled with the passive stacking effect, the potential strength boost could reach an astonishing 6 points. Eagerly, Lin Ziluo scrutinized the attributes of his newly acquired decapitating demon blade. Base attributes: Strength 27, Spirit 19, Constitution 18, Agility 23. This was truly an extraordinary achievement. Armed with his new weapon, Lin Ziluo brimmed with confidence. However, upon noticing Dashin still engrossed in his meal, a wave of frustration washed over him. "What are you eating, Dashin? We must set forth. Our destination is the Magic Capital Library." Chapter 57. A bold infiltration of the library. Sha reluctantly set down the roasted chicken he had been savoring. He then rose to his feet, wielding the hefty iron rod he had just discovered. Nevertheless, a gloomy expression lingered on his face. Lin Ziluo chuckled and, with a hint of exasperation, encouraged him. "Put forth your utmost effort tonight, and I shall procure 2 more roasted chickens for you tomorrow." Instantly invigorated, Dasha hoisted the iron rod high, his eyes shimmering with renewed enthusiasm. The world of food enthusiasts is undeniably simple and unadorned. The library in the Demon City is a circular edifice, featuring 2 arched entrances at the front and back. With the onset of the apocalyptic game occurring at 7 in the evening, the number of individuals still reading within the library was scant. Consequently, the horde of zombies congregating at the entrance was far less numerous than at the gymnasium previously. Now, on the 4th day of the apocalypse, some zombies had advanced to level 3, while a few had reached level 4, resulting in an increase of approximately 5 points in their base attributes. This posed a greater challenge for ordinary individuals below level 4. However, did this disparity matter to Lin Ziluo and Dasha? As per their usual practice, Lin Ziluo first located a detailed schematic of the library's interior in the square before the main entrance. After charting his course, he charged fiercely towards the gathering of zombies at the doorway alongside Dasha. With roughly half an hour remaining before nightfall, it was imperative to breach the library within that time frame to avoid being encircled by the undead. With an eager hand, Lin Ziluo led the charge, his enchanted blade slicing through the air, leaving a dark afterimage in its wake. He struck the nearest zombie at the neck with a decisive blow. The beheading blade, designed for such tasks, performed flawlessly, gliding smoothly through the zombie's neck, allowing Lin Ziluo to exert significantly less effort. Thus, the speed of decapitation increased by 20%, rendering the act considerably more efficient. The zombie's head tumbled to the ground, and Lin Ziluo felt a warm surge emanate from the blade in his grasp. Strength 1. He mused. It truly is remarkable. Lin Ziluo couldn't help but reflect on how this beheading blade surpassed ordinary silver-grade equipment by leagues. The surrounding zombies, evidently aware of the unwelcome intruders, began to converge upon Lin Ziluo and Dasha. Dasha, there is no need to hold back this time. Charge forward and slay your way into the library, Lin Ziluo instructed, before propelling himself directly into the throng of zombies. Receiving his master's command, Dasha immediately raised his iron rod and swung it towards the head of the nearest zombie. The immense force he exerted upon the rod shattered the zombie's skull. Blood and brain matter erupted forth in a gruesome display. Dasha stood unfazed, allowing the crimson spray to coat him. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo remained vigilant, evading the zombies' claws and bites, an endeavor unnecessary for Dasha. After all, they were merely zombies. Could they truly mutate him? With formidable physique and courageous strength, he pressed on. This rendered the large fool akin to a humanoid tyrannosaurus, rampaging through the horde of zombies. In stark contrast, Lin Ziluo exhibited a much more graceful demeanor. With each swing of the enchanted blade in his hand, he accurately struck the necks of the undead, transforming them into experience points and gold coins, eternally accompanying him. His body twisted elegantly, perfectly evading two clawed assailants from behind, before he dispatched another zombie. As a multitude of zombies obstructed their path ahead, Lin Ziluo raised the decapitating magic sword, meticulously calculating his angle before launching it with fervor. The spinning decapitation strike was executed in unison with the silver greatsword. The speed of its rotation intensified, rendering the blade, hilt, and edge indistinguishable during its flight. All that could be seen was the decapitating magic sword forming a black ring, relentlessly reaping the lives of the zombies. 1, 2, 3. The returning sword was successfully caught by Lin Ziluo, having ruthlessly slain 7 zombies with this singular skill. With a cleared path, Lin Ziluo surged forward, making significant progress toward the library's entrance. As the grand doors loomed closer, he spared a glance at the large fool, who was lagging behind, moving at a sluggish pace. Lin Ziluo swung his blade once more, fortuitously triggering the combo effect of his gauntlet. The zombie he dispatched with a single strike was met with the misfortune of a second blow. In truth, the intimidation effect of Lin Ziluo's lion's bracers often activated. However, for these zombies, the outcome remained the same, a swift demise, rendering the effect imperceptible. After dispatching the final zombie before him with a devastating double strike, Lin Ziluo successfully reached the library's entrance. Fortunately, the doors remained ajar, allowing him to dash inside. The few zombies lingering at the entrance were effortlessly dealt with, and he soon found himself in his favorite spot, the lengthy corridor leading to the public restroom. Ahem, the preference was primarily due to its defensible nature. Once firmly positioned in the corridor, Lin Ziluo resumed his battle against the zombies that had followed him into the library. During this skirmish, despite his aching body, he boldly consumed a stamina potion to replenish his energy. At that moment, the large fool finally burst into the library, charging straight toward Lin Ziluo. Before long, the two, man and corpse, were reunited. "Goodness, what have you done?" Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. The once pristine suit of the large fool was now tattered, shredded by the zombies, rendering him indistinguishable from a beggar upon closer inspection. Lin Ziluo's gaze drifted downward, and he thought, indeed, he was truly a humanoid beast. Chapter 58, Big Fool. "Your roast chicken is gone, Big Fool. Hold on here for a moment while I scour the restroom," Lin Ziluo instructed. Big Fool nodded, his large iron rod mysteriously lost. He resorted to picking up 2 zombie corpses from the ground to use as weapons, striking the undead. The corridor was already quite narrow. The 2 zombie bodies knocked down a cluster of zombies. Observing the effectiveness of his improvised weaponry, Big Fool was pleasantly surprised. He then seized 2 more zombie heads and hurled them at the approaching horde. Seeing that Big Fool was managing the situation, Lin Ziluo wasted no time and dashed into the restroom to check for any lurking zombies. Clearing the restroom of zombies was essential to ensure a safe and confident battle in the corridor. This time, Lin Ziluo was particularly aggressive. Upon entering the restroom, he did not bother to open each stall to inspect for zombies. Instead, he brandished his enchanted blade and thrust it through the stall doors. What, there are people inside? You might ask. Regrettably, such casualties would be incidental. After thoroughly piercing through the men's restroom, he found not a single zombie. Unsatisfied, he charged into the women's restroom, methodically dispatching every stall. Yet again, he encountered no zombies. Lin Ziluo was utterly disheartened. Look at this. Both are restrooms. The one in the sports arena yielded a bronze treasure chest and fusion stones gifted by a zombie couple, while this library restroom is disappointingly barren. With no time to lament, Lin Ziluo hurried back to the corridor. Big Fool was struggling to maintain the original defense, retreating while simultaneously attacking the zombies. Lin Ziluo quickly took his place, and with his assistance, Big Fool found the situation considerably more manageable. Together, they adeptly controlled the horde, trading blows as they kept the zombies firmly at bay. As the pile of corpses in the corridor grew, Lin Ziluo strategically gathered nearby zombie bodies to blockade part of the passageway, significantly alleviating the pressure from the advancing tide of undead. Gasping for breath, Lin Ziluo reflected on the intense series of battles, from their initial rush into the library to the defensive skirmish in the restroom corridor, which had drained much of his stamina. Were it not for that bottle of stamina potion, he would have collapsed long ago. Even Big Fool, with his bull-like physique, was beginning to falter. While zombies do not experience fatigue, their physical limits are evident. Once their bodies reach a certain threshold, overexertion of limbs surely leads to complications. Lin Ziluo could clearly see his own movements becoming sluggish. The good news was that there were only about 20 zombies left before them. Noticing that the effect of his stamina potion was still on cooldown, he decided to leave the heavy lifting to Big Fool. A zombie in front of them suddenly let out a chilling howl. Accompanying its cry, it was evident that its attributes were surging. Night had fallen. Lin Ziluo understood that they could no longer afford to delay. With all his might, he hurled the decapitating magic blade into the air. Subsequently, he retrieved a cushion and seated himself upon the ground. The zombies before him were far less numerous than before. Even with Lin Ziluo finding the optimal angle, he managed to eliminate merely 5 zombies. Congratulations, player Yazai, for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazai, for successfully slaying a zombie, earning 3 experience points and 4 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazai, for leveling up to level 9, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazai requires an additional 1,000 experience points for the next level up. Finally, he had leveled up. Seated on the ground, Lin Ziluo caught the magic blade and exhaled a sigh of relief. The experience gained allowed him to deduce that he had vanquished nearly 150 zombies during this time. What does this signify? It represents the cumulative effort of all members of the Reapers Club over nearly 6 hours to achieve such a number. As he observed the remaining dozen or so zombies, now fully enhanced by the darkness of night, charging towards him, Lin Ziluo remained composed on the ground. He calmly instructed, "Big Fool, activate Frenzied Rage." Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's command, Big Fool did not hesitate to activate the skill. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of fury filled Big Fool's mind, completely engulfing his limited consciousness. Roar! Big Fool bellowed. He violently tore apart the last remnants of cloth draped over him. Then, his fangs and claws were revealed in a rare display. Big Fool, those zombies before you have devoured all your roast chicken. You shall have none tomorrow. Lin Ziluo decided to further incite Big Fool's wrath. It is worth noting that the attributes enhanced by Frenzied Rage are proportional to the intensity of one's anger. As anticipated, Lin Ziluo's words ignited even more fury within Big Fool. His once slightly gray skin turned crimson with rage, and the muscles bulged with veins. There was no time to ponder why these zombies had dared to pilfer his roast chicken. Completely devoid of reason, Big Fool charged forth, shattering the defensive line formed by the corpses of zombies before him. Grasping the nearest zombie, he seized its arms with both hands. With a furious roar, Big Fool tore the zombie's arms clean off. Blood splattered against the walls, rendering the scene extraordinarily violent and gruesome. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo, seated on the ground, sipped from a freshly brewed Longjing tea, savoring the moment. Witnessing Big Fool's valor, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up and exclaim, "Excellent." He took another sip of his tea. Encouraged by his master's praise, Big Fool became even more exhilarated. He twisted the zombie's head a full 360 degrees clockwise, and with a vigorous tug, he yanked it off, leaving several blood vessels still connected at the neck. Chapter 59. Energy restoration. The duration of the state of berserk fury lasted a mere 2 minutes. Just moments ago, the simpleton had taken 10 seconds to dispatch a single zombie. This was unacceptable. At this pace, he might not be able to eliminate the remaining undead. Big Fool, your movements were too sluggish, allowing them to snatch away a prized pig trotter. Lin Ziluo stoked the flames of Big Fool's rage. Upon hearing this, Big Fool exclaimed, "What? They dare to steal my cherished pig trotter." Fury surged through Big Fool's mind. The amplification attribute of his berserk fury had reached its maximum value of 50. This was a nearly unattainable figure. One could hardly imagine that in an apocalyptic game, a player could truly elevate their attributes to such heights through sheer wrath. It seemed only a simpleton like Big Fool could achieve this. With the berserk fury amplification at 50, and the night amplification also unprecedentedly soaring to 50, Big Fool's attributes had effectively doubled under the influence of both stimuli. Doubling one's attributes meant that combat capability exceeded mere multiplication. Big Fool had ceased to consider using his fists. With bloodshot eyes and heavy breaths, he charged directly at the zombies blocking the passage. The trio of undead standing in his path were sent flying upon impact, their bones snapping audibly. Blood spewed forth as their insides spilled out, crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the zombies' tenacious vitality enabled them to endure, struggling to rise once more. However, they were swiftly crushed under Big Fool's relentless onslaught, as if subjected to a steamroller. The areas where they were stomped were deeply indented, firmly pressed against the earth, immovable. The remaining zombies met a similarly grim fate. Under Big Fool's savage charge, the last dozen or so zombies were nearly obliterated, collapsing within less than a minute. Confronting the final zombie at the end of the passage, Big Fool raised his fist. A crimson glow coalesced upon his hand. This was his skill, full power strike. When the red light reached its zenith, Big Fool unleashed his fist. A resounding thud echoed as his fist struck the zombie's chest, the sound of breaking ribs resonating through the air. Simultaneously, the zombie's back suddenly bulged, only to rupture moments later, a massive fist emerging, showering blood everywhere. Big Fool's strike had penetrated the zombie's chest. Lin Ziluo, seated and sipping tea, couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, a natural powerhouse." He fully understood the immense difficulty of delivering a single blow capable of piercing through the chest of an adult male. The zombie's lifeless body crashed to the ground, and the state of berserk fury was nearing its end. Big Fool had reached his limit, plopping down upon the corpse of the fallen zombie. What is this situation? Zombies are typically devoid of fatigue, are they not? Lin Ziluo first experienced a moment of confusion, only to swiftly gain clarity. It must be the side effects of the frenzied state. Chaos had ensued. "Big Fool," Lin Ziluo called out. Upon hearing the voice, Big Fool immediately turned his head, albeit in the direction of the far end of the corridor. Well, he was indeed confused, utterly disoriented. Lin Ziluo chose not to disturb Big Fool. Thus the two, one human and one corpse, sat quietly in the corridor. Beneath their feet, and even beneath them, lay a vast expanse of fresh blood, numerous severed zombie limbs, and a plethora of round, plump heads. At this point, not a single zombie remained at the entrance of the library. Well, save for one Big Fool. After a brief respite, Lin Ziluo finally had the opportunity to examine the spoils of this battle. The automatic loot collection radius still proved to be somewhat limited. For instance, the zombies Lin Ziluo had felled with his spinning slash had perished too far away for their belongings to be collected. A few items were regrettably missing. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo delightedly inspected his gains. Among the cards, he quickly spotted the roasted chicken and pig trotter that Big Fool favored. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo activated the items and approached Big Fool, offering them to him. Despite still being in a state of confusion, Big Fool adeptly received the roasted chicken and pig trotter without missing a beat. How astonishing! Lin Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim. Big Fool's innate talent for food seemed to rival his natural strength. Before long, Big Fool demonstrated to Lin Ziluo, "Master, your judgment is indeed correct." As Big Fool munched away, Lin Ziluo was astounded to observe that the scratches and bite marks on Big Fool's body were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. This is... Lin Ziluo opened Big Fool's status panel. As expected, a new talent had appeared in Big Fool's attributes. Energy restoration. Your eating speed has increased by 30. While in the act of eating, the food consumed will rapidly convert into energy to heal your wounds and replenish your stamina. Goodness gracious! Lin Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. Though Big Fool may appear foolish, in certain respects, he is undoubtedly a genius. With his inherent strength as a power-type talent, and now possessing the tank-like talent of energy restoration, Big Fool is indeed progressing further along the path of combat. Joy enveloped Lin Ziluo. Big Fool is his subordinate. Thus, an enhancement in Big Fool's abilities translates to an enhancement in his own. With his own strength on the rise, what is there to frown upon? Nothing at all. Moreover, soon his own power will also be augmented. Lin Ziluo gazed into his storage space, excitement coursing through him. Chapter 60. The protective chestplate. There are few things that excite Lin Ziluo, and equipment enhancement scrolls undoubtedly rank among them. To make matters even more delightful, he currently possesses not one, but two such scrolls. They rest quietly within his storage space. Yet, the bounty does not end there. The long-desired chestplate has finally emerged. It is truly a remarkable harvest. Observing the large fool still indulging in his feast, Lin Ziluo begins to tally his spoils. 3 bottles of stamina potions and 2 bottles of mental potions. Mental potion, a one-time bronze-grade item that, when consumed, instantly restores 10 of mental power. Subsequently, it restores 5 of mental power every minute for a duration of 4 minutes. There's a cooldown period of 30 minutes after use. A short-range launcher and a super flash grenade have also been acquired, along with a hidden mask, allowing Lin Ziluo to switch between 2 masks at will. He carefully examines the chest plate he has just retrieved. Crafted from metal, it appears heavy, yet feels remarkably light in his hands. The chest plate features a raised section designed to protect the heart. Protective chest plate, bronze-grade equipment. A lightweight metal chest plate imbued with protective power. Attribut, une constitution, un agility. Skill, protection, can create a transparent shield around the body according to the user's will, lasting 3 seconds. If subjected to an attack exceeding a certain threshold, the shield will shatter prematurely. Skill cooldown, 1 hour after the shield shatters. Cooldown increases to 12 hours. This chestplate is indeed somewhat unusual, as it enhances agility. Furthermore, its weight aligns perfectly with Lin Ziluo's needs. Initially assuming it to be heavy armor, he had intended to equip it on the large fool. However, now, with immense satisfaction, Lin Ziluo dons the protective chestplate, instantly boosting his constitution and agility. He then allocates the attribute point he received upon reaching level 9 to agility. But the enhancements do not conclude here. The equipment enhancement scrolls remain unused. Lin Ziluo retrieves both scrolls simultaneously, given that the current drops are exclusively bronze-grade enhancement scrolls. He refrains from considering his silver-grade cloak and magical dagger. The question arises, what should he enhance? Swiftly, Lin Ziluo surveys his equipment, disregarding those items that are overused. He ultimately selects the vampiric ring. The vitality absorbed by the vampiric ring is currently insufficient. During the recent battle, the vitality drained could not keep pace with Lin Ziluo's combat expenditure. Additionally, he remains in the novice phase, predominantly facing low-level zombie hordes. Sufficient sustainability is essential. With this thought, Lin Ziluo hesitates no longer. He presses one of the enhancement scrolls against the vampiric ring. A flash of green light envelopes the item. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazzie for obtaining the vampiric ring 1. This was not the end. Lin Ziluo placed another enhancement scroll upon the vampiric ring. The higher the enhancement level of the equipment, the greater the likelihood of failure. However, the success rate for 2 was still quite promising. Enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Yazzie for obtaining the vampiric ring 2. Haha, with the luck of a true champion, as I, Lin Ziluo, have dubbed myself. How could I possibly fail? Lin Ziluo grasped the vampiric ring, its intricate patterns now even more elaborate, and its crimson exterior more vibrant. Vampiric Ring 2, a bronze tier equipment. This malevolent ring can siphon vitality from foes during combat. Attributes: Strength 2, Constitution 2. 12% of the damage inflicted upon enemies is converted into vitality, transferring through the weapon back to the wielder. Excellent. The attributes have multiplied significantly. After enhancing the vampiric ring, Lin Ziluo's attributes reached a new zenith. Base attributes: Strength 28, Spirit 19, Constitution 20, Agility 24. The influx of newfound power rejuvenated Lin Ziluo. He rose, venturing along the path he and the hulking brute had forged. There were still items yet to be automatically collected. Perhaps luck had run dry, for after a thorough search, Lin Ziluo only acquired a handful of cards, including one dropped by the brute. This particular card, unable to be automatically collected, prompted Lin Ziluo to ponder its significance. It soon dawned on him that it was a reward from the brute's one drop rate, hence uncollectible automatically. Upon returning from his exploration, the hulking brute finally regained his composure amidst the chaos. Rested enough? Let us head upstairs, Lin Ziluo beckoned. The Magic City Library was quite convenient, boasting a direct elevator. They could ascend straight to the 5th floor, the location of the shop, unlike the gym where one had to battle upwards floor by floor. The hulking brute stood and closely followed Lin Ziluo. Together, they traversed the corridor strewn with corpses, arriving at the observation elevator. Dubbed an observation elevator, it featured a transparent exterior, allowing them to gaze upon the surroundings as they ascended. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Inside, there were numerous bloodstains, yet no signs of people or zombies. Lin Ziluo and the hulking brute stepped into the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. As the elevator ascended slowly, Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the situation in the rear hall. The number of zombies in the rear hall was no less than that in the front, appearing to number around 200. They were congregated at the large iron gate leading into the front hall, drawn by the sounds of the earlier battle between Lin Ziluo's group and the zombies, only to be halted by the imposing gate. Moreover, during the slow ascent of the elevator, Lin Ziluo successfully observed several suspicious areas. Chapter 61. Oh, it turns out I am too wealthy, it is said that there are suspicious areas, but in truth, there are places that have suffered severe damage. For instance, the shattered tables and chairs within the library, the bookshelves that have been smashed to create gaping holes, and the iron doors that have been forcibly torn apart. All these locations bear the scars of destruction. Such devastation could not have been wrought by mere zombies or humans. The answer is quite simple. A boss. Another boss. Although Lin Ziluo had visited this place in his previous life, his knowledge of the boss within the Library of Magic City was rather limited. In his last existence, by the time he had truly acquired strength, most of the bosses in Magic City had already been eradicated by others. As for now, I shall not be modest in claiming this boss for myself. Lin Ziluo did not immediately seek out the boss. What was required at present was to ascend to the shop on the top floor to make some purchases, acquiring useful items and equipment. He glanced at Big Fool. Just before entering the elevator, Lin Ziluo had retrieved a set of clothing from his storage space and handed it to Big Fool, who had now changed into it. Ding! The sightseeing elevator had reached the 5th floor. The doors of the elevator slowly opened, and the sound attracted the attention of the zombies on the 5th floor. They began to converge towards the elevator. To Lin Ziluo's surprise, there were not many zombies on this floor, merely around 30. Well, Lin Ziluo indeed had the right to say that 30 zombies were insufficient. In the face of the rejuvenated Lin Ziluo and Big Fool, these zombies were rather trivial. With ease, they dispatched all 30 of the zombies. During the encounter, a piece of equipment, strength gloves, dropped. However, its attributes were rather mediocre, falling short of Lin Ziluo's combo gloves. Thus, he decided to equip it on Big Fool. After eliminating all the zombies on the 5th floor, Lin Ziluo made his way directly toward an office located in the corner of the floor. The office door was closed, and it had originally borne a sign indicating it was the manager's office, but it had been altered by the omnipotent Doomsday Game to read Magic City Shop. Lin Ziluo did not hesitate. He gently turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Congratulations, player, for successfully discovering the Magic City Shop, earning 10 points of reputation. The game's notification sound echoed. The familiar layout of the shop appeared before Lin Ziluo. The once ordinary office was now entirely encased in a peculiar metallic substance. The walls, floor, and ceiling were all enveloped in shimmering silver metal. One should not underestimate this unknown metal. Its hardness is unimaginable. Even individuals of divine warrior caliber could only leave scratches upon its surface. Inside the room, amidst the metal, there were 3 chairs intended for individuals to rest while waiting in line to make purchases. At the very center of the room stood a small metallic chamber. Anyone who steps inside can proceed to purchase items. This measure is designed to prevent customers from being ambushed while they are engrossed in their purchases. It is essential to note that the use of force within the store is not prohibited. However, should you engage in a brawl and your punch or spell strikes the metallic wall, you will be liable for exorbitant repair fees, regardless of whether the metal remains unscathed. If your blow causes another to bleed or splatters blood upon the floor, you will incur substantial cleaning costs. Do not inquire how the responsible party is determined. The Apocalypse game is hardly a forum for reason. Should fortune frown upon you, both parties may face penalties. A single fine can obliterate even the wealthiest of players. Thus, the store is universally recognized as a sanctuary for all players. However, one may not linger in the store for more than 30 minutes each day. Exceeding this duration will also result in steep fines. This regulation deters those pursued by rivals from seeking refuge indefinitely within the store. What? You claim to be broke? Unable to pay the fines? Aspiring to be a deadbeat? In such a case, your existence may simply be erased. Lin Ziluo was well acquainted with the store's regulations and wasted no time in decisively entering the metallic chamber. As the doors sealed shut, a panel materialized before him, displaying the message, "Welcome to the Magic City Store." Simultaneously, an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in his ear. "Dear player Yaji, welcome to the Magic City Store. As you're the first customer welcomed by our establishment, you are entitled to a 50% discount on your first purchase." Oh, what a delightful surprise. He had never experienced such a privilege before. Lin Ziluo previously possessed a little over 6,000 gold coins, but after vanquishing numerous zombies downstairs, his current total had risen to 6,545 coins. Skillfully bypassing the welcome message, Lin Ziluo began to navigate the options. Initially intending to purchase a pair of pants, he realized that with this discount on his first item, he could not confine himself to such a modest acquisition. How could he justify this discount without indulging in something more extravagant? Equipment, items, and resource cards were the 3 categories presented. Lin Ziluo opened the items section, and a dazzling array of products instantly appeared before him. Super Flash Bomb. Price 1,000 gold coin stock. 100 short-range launcher. Price 500 gold coin stock. 100 ice spike scroll. Price 3,000 gold coin stock. 3 strength pill. Price 1,000 gold coin stock. 20. As he perused the merchandise, disappointment washed over Lin Ziluo. What was amiss? Although the store's inventory had not changed, he felt devoid of the joy and excitement he once experienced while shopping. Oh, it dawned on him. He was simply too wealthy. No wonder these items no longer held any allure for him. Ding! It has been detected that the host is dissatisfied with the offerings of the Magic City Store. Hidden item purchasing privileges have now been activated. Chapter 62. Exclusive equipment of the Demon City Ding. The system has detected that the host is dissatisfied with the items available in the Demon City Shop. The purchasing permission for hidden items in the Demon City Shop has now been activated. As Lin Ziluo pondered what to buy, the prompt from the Goldfinger system resonated like celestial music. What does this mean? Lin Ziluo was aware of the existence of hidden merchants within the city, but had never heard of hidden items in the shop. Ding! Every shop in each city possesses exclusive hidden goods. Ding! These hidden items can only be purchased by players who have made significant contributions to the city, and the purchasing permission has now been granted to the host. This is truly a revelation. Reflecting on it, he realized he had not contributed greatly to any city before. Let me take a look at the hidden treasures in the Demon City shop. Lin Ziluo manipulated the panel and successfully located the newly appeared button for hidden items in the Demon City shop. Upon clicking, he found merely 3 solitary items. Badge of the Demon City Honorary. Price 200,000 gold coins. Stock 1. Uniform of the Demon City Order. Price 12,000 gold coins. Stock 10. Mark of the Demon City Guardian. Price 10,000 gold coins. Stock 20. When shopping in the store, product images are visible. Upon seeing the image of the uniform of the Demon City Order, Lin Ziluo finally recognized it. He had seen it before, worn by a war god from the Dragon Kingdom. However, that version, while similar in style, was pure gold, with more intricate details and a greater number of inscribed spells. An item that a war god would wear is undoubtedly a treasure. Regrettably, the attributes of items in the store cannot be viewed. One must purchase them to uncover their true characteristics, as even the same item can exhibit variations in attributes. However, these differences are typically minimal, with only slight fluctuations. As for the badge of the Demon City Honorary, Lin Ziluo didn't even consider it. In the apocalyptic game, items with such stringent purchasing conditions often come with substantial discounts. Given such a high discount, the price remains exorbitant. This item is far beyond what he could contemplate at this moment. Lin Ziluo deliberated between the uniform of the Demon City Order and the mark of the Demon City Guardian and decisively chose the uniform of the Demon City Order. With a discount available, it was only wise to purchase the more expensive item. After all, the shop wasn't going anywhere. In time, he would be able to gather the 10,000 gold coins needed for the mark of the Demon City Guardian. Player's eye. Are you sure you want to purchase the uniform of the Demon City Order? Due to the player's enjoyment of a 50 discount on a single purchase, the cost will be 6,000 gold coins. The mechanical voice sounded. Purchase, Lin Ziluo declared. The purchase of the Order uniform of Magic City has been successfully completed, with a payment of 6,000 gold coins. The player now has 545 gold coins remaining. The Order uniform of Magic City has been packaged into a card. Activating this card will grant access to the uniform. A card materialized in Lin Ziluo's hand, a mechanism of the store. Regardless of the item purchased, it ultimately transforms into a card to prevent issues of size and storage capacity. Does the player need to purchase anything else? No, that's enough, Lin Ziluo replied. With 545 gold coins left, it would be wiser to save for the Guardian Mark of Magic City. Thank you for your patronage, and we look forward to your next visit. With these courteous words, the metallic chamber door slowly opened. Lin Ziluo stepped out, stretching his body. Dasha remained quietly seated on the chair. Dasha must also have accumulated some gold coins. Although Dasha does not gain experience from killing zombies, he can still earn coins. Lin Ziluo glanced at Dasha's panel. Well, just over 700 coins. It makes sense. Dasha has only killed a handful of zombies, with most of the kills being his own. With only 10 minutes left in the store, Lin Ziluo took out the card for the Order uniform of Magic City and chose to activate it. A set of black uniform materialized in his hands. The fabric felt exquisite, akin to silk. Lin Ziluo began examining its attributes. Order uniform of Magic City, diamond grade special equipment. Description: an exceptionally rare uniform, crafted with exquisite detail and outstanding effects, reserved for those who have made remarkable contributions to Magic City. Abilities: 1. Transformation. Upon equipping the Order uniform, all clothing type gear will be concealed by the uniform. Effects still trigger. 2. Comfort. The uniform possesses self-cleaning capabilities, can regulate temperature, self-repair, and isolate blood. 3. Authority. While in Magic City, any player whose reputation does not exceed yours will suffer a 10 reduction in attributes for 5 minutes if they attempt to attack you. 4. Order. You can establish the Order of Magic City. Each day, you may issue a system-detectable task to one player, excluding yourself. The rewards and penalties will be determined based on your reputation and the task's difficulty, with no need for you to provide rewards. It must be said, this is indeed a remarkable piece of city-specific equipment that Lin Ziluo has never encountered before. These attributes are genuinely unique and rare. However, what captivated Lin Ziluo the most were certainly the words special equipment. This implies that this item will not occupy his equipment slots. The transformation attribute. While he has not witnessed its specific effects, he can surmise its purpose from the description. It is undoubtedly an effect that many would covet. Chapter 63. The Order of the Demon City. Lin Ziluo unfurled the uniform. A long black robe adorned with a hood, complemented by pure black trousers and shoes. The garment featured subtle silver stripes, and at the chest was a distinctive emblem recognizable to anyone who had spent time in the Demon City. This emblem represented the iconic structure of the city, the Oriental Pearl Tower. Beyond this, the attire bore no extraordinary characteristics. Lin Ziluo then removed all his gear and donned a uniform. The fabric was exceptionally soft and remarkably comfortable against his skin. Additionally, sensing Lin Ziluo's warmth, the clothing emitted a gentle coolness. Impressive. It certainly lived up to its reputation for comfort. Next, Lin Ziluo retrieved a full-length mirror. As he gazed into it, his eyes widened in astonishment. The reflection bore a striking resemblance to the Grim Reaper, clad in the black robe, complete with a hood at the back. He thought to himself that he could easily cosplay as the Reaper now. Satisfied, he discarded the mirror outside the shop and set out to validate his theories regarding the transformation attribute of the uniform. He picked up the Aegis chestplate, detecting the imminent donning of the Aegis chestplate. Would you like to activate the transformation effect of the Demon City Order's uniform? Activate, Lin Ziluo commanded. Suddenly, the chestplate vanished from his hands, yet he distinctly felt an augmentation in his attributes. Indeed, the transformation function operated precisely as he had envisioned. By merely wearing this uniform, all his other equipment would be absorbed, with their effects inherited by the uniform. This way, he needed only to wear a single garment, maximizing his agility, lightness, and stealth. Lin Ziluo experimented further and discovered that once an item was removed, it reappeared in his possession. Moreover, for instance, after equipping the chestplate, the area of the uniform at his chest adopted its sturdiness and defensive capabilities, alleviating any concerns about the uniform's ability to withstand attacks. This function could only be described as extraordinary. If he were to elaborate, it would be akin to a young calf weeping for its mother. Truly remarkable. As his time in the shop was drawing to a close, Lin Ziluo exited with his companion, Dasha. He intended to activate the uniform's order function. Once a day, why not take advantage of it? Eager to explore its applications, he began testing it. Annihilate the entire world. Mission not approved by the system. Defeat a legendary boss. Mission not approved by the system. Single-handedly take down the Demon City Library. After several trials, he gleaned an understanding. Absurd, unrealistic, and illogical tasks failed to pass system scrutiny. Peep at a girl, changing clothes. Mission approved by the system. Would you like to publish it? Ahem. I was merely jesting, not serious. Lin Ziluo hastily canceled the task. As a man of integrity, he could not engage in such activities. After much contemplation, Lin Ziluo issued a credible task to vanquish the boss within the library of Magic City. The task has passed system review. Do you wish to publish it? Certainly. Lin Ziluo promptly chose to publish it. He also grasped the hidden functionality of this feature, which could ascertain, based on the system's judgment, whether a boss truly existed. However, one must not take this information at face value. For instance, if a boss in a particular location were too formidable, the task would not succeed. It would be erroneous to claim there was no boss at all. Dasha also successfully accepted the task. Lin Ziluo briefly scanned the details of the mission. The reward consisted of 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, and 2 resource cards. The reward was modest, likely due to Lin Ziluo's insufficient reputation. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. Any reward was better than none. It was an opportune moment for him to exploit Dasha to earn task rewards. The shopping phase had concluded, and his next objectives were to level up and slay the boss within the library. Lin Ziluo had consistently remembered that upon reaching level 10, he would be able to draw a super cheat card. With diligent effort, he aimed to eliminate 200 or 300 zombies within the library. With a stroke of luck, he might even defeat a boss and level up sooner. With this thought in mind, Lin Ziluo did not rest. He called out to Dasha and approached the elevator. Once inside, he pressed the button for the 4th floor. They would clear each level, determined to uncover the elusive boss. Away, I am frightened. In a small compartment of the Magic City Library, a girl trembled as she spoke to her boyfriend beside her. Away, her boyfriend quickly covered her mouth and whispered urgently, "Xiaomei, be quiet. Do not let that creature hear us." Xiaomei nodded, though tears streamed down her face, a testament to her fear. Away was equally terrified, his body shaking uncontrollably. He cautiously reached for the wall and pressed the light switch. The previously illuminated compartment was suddenly engulfed in darkness. In this absence of light, that monster should be unable to find us. "Let us remain quiet for a while," Away urged. "Yes, we will be fine," the girl replied softly, snuggling closer into Away's embrace. They huddled together in the corner of the compartment, offering each other comfort. Away knew that claiming they would be fine was merely a way to reassure her. Even if they managed to avoid detection by the monster, the prolonged deprivation of food and water would inevitably lead them toward death. "Away!" Xiaomei trembled again, her voice quaking. "What is it?" Away gently caressed her, attempting to soothe her fears. "Look, beneath the door frame of the compartment. Isn't there a pair of eyes?" Chapter 64, Crawling Zombie Boss. "Look, beneath the doorway of the stall, isn't there a pair of eyes?" At the moment Xiaomei uttered these words, Away's body froze instantaneously. An overwhelming dread filled his heart. Trembling, he turned his head to gaze beneath the stall's doorframe. The darkness within the room allowed the light from outside to seep through the gap. In that beam of light, a pair of blood-red eyes was fixated intently on Away. His mind went blank, and his breathing became labored. The crimson eyes narrowed, seemingly mocking the foolishness of both Away and Xiaomei. Then, the iron door of the stall emitted a series of ominous scraping sounds. It was evident that the owner of those blood-red eyes was attempting to force the door open. Faced with imminent peril, the previously panicked Away suddenly found his composure. "Xiaomei, once it opens the door, you must run for your life," Away instructed. "No, I can't." "What about you?" Xiaomei exclaimed, her realization dawning. "It's all right. Be brave. Just run outside. I will hold it off," Away urged, rising to his feet and fumbling in the darkness until he grasped a broom. He raised the broom before his chest as a means of bolstering his courage. The blood-red eyes glimmered with disdain. In the next moment, the iron door swung open with a resounding clang. "Run!" Away shouted with fervor, charging forward. The creature that had been clawing at the door finally revealed itself. It was a zombie, a grotesque and misshapen one. Its form was alarmingly emaciated, with the outlines of its bones starkly visible. Its head was shaped like an inverted triangle, and a long, crimson tongue flicked about. The creature clung upside down to the door like a gecko. As Away rushed toward it, the zombie did not strike immediately. Instead, it seemed to toy with him, turning around and scaling the ceiling of the stall. Away swung the broom, but it met only empty air. He looked up at the zombie perched on the ceiling, despair flooding his eyes. The courage he had just mustered was extinguished in an instant. Was this truly something humanity could confront? Observing Away's lost resolve, the mockery in the zombie's eyes faded. Another toy was no longer entertaining. Disappointed, the zombie shifted its focus to Xiaomei, who was still cowering in the corner. Xiaomei struggled desperately, but terror rendered her incapable of standing. "Xiaomei, run!" Away cried out as he saw the zombie fixate on her, his senses returning. Alas, it was too late. The zombie's claws lunged directly toward Xiaomei's head. In an instant, her skull was crushed, and blood mixed with brain matter spilled forth. The zombie eagerly approached, extending its foul, elongated tongue to savor the remains. With a thud, Away collapsed to the ground. The horrific demise of his girlfriend extinguished all hope within him. "Disgusting creature, I will not yield." Away struggled to rise, grasping the broom to valiantly confront the relentless zombie once more. The zombie, indulging in its meal, was thoroughly displeased by Ah Wei's interruption. With a swipe of its claws, Ah Wei, alongside Xiao Mei, departed from this world. The zombie, satisfied, gleefully seized Ah Wei's head to feast upon. The cubicle remained shrouded in darkness, the outside light barely illuminating the entrance, leaving the corners where the zombie savored its delicacy obscured. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside the cubicle. The zombie exhibited a scowl of discontent. Another intruder to disturb my repast? This time, the zombie took the initiative. It set down Ah Wei's head and crawled toward the wall, inching toward the outer space of the cubicle. Just as the zombie's head peeked out, a voice, filled with surprise, exclaimed, "Finally found you." Lin Ziluo, panting, pointed at the zombie's head. He had been valiantly clearing the area with the Shah, successfully eliminating an entire floor of zombies. With experience points nearing a level up to 10, Lin Ziluo recalled Ah Wei's earlier cry of alarm. The boss has appeared. Without taking a moment to rest, he hastened down the stairs, following the sound. Upon reaching the cubicle's entrance, he beheld the zombie's head. A stealthy variant of the zombie. Lin Ziluo instantly recognized its classification. Much like human professions, zombies evolve with distinct developmental paths. The boss evolves at the swiftest rate, exhibiting variations even in the early stages of the apocalypse. The stealthy variant Lin Ziluo referred to resembled an assassin among humans, boasting extraordinary agility and formidable offensive capabilities. This category of zombie is particularly adept at consuming human brains, as they can enhance their own intellect through such feasts. This specific zombie undoubtedly possessed considerable intelligence. As Lin Ziluo locked eyes with the zombie's blood-red gaze, he cautiously examined its attributes. Climbing zombie, bronze tier boss, level, 10 base attributes, strength, 23 spirit, 15 constitution, 8 agility, 23 talent. Climbing, you can freely traverse non-smooth surfaces such as walls. Skills, backstab, you can unleash a claw strike, inflicting 110 of your strength attribute as damage. If the target is struck from behind, the damage is doubled. Phantom ambush, you can momentarily merge with the ground or wall to evade attacks or maneuver towards the enemy. Upon emerging, you will execute a lunge attack, dealing 80 of your strength attribute as damage. Lin Ziluo barely glanced at the attributes before averting his gaze. Although each stealthy zombie possesses unique talents and strengths, their skills generally follow a common pattern. A mere glance at the skill names suffices for Lin Ziluo to comprehend their functions. It must be acknowledged that this particular zombie boss was formidable, its talents and skills forming a flawless synergy. Today's interpretation of confusion, the distinction in communication styles between the apocalyptic game and the cheat system. All information enclosed in brackets pertains to the apocalyptic game. The notifications, such as ding, are characteristic of the cheat system. It is imperative not to conflate the two. Chapter 65. The method of ascending to heaven by treading the left wall and the right wall. The foolish Shan arrived late. Just moments ago, Lin Ziluo had set off, leaving behind the task of dispatching the last few zombies. The crawling zombie regarded Lin Ziluo and the foolish one before it, its blood-red eyes betraying a hint of confusion. It could not fathom why these two toys did not flee. In the past, any time they laid eyes upon it, the toys would scream and scatter in terror. The fear etched on their faces and the sound of their screams were the very essence of joy for the crawling zombie. Detected that player Yazi has encountered a bronze-level boss, crawling zombie, triggering the quest. The grievance of the crawling zombie. Ding! The Goldfinger system has detected that the host has activated the quest the grievance of the crawling zombie and is optimizing the relevant task details. The grievance of the crawling zombie, quest description. The librarian, wrongfully accused of stealing books from the library, faced scorn from his superiors. In the wake of the apocalypse, he transformed into a zombie and exacted vengeance upon them. He seeks retribution. He aims to eliminate all who cherish reading. Quest requirements. Eliminate the crawling zombie quest rewards. 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points. 1 piece of bronze-level equipment. Quest rewards have been optimized. Quest time limit. 12 hours quest penalty. None. No penalties for abandoning or failing the quest. At last, the awaited task had arrived. Why not seize the opportunity for a free reward? Desha, just go and block it, Lin Ziluo instructed. In truth, both Lin Ziluo and Desha possessed the capability to defeat the crawling zombie in a one-on-one battle. However, given the presence of numerous zombies on this level, a swift resolution was imperative. The congregation of over 100 ordinary zombies along with a zombie boss could pose considerable trouble. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's command, Desha charged forward. The corridor leading to the small compartment was even narrower than that of the restroom, and Desha's presence nearly blocked the entire passage. The crawling zombie, sensing the provocation as Desha approached, swiftly began to crawl along the wall of the corridor. Desha raised his hefty iron rod and swung it down towards the crawling zombie. The zombie, unfazed by the incoming strike, did not attempt to evade. Just as the iron rod was about to make contact, the zombie appeared to dissolve, vanishing seamlessly into the wall. Phantom stealth, a shadow materialized upon the wall, swiftly shifting and moving. Desha's iron hammer crashed against the wall, leaving a deep dent, yet the shadow remained unaffected. It danced away rapidly, soon reappearing on the wall behind Desha. Before he could turn around, the shadow lunged forth from the wall, swiftly coalescing into the form of the crawling zombie. Gazing at the clumsy Desha before it, the crawling zombie's eyes glinted with mockery. Foolish, clumsy toys. The claws of the crawling zombie glimmered ominously with a black light. Observing the unsuspecting back of the oaf, it was the perfect opportunity to strike with a backstab. A flash of black light surged forth, followed by a wretched howl of agony. The crawling zombie stared in horror at its shattered claws. Just as it was about to land a hit on the foolish toy, a black longsword suddenly slashed in from behind. Reacting swiftly, it twisted its body and raised its claws to parry, barely deflecting the blade's strike at the cost of several sharp talons. The crawling zombie quickly ascended to the ceiling, turning to face the wielder of the black sword, Lin Ziluo, who wore an expression of innocence. Everything that had just transpired was meticulously calculated by him. At first glance, phantom infiltration appeared to be an extraordinary skill, allowing one to meld into walls and evade damage. However, this ability bore a drawback. Using it created an insatiable urge to sneak around behind others, akin to obsessive-compulsive disorder. Thus, Lin Ziluo had sent the oaf forward to compel the crawling zombie to utilize phantom infiltration. When the zombie, eager to ambush from behind the oaf, moved in for the strike, Lin Ziluo would be poised to deliver a counterattack. As anticipated, the result was remarkable. That single strike nearly rendered the crawling zombie's offensive capabilities obsolete, and both of its skills fell into cooldown. It now had no chance of escape. Though the crawling zombie glared at Lin Ziluo with anger, fear ultimately prevailed. As it turned its body away in preparation to flee, would Lin Ziluo allow it to escape? With a powerful push against the wall, he launched himself, leaving a dent behind before leaping to the opposite wall. The corridor was sufficiently narrow, and the distance was ample for such a maneuver. With another powerful push, he surged upward. This was the upgraded version of the legendary technique, using the left wall to propel oneself to the right. After two such pushes, Lin Ziluo ascended to a sufficient height and decisively activated the brief, hovering skill of the White Wing Cloak. With this ability, he could momentarily disregard the gravity pulling him down and dart forward. During a sprint, the Gale Boot Speed enhancement also activated. The fleeing crawling zombie had no opportunity to witness Lin Ziluo's extraordinary prowess. It only fixated on its forward crawl. Yet its speed paled in comparison to Lin Ziluo, whose skills were fully unleashed. Gradually, he closed the gap. The crawling zombie sensed something amiss, slightly slowing its pace to glance back. This fleeting look proved fatal. A black blade glimmered before its eyes. Explosive double slash. The severing demon blade cleaved into the zombie's hind leg. The intimidating effect of the lion's bracers was triggered. The crawling zombie's body abruptly halted, plummeting towards the ground. At that moment, the second strike of the explosive double slash followed suit, accurately striking the zombie's triangular head. Chapter 66. Astonishing. The second super golden finger, the head of the crawling zombie, soared into the air, its body marked with the imprint of a devastating dual strike. Upon activation, the crawling zombie was obliterated, shattered into countless pieces. In an instant, a torrent of blood and flesh surged towards Lin Ziluo. With a graceful flick of his robe, he deflected all the blood, preventing even a drop from staining the fabric. Strangely, despite being made of cloth, the blood and debris slid off upon contact, leaving the robe immaculate. Lin Ziluo elegantly adjusted his robe before slowly descending from the ceiling. The system's notification chimes rang out in rapid succession. Congratulations to player Yazzie for successfully defeating the level 10 bronze boss, Crawling Zombie, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the quest The Grievance of the Crawling Zombie. Congratulations to player Yazzie for receiving quest rewards, 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a piece of bronze level equipment. Congratulations to player Yazzie for leveling up to level 10, earning 1 free attribute point. Player Yazzie has reached level 10 due to the lack of class change. Further leveling is not possible. All experience will be accumulated. Please await the opening of the class change channel. The acquisition of 350 experience points propelled Lin Ziluo to level 10, leaving him with a surplus of experience. As indicated by the notification, he could not advance further without a class change, but experience would continue to accumulate. The opening of the class change channel would occur after the 7-day novice protection period. Specifically in the city, with hidden class transitions excluded, Lin Ziluo planned to complete the class change trial during this protection period, aiming to be the first player to succeed in this transition and earn a global announcement. There was no need to rush, as the player who first achieved a successful class change did so on the morning of the 9th day of the apocalypse. Until then, even if one acquired a class change scroll, it would be futile without reaching level 10, as it was still the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse. He had a little over 3 days remaining. With keen eyes, Lin Ziluo noticed a white treasure chest lying beneath the body of the crawling zombie, a silver chest. However, he refrained from opening it, for more pressing matters awaited him. System, where's my super golden finger? Lin Ziluo inquired cheerfully, standing still. The golden finger system promptly responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10. You have earned the opportunity to draw a super golden finger. Would you like to draw now? Draw, Lin Ziluo thought, feeling a surge of excitement. His previous draw had yielded an extraordinary drop rate, propelling him ahead of all other players. What sort of super golden finger would he obtain this time? Ding! The second super golden finger is currently being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have drawn the super golden finger. Yin Yang Duality. Ding! Yin Yang Duality. The host can possess 2 professions. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard, feeling a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Not just bewilderment, but profound confusion. Could you please repeat that? Lin Ziluo stammered, his voice trembling slightly. Ding! Congratulations, player. You have drawn the super gold finger, Yin Yang Duality, which allows you to simultaneously hold 2 professions. The gold finger system obediently reported. Is this truly real? The prospect of possessing 2 professions. Lin Ziluo could hardly fathom it. What does this imply? He could wield the skills of 2 professions. Each level up would grant him double the attribute points. If he were to transition into a warrior profession and then into a mage profession, he would achieve the remarkable balance of physical and magical prowess. This was utterly astonishing. Undoubtedly, the super gold finger is overpowering, each element overwhelming to the senses. In an instant, countless possibilities surged through Lin Ziluo's mind. However, just then, the zombies on this floor, alerted by the previous commotion, came knocking. In a state of excitement, Lin Ziluo showed no mercy. After urging the foolish one to retreat, he utilized the narrow corridor to unleash his recently cooled earth spike assault. Dozens of spikes erupted from the ground, impaling a multitude of zombies. The notifications of zombie kills flooded the screen once more. Lin Ziluo rushed forward to seize the silver treasure chest dropped by the crawling zombie. This type of silver treasure chest can be moved, unlike wild treasure chests. Big fool. Retreat. Let us head upstairs. After calling out to the big fool, Lin Ziluo sprinted up the safety passage. The big fool followed closely behind. After a brief sprint, they successfully evaded the zombies and arrived at the already cleared 5th floor. Lin Ziluo set down the silver chest and eagerly examined the details of yin-yang duality. Yin-yang duality. The host can possess 2 professions. Notes. 1. Among the host's 2 professions, the first obtained will be displayed as the primary profession. 2. There are no restrictions on the content of the 2 professions. However, if the fixed attributes increase in the same category, the highest value will be taken. 3. The free attribute points granted by the second profession will only enjoy 50, rounded up. Having read the notes, Lin Ziluo finally comprehended the specific application of this Goldfinger. Although it wasn't as outrageously powerful as he initially imagined, with proper strategy, it could still be formidable. He contemplated the implications. For instance, the second note states that when fixed attributes are the same, the highest value is selected. This suggests that pursuing professions of the same type would be foolish. Instead, why not choose 2 professions that enhance different fixed attributes? A warrior class boosts strength and constitution, while a mage class enhances spirit and agility. Thus, the second note effectively imposes no restrictions, allowing for a diverse range of professions. The third remark is also acceptable. If both professions grant 3 points of free attributes, by employing the method of rounding up, one could effectively attain 5 points of attributes. Chapter 67. Post-war rewards. In Lin Ziluo's mind, various combinations of professions began to emerge. Wait, the Phantom class enhances both strength and agility. Does that imply that he must seek a profession that augments constitution and spirit as well? Indeed, such options do exist. However, the only truly elite choice in this regard seems to be the hidden class of Holy Sword Knight across the ocean. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, there appears to be a dearth of exceptional professions of this type. Should he abandon the Phantom class and reconsider other options? Lin Ziluo felt a tinge of headache. His meticulously devised development plan had been disrupted. The cause? The ability to simultaneously advance in 2 professions. What a delightful dilemma. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo remained resolute in pursuing the Phantom class transition. It was an unparalleled hidden profession, invaluable beyond measure. Even if he chose not to transition, he could retain it or engage in trading. With this thought, Lin Ziluo temporarily set aside his contemplation of this matter. First, he would acquire the Phantom class transition scroll, and then he would ponder other possibilities. Lin Ziluo began to organize the rewards from his previous endeavors, sweeping through a horde of zombies, vanquishing crawling undead, and completing tasks. The first reward was the bronze-level equipment for task completion. Player Yazi has obtained bronze-level equipment. Bronze giant hammer, a piece of bronze-level equipment. This colossal hammer forged from bronze is remarkably heavy. It is advisable to ensure you can wield it before use. Attributes. 2 strength. Attack possesses a shattering effect, providing a certain enhancement for destruction. Lin Ziluo hefted the bronze giant hammer that had materialized in his hand. Indeed, it was no lightweight. Without a doubt, Big Silly was in for a treat. And Big Silly had yet to claim the double-layer task rewards. However, the game tasks accepted by Big Silly could not be optimized by the Goldfinger system. Glancing at the task rewards, aside from the usual reputation, gold coins, and experience, there remained one additional reward, a bronze-level item. Lin Ziluo took a look and discovered that the item from Big Silly's task reward was the Eye of Reconnaissance. Just look at that. It seems my luck has waned. The task reward he had assigned to Big Silly was rather ordinary. For Big Silly, it merely translated to a few extra gold coins. Excellent. He was now one step closer to the Guardian's mark of the Magic City. Lin Ziluo handed the bronze giant hammer to Big Silly. Upon receiving it, Big Silly's face broke into a smile, seemingly expressing satisfaction with the equipment. Such a reaction was rare indeed. Big Silly's smiles typically only surfaced when indulging in roast chicken. Subsequently, Big Silly began to swing the giant hammer with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo opted to open the silver treasure chest. In the apocalyptic game, there exists a mechanism whereby a monster drops only a single item. Defeating a boss results in either the dropping of an item or a treasure chest. This treasure chest is not a wild one. It can be moved. However, In terms of the items obtained, it tends to be somewhat inferior to wild treasure chests. The player, Yazi, successfully unlocked a silver treasure chest. Upon opening the chest, he was blessed with an expansion of 0.3 cubic meters in his storage space. Additionally, Yazi gained an experience boost of 50 points. As he rummaged through the silver chest, he managed to extract 270 gold coins. As the radiant light dissipated, two items materialized before Lin Ziluo, a pair of luminous trousers and a resource card. It was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Obtaining silver-level trousers from this chest was more than satisfactory. Lin Ziluo picked up the trousers. Resilient battle pants, silver-level equipment. These trousers possess remarkable durability and can significantly aid the player during combat. Attribut, 3 constitution, 1 agility. Reduces the duration of negative effects on the player by 20. The trousers boasted commendable attributes, particularly in mitigating negative effects such as blindness, dizziness, and defense breaches. A reduction in duration could potentially turn the tide in battle. Lin Ziluo joyfully donned the trousers. Having reached level 10, he had a point of free attributes. Without hesitation, he allocated this point to Spirit. Now, he possessed the potential for dual-class capabilities, necessitating a comprehensive development of all attributes. At that moment, Lin Ziluo's base attributes underwent a notable transformation. Base attributes: Strength, 28, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 23, Agility, 25. Perfect. He also had the items dropped by the zombies he had previously defeated, 2 pieces of equipment and several items. However, those 2 pieces of equipment were inferior to what Lin Ziluo currently wore. They were precisely the missing components for Dashin. Lin Ziluo decided to bestow all of them upon Dashin, ensuring that his companion's strength would not lag too far behind his own. Having completed these tasks, Lin Ziluo was no longer inclined to hunt zombies. He instructed Dashin to retrieve the items dropped by the zombies he had recently dispatched with his spike charge. Meanwhile, he sought a room on the 5th floor that contained a table. After placing the eye of reconnaissance on the ground, Lin Ziluo lay down atop the table. After posing several inquiries to the Goldfinger system, he solidified his intentions. By the 9th day of the apocalypse, if he could not find a suitable profession, he would initially transition to the Phantom class and secure a world announcement. As for the second profession, there was no rush. The Goldfinger system had previously clarified that upon successfully transitioning to a second profession, any unallocated attribute points from prior levels would be restored. At this moment, Dashin returned, clutching the items he had scavenged from downstairs. Lin Ziluo inspected the hall and found nothing of particular worth. Well, let's rest for now. We still need to return to the Reaper's Club. Hopefully, more members will gather, allowing for an earlier clearing of the museum. With all considerations addressed, Lin Ziluo blissfully drifted into slumber. The current time marked the early hours of the 5th day of the apocalypse. Chapter 68. Ready for action on the 6th day of the apocalypse. At 2 in the afternoon, Lin Ziluo awoke from his slumber. A full day had passed since his return from the library in the Demon City. Having overslept on the 5th day, he found himself rising later than usual. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to dedicate the day to completely clearing the remaining zombies from the library. It was clear that even if he returned to the Death God Club now, he might not gather enough members. Thus, it seemed far more advantageous to eliminate more zombies during this time. Although he could not level up, accumulating some coins and obtaining useful items would certainly be rewarding. Thus, Lin Ziluo and his companion, the Simpleton, spent the entire day eradicating the remaining 600 or so zombies within the library. The experience points accumulated in Lin Ziluo's experience pool were sufficient for him to level up once more. However, in terms of items, he did not find anything particularly useful, as his own equipment was already quite splendid. He did manage to supplement most of the gear needed by the Simpleton, with the exception of pants and shoes. In terms of items, they did uncover a new one. Healing Scroll, a bronze-level, one-time use item that, when activated, releases a healing spell to restore a specified unit's injuries. The extent of the healing depends on the mental strength of the individual activating the scroll. This turned out to be quite a valuable healing tool for Lin Ziluo. After thoroughly clearing the Demon City library, night had fallen. Lin Ziluo chose to remain in the library for another night. He went to bed early, allowing him and the simpleton to set out for the Runfa shopping mall by 6 o'clock the next morning. Upon reaching the top floor of the mall, Lin Ziluo attracted considerable attention once again, this time due to his exceptionally striking appearance. Dressed in an eye-catching black robe and adorned with a mysterious mask, complemented by the formidable presence of the simpleton behind him, he exuded an aura of undeniable charisma. Had it not been for the harrowing scene just days prior, where the simpleton had effortlessly dispatched a foe with a single blow, many would have rushed to surround Lin Ziluo. However, the lingering fear instilled in the veteran members held them back. Yet, some of the newcomers, emboldened by their newfound strength, dared to approach Lin Ziluo, eager to inquire about the source of his attire. They were swiftly intercepted by a group of seasoned members, preventing any confrontation. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo would not have minded asserting his authority over the new recruits. With a confident stride, Lin Ziluo entered the office of Gao Dong. Ever since Lin Ziluo had effortlessly dealt with their most formidable rival, Gao Dong's life had improved considerably. Upon opening the office door, Lin Ziluo was surprised to find Gao Dong engaged in flirtation with a young girl, initially intending to express his displeasure at the interruption of his private moment. Gao Dong's demeanor transformed into a radiant smile upon spotting Lin Ziluo and the simpleton. The attitude of the leader left the young girl beside him utterly astonished. Is this truly the president he knew? When Lin Ziluo inquired about the timing of the assault on the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong proudly patted his chest and declared that over the past few days, he had dispatched individuals to recruit members. The Grim Reaper Club had experienced rapid growth, boasting more than 200 members, and was preparing to set forth towards the Magic City Museum that very afternoon. Lin Ziluo readily agreed, for an afternoon attack would allow them to eliminate all the zombies by nightfall. At that point, he could directly enter the professional trial. This encapsulated Lin Ziluo's experiences over the past couple of days. Fully alert, he rose from his bed, tidied his attire, and stepped out of his room. He had randomly chosen a residence not far from hundredfold to take a brief rest. Upon exiting, Lin Ziluo spotted Desha in the living room, fervently wielding his bronze giant hammer. Ever since Lin Ziluo gifted him this mighty weapon, Desha had developed an unwavering fondness for it, often swinging it with great enthusiasm whenever he had a moment to spare. Lin Ziluo also noticed that Desha possessed a certain talent for this task. In just 2 days, he had begun to swing the hammer with impressive technique. Upon seeing Lin Ziluo emerge, Desha sensibly halted his hammering. "Let us depart," Lin Ziluo commanded, donning his mask with a flourish. The thought of finally avenging the one who had marred his face stirred within him a sense of impatience. The residence was conveniently located near the hundredfold shopping mall, and the surrounding zombies had been effectively cleared by members of the Grim Reaper Club. Unimpeded, Lin Ziluo made his way to the top floor of the mall. As the goods lift doors swung open, he beheld Gao Dong passionately delivering a speech in the center of the hall. "Dear esteemed members, today marks an important day for the Grim Reaper Club. As we are on the brink of a grand battle, we shall all mobilize to eradicate the zombies within the Magic City Museum and reclaim the cultural essence that has been the heritage of our Dragon Kingdom for centuries." Gao Dong faltered as he noticed Lin Ziluo's eyes, visible through the mask, fixated on him as if he were a ghost. Moreover, Desha stood behind him, brandishing the formidable bronze hammer, an object that inspired fear even in Lin Ziluo. It appeared that if Gao Dong continued, the hammer would soon swing down upon his head. Ahem, to make a long story short, everyone gather and prepare for the assault on the Magic City Museum, Gao Dong wisely interjected. The audience, initially drowsy from the speech, suddenly regained their energy at Gao Dong's abrupt change in tone. "Charge! I shall annihilate every zombie in the museum. I aim to uncover a piece of bronze equipment. This day has finally arrived. I'm about to rise. No exaggeration. I shall undoubtedly advance to level 5 this time. Hehe, y intento slay 10 zombies. Ah, please do not misunderstand. This is merely an expression of excitement." Chapter 69. Luring the tiger from its mountain, Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the chaotic scene before him, a veritable spectacle of players spoiled by the novice protection mechanism. After enduring the tumultuous onset of the apocalyptic game, those with even a modicum of strength began to swell with arrogance, treating the apocalypse as a mere leisure game where defeating monsters equated to effortless enhancement. As the clock struck 7 tomorrow evening, once the novice protection period elapsed, it remained uncertain how many unfortunate souls would meet a grim fate. Under Gao Dong's persistent efforts to maintain order, the members of the Death God Club ultimately gathered together. Although they lacked discipline, they were at least willing to mount an offensive against the Museum of Magic City, temporarily accepting a semblance of management. The freight elevator on the top floor of the mall whirred into action, transporting members in batches to the assembly point below. "Brother Lin, how do you propose we attack?" Gao Dong inquired, peering through binoculars at the throngs of zombies outside the museum, seeking Lin Ziluo's counsel. "Lure them away," Lin Ziluo replied. At that moment, they were situated in a CAF opposite the Museum of Magic City. The ground floor served as a resting area for members, while the upper level accommodated Gao Dong. Two other leaders, Lin Ziluo and Shah, as they formulated their pre-battle strategy. Upon hearing Lin Ziluo's suggestion, Gao Dong's eyes brightened with realization. He sensed that this tactic held considerable promise. The primary issue lay in the overwhelming number of zombies at the museum's entrance. Charging in as a group would leave them vulnerable to encirclement. They would first deploy a few agile individuals to wield raw meat soaked in zombie virus to entice the undead. Once successfully lured, they would lead them into a prearranged encirclement. Even if they managed to draw all the zombies away from the museum, they would not suffer losses, for they would have extended the battlefield, facilitating their assault. Lin Ziluo elaborated on the lure plan in detail. Gao Dong and the other two leaders gazed at him with admiration. "Brother Lin, this is truly remarkable. This plan is flawless," Gao Dong exclaimed. "Indeed, Brother Lin's wisdom leaves me in awe," the other two leaders echoed in praise. Whether the flattery of these three was sincere mattered little to Lin Ziluo. His mind was set on a different objective. It was crucial to understand that once all the zombies were lured away from the museum, it would become devoid of undead presence. At that moment, Lin Ziluo could proceed directly into the museum and access the coveted scroll without hindrance. Ahem, this maneuver is aptly termed luring the tiger from its mountain, Lin Ziluo mused. Gao Dong and the other two leaders unanimously endorsed the proposal, which swiftly passed into action. Gao Dong descended to the CAF's ground floor to relay the battle strategy to the assembly. The members readily concurred, recognizing that they would incur significantly less risk while still obtaining the same rewards. Such logic was agreeable to anyone possessing a modicum of intelligence. Soon, several agile members were selected. Within the Death God Club, there were indeed a couple of individuals adept at handling raw meat. They ultimately resolved to designate the two swiftest among them to lure the zombies with the raw meat, while the others would be responsible for relaying along the route. Once the individuals with the raw meat lost their enticing bait, their allure would diminish considerably, but there was no cause for concern. The final destination for the lure was also chosen, a rather secluded park, which had just been cleared of zombies by the club members the day prior. The environment was perfectly suited for an ambush. With everything in place, Lin Ziluo stepped forward. "In truth, my agility surpasses all. Allow me to take the first turn in luring the zombies," he proclaimed with noble resolve. Even the new members gazed at Lin Ziluo with admiration. It was common knowledge that the initial task of enticing zombies was perilous. Brother Lin Luo's willingness to face such danger in order to accomplish the mission was nothing short of heroic. As for Lin Ziluo's agility, no one harbored doubts. If they knew that Lin Ziluo merely wished to be closer to the museum, in order to facilitate the first leg of the relay and stealthily infiltrate the museum, they might very well have fainted for shock. Lin Ziluo accepted the card handed to him by Gao Dong, which read, "Raw meat infected by zombie virus." The primary reason for sending two individuals to lure was simply that the Death God Club possessed only 2 pieces of raw meat. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at his storage space, where a thick stack of raw meat stood out conspicuously. Ahem, the disparity seemed quite pronounced. As for Big Fool, Lin Ziluo decided against bringing him along. Ultimately, he would be of no use once transported into the trial space. It was better to let him remain outside, collecting gold coins and contributing to the Guardians of Magic City. Just focus on killing zombies. Ignore everyone else but me. If anyone provokes you, eliminate them immediately. Understood? Lin Ziluo instructed Big Fool. Big Fool nodded in understanding. Lin Ziluo was not entirely unconcerned for Big Fool. He could sense his emotions. Should any real trouble arise, he could directly manipulate Big Fool. Thus, there was little to worry about. Big Fool accompanied Gao Dong and the others to their ambush site, while Lin Ziluo and a few others responsible for luring remained at the CF, waiting for the signal to move. Aware that the trial demanded considerable energy, Lin Ziluo decisively closed his eyes to rest. Approximately 10 minutes later, he heard a voice call out, "Lin, you may proceed." Chapter 70. The familiar scroll. Lin Ziluo opened his eyes. The one who had just called out to him was none other than Chao Yang, someone equally in need of taking the first action. "All right, let us set forth," Lin Ziluo declared. He stepped out first, with the others closely following in his wake. Soon, they reached their designated positions. Lin Ziluo and Chao Yang each held a piece of raw meat card, continuing their advance. "Boss Lin, do you think we'll be overwhelmed?" Chao Yang gulped, a note of concern in his voice. Lin Ziluo was determined not to let this man's fears jeopardize his plans. "You run ahead when the time comes. I will pause behind for a moment," Lin Ziluo instructed. Chao Yang reminded apprehensive. "But boss, one tea that put you in danger? Danger? Staying back is advantageous for vanishing. My goal is to eliminate a few zombies. Once I have drawn them away, I will redirect a small portion of them. You just need to follow their lead. Do you understand?" Lin Ziluo's tone was icy and resolute. "Understood." Chao Yang nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grain. "All right, even if I disappear, it won't be a problem." Thus, the two arrived at the small square in front of the Magic City Museum, where a throng of zombies was gathered. Activating in 30 seconds, Lin Ziluo announced. Subsequently, he and Chao Yang positioned themselves at opposite ends of the square. Chao Yang was stationed farther from their escape route, necessitating a detour to lead the zombies away. As the countdown reached 0, Chao Yang nervously activated the card. A piece of raw meat materialized in his hand. Instantly, the nearby zombies reacted, turning their heads toward him. Not only that, but even those outside the immediate vicinity responded to the commotion. A zombie lumbered toward Chao Yang, accelerating gradually. Soon, the entire horde began to rush toward him. "Run," Lin Ziluo commanded. Chao Yang, clutching the raw meat, began to circle around. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo boldly advanced a considerable distance ahead, successfully drawing a portion of the zombies towards him. Next, Lin Ziluo activated the raw meat. Instantly, the allure intensified, and his position attracted the remaining zombies in the square, as well as some from the museum's outer positions. This was precisely why he had delayed activating the raw meat. He alone could accurately gauge how to draw the zombies over a broader area. As the zombies drew within 2 meters of him, Lin Ziluo began to retreat. A large number of zombies followed suit, moving in synchrony with him. At that moment, Chao Yang, having completed his circuit, rejoined Lin Ziluo. Thus, with Chao Yang leading the way and Lin Ziluo trailing behind, they commenced their dash toward the predetermined location, pursued by a throng of frenzied zombies. The noise escalating with each passing moment. Within the museum, a horde of zombies emerged, a testament to success. The agility of Lin Ziluo was undeniable, complemented by Chao Yang's complete investment in agility attributes. Thus, the duo effortlessly lured the undead. Lin Ziluo often found himself pausing to allow the zombies to catch up. Before long, he spotted those waiting ahead. Now was the moment to escape. Lin Ziluo decelerated to join Chao Yang, shoving raw meat into his embrace. "You two keep running. I shall vanquish the zombies," Lin Ziluo declared. "Don't worry, brother Lin. You can count on me." Chao Yang's words trailed off as he witnessed Lin Ziluo abruptly accelerate, vanishing from sight. Astonished, he marveled. Indeed, he is a master. He was merely holding back before. At that moment, he successfully regrouped with the remaining members. Their task ahead was to alternately carry the raw meat and flee in relay. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was racing forward with fervor. He did not run directly back in the museum. Such a course was impossible. for the entire thoroughfare was choked with zombies, at least 1,000 of them, making any attempt to navigate through them futile. Instead, Lin Ziluo opted for a side path, employing a tactical maneuver. In no time, he returned to the small square adjacent to the Magic City Museum, where a few scattered zombies lingered. With a swift stroke, he dispatched one that obstructed his path and then entered the museum. The layout of the museum was indelibly etched in Lin Ziluo's mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted toward the familiar exhibition hall. After effortlessly slaying 2 more zombies, he finally beheld the scroll he had long desired resting upon the display. This ancient scroll, crafted from the hide of an unidentifiable creature, had earned its place in the Magic City Museum precisely because its origins were unknown. The scroll bore numerous enigmatic symbols and 2 figures, one resembling a bull, the other a bird. With the onset of the apocalyptic game, a glowing hexagram, reminiscent of those found beneath wild treasure chests, appeared beneath the scroll, continuously spinning, an unmistakable indication of its extraordinary nature. It was no wonder that in a previous life, many had been deceived into their demise over this artifact. Lin Ziluo approached the scroll with purpose. The protective casing that once shielded it crumbled under the weight of his relentless strikes. A piercing alarm resonated through the air, yet Lin Ziluo remained unfazed. Placing his hand upon the scroll, Chapter 71, The First Trial. The vast sea of blood. The player, Yazi, stumbled upon a peculiar scroll, seemingly harboring immense secrets, and his reputation increased by 500. The scroll beckoned Yazi, prompting the question of whether he would heed its call. "I accept," Lin Ziluo declared. The player, Yazi, acquiesced to the scroll's summons, preparing to enter its depths. The scroll began to emit a blinding radiance, enveloping the entire exhibition hall, gradually obscuring Lin Ziluo's vision and compelling him to shut his eyes. His body felt increasingly weightless. Suddenly, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. As the feeling of weightlessness faded, Lin Ziluo gradually regained his sight. He surveyed his surroundings, finding himself within a completely sealed stone chamber. The chamber was illuminated by clusters of floating flames adorning the walls, precisely as he remembered. Lin Ziluo had initially suspected that the entire trial took place within a cavern. He pondered the source of the air in this enclosed space. Approaching a stone wall, he extended a hand, and a miraculous scene unfolded. His arm effortlessly passed through the stone wall. Indeed, he was still in the same location, one he had explored extensively before. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo walked directly towards the wall and vanished within it. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully activating the trial. Mystical trial description. This scroll seems to contain certain secrets, waiting for a worthy heir to its power. Trial requirements. Conquer 3 trials. Trial restrictions. All equipment and skills are disabled during this period. Trial rewards. Level up. Acquire a special profession. Phantom. Trial time limit. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. There is no need for concern. Trial penalty. Failure will result in the player's immediate obliteration. Ding. The Goldfinger system has detected that the host is undergoing a trial and is initiating the modification program. Ding. The host will not suffer any penalties for task failure. The system will safeguard the host's exit from the trial space. Ding. The host is currently engaged in the trial, successfully triggering the task Ancient Trial. Ancient Trial. This is a legacy that has existed for thousands of years, awaiting a sufficiently powerful individual to inherit it. Task requirements. Overcome the trials presented by the scroll and inherit its true power. Task rewards. Draw 1 random ordinary Goldfinger and receive 1 piece of silver-grade equipment. Task time limit. The flow of time here differs from the outside world. There is no need for concern. The Doomsday Game and the Goldfinger system issued a series of notifications. Lin Ziluo felt somewhat bewildered. Although the messages from the Doomsday Game mirrored those from his previous life, the claims of the Goldfinger system seemed slightly amiss. Thousands of years, sufficiently powerful. While the Phantom profession could be considered elite, it hardly warranted such grandiose descriptions. Lin Ziluo was engulfed in confusion. He was acutely aware of the origins of the Phantom. a legendary assassin from the ancient Dragon Kingdom with a history of merely 1,000 years. Moreover, the Phantom had achieved a level 50 second-class job transition as a Phantom Assassin and an 80-level third-class job transition as a Phantom Deity. This did not align with the narrative of the Goldfinger system. Lin Ziluo attempted to inquire about the Goldfinger system, but received no response. Something was amiss. He swiftly heightened his vigilance, even though this trial was set in a familiar environment. After accepting 2 tasks, Lin Ziluo proceeded forward. Ahead lay a hollowed-out cave, and at its center stood a stone platform. Upon the platform rested a soil-colored orb. The requirements of this trial were quite simple. One merely needed to place their hand upon the orb. The first trial has commenced. Player, please place your hand upon the lead orb. Lin Ziluo approached the yellow orb directly and placed his hand upon it. As soon as his hand made contact, the originally soil-colored orb began to transform. The surface of the orb gradually sprouted red lines, varying in length and increasing in number. Once the red lines reached a certain quantity, they began to intertwine, swiftly enveloping the orb's surface, transforming it into a blood-red sphere. Here it comes. Lin Ziluo tensed, becoming alert. A flash of red light compelled him to close his eyes. After a moment of disorientation, the overwhelming scent of blood jolted Lin Ziluo back to full awareness. He found himself no longer in the cave, but in an endless expanse. The upper reaches of this space were suffused with a dark crimson hue, evoking a stifling sensation. Prolonged gazing upward caused a stinging pain in his eyes. Lin Ziluo stood upon a rocky outcrop. It was termed a rock because beyond this solitary stone, his field of vision was swallowed by an infinite sea of blood. This small patch of stone, enveloped by the sanguine ocean, barely offered enough space for Lin Ziluo to stand, resembling a solitary vessel adrift on an endless sea. Lin Ziluo reached out to scoop some of the blood-colored water. A potent scent of blood assailed him. Indeed, this so-called seawater was blood. It was unimaginable how such an immense expanse of blood could come to be. If this blood originated from humans, how many lives would need to be lost to amass such a vast quantity? Kill! A resounding cry echoed from above in the space. The voice seemed to possess a magical quality, causing Lin Ziluo's blood to boil instantaneously. Kill! The voice rang out again, and the boiling of his blood intensified. His heartbeat began to quicken. Kill! Lin Ziluo's complexion flushed, and the muscles of his body began to bulge with visible veins. Nevertheless, regardless of the changes occurring in his body, Lin Ziluo's expression remained unaltered. His eyes sparkled with a remarkable clarity. Chapter 72. The Second Trial. Endless Darkness. Kill! 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 The haunting cries reverberated incessantly. The ocean of blood began to ripple in response to the sound. With each cry for blood, the crimson waves surged toward Lin Ziluo. He stood resolute, allowing the torrent of scarlet liquid to crash against his body. As the cries echoed on, his form underwent a transformation. His skin became suffused with a deep red hue, rendering him as if he had emerged from the very blood itself. The thunderous beat of his heart and the labored gasps of his breath bore testament to the unimaginable torment he was enduring. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo had relied on his hatred for Yao Jinghan to endure this trial. Countless times he had wished to surrender, resorting to cowardly acts of hiding beneath rocks, covering his ears to block out the sounds. Yet this time, regardless of the changes his body experienced or the relentless waves of blood that lashed at him, Lin Ziluo's steadfast expression remained unaltered. He stood unwavering upon the rocks, akin to a resilient pine tree against the storm. Countless times, dozens, hundreds, thousands, the cries resounded like thunder, and the blood waves crashed endlessly. Still, Lin Ziluo did not yield an inch. Time became an enigma. Eventually, the cries abruptly ceased, and the blood waves halted their assault. A flicker of a smile graced Lin Ziluo's face, for he realized that he had triumphed in this trial. Furthermore, the nightmares that had plagued him in his past life dissipated like mist with the conclusion of this ordeal. Good, good, good. With 3 affirmations, Lin Ziluo's consciousness wavered once more. Upon regaining clarity, he found his hand resting upon the orb. which had transformed from its former blood-red hue back to a muted earth tone. The cavern around him remained as tranquil as before. The blood that had once coated his body vanished entirely, as though nothing had transpired. Congratulations, player, on successfully passing the first trial. Please proceed to the next trial. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, beginning to recalibrate his state of being. Time was not of the essence here. The flow of time in this realm differed from the outside world. He had spent what felt like an eternity, yet perhaps only an hour had elapsed outside. After a lengthy period of adjustment, Lin Ziluo finally restored his previous composure. He glanced at the earth-toned orb, pondering how such a small object could ensnare one in such a terrifying illusion. Retracting his hand, Lin Ziluo tidied his attire and approached the newly revealed opening. This passage was unfathomably deep, devoid of the flickering flames that had once illuminated his path. He cast a lingering glance at the light within the cavern before resolutely stepping into the darkness beyond. As Lin Ziluo entered the cave, the second trial begins. Players are instructed to proceed forward as the ominous announcement of the Doomsday Game concluded. Lin Ziluo cast a glance over his shoulder. Behind him lay an abyss of endless darkness. He turned his gaze back to the front, where an expanse of shadow awaited. Lin Ziluo found himself completely engulfed in obscurity, devoid of any glimmer, without barriers. This was the essence of the second trial. One must continue forward, relentlessly pressing on, never halting. The weariness of the body, the need for sustenance or hydration, none of it mattered. One must simply persist in their march. In his previous life, Lin Ziluo could not ascertain how long he had endured. Initially propelled by vengeance, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. Upon awakening, he found himself in the third trial. To put it plainly, this was a test of resilience. Achieving a certain threshold of perseverance would grant passage. Lin Ziluo began his journey into the unknown. The profound darkness seemed infinite, an unbroken tapestry of blackness stretching before him. His steps were resolute, striding forward with determination. He remained oblivious to the duration he had traversed in this void, perhaps a month, perhaps 3, maybe a year, or even several years. The darkness was terrifying, instilling a deep sense of dread, such fear that it rendered one hopeless. Within this abyss, there was no direction, no purpose, no life, no scenery, nothing at all. Only an interminable solitude. Lin Ziluo mechanically continued his march, step by step. Give in. After all, if one were to faint, they would reach the next stage. This thought echoed countless times in his mind. Yet, each time it surfaced, Lin Ziluo resolutely rejected it. Why should he surrender? He had endured this once before in his past life. Given the chance to start anew, why not persevere? Gradually, his steps grew heavy, yet his gaze became ever more steadfast. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps, 100 steps, 1,000,000 steps. In this darkness, the very notion of time had dissipated. Slowly, Lin Ziluo was horrified to realize that his consciousness was blurring, his thoughts growing sluggish. This was the terror of time. It drew him deeper into the abyss of shadow. No, I have declared. This time, I shall endure until the final moment. Lin Ziluo began to struggle against the encroaching despair. He delved into his memories. A decade's worth of experiences surged through his mind. His acquired gear, the quests he had completed, the people he had encountered, the zombies he had vanquished, the dire situations he had survived, and so forth. Years upon years, everything replayed vividly in his mind. Yet, he continued to advance. Always advancing. Is this an illusion? Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. How absurd it seemed. To his astonishment, he found himself experiencing an illusion as a brilliant white light illuminated the space around him. After rubbing his eyes, Lin Ziluo discovered that the radiant white glow remained as dazzling as ever. Could this truly be an illusion? Doubt crept into Lin Ziluo's mind. Is this the end? Indeed, it is the end. He had genuinely persevered until this moment. In that fleeting instant, Lin Ziluo was nearly overcome with emotion, on the verge of tears. He trembled as he moved toward the blinding light, which was now within his reach. Despite having been immersed in darkness for so long, his eyes felt no discomfort. Instead, they were enveloped in an extraordinary warmth. With careful steps, Lin Ziluo ventured into the embrace of the white light. Chapter 73. The Third Trial. The cat with a human face in a stone chamber, surrounded by stone walls and floating flames, stood a wooden rack laden with an array of weapons. I have truly emerged. I took a moment to inspect my body, finding no alterations in my appearance compared to before I entered that passage. It was as if my lengthy journey had left no mark upon me. Lin Ziluo settled onto the ground, granting himself a well-deserved respite. The stone chamber I now occupied bore no distinction from the one I had encountered prior to the trials. To progress to the next challenge, one merely needed to traverse the stone wall. Congratulations, player, on successfully completing the second trial. Please proceed to the next trial. The long-awaited game notification resonated, and Lin Ziluo finally exhaled a breath of relief. There indeed lies an end to this path, and I have persevered until its conclusion. The first two trials, as Lin Ziluo had previously articulated, did not necessitate such strenuous effort. A mere demonstration of capability would suffice to advance. Yet, he was unwilling to settle for mediocrity. In his past life, he had been haunted by his lackluster performance in those trials, leaving him with profound regret. In this rebirth, he sought a true renaissance, a chance to rectify his former shortcomings, including confronting that cat once more, the one that had left him with an indelible scar upon his face. The thought of facing that cat again ignited Lin Ziluo's innate thirst for vengeance, a surge of newfound strength coursing through him. The limitations of this trial prohibited the use of equipment or skills, yet they posed no constraint upon his innate talents. Thus, Lin Ziluo remained seated for a considerable duration, gradually shaking off the shadows of his previous darkness. Rising to his feet, he approached the weapon rack. These weapons were intended for the forthcoming challenge and the formidable feline. Unable to retrieve his own weapon, he selected a large iron knife, one he wielded with utmost ease, and proceeded towards the stone wall. As Lin Ziluo passed through the wall, he found himself in an expansive cavern. The third trial commences. Please eliminate the guardian beast. The notification chimed, and Lin Ziluo raised his long knife. The cavern appeared desolate, devoid of any peculiarities. Suddenly, a chilling meow echoed through the air, a sound far from the soft purrs of a domestic cat. It was a wretched, piercing cry that sent shivers down one's spine. From a previously vacant stone wall, ripples emerged, and a large cat materialized. This feline was somewhat larger than the average cat, yet not as colossal as the zombie cat Lin Ziluo had previously encountered. Its most terrifying feature, however, was its visage. At first glance, one might mistake it for the wrinkled face of an elderly person. Lin Ziluo had dubbed it the cat with a human face, and its eyes gleamed with an eerie azure hue, much like the hues attributed to specters in the ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom. This feline bore no distinguishing features from its kin, cloaked entirely in an unblemished shade of ebony. Within the dimly lit cavern, illuminated solely by the flickering flames, it appeared particularly sinister. As the adage goes, foes are particularly fierce upon encountering one another. Upon sighting the feline with a human visage, Lin Ziluo became acutely vigilant. The attributes of this cat were inscrutable, yet Lin Ziluo, having clashed with it previously, was aware of its approximate prowess, remarkably not extraordinary, merely a notch above his own unenhanced abilities. However, its agility was remarkably high. During a full sprint, it could even leave behind an afterimage. Since its emergence, the feline had fixated its eerie azure gaze upon Lin Ziluo, seemingly contemplating the most effective method to dispatch him. Under the weight of that unsettling stare, Lin Ziluo's demeanor remained unchanged. He took a deep breath and, to the astonishment of the human-faced cat, closed his eyes. What was this? Had he waited all this time only to encounter a madman? Yet Lin Ziluo was far from deranged. He was merely reflecting on the wealth he had amassed in preparation for the impending battle. As he traversed the seemingly endless passage, Lin Ziluo sought to prevent his consciousness from fading. He began to reminisce about his decade-long journey, revisiting each memory and scrutinizing the details of every encounter. Among these recollections, he frequently recalled his cunning in battle and the intricacies of his every strike. At that moment, Lin Ziluo realized the profound correctness of his decisions. He had reached a pinnacle of combat prowess. Through the repeated recollection of memories and simulated battle scenarios, Lin Ziluo's martial capabilities experienced a monumental breakthrough. Detected a breakthrough in the player's ability. The epic talent Omniscient Mastery has transformed, evolving into the legendary talent All-Knowing Omnipotence Combat. All-Knowing Omnipotence Combat, a legendary level talent, granting you an unimaginable mastery over combat-related matters. You can effortlessly wield various combat techniques and weaponry. Lin Ziluo paid no heed to the ominous notifications from the Doomsday game, for he sensed the human-faced cat had made its move. Despite the cat's movements being subtle and swift, Lin Ziluo, with his eyes shut, could perceive its position through the shifts in the air currents. He raised the iron dagger in his hand, and an indescribable aura emanated from him. In the annals of the ancient Dragon Kingdom, there existed a remarkable technique known as sword cultivation. This involved concealing a sword within its sheath, carrying it throughout one's life, while concentrating one's essence, spirit, and energy upon it. Through decades of unwavering nurturing, the sword would embody a terrifying reservoir of vitality. Practitioners of sword cultivation were granted but one opportunity to unsheathe their sword in a lifetime, choosing to do so only in moments of dire urgency or significance. Upon drawing the sword, their lives are destined to meet their end. This blade, nurtured for decades, will unleash a cataclysmic power upon its release. As the sword is unsheathed, lives are extinguished, leaving behind this astonishing weapon to eternally grace the realm of mortals. This tale is a work of pure fiction by the author. Readers are advised against imitating it. Chapter 74. Has the trial unveiled a bug? If one were to assert that the mastery of swordsmanship stems from decades of accumulated vitality, culminating in an awe-inspiring force, then what of Lin Ziluo? Immersed in a sea of blood, he has been steeped in an atmosphere of murderous intent beyond imagination countless times. Yet he remains utterly unshaken. In the depths of darkness, his mental fortitude appears to have undergone centuries, even millennia, of rigorous refinement, steadfastly propelling him forward. This level of concentration and perseverance far surpasses that of mere decades devoted to sword cultivation. Now, it is the moment for Lin Ziluo to draw his blade. As he hears the stirrings of the feline visage, alarmingly close, Lin Ziluo opens his eyes. In an instant, the knife in his hand is unleashed. This strike seems unremarkable, akin to a casual swing devoid of purpose. Yet, it is this very blow that reveals terror, panic, astonishment, shock, and despair upon the countenance of the cat-like figure. For it realizes that its body has been entirely ensnared by this strike. The sensation is akin to being bound by invisible shackles, rendering it utterly immobile. It can only watch helplessly as it offers itself to the blade. Moreover, as its form draws nearer to the edge, a profound dread surges from its core. This fear torments its spirit, as if forcing the feline visage to relive the torment Lin Ziluo endured during the trials. The blade glides smoothly across the creature's abdomen, neck, and ultimately its forehead. Strangely, no wounds are visible where the blade has passed. Only when the creature crashes heavily to the ground do small droplets of blood begin to seep from the injury. In a mere heartbeat, the once formidable feline visage, which had caused Lin Ziluo immense frustration in a previous life, is vanquished. Its face is etched with an overwhelming sense of terror, distorting its features beyond recognition. Truly astonishing. Lin Ziluo retrieves his iron blade. His emotions at this moment can only be described as exhilarating. This long-anticipated strike has severed the negative emotions he has harbored throughout these trials, allowing the creature to experience the despair that can drive a person to the brink of collapse before ultimately succumbing to despair. Player Yazai has successfully slain the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Yazai for successfully passing the third trial. Congratulations to player Yazai for completing the mysterious trial. Congratulations to player Yazai for receiving trial rewards. Level increase. Phantom job change scroll. Due to the player not having completed the job change, The level increase reward will be compounded upon completion of the job change. Notifications from the Doomsday Game appear in succession. A scroll materializes in Lin Ziluo's hand. By simply unrolling this scroll, he would successfully transition to the hidden profession of Phantom. However, Lin Ziluo does not hasten to open it, for he is astonished to discover that he has not left the cave. What could this mean? The last time, after the arduous defeat of the feline visage, he was transported out of the trial. However, this time, why is there not a single sound? Could it be that I am trapped within the trial? No. The Doomsday Game system has indicated that I have completed the task. Why has the ancient trial not bestowed its rewards? Lin Ziluo discerned an anomaly. He hastily summoned the panel of the Goldfinger system. Behind the task requirement to pass the trial from the scroll and inherit its true power, it was clearly marked as incomplete. This signified that I had not truly inherited the scroll's power. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo realized the truth. The Phantom Class Change Scroll was, in fact, a reward for completing the Doomsday Game task, unrelated to the scroll itself. This meant that I had never truly inherited the scroll's authentic power. Unbelievable. Lin Ziluo felt overwhelmed by the magnitude of this revelation, struggling to process it. Ding! The voice of the Goldfinger system, long absent, resonated. Host has successfully passed the trial. Please proceed forward to receive the true power from the scroll. A wave of relief washed over Lin Ziluo. Thank goodness. It was not a bug that had trapped me in this cave. But how should I proceed? Lin Ziluo inquired of the Goldfinger system. Yet, the system remained silent, once again feigning ignorance as it had upon his initial entry. Curiosity welled up within Lin Ziluo. What manner of scroll could render the Goldfinger system mute? Or was it possible that this system and the scroll were old acquaintances? Lin Ziluo returned the Phantom Class Change Scroll to his storage space and began to walk forward as per the Goldfinger system's guidance. Before long, he arrived at the cave's end. Only when he approached very closely did he notice tiny cracks adorning the stone wall. These fissures were minuscule. Had Lin Ziluo not possessed keen observational skills, they would have been nearly impossible to detect, even upon close inspection. By my word, had it not been for the Goldfinger system's reminder, I would never have fathomed this outcome. What purpose could these fine cracks serve? They seem to form a pattern when viewed collectively. Lin Ziluo tentatively reached out to touch the cracks. The moment his hand made contact, a transformation began. A golden light emanated from the fissures, which started to shift as if constructing something. Lin Ziluo patiently awaited the outcome. After a considerable time, the cracks finally completed their assembly. To Lin Ziluo's astonishment, these fissures, illuminated by the golden glow, ultimately outlined two figures, one resembling an ox, the other a bird. Was this not the very imagery inscribed upon scroll? Lin Ziluo comprehended that the truth of this ancient scroll was on the verge of being unveiled before him. As the patterns materialized, the wall began to tremble. With the quaking of the stone, an archaic stone door emerged. Chapter 75. The hidden profession from antiquity. Upon the emergence of the stone door, the trembling of the stone walls ceased, restoring an air of tranquility. Lin Ziluo stepped forward, attempting to push the stone door, which yielded effortlessly to his touch. The scene behind the door unveiled itself before Lin Ziluo's eyes, a stone chamber, reminiscent of the one encountered during the trial, yet distinct in its interior. Within this chamber stood a stone platform adorned with a few items. The first was something Lin Ziluo recognized all too well, the ochre orb that had appeared during the initial trial, known in the apocalyptic game as the Dawn Pearl. The second item was a scroll, also familiar to Lin Ziluo, akin to the one displayed in the museum. The walls of the chamber were intricately carved with familiar motifs, a bull and a bird. Apart from these, there was naught else. Lin Ziluo entered the stone chamber. Approaching the stone platform, hesitant to touch the Dawn Pearl, he first grasped the scroll. The designs and inscriptions upon it mirrored those he had seen in the museum. Yet they eluded his comprehension. Just as confusion washed over him, a warm current surged through the scroll, transferring to his hand. To his astonishment, he found himself capable of understanding the text inscribed upon the scroll. The initial two characters struck Lin Ziluo with profound astonishment. Chi Yu. This scroll was astonishingly connected to Chi Yu. Lin Ziluo was utterly taken aback. This revelation was beyond his wildest imagination. Qiyu, the legendary tribal leader of the ancient era in the Dragon Kingdom, was revered as a war god by his followers and loathed as a harbinger of disaster by his detractors. He led the Jiuli tribe in agricultural advancement, copper and iron metallurgy, weapon crafting, and the establishment of myriad arts, while engaging in monumental battles against the ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom, the Yellow Emperor and the Divine Farmer. Despite the eventual defeat of the Jiuli tribe at the hands of the united forces of the two opposing tribes, even the Yellow Emperor could not help but admire Qiyu's formidable prowess in battle, bestowing upon him the title of Lord of Warfare. Thus, Qiyu was immortalized in the annals of the Dragon Kingdom's history as a war god. Lin Ziluo swallowed hard. This was indeed a monumental revelation. Simultaneously, he began to comprehend the significance of the recurring motifs of the bull and bird, the totems of the Jiuli tribe. At long last, Lin Ziluo unraveled these enigmas. He hurriedly continued reading, only to be met with even more staggering revelations. Historical records indicated that Qiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor, who decapitated him and interred his head, which transformed into the blood maple forest. However, Qiyu's spirit endured due to an encounter with the legendary cat demon, known for preserving souls. The man-faced cat Lin Ziluo had vanquished in the third trial was, in fact, a creature of cat demon lineage. Ultimately, Qiyu's spirit would dissipate. Yet before its dissolution, he crafted this trial scroll. The trials it presented tested unwavering resolve, eternal perseverance, and perfect combat. Only by fulfilling all three challenges to their utmost potential could one inherit the supreme power of the Jiuli tribe. Clearly, Lin Ziluo has succeeded. He is able to inherit the power of Qiyu. His breath has become somewhat labored. The scroll's contents are nearing their conclusion. The final instruction is for Lin Ziluo to place his hands upon the totems of the ox and bird depicted on the scroll, thereby fully activating it and inheriting the might of the Jiuli tribe. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo placed the scroll upon the stone platform and positioned his hands upon the totemic designs. In an instant, a radiant light surged forth. Boundless energy began to flow through Lin Ziluo's hands. An overwhelming force inundated his body, commencing a profound transformation. The excruciating pain of this metamorphosis caused Lin Ziluo to tremble involuntarily. Yet, he remained steadfast, resolutely anchored in place. Detection indicates that player Yazi is undergoing an unknown energy inheritance. The system is analyzing the unknown energy. The system has successfully identified that the unknown power originates from Blue Star, matching the unknown power with Blue Star culture and the Apocalypse game system. Match successful, gamification complete. Player Yazi is undergoing a class change. Congratulations to player Yazi for successfully changing classes. According to Blue Star culture, this profession is designated as War Master. Player Yazi is advised to conclude the trial promptly, as the War Master requires further data processing. As the final prompt of the Apocalypse game materialized, the transfer of the scroll's power concluded. Lin Ziluo, drenched in sweat, collapsed onto the ground. Exhausted though he was, excitement coursed through him. He had successfully changed classes. Truly, as the saying goes, one may cultivate flowers with care, yet find them unyielding. While a casual planting of willows may yield shade. Initially, he had sought merely the phantom class change scroll, never anticipating that through Qiyu's trial, he would obtain the unparalleled strength of the Jiuli clan, a profession known as War Master in the Apocalypse game. Throughout the millennia of Long Kingdom's history, apart from Qiyu, no one has been bestowed such an honorable title. But now it exists. Player Lin Ziluo, War Master. Simultaneously, Lin Ziluo comprehended the purpose of the orb resting on the stone platform. Its true name is Jiuli Pearl. It is the most vital item for the War Master. The Jiuli Pearl functions akin to the fabled life-bound artifacts in cultivation novels. It is the weapon of the War Master. The War Master must continuously allow the Jiuli Pearl to absorb energy, enhancing its capabilities. In doing so, the Jiuli Pearl can unleash formidable power in conjunction with the War Master. Lin Ziluo rose to his feet and grasped the Jiuli Pearl. Having inherited the power of the War Master, the Julie Pearl had already recognized him as its master. With a mere thought, the Julie Pearl vanished from his hand, appearing within his consciousness. Chapter 76. Transformed into a terrifying profession by the Apocalypse Game. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task Ancient Heritage. Ding. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward. A random, ordinary golden finger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. The notification sound of the golden finger system echoed. The task had been accomplished. However, Lin Ziluo found himself preoccupied with thoughts of understanding the profession of Arm Master rather than drawing his rewards. Previously, when the Apocalypse Game urged Lin Ziluo to return, a button to conclude the trial appeared on his interface. Lin Ziluo pressed the button. In the next moment, he found himself back in a museum exhibition hall from whence he came. Darkness enveloped the surroundings. The moonlight streaming through the window indicated to Lin Ziluo that it was now evening in reality. His current location mirrored the spot where he had entered the trial. Yet the exhibition hall was now strewn with the corpses of zombies. These undead had been lured by the earlier alarm, and subsequently, the members of the Grim Reaper Club had entered and exterminated them, retreating only as night began to fall. The scroll on the display remained, yet it now served merely as an ordinary piece for viewing. Player Yazzie concludes the trial. Data processing for player Yazzie's profession, Arm Master, is underway. Player Yazzie's base attributes without equipment or title enhancement. Strength, 18, Spirit, 16, Constitution, 12, Agility, 19, enhancing player attributes based on the Arm Master profession. Player Yazzie's current base attributes. Strength, 30, Spirit, 20, Constitution, 25, Agility, 30. Data processing for the Arm Master profession is complete. Player Yazzie will gain 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes for each level gained. Based on the experience previously acquired and the level up, the task rewards have been calculated, and player Yazzie successfully levels up to level 13. The information was overwhelming, and Lin Ziluo could only focus on the key points. He opened his interface. After accounting for his level up, equipment, and titles, his final attributes were astonishing. Base attributes: Strength, 49, Spirit, 24, Constitution, 46, Agility, 36. Terrifying. This was without utilizing his remaining 9 free attribute points. Compared to before, the increase in attributes was monumental. This was the stark difference following the class change in the Apocalypse Game. One could only describe it as night and day. Congratulations to the player for becoming the first successful class changer in the Apocalypse Game, earning the unique global achievement, Pioneer. An announcement will soon be made across the entire server. Whether there would be an announcement or not was of no concern to Lin Ziluo. He was eager to explore his profession panel. Profession: Arm Master. Description: Arm Master, the sovereign of all arms, the god of war. The formidable abilities of Chi Yu and the ancient treasures of the Julie tribe have forged this terrifying profession, one that can only be mastered by those who have endured brutal trials. Attributes: for each level gained, one receives 3 points in Strength, 3 points in Constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Abilities: 1. Master of Armies. You can manipulate the Julie Pearl to transform it into any warrior-type weapon, thereby acquiring the abilities and skills of that warrior class. 2. Julie Pearl. By infusing energy into the Julie Pearl, you can enhance its attributes and rank. 3. Specific abilities yet to be activated. Lin Ziluo could hardly suppress a gasp of astonishment. Shock? No, it was beyond shock. It was awe. This sense of awe could not merely be described as that of a young calf, but rather that of a seasoned cow. Throughout Lin Ziluo's decade-long apocalyptic journey, he had never encountered any introduction within Doomsday games that bore the phrase terrifying to the utmost degree. However, the term fits the Master of Armies profession perfectly. Lin Ziluo summoned the Julie Pearl. Julie Pearl, a bronze-level artifact, the ultimate treasure of the Julie tribe. 1. It can freely transform its shape according to the player's thoughts and grant the player the abilities of that form. 2. It can devour energy to enhance the attributes and capabilities of equipment. Lin Ziluo drew the decapitating demon blade and unhesitatingly chose to consume it. The decapitating demon blade swiftly transformed into a swirl of black energy, ultimately merging with the Julie Pearl. The Julie Pearl has absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a silver-level artifact. An infinitely evolving artifact, truly terrifying. Lin Ziluo inhaled deeply. Now is the moment to unveil the true capabilities of the Julie Pearl. Under Lin Ziluo's command, the Julie Pearl began to gradually alter its form, eventually taking on the appearance of the decapitating demon blade. Julie Blade, silver-level equipment. Attributes: 4 strength, 2 constitution, with a 10 armor-piercing attack. Attached skills: Julie Slash. Releases a blade aura forward, dealing 130 strength attribute damage upon impact, with a pain effect reaching 200. Julie Heavy Slash. A single strike towards the enemy inflicts 200 strength attribute damage, but inflicts a 2-second stun on the user. Indeed, the reason Lin Ziluo cannot acquire skills through the Master of Armies profession is that these skills fluctuate with the transformation of the Julie Pearl. Lin Ziluo began to once again channel his thoughts into the Julie Blade. The appearance of the Julie Blade began to shift once more, ultimately transforming into the form of a bow. Julie Bow, silver-level equipment. Attributes: 4 strength, 2 agility, capable of condensing mental energy to form arrows. Attached skills: Flame Arrow, shoots a flaming arrow forward, with a power equivalent to 120 strength attribute, inflicting a persistent burning state upon hitting the enemy. Ice Arrow, shoots an icy arrow forward, with a power equivalent to 120 strength attribute, causing a brief slowing effect upon impact. Lin Ziluo could hardly contain his astonishment. Did this not imply that he essentially possessed the capabilities of a warrior across all classes? The 9 Li's Thorn corresponded to the assassin class, the 9 Li's Shield to the tank class, and the 9 Li's Sword to the swordsman class. Yet, he realized he must not dwell on this any longer. Merely contemplating it induced a euphoric dizziness. Regaining his composure, Lin Ziluo eagerly attempted to condense a bow and arrow. However, to his dismay, he found himself unable to do so. In that moment, he was struck by the startling revelation that his mental energy was utterly depleted. The transformation had consumed an astonishing amount of his mental faculties. No wonder he felt lightheaded. Chapter 77, A New Golden Finger, Limiting Breakthrough World Announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first individual to reach level 10 and successfully change class in the apocalyptic game. The swiftness of this achievement is truly astounding. They have obtained a globally unique accolade, Pioneer, along with a multitude of rewards. We encourage other players to strive diligently. While Lin Ziluo was engrossed in researching the warrior profession alone within the museum exhibit, the tranquility of the night in Blue Star was abruptly shattered. It was the dead of night, and most players were fast asleep. Yet, the voice of the world announcement resonated with unwavering clarity in their ears. Except for a handful of players impervious to slumber, the vast majority were roused from their dreams. What on earth is this world announcement? Is it never-ending? Cried a sleepless individual who had just managed to drift off, only to be awakened once more. Damn it, I was just dreaming of collecting a dozen resource cards, and now this. Give me back my beautiful dream, lamented another player, starved and on the brink of despair. Yazzie, such a familiar name. Oh no, it's him again. Will it never cease? A groggy player suddenly jolted awake. What has class changed me? They were clearly speaking in the language of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet I cannot comprehend, exclaimed a player who felt as if they were not participating in the same apocalyptic game as others. Different regions heard varying languages. 10 levels. A player gazed at their interface displaying level 6, recalling their earlier pride in boasting to others, only to be engulfed by a wave of shame. So that is how it is. One can change class after reaching level 10. Truly worthy of Yazzie. I must catch up to you, a robust man from the United States declared. I nearly forgot. That little dog is still alive. It merely slept too soundly to be disturbed. Congratulations to the player for receiving the Pioneer Global announcement. Congratulations to the player for earning the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 points of free attributes, and an increase of 2 cubic meters in storage space. At this moment, Lin Ziluo sat on the ground, adorned with a meditation necklace and wielding a small magic wand. He had just consumed a small blue potion solely to swiftly restore his mental energy. The feeling of dizziness without mental power was indeed unpleasant. Fortunately, after a while, Lin Ziluo regained his composure. The 9-li bao had been reverted back to the 9-li pearl and stored within his consciousness. The reversion did not require mental energy. Otherwise, Lin Ziluo would have truly struggled. As for the 9-li thorns and 9-li spears, well, perhaps another time for exploration. First, let us claim the rewards. World announcement rewards had become a common occurrence. Alas, there is no helping it. Excellence comes with such burdens. Thus far, all 3 world announcements have been attributed to Lin Ziluo. He had grown accustomed to the rewards. Aside from him and the dashing readers, perhaps no one else truly understood the nature of the world announcement rewards. The only aspect he anticipated was the title Pioneer. The Pioneer, a unique title granted only to the first individual to change their class in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: 2 to all attributes, but a 5 suppression on attributes for players with a profession. Lin Ziluo felt a twinge of disappointment. What on earth? The Pioneer is less impressive than the attributes of the Bronze Well. Suddenly, Lin Ziluo realized, it seems the normal sequence is to change class first before being able to defeat a bronze-level boss. It appears I have misjudged the order. Following this, the task reward from the Goldfinger system were to be received. They had already been distributed during the trials. Thus, Lin Ziluo promptly stated, "Give me that silver-level equipment." Ding, a piece of silver-level equipment is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the silver-level equipment. Mask of Evil Illusions. A black mask materialized in Lin Ziluo's hands. Viewed from the front, it resembled the face of a demon, seemingly noble yet steeped in malevolence. The exaggerated curve of its mouth harmonized perfectly with the overall design. Lin Ziluo was quite pleased. He had always worn a hidden mask, which was merely an item and could not be classified as equipment. Now, this Mask of Evil Illusions was the perfect replacement. Mask of Evil Illusions, silver-level equipment. A mask imbued with the wicked power of demons. Please ensure you do not become a servant to evil. Attributes: 3 to spirit. Skills: elusive mask. When equipped, it conceals the player's basic information. Unless the observer's level exceeds the player's by 5 levels, they cannot view it. Demon's gaze. Within 3 seconds of use, anyone gazing at the mask will fall into a state of fear. Those in fear will have their attributes reduced when attacking the player, and their physical coordination will deteriorate. This is fantastic. Lin Ziluo adored the mask. Not only was its appearance satisfactory, but its attributes were also precisely what he needed. He removed the hidden mask and donned the Mask of Evil Illusions, opting not to activate the transformation effect. An image of a cloaked figure adorned with a demonic mask emerged, combined with the dark ambience of the museum. Anyone who caught sight of him at night would surely scream in fright. Lin Ziluo was thoroughly pleased with the equipment draw. The ensuing ordinary golden finger was bound to be a spectacle. Now let us draw the golden finger, Lin Ziluo said with anticipation. Ding, an ordinary golden finger is being drawn. Ding, congratulations to the player for drawing the ordinary golden finger. Limit break LV1. Limit break? What limitation is being breached? Hearing that he had drawn yet another new type of ordinary golden finger, Lin Ziluo eagerly examined its attributes. Limit break LV1 breaks the restriction of wearing only 1 ring concerning equipment. Effect: increases the number of equipable rings by 1. Lin Ziluo rubbed his eyes. He couldn't believe it. This means he could wear 2 rings simultaneously and both would take effect? Wow, this is utterly outrageous. Granting him 1 additional equipment slot compared to others. Lin Ziluo suddenly envisioned himself adorned with 10 resplendent golden rings on both hands, engaged in a fierce battle. The imagery was so breathtaking that I could hardly bear to imagine it. Chapter 78. The astonishing entrance of Lin Ziluo at present. Lin Ziluo is adorned with the blood-sucking ring 2, while the Nightfall ring has been bestowed upon the simple-minded Dasha. He possesses no additional rings at the moment. Thus, he awaits the emergence of another ring. Having claimed all rewards, Lin Ziluo with great delight, begins to contemplate the allocation of his 12 free attribute points. While it is imperative to enhance his spirit, an excessive augmentation is unnecessary. The fixed attributes bestowed upon the warrior class are strength and constitution, which he can also attain through the ninely pearl. Consequently, his alternate vocation must undoubtedly be that of a mage, focusing on spirit and agility. In due time, he shall not find himself lacking in these attributes. After careful consideration, Lin Ziluo distributes his points as follows: 3 in strength, 3 in constitution, and 6 in spirit. Coupled with the 3 spirit attributes conferred by the Mask of Malevolence, Lin Ziluo's stats surge once more. His foundational attributes are as follows: strength, 52, spirit, 33, constitution, 49, agility, 36. As the Doomsday game reaches its 7th day, the clock strikes 1 o'clock a.m. Due to prolonged neglect of the power system, the electricity in the magical city has completely faltered 3 hours prior, plunging the grand and bustling metropolis into utter darkness, save for a few areas with independent generators. Fortunately, the Shaoruanfa shopping mall is equipped with a diesel generator, illuminating the top floors and ensuring the smooth operation of the freight elevators. A multitude of supplies has been extracted from the warehouses, and everyone celebrates today's victory with hearty feasting and copious drinking. As Gao Dong aptly puts it, this moment can be inscribed in history as the Reaper Club's assault on the Magical City Museum. In the center of the hall, throngs of people are lost in joyous dance, accompanied by music played on a violin by the renowned 19th century composer Makabaka, salvaged from the museum. Amidst this raucous atmosphere, the chief contributor to the battle, the Shah, is engrossed in a feast at a corner of the hall. The Shah, take a breather. Come, step onto the stage. I wish to introduce you, our great benefactor. Gao Dong approaches with a broad smile, eager to flatter. Flattery is essential. For the Shah's valorous demeanor during the day nearly left Gao Dong awestruck. Not only Gao Dong, but everyone present gazes at the Shah with admiration. Even a few bold young women venture forth to curry favor with him. Alas, the Shah's eyes are solely fixed upon his food, not sparing them a glance. Gao Dong's words fail to capture the Shah's attention. He continues to stuff his mouth with chicken legs. Brother the Shah, perhaps you could set aside that vacuum-packed chicken leg for a moment and showcase your heroic stature to the brothers. Gao Dong presses on, attempting to relieve the Shah of the chicken leg. Just as Gao Dong's hand approaches the chicken leg, a wave of goosebumps envelopes him. He stiffly turns to regard the Shah. Despite the sunglasses, he can distinctly sense that should he make contact with that chicken leg, his life would be forfeit. Upon reflection, it occurred to me that during the day, the formidable Shah effortlessly dispatched the zombies as if he were merely slicing through tender chicks. Gao Dong quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly, just a jest. Suddenly, the Shah set down his chicken leg and rose to his feet. Gao Dong, perplexed, initially thought the Shah was willing to accompany him into the fray. The cargo elevator nearby emitted a startling ding, unsettling everyone present. After all, it was the witching hour of 2 in the morning. The zombies outside were in a frenzied state. Who would dare ascend in the cargo lift at such an hour? The doors of the elevator slid open, revealing Lin Ziluo, clad in a dark robe. Truly, he was a man who could create a stir with every entrance. The iconic black cloak was familiar to all, yet the blood-tinged demonic mask he donned sent a shiver through everyone's hearts. Wow, absolutely stunning, exclaimed the nearest player, unable to contain his admiration. Incredible. I refuse to believe anyone could surpass Lin Ziluo in charm, Chao Yang added, unable to restrain his praise. Lin Ziluo strode directly towards Gao Dong, with the Shah quickly positioning himself behind Lin. Brother Lin, at long last, we have found you. You cannot imagine the lengths we went to in search of you. That bunch of rascals thought something had happened to you, Gao Dong said, his smile stretching from ear to ear. This was no exaggeration. After dealing with the zombies in the Death God Club's museum, many had indeed sought out Lin Ziluo. Although they had not located him, they had never doubted his well-being, for he had left an indelible impression of strength. Lin Ziluo surveyed the chaotic scene in the hall and stated, "Let us retire to your office for a discussion." Although surprised, Gao Dong led Lin Ziluo into his office. "I wonder what you wish to discuss, Brother Lin?" Gao Dong inquired with curiosity. How did today's battle unfold? Lin Ziluo began. The battle? Today's performance was exceptionally splendid. Gao Dong responded with enthusiasm. Once we factor in the traps we utilized, we eliminated over 500 zombies, he declared with pride. Such a number? Lin Ziluo responded with astonishment. Indeed, there was a small group near the park we selected. Witnessing our Death God Club's valiant efforts against the zombies, nearly 100 individuals joined our ranks, Gao Dong explained. Of course, the bulk of the credit goes to Brother Desha, who single-handedly dispatched over 100 zombies, he added, seeking to curry favor. Lin Ziluo's understanding deepened, and he began to contemplate the implications. Did you think he inquired about this for no reason? Clearly, there was an opportunity to seize. Chapter 79. Engaging in a transaction previously, Lin Ziluo was quite muddled. The main culprit was the ingrained notion from a past life that one must take matters into their own hands. He had been thinking about accumulating gold coins alongside the simpleton, Desha. Upon reflection, he began to suspect that he might indeed be the fool. What assets did he possess? In his possession were several hundred resource cards. They were so abundant that he had no use for them and felt they cluttered his storage space. However, other players did not share this fortune. Though their drop rates were low, each still possessed gold coins. He could easily leverage these resource cards to exchange for their coins, or even for equipment and items. There was no alternative. Currently, he held the Ninely Pearl, which required energy derived from items and gear for its cultivation. To expedite the nurturing of the Ninely Pearl, Lin Ziluo needed to amass a substantial quantity of equipment and items. As for why the Reaper Club, despite its vast resources, would still seek to exchange for resource cards, the answer would be revealed this afternoon. Specifically at 7:00 p.m. on the 7th day of the apocalypse, when the novice protection period would conclude. Lin Ziluo subtly inquired about various matters, gathering an understanding of the approximate quantities of equipment, items, and gold coins within the Reaper Club. Once he had gleaned sufficient information, he spoke up. Let us engage in a transaction. A transaction? What do you mean? Haidong responded. Brother Lin and Brother Desha have made such notable contributions during this siege. If you require anything, do not hesitate to tell me. Haidong pounded his chest earnestly. I am in need of a substantial amount of equipment, or gold coins would suffice, Lin Ziluo replied, clasping his hands in front of him and gazing at Haidong. Ah, still trying to play the wealthy man with me, are you? Haidong coughed awkwardly. Brother Lin, I can certainly provide one piece of equipment, but I am unsure what you mean by substantial. Essentially, I want as much as you can offer, Lin Ziluo stated. All right, I understand. By the way, Brother Lin, to express the Reaper Club's gratitude, please accept this gift. Haidong suddenly slapped his forehead. He then opened the drawer of his desk and retrieved a ring. Lin Ziluo's eyes widened. Goodness, Haidong is quite astute. He claimed to be expressing the club's gratitude. Yet it was evident that he hastily decided to offer this gift when Lin Ziluo indicated his need for equipment. Had he truly prepared a gift? Would he have stashed it in his personal office drawer? Therefore, this ring was indeed Haidong's personal item. However, Lin Ziluo chose not to expose this and graciously accepted the ring handed to him. This time, he had indeed rendered significant assistance to the Shah and actively lured the zombies. Moreover, he successfully passed the trial, thereby sparing at least a dozen members of the Reaper Club from death who were slated to engage with the scrolls. Although one may have ulterior motives, the outcome remains undeniable. Lin Ziluo did not hastily examine the ring's attributes. Instead, he rose to his feet and spoke. I shall accept the ring, and I will return at 8:00 this evening. 8:00 this evening? Gao Dong responded, somewhat puzzled. Isn't the novice protection period ending at 7:00? I need to first ascertain what the new rules entail. Lin Ziluo replied. After familiarizing myself with the new regulations, I will arrive around 8 to conduct the transaction with the members of the Reaper Club. At that time, you should gather additional participants. On the surface, these words were merely Lin Ziluo informing him of today's trade. However, in reality, he was also granting Gao Dong an opportunity. Once the novice protection period concludes at 7, the capabilities of the zombies will significantly increase. Players accustomed to battling low-level zombies will generally find it challenging to adapt. Many who venture outside to slay zombies often meet their demise as a result. By establishing the transaction location on this rooftop, Gao Dong should remain indoors until 8, potentially saving his life. Ending the novice protection period, Gao Dong retorted, "Oh dear, I almost forgot, but it shouldn't team matter. Our strength far exceeds that of novices now," he said with a chuckle, exuding confidence. Lin Ziluo shook his head, smiling in return. When an individual has never experienced something, no amount of persuasion will lead them to absolute belief. Only through experiencing pain and hardship will they come to understand the truth. Lin Ziluo perceived Gao Dong as a person attuned to the times, subtly offering a warning. Whether he heeds it is his own concern. Rest assured, Brother Lin, if you intend to conduct business, I will certainly assist you in arranging everything, ensuring the brothers prepare their surplus gear and items, Gao Dong continued. But I wonder, what do you plan to trade? He inquired. Resource cards. You may inform them in advance, Lin Ziluo stated. A hint of disappointment flickered in Gao Dong's eyes. Resources were something the Reaper Club was not lacking. Very well, I will notify the brothers. He quickly masked his disappointment and continued to smile. Lin Ziluo nodded and led the simple-minded one out of the office. Resource cards. Things may not be as straightforward as you imagine. The revelry outside persisted unabated. Members of the Reaper Club were in high spirits, believing their current existence to be quite enjoyable. The supplies in the warehouse were sufficient for their small number for a considerable time. The hordes of zombies outside were continually being hunted down. Their strength was steadily ascending. This could be deemed the most blissful aspect of existence in a post-apocalyptic world. Yet is the Doomsday game truly so uncomplicated? Lin Ziluo did not pause as he escorted the simple-minded one down the freight elevator, departing from the rooftop. Chapter 80. Golden Level Artifacts. Lin Ziluo returned to the apartment where he had previously taken his afternoon nap. After placing the surveillance eye and assigning to Sha to guard, Lin Ziluo entered the bedroom. He retrieved the ring given to him by Gao Dong. Gold coin ring. A bronze-level artifact symbolizing strength. Attributes. Increases strength by 1. Each time a zombie is slain, an additional 10 gold coins are earned, minimum of 1 coin. This is quite impressive, Lin Ziluo thought, his eyes sparkling with delight. It exceeded his initial expectations, for truly exceptional items are seldom bestowed upon others. Although the gold coin bonus is modest, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Lin Ziluo slipped the gold coin ring onto his finger. At that moment, both rings activated simultaneously, thanks to the breakthrough effect of the golden finger, resulting in a slight increase in Lin Ziluo's strength. Next, it was time to organize the surplus items. Lin Ziluo began rummaging through his storage space. The concealment mask, now rendered obsolete by the evil phantom mask, could be retired. The short-range launcher, only one was necessary. The rest could be discarded. The super flash grenade. One by one, Lin Ziluo pulled out coveted items that would make other players envious. In his hands, these treasures seemed as commonplace as cabbage. The items were meticulously arranged until Lin Ziluo realized he had exhausted his surplus. Gazing at the small mountain of dozens of artifacts before him, he couldn't help but exclaim, "These are the fruits of my conquest." Since the onset of the apocalypse, amidst a 100 drop rate, Lin Ziluo had amassed such an impressive collection. Without further ado, Lin Ziluo took out the Jiuli Pearl and activated its devouring ability. Item after item was fed into the Jiuli Pearl, which began to be enveloped in crimson threads. Once the red threads completely covered the Jiuli Pearl, it would evolve and transcend to a golden level artifact. The discarded items were rather ordinary, containing little energy. He hesitated to part with more precious artifacts, such as the Fireball Scroll or the Zombie Cat's Horn. Soon, the red threads gradually cloaked the surface of the Jiuli Pearl. However, at that moment, the dozens of items were on the verge of depletion, leaving Lin Ziluo feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Was this thing truly so energy-hungry? Only someone as affluent as himself could afford to part with such a plethora of artifacts. Yet it still failed to satiate the Jiuli Pearl's appetite. As he observed the Jiuli Pearl, just shy of being fully covered in red threads, he gritted his teeth and tossed the discarded meditation necklace into the mix. Finally, the red threads enveloped the Jiuli Pearl completely. A radiant glow emanated from it. Jiuli Pearl has absorbed sufficient energy and successfully evolved into a golden-level artifact. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. He never anticipated that he would come into contact with a golden-level item so swiftly. This entity requires a minimum level of around 30 to have a minuscule chance of acquiring it through the defeat of silver-tier bosses. The Jiuli Pearl has been transformed into the Jiuli Blade. Its original attributes included a strength enhancement of 4, a constitution boost of 2, and an attack capability with a 10 armor-piercing property. Now, its attributes have improved to a strength enhancement of 7, a constitution boost of 3, and an attack capability with a 20 armor-piercing property, alongside a chance to inflict a rapid bleeding effect. One could say its attributes have nearly doubled. As for skills, there have been no changes. It seems that only a job change can bestow new abilities. Having accomplished this, Lin Ziluo retrieved the Jiuli Pearl and contentedly reclined on his bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Jiuli Slash. Lin Ziluo wielded the golden-hued Jiuli Blade, forcefully slicing forward. A golden blade aura materialized along the edge of the blade. As Lin Ziluo swung, the aura detached from the sword and rapidly expanded, cutting horizontally ahead. 5 zombies lunging towards Lin Ziluo were instantly cleaved in half by the blade aura. Blood, entrails, and intestines spilled across the ground. However, the zombies behind quickly surged forward to fill the vacant spaces. The severed bodies of the 5 zombies, along with their entrails, were trampled into a mush by the advancing horde. Lin Ziluo wiped the sweat from his brow. At this moment, he was located on the 3rd floor of a large office building. Since arriving at 9 in the morning, he and Asha had fought their way from the 1st to the 3rd floor, taking only an hour for meals and rest, while the remaining time was spent in relentless combat. Had it not been for the stamina replenishment from the blood-sucking ring, he would have collapsed long ago. It is no wonder Lin Ziluo was so determined. This was essentially the final revelry. Soon, he would no longer encounter such low-level, weak, and foolish zombies. It was prudent to capitalize on his overwhelming attributes to farm experience and gold. With his tireless efforts, the rewards were indeed gratifying. Together with the Shah, they had slain over 500 zombies. Nearly 400 of those were defeated solely by Lin Ziluo. Such a remarkable achievement yielded substantial returns. Not only did he acquire several thousand gold coins, but Lin Ziluo also successfully leveled up to level 14. The items and equipment dropped were countless. Unless particularly rare or of exceptional quality, all other gear and items ended up as nourishment for the Jiuli Pearl. However, advancing the golden tier Jiuli Pearl to diamond tier proved exceedingly challenging. Despite Lin Ziluo's efforts thus far, he had only succeeded in adding a few fine lines to its surface. Breathing heavily, he noted the time. It was nearly 7 o'clock, signaling the need to retreat. While casually dispatching another zombie, he glanced at his watch. The time read 6:50, and 7 o'clock was fast approaching. Dasha, Hetriat, Lin Ziluo called out. Dasha, amidst the horde of zombies, quickly emerged. They employed a strategy of fighting while retreating, hastily making their way downstairs. Finally, just before 7 o'clock, they slipped into a safe room. The incessant beeping of the alarm, predetermined by Lin Ziluo, resounded through the air. The apocalyptic game finally shed its disguise, unveiling to the world the true depths of despair that accompany the end of days. Chapter 81. The true apocalypse has arrived on the 7th day of the apocalyptic game at 7 o'clock in the evening. Many players had entirely forgotten about the so-called novice protection period. Since it was not yet 8 o'clock, the onset of night, they thought it harmless to continue battling the zombies for a while longer. The sky was painted in a somber hue, the sun gradually sinking, heralding the imminent arrival of darkness. Yet, before nightfall had truly set in, a blood-red shroud had already enveloped the heavens. Many players looked up in astonishment, only to realize that this crimson sky bore an uncanny resemblance to the day the apocalyptic game had begun. Could it be that the novice protection period had come to an end? It was at that moment they recalled the novice protection period they had long since forgotten. Alas, it was too late. This time, the blood-red sky was far from gentle. Its scarlet hue was strikingly intense, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon directly. A mere glance would instill a sense of unease and trepidation within one's heart. A palpable anxiety began to spread among the players, prompting many to prepare for retreat. Just then, the familiar announcement panel materialized. However, its color had shifted from blue to a menacing crimson. Welcome to the Apocalypse game. This game operates on the principle of absolute fairness. Once initiated, it will develop autonomously, with no means of interference. In a simple and effortless manner, time has now reached its conclusion. I trust you have all become well acquainted with this joyous and warm environment, novice players. Now, the true apocalypse has arrived. The novice protection period has ended. Here are the new updates. 1. All zombie attributes have been significantly enhanced. Growth rates have been comprehensively accelerated. Senses of smell and hearing have been optimized. A portion of the undead will be endowed with various forms, such as the hunter form, berserker form, venomous form, overweight form, and cursed form. The zombies will organize themselves at random intervals to launch large-scale assaults, referred to as zombie hordes. The infection properties of the zombies will only affect players whose total attributes fall below that of the zombie's base attributes. Nightfall will become synonymous with death, as the attributes of the zombies will be further enhanced during nighttime. They will actively seek out the presence of players, and during this time, player attributes will experience a decline. The geological structure of Blue Star, including its buildings, construction materials, and natural environment, will be fortified in various aspects. To ensure a satisfactory gaming experience, all non-game food items will undergo a significant increase in decay, rot, and mold rates. Prolonged consumption of non-game food and water sources will gradually diminish the player's fundamental attributes, which will be permanently unrecoverable. Resource cards will undergo comprehensive upgrades. The higher the zombie's level, the greater the satiation value of food obtained from the resource cards. Environmental and climatic conditions will deteriorate on a large scale, and higher-tier equipment will provide better resistance against adverse weather. The class transition channels are now fully open, organized by city. Each city will feature both warrior and mage class transition stations. Players designated to a particular city must visit these stations to change their class to either warrior or mage. A national leaderboard function has been launched, now featuring national-level rankings for levels, reputation, and equipment. All individuals listed will enjoy substantial rewards and may participate in subsequent regional competitions. The dungeon system has undergone a comprehensive adjustment, allowing for simultaneous matching of players nationwide with upgraded dungeon content. Each city will be distinctly segmented, completely isolated from one another, prohibiting any form of traversal. Future updates will be activated upon meeting specified conditions. The true apocalypse has arrived. Please strive to survive. The blood-red interface and the chilling text convey a stark contrast to the previous comfort of the blue panel and its teasing tone. It merely coldly informs you of these brutal truths. The moment the announcement appeared, the entire world began to undergo monumental changes. A multitude of zombies exhibited drastic transformations in size and abilities. Many originally small zombies rapidly shrank, transforming into the hunter form, while the taller zombies predominantly shifted into a berserker state, accompanied by the pus-ridden venomous form, the rapidly expanding overweight form, the cursed form emanating black mist, and the slimy form covered in viscous substances. In that moment, across cities, villages, mountains, and buildings, wherever zombies exist in the world, their chilling howls echoed. They seem to have broken free from all shackles, truly becoming terrifying creatures. As time progresses, a notable disparity in levels begins to emerge among the zombies. Concurrently, objects such as the ground, rocks, mountains, and buildings undergo a transformation. Walls and floors, once vulnerable to piercing blades, now withstand the same force, leaving only faint scratches. Structures that would have collapsed under severe tremors now remain steadfast, even in the face of an earthquake measuring 8 on the Richter scale. Moreover, these objects continue to grow increasingly resilient with the passage of time. The remaining changes are directly related to the players. Previously, those who had amassed food reveled in the illusion of security, believing they could sustain themselves for an extended period. However, they now face despair as their hard-won provisions diminish at a visible rate. Bread is succumbing to mold, Meat is gradually decaying, vegetables are wilting, and fruits are shriveling. Even vacuum-sealed foods are deteriorating, emitting the foul odor of spoilage. It appears that within a mere 2 days, all local food supplies across the Blue Star will be rendered useless. In contrast, the natural water sources exhibit less drastic changes. Nonetheless, regardless of whether it be rivers, lakes, tap water, bottled mineral water, or alcoholic beverages deemed potable, they all simultaneously exude a nauseating stench, unless one pinches their nose and swallows. The urge to vomit is nearly unavoidable. Even if one manages to swallow, their attributes will experience a permanent decline, diminishing by a fraction approximately every 2 days. Essentially, this equates to a player effectively losing a level before reaching level 10. Fortunately, the food within the resource cards has been enhanced. Previously, Lin Ziluo required 4 cards worth of food to satiate his hunger. Now, he finds that 2 suffices. This is largely due to Lin Ziluo's high attributes, as an ordinary player of levels 5 or 6 would need only 1 card. With the strengthening of the zombies, the satiation provided by food has also increased. A bun dropped by a level 50 zombie can sustain 10 normal level 20 players for an entire day with merely a small bite. The climate has begun to turn severe. At precisely 7 o'clock, players in a Magic City can distinctly feel the temperature drop several degrees. Were it not summer, many would likely be shivering from the cold. As time progresses, the climate will only worsen. Without sufficiently high-quality equipment, players may indeed perish from the extreme cold or heat. The various changes that have emerged serve to convey a singular message. It is imperative to slay zombies. If you wish to survive, you must confront them. The days of joyfully hiding indoors are irrevocably over. If you do not take the initiative to hunt zombies, just a few days may suffice to seal your fate. Nevertheless, the apocalyptic game is not without its glimmers of hope. The forthcoming updates, including the job transfer station, leaderboards, and dungeon features, are designed to empower players, enabling them to enhance their strength in order to face these looming challenges. The adjustment that the zombie virus can only infect players whose attributes are inferior to those of the zombie itself is indeed acceptable. This implies that one must continually enhance their attributes to avoid the fate of becoming a zombie. Furthermore, it signifies that players with superior attributes may confront zombies with audacity, engaging them in direct combat without hesitation. Chapter 82. Ascending to the summit within the confines of his dwelling, Lin Ziluo closed the notification panel, deeming its contents unnecessary. For a decade, he had existed in such an environment. Outside, the cacophony of zombie wails echoed relentlessly, occasionally punctuated by the anguished cries of players. Those who had disregarded the novice protection period upon the evolution of the zombies, they would despairingly realize that the creatures they once easily dispatched could now effortlessly rend their flesh. Moreover, various types of zombies began to wield distinct powers. A venomous variant could suddenly unleash a torrent of toxic spittle, and players unacquainted with such horrors would find their bodies or faces corroded by the poison. Presently, Lin Ziluo's primary concern was that the transformation of Desha was far from complete. There was no apparent reason for this delay. The mutations of the zombies outside transpired within mere seconds. Yet Desha remained ensnared in his transformation. Not only that, he was now kneeling upon the ground, frantically pounding the earth, his entire body trembling and emitting continuous roars. Fortunately, the connection between Desha and Lin Ziluo remained intact. Lin Ziluo could still sense Desha's near-manic emotions, akin to the onset of a berserk state. "What is happening, system?" Lin Ziluo inquired. "Ding! Due to a conflict between Desha's player panel and the zombie evolution, the system is modifying permissions." "Very well. It seems I am of no assistance here. I can only observe how the Goldfinger system alters permissions." Thankfully, the Goldfinger system proved to be exceedingly capable. After a brief interval, Desha finally calmed down. "Ding! Following the system's modifications, Desha will not exhibit a new form. The benefits of his zombie attributes will only increase by 50. Ding! As compensation, Desha will no longer be compelled by the instincts imparted by the apocalyptic game to engage in zombie horde actions. Simultaneously, Desha's talent will merge with the berserk state that was meant for transformation, resulting in a new talent with the possibility for class advancement. Overall, there appear to be no significant issues. The abilities originally acquired through transformation were integrated into his talents, and his physique would remain unchanged. Although the enhancement of attributes as a zombie had dwindled to 50, the prospect of class advancement allowed Lin Ziluo the opportunity to assign him a formidable hidden class, potentially surpassing even a full 100 inheritance. With satisfaction, Lin Ziluo began to examine Shah's newfound talent. Berserker S Might, Legendary Talent. 1. Your strength will receive extraordinary augmentation as your levels increase. 2. The higher your rage, the greater the enhancement to your strength attributes. 3. All items related to strength attributes, when wielded by you, will exhibit enhanced effects. 4. The skills you utilize will consume only physical energy, not mental energy, and can accelerate the consumption of physical energy to amplify skill potency. A legendary talent. Has it truly come into existence just like that? As fitting as their illustrious titles suggest. Epic level signifies the ability, talent, or equipment worthy of being immortalized in history. The innate colossal strength of the Fool resembles the remarkable gifts possessed by formidable figures of ancient Dragon Kingdom, akin to Li Yuan Ba. Legendary level denotes that such entities exist solely within the realm of myth. Lin Ziluo's omniscient combat, forged through a decade of brutal warfare, complemented by endless reincarnation and profound enlightenment, has ascended to the legendary tier. Consequently, with his exceptional talents and the dual support of the Doomsday game and the Goldfinger system, the Fool has directly reached the legendary level. Indeed, as the proverb of the Dragon Kingdom states, fools are blessed with foolish fortunes. However, in the case of the Fool, it can be rephrased as a foolish corpse enjoys foolish blessings. Despite acquiring legendary level talents, the Fool remains unchanged in his naive essence, unbothered by the recent events. He absent-mindedly touched his head and stood still as if nothing had transpired. At this moment, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of relief. He opened the newly appeared 3 leaderboards on the panel. The instant he opened them, he was inundated with notification sounds. Congratulations to player Yazzie for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom level leaderboard with a level of 14. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazzie for ranking first on the Dragon Kingdom Prestige leaderboard with 3,720 prestige points. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazzie for having the diamond level equipment, the Order Uniform of Magic Capital, ranked first on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Congratulations to player Yazzie for possessing the golden level equipment, the Knife of Jioli, ranking second on the Dragon Kingdom equipment leaderboard. Would you like to hide your game name? Evil Phantom Mask, White Wing Cloak, Resilient Battle Pants, Vampire Ring 2. These 4 pieces of equipment also received notifications of their rankings. This signifies that out of the 10 positions on the equipment leaderboard, Lin Ziluo occupies a remarkable 6 spots. Do not hide, not a single one, Lin Ziluo declared. Successfully set the leaderboard game name to non-hidden. At last, having perused this information, Lin Ziluo finally beheld the 3 leaderboards. Ranking of levels: first place, Yazzie, level 14, profession, War Master. Second place, Zhang Yuanzhong, level 7, profession, Nun. Third place, Dashin, level 7, profession, Nun. Fourth place, codename Pajuan, level 7, profession, Nun. Ranking of prestige: first place, Yazzie, prestige, 3720, profession, War Master. Second place, Zhan, prestige, 350, profession, Nun. Third place, codename Pajuan, prestige, 210, profession, Nun. Fourth place, Zhang Yuanzhong, prestige, 170, profession, Nun. Ranking of equipment: first place, Order of the Demon City uniform, level, diamond, owner, Yazzie. Second place, Knife of the Nine Li, level, gold, owner, Yazzie. Third place, Mask of Evil, level, silver, owner, Yazzie. Fourth place, White Wing Cloak, level, silver, owner, Yazzie. Fifth place, Resilient Battle Pants, level, silver, owner, Yazzie. Sixth place, Armor of War, level, silver, owner, Zhang Yuanzhong. Seventh place, Bloodsucking Ring 2. Level. Bronze. Owner. Yazzie. Astonishingly, the first place in all three major rankings is held by Yazzie. In the level ranking, Lin Ziluo's level is precisely double that of the second place. Dashin has even managed to secure a third place for himself. The prestige ranking is even more remarkable. A tenfold difference. The most outrageous is the equipment ranking. Looking around, the top 5 positions are entirely monopolized by Yazzie. Just when a different name appears in the 6th spot, the 7th is still Yazzie. It is utterly absurd. As Lin Ziluo gazed at the magnificent sight of the rankings, he could envision the astonished expressions of others upon seeing them. However, he was indeed mistaken regarding this point. Nearly all players in Long Country, upon opening the rankings and seeing Yazzie's name at the top, thought to themselves, "Oh, it's him," as expected, with 3 global announcements. Who in Long Country does not recognize the name Yazzie, steeped in the mythos of their nation? Human nature is simple. Generally, when faced with someone stronger, feelings of envy, admiration, reverence, jealousy, and even a desire to see them stumble may arise. Yet, when confronted with those who vastly surpass oneself, evoking a sense of awe is the only response. Yazzie holds the top spot across all 3 rankings. Even if all 3 lists were dominated by Yazzie, others would certainly believe it. Of course, Lin Ziluo's war master profession and the Order of the Demon City uniform have also garnered considerable attention. The name of the war master is widely recognized, especially alongside the Ninely Pearl. It is not difficult to speculate on Yazzie's connection to Chiyu. The Order of the Demon City uniform is even more straightforward to discern. The Demon City. Yazzie himself resides in the Demon City. Chapter 83. Unparalleled in the world, Lin Ziluo was, of course, aware that his information would be exposed by the rankings. However, he did not feel the need to be overly concerned. Previously, Lin Ziluo had aimed to conceal his identity, merely wishing to act like a venomous serpent, gradually undermining the Li family. At that time, he still harbored some trepidation towards them. After all, in his previous life, the Li family had exerted an overwhelming pressure upon him. Yet, when Lin Ziluo effortlessly took on and hunted down the mercenary group alone, he realized there was nothing to fear. What was there to fear from a Li family that had yet to mature? What was there to fear from those 2 war gods he could crush at any moment? Thus, Lin Ziluo opted to abandon the disguise of anonymity. So what if his identity was revealed? Unless revealing personal information would render him a spectacle akin to a panda, attracting attention wherever he went. He didn't even require the concealment of a mask. Lin Ziluo also began to hear about the benefits that came with his ranking position. One of these perks was the titles. For instance, being first on the level leaderboard granted him the title of overwhelming dominance. The top position on the reputation leaderboard awarded him the title of renowned across the land. As for the equipment leaderboard, there were simply too many rewards to bother checking. There were so many titles that he didn't even know which one to choose. Of course, the rewards did not end there. As long as Lin Ziluo remained in his current position for 24 hours, he would receive a considerable amount of experience, gold, and reputation. These amounts were not trivial. Just by claiming these rewards, one could sustain a small team. Moreover, as time progressed, the rewards would gradually increase. The feeling of lying at home while receiving substantial rewards was truly delightful. Just when Lin Ziluo thought the rewards had reached their limit, the notification from the apocalyptic game sounded once more. Congratulations, player Yazzie has achieved the extraordinary feat of ranking first in the level, reputation, and equipment leaderboards, earning the hidden epic title unparalleled in the world. Lin Ziluo was astonished. He had never encountered anything like this before. In his previous life, it seemed no one had ever accomplished the remarkable feat of being first on all 3 leaderboards. He hurriedly checked the title. Unparalleled in the world, an epic title granted only to those who rank first on all national leaderboards. If any condition is not met, the title will disappear. Attributes. All attributes increased by 10. In all shops, hidden shops, and dungeons within the Dragon Kingdom, there will be a 10 discount on gold expenditures. Loot drop rate increased by 1, and task rewards increased by 10. Skill. Peerless. Upon activation, immune to any damage for 1 second. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. This was incredible. Lin Ziluo was stunned. This was akin to a little cow riding a ghostly flame. Truly impressive. The percentage increase in attributes was already outrageous, and he could enjoy shopping discounts and increased task rewards. Most importantly, there was an attribute he had never even glimpsed before, an increase in loot drop rate by 1. What does this mean? My drop rate has now reached a staggering 100. If I add just a bit more then, ding. Once the additional 1 chance is triggered, I will receive 2 items. The cheat system promptly emerges to clarify the situation. Indeed, it's incredible. Killing a single zombie yields 2 items. As for that unparalleled skill, need I say more? It provides immunity to all damage. In this fleeting second, not even a level 90 demigod could harm Lin Ziluo in the slightest. No, this magnificent title must remain in my possession. Therefore, I shall claim the top positions on all 3 leaderboards. Without hesitation, I adorn myself with the title of Peerless, which will only take effect after an hour. This latest version update has made survival increasingly arduous for others, while I have garnered an astonishing title, and my comrade, Dasha, has acquired a legendary talent. Truly, I have reaped a bountiful harvest. Lin Ziluo rises to his feet. It is time to collect the dear little leaks from the Grim Reapers Club. I hope they do not perish too quickly. This is a modest cottage. Upon opening the door, Lin Ziluo steps outside first. Just at that moment, a zombie lunges directly at him. Faced with this sudden assault, Lin Ziluo remains unfazed and reacts immediately. He conjures a transparent shield of protective armor at his chest. Though the shield shatters, it successfully deflects the zombie's claws. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ziluo draws the knife of Jiuli, aiming for the zombie's head. He executes a powerful double slash. With both strikes landing, the explosion of the mark successfully dispatches the zombie. How unfortunate! I encounter a hunting form zombie with the concealment talent as soon as I step outside. Lin Ziluo glances at the attributes of the fallen zombie and remarks at this stage. The attributes of all zombies have essentially increased by 50. Coupled with their forms and talents, one can only imagine the extent of their enhanced power. Furthermore, the commotion from Lin Ziluo's kill has drawn the attention of these zombies with heightened perception. The zombies in the street rush towards him. Among them, one particularly stands out, a zombie covered in green pustules. Damn it, a poisonous zombie. Dasha retreat. Upon seeing the poisonous creature, Lin Ziluo loses his composure. While it may lack significant combat ability, it is exceedingly repulsive. Spitting is one thing, but the phlegm it produces is foul and corrosive. Of course, retreating is merely to create distance from the poisonous zombie. It must still be eliminated. Lin Ziluo hurls the knife of Jiuli with precision, successfully slicing through 2 or 3 zombies before it strikes the neck of the poisonous zombie, ending its life just as it had completed its evolution. The knife then returns to Lin Ziluo's hand. He inspects the knife of Jiuli, relieved to find it untainted by the disgusting pustule fluid. The zombies continue to pursue Lin Ziluo with fervor. As the number of them gathered, they became increasingly active. Lin Ziluo had no desire to engage in battle. After all, the leeks were still waiting to be harvested. He took the foolish one back to the house and then jumped out through the window opposite the door. Successfully, he arrived at a secluded street behind the house. Fortunately, the zombies in this street had been cleared earlier. Lin Ziluo let out a sigh of relief. However, he soon heard the door of the previous flat being violently assaulted by the zombies. Even though it had been reinforced, the door could not withstand the onslaught. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed. The zombies surged into the house, meticulously searching for Lin Ziluo's whereabouts. At that moment, he had already left with the foolish one. The house where Lin Ziluo was located was not far from the Little Ruinfa Square. In no time, he arrived at the area behind the square where the freight elevator was located. Just as he was about to enter the freight elevator hall, he heard distant cries for help. Turning back, he saw a hunter zombie chasing a woman around the corner of the street. Although the distance was considerable, Lin Ziluo recognized her, the one who had danced and sung with such fervor in the rooftop hall earlier that morning. Help! Help! The woman was still several hundred meters away from the hall, but her speed was gradually diminishing. It was understandable. She had overexerted herself the previous night, leaving her in a poor state the following day. Just as she was about to call for help once more, a zombie pounced on her. The creature began to gnaw hungrily at her body. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. Soon, she was left battered and bruised. Despair filled her cries as she struggled. But it was all in vain. Before long, she was abandoned by the first zombie, left to lie quietly on the ground, awaiting her transformation into one of the undead. Chapter 84. The ones hidden among the crowd, bitten by zombies in the distance. Lin Ziluo observed the scene before him, devoid of any emotion. Throughout this journey, such occurrences had been frequent. Many young souls had paid the ultimate price for their complacency and arrogance. As he watched several zombies lurch towards him, Lin Ziluo chose to disregard them, directly activating the freight elevator to ascend to the rooftop. As the elevator neared its destination, he could hear the sounds of weeping and commotion from outside. It was evident that chaos had erupted atop the building. With a soft chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the state of the Death God club members. The hall was permeated with an atmosphere of sorrow, starkly contrasting the celebratory spirit of merely a few hours prior. In a corner of the hall, numerous individuals were weeping uncontrollably, having only just returned from their harrowing escape. Witnessing those they held dear succumb to the bite of the undead filled them with guilt and profound grief. A significant number remained silently seated on the floor, engulfed in a heavy silence. They had fallen into a state of desolation upon receiving the apocalyptic game announcement, its despairing words striking them like a thunderbolt, leaving them bereft of hope for survival. Meanwhile, some individuals were indulging in food, feasting heartily, indifferent to the turmoil around them. It was common knowledge that, regardless of whether they consumed the provisions, they would ultimately become refuse. My brother was bitten on the neck by a zombie. I watched helplessly as he transformed into one of them. It's all my fault. I suggested we venture further to hunt zombies today. If only I hadn't tea. My brother wouldn't have perished. What's the use of striving? After toiling endlessly, a mere announcement reveals that the zombies we could once easily dispatch now have the power to hunt us at will. Indeed, what's the point in exerting ourselves? In a few days, when our supplies are depleted, we too shall await our end. Damn it, what a cursed apocalypse game. I curse you, if you have the guts. Come to me now. Delicious, delicious. Everyone come and eat, for soon it will be gone. The hall was filled with a cacophony of noise. Lin Ziluo's arrival failed to incite the usual stir. The collective numbness had taken hold of everyone present. Within a mere hour, they had experienced the harrowing descent from paradise to hell. At this moment, Lin Ziluo paused, having caught a whiff of a familiar scent. His gaze began to scour the hall. Those who felt his penetrating stare shivered, goosebumps rising on their skin. Soon, his eyes fixed upon an individual huddled in a corner. Trembling uncontrollably, Lin Ziluo strode purposefully towards the figure, drawing the attention of several others. The person in the corner, sensing Lin Ziluo's unwavering gaze, trembled even more violently. Lin Ziluo approached, asking, "What are you doing?" The man bowed his head and spoke first. "Lift your head. Let me see how many bites you receive from the zombie." Lin Ziluo said calmly. This remark immediately stirred a commotion. Everyone looked at the man in the corner with terror, as if he would transform into a zombie and lunge at them at any moment. "What nonsense are you spouting? Who's been bitten by a zombie? You're just talking rubbish," the man muttered, still refusing to lift his gaze. "Exactly. How can you casually accuse someone of being bitten by a zombie? You clearly have ill intentions." Another voice chimed in from the opposite corner. "Yes, we're perfectly fine. It's impossible for us to be bitten by a zombie," others in the crowd echoed. Encouraged by their support, the man suddenly found his voice and declared, "I haven't been bitten by a zombie. I want to be bitten by a zombie." Lin Ziluo glanced around the hall, and instantly, everyone fell silent. The malevolent glint in Lin Ziluo's eyes was enough to instill fear in all present. "Big fool, crush him," Lin Ziluo stated, not wishing to waste any more time. No sooner had he spoken than Big Fool raised his bronze hammer. As the man looked up at the hammer, terror gripped him. He hurriedly exclaimed, "I don't want to be bitten by a zombie. It's all Zhang Yi's fault. That wretched woman. I just pushed her a little to block the zombie, and she grabbed me, causing me to get bitten." With his head lifted, everyone noticed the deep, grotesque bite mark on his skin. But it was too late. Big Fool did not heed the man's defense. He merely followed Lin Ziluo's command. The hammer came crashing down upon the man's head, caving it in along with part of his body. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. The somber atmosphere in the hall was shattered, replaced by a palpable fear directed at Lin Ziluo. Yet the ordeal was not over. Lin Ziluo approached the one who had accused the man. Why must he jump in? Afraid that if he is discovered, you'll be next? Lin Ziluo remarked. His words were simple yet clear. This man had also been bitten. Big Fool swiftly delivered another blow, resulting in another gruesome scene. Lin Ziluo was indeed correct. Such individuals were utterly disgusting, concealing the fact that they had been bitten. Unfortunately, they were not a rare occurrence. Small enclaves often suffered heavy losses due to individuals hiding their bites, ultimately transforming into zombies. Lin Ziluo did not halt his advance. Like the Grim Reaper, he approached another individual, prompting Big Fool to strike once more. In just a few minutes, he identified 5 members of the Reaper Club who had been bitten and were on the verge of turning into zombies. The pungent scent of blood permeated the entire top floor of the mall. Fortunately, the zombies within had already been largely eradicated by the members. Otherwise, it would surely attract more zombies. However, it must be said, the previously sorrowful atmosphere had been completely dispelled. Everyone was thoroughly awakened by the gruesome scene. Lin Ziluo nodded. It was about time. The atmosphere had been built up to this point, and now it was my turn to perform. Look at yourselves. You are nothing but a bunch of muddled fools. What? Just because the apocalypse has only just begun, you believe yourselves to be wretched? Have you not endured suffering? After a couple of days of relative comfort, upon encountering such dire circumstances, you are ready to succumb to despair and cease your efforts? Do you honor the brother who sacrificed his life for you? Do you honor the hard work you have put in over these past days? In truth, we merely need to strive a little harder, be a tad braver, and exercise a bit more caution. We can still survive in this apocalypse. To assist everyone in living better, to provide hope for survival, I have decided to offer the precious supplies I have painstakingly gathered at a fair price. You heard me correctly. For just a few coins, or even some equipment and items, you can acquire enough food to last an entire day. Why not seize this opportunity? Chapter 85. Earning gold coins with abandon. 299 gold coins. Very well. I shall bear a slight loss and grant you 3 resource cards. That brings your total to 110 gold coins. How about this? I shall offer you a Kyoto roast duck, which is quite delectable, and I shall only charge you an additional 10 gold coins. Surely that is reasonable. No. 80 gold coins is far too little. Go and borrow 20 more from someone else before returning. As for this bronze-level equipment, let me examine the decayed dagger. Its effects seem, never mind, it catches my eye, so I shall accept 15 resource cards for it. Oh, you dare to be choosy? Let me clarify. Regardless of the type of resource cards, the energy they ultimately provide is the same. At best, the distinction lies in the taste and texture. If you desire something more exquisite, I would require an extra 10 gold coins. That's the spirit. It's all right if your brother is gone. Muster the courage to avenge him. What? You wish to purchase only 2 cards? Let me check your remaining gold. You still have 300. Are you really only buying 2? How can you expect to have the strength to avenge your brother on an empty stomach? Very well. I shall reserve 10 gold coins for you and provide you with 3 resource cards. Lin Ziluo was conducting a resource card sale event. After a round of motivational speeches aimed at the members of the Grim Reaper Club, his sale commenced successfully. He casually set up a small table and placed a thick stack of food cards upon it. The members, who had previously lost all hope in life, were invigorated after his encouragement and eagerly rushed to purchase the resource cards. Suddenly, the large fool stood beside Lin Ziluo, brandishing a bronze hammer, still dripping with the blood and brain matter of those he had just slain. Instantly, the purchasing scene transformed into an orderly affair. However, their fear was not solely due to the large fool's terrifying strength. When he ranked 3rd on the leaderboard, he became a veritable celebrity. With such a fearsome presence from the 3rd strongest individual in the Dragon Nation standing there, who would dare act recklessly? Lin Ziluo, with his legs crossed, joyfully began to accumulate gold coins. At last, he had the opportunity to indulge his merchant tendencies. However, he was a conscientious trader. The food cards sold in the Magic City store were priced at 100 gold coins each, and Lin Ziluo offered them at the same price. This pricing was, by all means, fair and just, ensuring no deception towards either the young or the elderly. It also saved the time and dangers associated with purchasing from the Magic City store. What? You claim he is coercing sales and not allowing card selection? Ahem. That is merely to cover operational costs. Is that excessive? Not all. As Lin Ziluo continued to sell the cards, he watched his gold coins steadily rise, a grin spreading across his face. In this brief moment, combining his savings of 6,000 gold coins, his total had reached 15,000. These were gold coins that would require him to risk his life against zombies. Yet here they were, easily acquired. No wonder it is said that commerce is lucrative. This lone wolf had indeed never experienced such a sensation before. This has led me to consider becoming a middleman in the future. After all, purchasing items from the store at a 10% discount and reselling them at their original price allows one to enjoy a profit margin of 10%. Earning 10 gold coins from a single transaction translates to 1,000 coins from 100 transactions and a staggering 10,000 coins from a vast number of transactions. But managing such a volume would be exhausting. Enough of that. It is paramount to focus on enhancing one's strength. Despite today's bountiful earnings, if it weren't for the presence of the formidable Shah, the third strongest in the Dragon Kingdom, many would resort to theft. Moreover, one must be wary of those who might harbor ulterior motives. Thus, strength is indeed the ultimate truth. Only with power can one attain such a harmonious and prosperous scene. Finally, under Lin Ziluo's enthusiastic salesmanship, the members of the Reaper Club were left as if swept away by an autumn breeze, with all their gold coins thoroughly plundered by him. Even the few coins remaining in each member's possession were pooled together, resulting in a collective purchase of a resource card by a dozen individuals. Lin Ziluo glanced at his gold coin tally. Wow, 16,000 coins. A profit of 10,000 coins. Considering that each zombie typically yields 4 to 5 coins, equates to the slaying of nearly 2,000 zombies. Alas, it is regrettable that so many have perished. In Lin Ziluo's imagination, during these past few days of sweeping through numerous locations and besieging the museum and parts of the Little Ruin Farm Mall, they must have eliminated at least 3 to 4,000 zombies. As for equipment and items, few have been exchanged, as everyone understands that gear and items are essential for strengthening oneself in this apocalyptic game. Consequently, Lin Ziluo received merely 2 pieces of subpar equipment and a few useless items. The only item that piqued his interest was the Decayed Dagger. Decayed Dagger. A bronze-level piece of equipment, this long-abandoned dagger features an uneven blade and is covered in rust. Attributes. The pain inflicted by this dagger is increased by 200. If a wound from this dagger is left untreated for an extended period, it will gradually rot. Alas, it adds no attributes, which explains why others disregard this equipment. Yet, Lin Ziluo finds it appealing. With this, his rusty dagger can finally be retired with honor. Regarding the resource cards, Lin Ziluo spent fewer than 200 cards, while over 1,000 still remain in his storage space. Truly, a testament to his affluence. Realizing that no further profit could be gleaned, Lin Ziluo stood up and declared, "This sale has concluded successfully. Everyone may disperse. Please keep the noise down. It is now late at night. If any disturbances attract zombies, do not blame me if I let the Shah deliver a crushing blow to you." The crowd nodded vigorously, eager to express their determination, fearing that any delay could result in a hammer from the Shah. With that, Lin Ziluo contentedly entered Gao Dong's office, where Gao Dong had just queued to purchase resource cards. Indeed, it must be said that this fellow possesses quite a trove of valuable items. With 3 bronze-level artifacts and a handful of gold coins, he managed to procure 20 resource cards from Lin Ziluo. The moment Lin Ziluo entered, Gao Dong immediately donned a beaming smile. "Brother Lin, no, I should say esteemed Lin, I am truly grateful for your willingness to part with your resource cards to assist us," Gao Dong remarked. "Enough, if others are unaware. Surely you cannot be oblivious to my true identity," Lin Ziluo said nonchalantly as he settled into a chair. Gao Dong's expression turned awkward. As long as he wasn't a fool, he would realize that Lin Ziluo was indeed Yazai, especially with today's leaderboard. The name of the great fool emerged, and with it, the uniform of the Order Keeper from the Magic City. considering Lin Ziluo's dark cloak and the fact that the Great Fool obediently followed him. Coupled with the numerous resource cards in Lin Ziluo's possession, one could easily deduce that Yazai was none other than Lin Ziluo. Indeed. I was merely concerned that addressing you by your nickname might be seen as impolite. Gao Dong quickly regained his composure, a smile returning to his face. Chapter 86. The Mark of the Defenders of the Demon City. Why are you so nervous? I have no intention of harming you, Lin Ziluo remarked with a hint of amusement. Although Gao Dong wore a broad smile, it was evident that his legs were twitching slightly in anxiety. And no, I just don't understand what you mean by that, esteemed one, Gao Dong inquired with trepidation. Nothing much. I simply find you rather agreeable and intuitive. So I wish to bestow upon you an opportunity, Lin Ziluo replied, feigning an air of mystery. Please, no need for grand opportunities. Just tell me what you need, and I will do my utmost to fulfill it, Gao Dong said with a wry smile. It is quite simple inside Gao Dong's office. Lin Ziluo continued to speak while Gao Dong listened intently. After a prolonged discussion, Lin Ziluo finally took his leave. One can only hope that Gao Dong proves to be a clever individual. Yet, even if this endeavor were to fail, and he chose not to comply, Lin Ziluo would incur no losses, bearing no risk whatsoever. Thus concluded the first day following the conclusion of the novice protection period in the apocalyptic game. Day 8 of the apocalypse, noon. At the entrance of the Demon City Library, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool had fought their way to this very spot. It is worth noting that the attributes of the zombies have been significantly enhanced, leading to increased rewards. With each zombie slain, the gold and experience gained had risen by approximately 20. However, dispatching these zombies was no longer a simple task. The new form of zombies was manageable. Typically, they wandered alone, easily dispatched by Lin Ziluo's blade. Ordinary zombies, however, appeared in hordes. They often manifested in the open streets, threatening to envelop Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool in a relentless swarm. Had it not been for their formidable strength, traversing this path would have been quite impossible. It was also unfortunate that current players were too fearful to venture outside, leaving the aimless zombies to pursue Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool. They swiftly entered the familiar doors of the Demon City Library. Remarkably, it felt akin to returning home, as Lin Ziluo had already eliminated most of the zombies within, rendering it relatively safe. However, due to a power outage, they could not take the elevator. Thus, Lin Ziluo and the Big Fool ascended the stairs to the 5th floor via the emergency exit. Before even pushing open the door, Lin Ziluo heard the voices of several individuals on the other side. I suggest we treat this place as our stronghold. With such a remarkable shop here, there will undoubtedly be those in need of purchases. We can charge a toll for passage and surely prosper without concern. Indeed, the zombies here are all but extinct, so we need not fear overwhelming hordes. That may be true, yet I harbor a concern. What is there to worry about? We need not fret over food and drink. Think about it. Who do you suppose eliminated the zombies here? The bodies of the zombies on the 3rd and 4th floors are piled high. Such a feat could only have been accomplished by a formidable team. They must have noticed the shop in the Demon City. If we claim this place as our own, what if they seek retribution? The door to the secure passage creaked open, prompting several individuals engaged in conversation to rise abruptly and direct their attention toward the entrance. Lin Ziluo stepped inside. Who are you? Do you not see that this place is occupied? A bearded man, clearly irritated, exclaimed. Hold on, brother. Take a look at the person behind him, a bald man interjected, positioning himself to obstruct the bearded man's path while gesturing towards the imposing figure of the Big Fool behind Lin Ziluo. Upon inspecting the Big Fool's profile, the bearded man gasped, "Goodness, this is the second-ranked individual on the Dragon Kingdom's leaderboard. An actual living person. Second on the leaderboard?" Lin Ziluo realized at once that the Big Fool had accrued experience from the zombies, surpassing Zhang Yuanzhong's record overnight. Upon recognizing the Big Fool's identity, the group immediately adopted a more submissive demeanor, their previous bravado evaporating. My word, the second most formidable individual in the nation. And here we are, daring to discuss tolls in his presence. We should consider ourselves fortunate if we aren't eradicated. Lin Ziluo chose to ignore their apprehensions. Self-awareness was commendable. Whether they intended to claim this place as their own was of no concern to him. In this apocalyptic game, strength dictated one's ability to seize territory. Shops and dungeon entrances could yield substantial rewards if occupied. Even the class change station was fair game. However, should one be retaliated against during such an endeavor? They could hardly blame others. Ultimately, Lin Ziluo's next ambition was indeed to seize a point, as he had come to the library solely to acquire the coveted guardian of Magic City insignia. He led the big fool into the room housing the shop, and as the door closed behind them, a subordinate hurried to his leader's side. "Boss, are you not concerned? While the big fool is undeniably powerful, we have numbers on our side. He certainly appears to be wealthy," the subordinate whispered nervously. "Get lost," the leader retorted, delivering a sharp slap to the subordinate's head. "Are you foolish? Do you think someone ranked second in all of the Dragon Kingdom could be an ordinary person? He has likely dispatched more zombies than we have ever encountered, and he could easily eliminate you without a second thought." "Ah, I see now. You are indeed wise, boss," the subordinate acknowledged with admiration. "Of course. How else could I have risen to become your leader?" the boss declared with pride. Meanwhile, within the shop, Lin Ziluo remained oblivious to the unfolding events outside. He had immersed himself in the shopping pod, observing that the inventory of the 3 hidden items had not changed at all. His gaze fell upon the Guardian of Magic City badge, and he felt a pang of desire at its price of 200,000. "This is outrageous," he mused, "but for such a price, the item must be extraordinary. With a bit more effort, I might manage to gather the funds before the city opens." With that thought, he pressed the purchase button for the Guardian of Magic City insignia. The player, Yazi, confirmed the purchase of the Guardian's emblem of Magic City. Due to his unique privilege of purchasing at a 10 discount, he needed to spend 9,000 gold coins. The mechanical sound resonated as he declared, "Purchase." The transaction was successful. 9,000 gold coins were deducted, leaving Yazi with 7,544 coins. The Guardian's emblem of Magic City was now packed into a card, ready for activation. It materialized in Yazi's hand, and he curiously chose to activate it. The Guardian's emblem of Magic City is a diamond-level special item. Upon activation, it will attach to your equipment. Please select the activation location. Weapons are invalid. Special item? Yazi pondered briefly and decisively chose to activate the emblem on his Magic City Enforcer uniform. It perfectly completed the set, and the durability of the uniform would undoubtedly surpass that of other gear. The Guardian's emblem of Magic City has been successfully activated. A circular insignia emerged on the uniform, inscribed with the same design as that on the previous attire. With that, Yazi exited the shopping pod. Once outside, he examined the effects of the Guardian's emblem of Magic City. Guardian's emblem of Magic City, diamond-level special item. Description: an exceedingly precious emblem, reserved solely for those who have made significant contributions to the Magic City. Attributes: 1. Restoration. The equipment bearing the emblem will experience a significant increase in automatic restoration speed. Unless the damage rate exceeds 40, it can revert to its original state. 2. Authority. While within the Magic City, if any player whose total attributes do not exceed yours attempts to attack you, their attributes will be reduced by 10 for a duration of 5 minutes. 3. Guardian. While within the Magic City, you can summon a Guardian robot to assist you in battle, limited to once per day and lasting for 10 minutes each time. The attributes of the Guardian robot will adapt according to your own attributes. To emphasize, there is no female lead. Longtime readers are aware that I previously had a rather successful book. However, due to issues related to female characters, it was permanently banned and can never be released. The fruits of several months of hard work were lost, leaving me with a shadow that deters me from exploring that aspect again. Thus, such elements will not appear in this narrative. Chapter 87. The terror of the reassignment platform, the Guardian's mark of the Demon City truly is remarkable. Much like the uniform of the Order of the Demon City, it exudes an aura of authority, and its effects can stack. This means that as long as one remains within the confines of the Demon City, all players who attempt to engage them will instantaneously experience a reduction of 20 in their attributes, a significant decrement, indeed. Regrettably, upon activation, Lin Ziluo was informed that a player may purchase only one mark. Were it possible to acquire multiple marks after amassing sufficient gold, would one not be able to summon a formidable army of guardian robots? Moreover, the information regarding these guardian robots is rather incomplete. It is stated that their capabilities are calculated based on player attributes, yet the precise proportions remain unspecified. Nevertheless, it is fortuitous that the afternoon will provide the opportunity to discern these details. In high spirits, after concluding his shopping, Lin Ziluo exited the store accompanied by his companion. The simpleton. Demon City People's Square, from a geographical standpoint, can be regarded as the epicenter of the Demon City. It serves as the political, economic, cultural, and tourism hub, as well as a crucial transportation nexus, and stands as one of the most significant landmarks in the city. Overall, it is an open square encompassing an area of 140,000 square meters. Since the update of the Doomsday game at 7 p.m. yesterday, tremendous changes have transpired here. The structures at the center of the square, along with the paving stones, greenery, and facilities, were instantaneously reduced to ashes, scattered by the winds. Even the players and zombies who lingered here could not escape this fate, succumbing to the flames. One could only lament their unfortunate luck in a world of apocalypse. Survival beyond a few days is indeed a rarity. After everything was reduced to cinders, the ground began to sink, forming a square-shaped pit. However, shortly thereafter, two stone sculptures emerged from the earth. One sculpture took the form of a massive cylindrical pillar, its surface adorned with intricate carvings of various weaponry, swords, guns, axes, halberds, bows, and more. Almost every conceivable weapon was etched upon its surface. Beneath the pillar, a recessed area was created for players to place their hands, allowing them to undergo the warrior reassignment process. The other sculpture manifested as a grand sphere, its surface painted with a myriad of colors. Surrounding the sphere were floating elemental orbs, evidently the handiwork of Newton's illustrious sibling. These elemental spheres displayed hues of red flames, blue waters, and verdant foliage. In front of the sphere lay a petite crystal orb. Players needed to place their hands upon this orb to initiate the mage reassignment process. Between the two sculptures, a vast expanse of space was shrouded in a swirling black mist. Eerie sounds emanated from within, sending chills down one's spine. Along the edges of the sunken ground, a circle of exquisite runes was inscribed, seemingly indicating that this area had been safeguarded. The dramatic transformation of this locale undoubtedly captured the attention of nearby players. In light of last night's update announcement, it becomes apparent that a new class transfer station has been established within the city. This revelation ignited a sense of curiosity among several players. Fortunately, the surrounding zombies have been reduced to ashes, rendering the area considerably safer. A few intrepid players conferred and ultimately resolved to venture into the abyss together. Upon their collective descent into the chasm, nothing seemed to change at first. However, when one player dared to touch the crystal orb before the stone sculpture, a transformation ensued. The black mist swiftly expanded between the two sculptures, accompanied by a piercing, crackling sound. The players were gripped by terror as they gazed at the ominous mist, an overwhelming sense of dread suffocating them. Outside the chasm, those two fearful to descend began to retreat, anxious not to be caught in the unfolding chaos. As the oppressive atmosphere intensified, several players could no longer withstand it and sprinted toward the chasm's edge. In that very moment, runes surrounding the chasm began to glow. A semi-transparent barrier materialized at the edge, encasing the chasm entirely. The fastest among them reached the brink, attempting to climb out. Yet, the instant his hand made contact with the barrier, he was rebounded violently. In despair, he caught sight of a notification from the Doomsday game. Class transfer station area completely sealed. Defeat the Guardian boss to escape. Simultaneously, a quest prompt appeared. However, who had the presence of mind to heed such messages? The remaining players soon reached the edge, desperately attempting to shatter the barrier. Despite their efforts, it remained unmoved. "Look behind you," a player outside the chasm shouted. The others quickly turned to see a colossal creature emerging from where the black mist had been. Standing nearly 4 meters tall, Its jet-black skin appeared grotesque, with blood-red eyes and white fangs starkly contrasting against its dark exterior. It was none other than a giant zombie. The players attempted to inspect the attributes of this monstrous being. Bronze level, boss level, 18 talents, skills, base attributes. It was absurd. Due to the vast level disparity, talents and attributes remained concealed. However, just the sight of an 18-level bronze boss left the players pale with dread. Was this truly a challenge they could face? As the colossal zombie charged toward them, the ground quaked beneath its massive weight, leaving deep imprints in the soil. Panic ensued. The players abandoned their escape and scattered in all directions. Yet, with their levels barely reaching 5 or 6, they stood no chance against an 18-level zombie. Mere moment later, the first player was seized by the monstrous creature. Gripped tightly in its hand, the player's waist was crushed, leading to a swift and tragic demise. The zombies began to rend the player's body, savoring it as a delectable morsel to be devoured. When a zombie sank its teeth into the player's skull, a sickening crack echoed through the air. Blood and brain matter erupted like a gory explosion, causing the zombie to close its eyes in blissful enjoyment of this exquisite feast. Most of the remaining players, witnessing this horrific scene, were instantly paralyzed with terror, weeping and wailing as they pleaded to escape. Yet, was such a thing possible? After feasting upon this player's remains, the zombies swiftly turned their attention to the next target. 1, 2, 3. Although some players attempted to resist, the disparity in strength was insurmountable. In mere moments, they were mercilessly beaten to near death, transforming into yet another meal for the undead. Once all the players had met their grim fate, the zombies finally paused. They cast a covetous glance at the lone player who had remained distant, avoiding the chasm's depths, and charged towards them. However, upon contact with the protective barrier, the zombie was forcefully repelled. It dawned upon the creature that it too was trapped. After releasing a series of furious roars, it retreated to the original location of the ominous black mist. Ultimately, it reformed into that very mist, vanishing from the sight of the players outside the chasm. As the black mist dissipated, the protective barrier at the chasm's edge also fell, restoring an eerie tranquility within. Only a few pools of blood and scattered remnants of flesh bore witness to the horrors that had transpired here. And of course, there remained 2 Azure objects. Chapter 88. Activating the class transfer task, if memory serves, the guardian boss of the class transfer station in the Magic City should be a berserk-type zombie. Interestingly, in my previous life, it was the hunting mercenary group that dispatched that creature. As Lin Ziluo walked, he pondered this in his mind. At that moment, he was making his way toward the People's Square of the Magic City alongside the simple-minded Desha. In his eagerness to reach his destination, Lin Ziluo chose to traverse lesser-known paths, encountering very few zombies along the way. His objective was patently clear: to vanquish the guardian boss of the class transfer station. His understanding of the guardian boss's capabilities was somewhat limited, as he had not personally engaged it before. In fact, since he had transitioned to the Phantom class, he had scarcely visited that location. While he had encountered class transfer stations in other cities, the procedure for activating one was still familiar to him. It merely involved defeating the guardian boss. Moreover, this guardian boss was shielded by the protections of the apocalyptic game. Once the task to activate the class transfer station was initiated, a protective barrier would rise. At that moment, neither players nor zombies within the barrier could exit, yet players from the outside could enter until the number reached 30, at which point the barrier would become impenetrable. One might wonder if the task could be activated without touching the crystal ball or pressing the indentation. There exists a hidden condition. If the player count within the class transfer station area reaches 30, the barrier will automatically rise. Consequently, the task will be forcibly activated, and one must confront the guardian boss. In essence, the apocalyptic game makes it abundantly clear: attempting to employ a swarm tactic to overwhelm the guardian boss is futile. A maximum of 30 players can engage at once. Furthermore, should the boss not be defeated on the first attempt, it would consume the corpses of those players, increasing its level and strength. Lin Ziluo recalled a guardian boss from a small 4th-tier city that had been artificially raised to over level 40. The inhabitants of that city were unable to successfully transfer until the city boundary was opened, allowing them to migrate to another city. Having recollected these details, Lin Ziluo could now see the outline of the People's Square in the distance. He paused to adjust his state, ensuring he was in optimal condition to face the Guardian boss. He took a moment to inspect the 9-li bao, which he had prepared in advance to prevent excessive mental strain from last-minute changes. With all preparations complete, Lin Ziluo strode purposefully towards the People's Square, closely followed by Dasha, who wielded a bronze giant hammer. As they approached the square, Lin Ziluo distinctly felt the gaze of numerous eyes upon him. It seemed that a considerable number of players had gathered in this vicinity. Casting a casual glance around, he indeed noticed several players lurking in the shadows. Their concealment techniques were rather crude, easily discernible to Lin Ziluo. Nevertheless, he chose not to focus on them for long, and instead began to scrutinize the recessed area of the People's Square. The class transfer station appeared identical to those he had previously encountered, though the black mist was a novel sight for Lin Ziluo. It was abundantly clear that this was the lair of the zombie boss. The blood and remnants of flesh scattered across the ground did not escape Lin Ziluo's keen gaze. He quickly deduced that a total of 8 individuals had perished, and all within the last hour. Moreover, 2 pieces of bronze-grade equipment lay strewn about the ground. What fortune! No one had claimed them, which certainly worked to my advantage. Lin Ziluo surmised that the previous victims had instilled a profound fear among other players, who were unaware that as long as they refrained from provoking the activation of the quest and kept their numbers below 30, they could venture into the deep pit to retrieve these items without any peril. With the equipment so conveniently left behind, it would be folly not to seize the opportunity. Without hesitation, Lin Ziluo leapt down into the pit, closely followed by the clumsy player known as Big Fool. How dare they? A girl in the shadows gasped in disbelief. Those foolish players rushing to collect the gear were utterly oblivious. They were already as good as dead, a man remarked with a smirk. Indeed, just imagining them being devoured by that monstrous zombie is quite thrilling, another friend chimed in. The figure draped in a black robe ahead. Attempting to project an air of mystery was one thing, but it was a pity about the player named Big Fool, whose equipment appeared rather impressive, lamented another. Big Fool? That name rings a bell. One man furrowed his brow. No way. Isn't he one of the notorious figures on the Dragon Kingdom leaderboard? His friend suddenly realized. Could it be that Big Fool is also a formidable player from our city? The man exclaimed in astonishment. Do you think Big Fool has any chance of slaying that zombie? A girl questioned, her brow furrowed with doubt. Impossible. The 8 who just perished were all elite players from our region. They barely scratched the surface of that zombie's defenses. No matter how strong Big Fool is, it's simply not feasible, the man retorted immediately. Wait, it seems they have already collected the equipment. Why hasn't the zombie appeared yet? His friend observed, perplexed, as he watched Lin Ziluo happily inspecting the attributes of his newfound gear. Damn it, could it be that as long as he doesn't touch that orb, he'll be safe? This is outrageous. That lucky fool has struck gold. Otherwise, those 2 pieces of equipment would have been mine. The man seethed. The woman beside him glanced at him, wanting to point out that he had been too afraid to go collect the items when urged earlier. Yet now he was complaining about someone else's good fortune. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo remained blissfully unaware of the vibrant exchange taking place among the onlookers, during which he was portrayed as a hapless fool, pretending to be enigmatic and ultimately a beneficiary of sheer luck. He was currently in high spirits, stowing the 2 pieces of equipment into his storage space. While their attributes might not be exceptional, they were, after all, acquired without cost. As the saying goes, a good start leads to fortune. If I can find 2 pieces of equipment just by walking, this boss must surely yield an extraordinary bounty. Lin Ziluo hastened towards the crystal orb, casually reaching out to touch it. In the shadows, a chorus of astonished gasps erupted as all eyes turned anxiously towards Lin Ziluo. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the ever-shifting black mist, drew forth the 9-li bao, and strode confidently towards the edge of the deep pit. As Lin Ziluo advanced, a translucent protective shield materialized around him, while a furious roar echoed from the encroaching black fog. Meanwhile, Dashin took his designated position, previously agreed upon with Lin Ziluo, and began to wield his bronze war hammer with fervor. Detected player Yazzie activating the Mage class Transfer Spirit Orb, forcibly accepting the task at the Magic City transfer platform. Currently, the player team consists of 2 members. Task rewards will be significantly enhanced. The Guardian boss of the Magic City transfer platform is about to awaken. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. Ding! The Goldfinger system has detected the host activating the task activate the Magic City transfer platform and is currently optimizing task-related issues. Chapter 89. 2 Arrows. Activate the job transfer station in the Magic City. Quest description. In response to the onslaught of terrifying zombies. Every city has established job transfer stations that enable players to acquire professions. However, in order to undergo the transfer, one must demonstrate that the city possesses sufficient quality talent. Please activate the capabilities of the Magic City's job transfer station by defeating the Guardian boss. Quest requirements. Defeat the Guardian boss. Quest rewards: 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, 1,000 experience points. A random high-level hidden profession scroll. Quest rewards have been optimized. Quest duration: 12 hours. Quest penalty: none. There will be no penalties for abandoning the quest or failing it, even in the face of an imminent battle. Lin Ziluo could not resist stealing another glance at the rewards displayed on the quest panel. He was aware that completing the task to activate the job transfer station would grant him a hidden profession scroll. This was precisely why he had taken the initiative to participate in the quest. However, it is important to note that the hidden profession scroll obtained is entirely random. If luck is not on one side, some hidden professions may only possess slightly higher attributes than ordinary ones. Consequently, the system optimization by the Goldfinger has favorably appended the term high level. At the very least, it ensures that he would not draw those exceedingly mundane hidden professions. This, indeed, provided motivation. If he draws a mage profession, he could utilize it himself. If a warrior profession, it would be bestowed upon the big fool. Perfect. At this moment, emerging from the maximally diffused black mist was a colossal zombie, entirely cloaked in darkness. Titan Zombie, Bronze level boss. Level: 19 base attributes. Strength: 56, Spirit: 30, Constitution: 55, Agility: 30 talent. Pseudo, Titan's Body, an epic level talent that enhances your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 10. Simultaneously, your recovery ability is significantly augmented. All attacks that hit the enemy will inflict a brief stun effect. Skills: Titan's Fist. A powerful punch strikes the ground, causing violent tremors that subsequently deal 120 strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the vicinity. Titan's Roar. After a mighty roar, sound waves resonate throughout the area, boosting his attributes by 20 while diminishing those of nearby enemies by 10. These attributes are indeed remarkable. Typically, a bronze level boss of the same level would not attain such stats. It must be attributed to this epic talent enhancement. One could say that anything associated with the name Titan is far from ordinary. However, this aligns with the strength expected from a Guardian boss. Although Lin Ziluo only needs to level up twice more, his attributes will completely surpass those of the Titan Zombie. Having discerned the Titan Zombie's attributes, Lin Ziluo felt at ease. Even without the big fool, he could solo it. Indeed, solo. A boss that would typically require a team of 30 to defeat could now be vanquished by Lin Ziluo alone. It is not that the Guardian boss is too weak. The entity had only just come into existence a day prior, and within this brief span, it had already consumed 8 individuals. How could it possibly compare to Lin Ziluo, the towering humanoid boss leading the rewards for the entire server? Ding! The system detected that the host was facing a Titan Zombie and successfully triggered the quest Eliminate the Titan Zombie. Eliminate the Titan Zombie. Quest requirements: defeat the Titan Zombie, the Guardian boss of the class transition platform. Quest rewards: a random ordinary Goldfinger and a piece of silver-grade equipment. Quest duration: 24 hours to accept. Lin Ziluo cast a glance and spoke. Simultaneously, he drew the Julie bow in his hands. The Titan Zombie, recently materialized, was in high spirits, not expecting to have another feast so soon, albeit with only 2 individuals to devour. However, upon noticing the robust figure of the fool, the Titan Zombie's eyes gleamed with excitement. Such a sturdy physique and well-defined muscles. This body must surely be delectable. Guardians like the Titan zombie were incapable of discerning whether the fool was a zombie, as their directive was simply to eliminate all players. While the Titan zombie was lost in its daydreams, Lin Ziluo stood at the edge of the pit, having fully drawn the Julie bow. An arrow, ignited with flames, materialized on the string. Breath held and focus sharpened. Lin Ziluo locked his gaze upon the Titan zombie. In an instant, he released the arrow. The flaming arrow flew directly towards the Titan zombie's head, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Just as the Titan zombie emerged from its craving for the fool's body, it noticed the incoming arrow. Yet, its reaction was swift. It raised both hands to block. The fiery arrow embedded itself into the Titan zombie's left arm. The intense heat scorched the flesh, instantly charring the area of impact. Unfortunately, the Titan zombie's dark exterior made it difficult to discern the charred region. It let out a bellow, a sound of humiliation rather than pain. Meanwhile, the fool, who was now quite close to the Titan zombie, sprang into action. He raised his bronze hammer and swung it down towards the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie was compelled to lift its other hand to defend itself. It was daytime, and the fool's attributes were not enhanced by the night, rendering him far weaker than the Titan zombie. Naturally, had it been night, the Titan zombie would have enjoyed even greater advantages. Thus, the fool's strike was effortlessly deflected by the Titan zombie. However, Lin Ziluo desired precisely that, the Titan zombie to block this blow. The moment the flaming arrow was loosed, Lin Ziluo had prepared the ice arrow. As the Titan zombie caught the fool's hammer with its right hand, the ice arrow was released. The arrow, exuding an aura of frost, struck the Titan zombie's right arm, which gripped the bronze hammer, rapidly encasing the impacted area in ice. Certainly, the precision remains impeccable. Lin Ziluo could not help but praise himself. As a marksman, his skills were indeed on point. Although it lacked the exhilarating thrill of a warrior's grand battles, he relished in the ability to engage enemies from a distance, continuously harassing them and employing a rather cunning strategy. At that moment, the Titan zombie's fury was palpable. Its head raised as a deep, thunderous roar erupted, sending invisible sound waves rippling through the air. Upon hearing the roar, Lin Ziluo experienced a fleeting moment of dizziness. Indeed, it was this extraordinary talent that rendered sound waves as an offensive capability, triggering the stunning effect of Titan's form, he remarked. While Lin Ziluo's disorientation was brief, the situation was markedly different for the nearby Dasha. Engaged with all his might against the Titan zombie's right arm, Dasha found the duration of his dizziness considerably extended due to his proximity to the beast, ignoring the arrows embedded in its arms. The Titan zombie swung its left arm with tremendous force, sending Dasha hurtling away. Subsequently, it forcibly extracted the arrows lodged in its limbs and turned its gaze towards Lin Ziluo, charging forward with reckless abandon. Chapter 90, A Second Bloom. As the Titan zombie charged towards her, Lin Ziluo remained utterly composed. With a flick of her wrist, an arrow forged from her mental energy was unleashed. Alas, this arrow lacked the formidable power of those shot using skills and was effortlessly caught by the advancing Titan zombie. If one arrow could be grasped, what of 10? Lin Ziluo began to channel a substantial amount of mental energy into the 9-leaf bow. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of arrows was conjured. This time, Lin Ziluo did not even take aim. Relying solely on her instincts, she unleashed a rapid barrage towards the Titan zombie. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3. The arrows flew forth relentlessly. Even without precise targeting, each still struck true towards the Titan zombie. After absorbing 3 arrows, the creature found itself somewhat disoriented, helplessly enduring the piercing impacts of the projectiles. One struck its thigh, another its arm, and yet another its waist. The final arrow grazed the Titan zombie's forehead, shearing off a considerable tuft of hair. At that moment, the Titan zombie's head bore a concave appearance, with a bald patch in the center and lush hair on either side. The Titan zombie felt a flicker of fear. It seemed utterly unable to lay a finger on this cunning human. After this chase, it had barely moved, while the human had already dashed around a corner, increasing the distance between them. Thus, The Titan zombie resolutely ceased its pursuit, standing still to begin digging into the ground. Digging? What was this zombie's profession in life? A construction worker? Lin Ziluo readied her bow once more, aiming at the Titan zombie. It soon revealed the purpose of its excavation. The Titan zombie hoisted a hefty clump of hardened earth to shield its chest, successfully blocking the incoming arrow. This mound of soil also obscured Lin Ziluo's line of sight, leaving her with a sense of helplessness. Big Fool, unleash frenzy of delusion. Lin Ziluo promptly summoned Big Fool. Just as Big Fool had risen from the ground, he received Lin Ziluo's command and instantly activated Frenzy of Delusion. With a fierce roar, Big Fool's head flushed crimson. The anger from being recently struck by the Titan zombie surged to a peak in an instant. But that was not all. Lin Ziluo added fuel to the fire. Big Fool, while you were unconscious, that big black fiend devoured 5 of your roasted chickens. 5 roasted chickens. That's my daily ration. No merci. With attributes fully charged, Big Fool, consumed by boundless rage, charged towards the Titan zombie with all his might. His speed was so remarkable that Lin Ziluo felt it rivaled that of a hunting form zombie. At this point, Big Fool had reached the rear of the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie found itself in a predicament, beset from the front by arrows while this furious little brother charged from behind, ready to deliver a blow. Empowered by a frenzy of fervor, the formidable Big Fool exhibited a remarkable prowess that rivaled the Titan zombie, posing an imminent threat. Confronted with this menace, the Titan zombie had no choice but to hurl a substantial mass of earth to the ground before pivoting to engage Big Fool in combat. Splendid. This was precisely the moment Lin Ziluo had been awaiting. Drawing the Julie bow to its full tension once again, an arrow engulfed in flames materialized upon the string. The cooldown for the fire arrow had elapsed. With the Titan zombie turned away from Lin Ziluo, this arrow was destined to strike true. The flaming arrow was released, soaring toward the Titan zombie. However, as fate would have it, unforeseen events transpired. Big Fool collided directly with the turning Titan zombie, catching it entirely off guard. The Titan zombie was forcefully shoved back 2 steps by Big Fool's sheer momentum. Then, the Titan zombie summoned its strength. Adopting a stance akin to that of a sumo wrestler, its rear elevated. In this back-and-forth exchange, the flaming arrow inadvertently pierced the posterior of the Titan zombie. At that moment, Lin Ziluo, along with all the spectators outside, felt a tightening sensation in their chests upon witnessing this scene. Lin Ziluo gasped in shock. It was beyond doubt. He had not intended to shoot there. Indeed, the fault lay with Big Fool, who had unwittingly propelled the Titan zombie into the path of the arrow. At this juncture, the rear half of the arrow continued to burn fiercely, as if it were searing something vital. The Titan zombie, fueled by an unprecedented surge of strength, violently shook off Big Fool and trembled as it extracted the arrow. While the pain was negligible, the loss of its decades-old purity was utterly devastating. In that moment, the Titan zombie felt a twinge of grievance. Yes, grievance. Witness how Lin Ziluo could evoke such emotions even from a zombie, albeit one fashioned from a higher intellect boss template. Truly, what a remarkable specimen. Yet after the feeling of grievance came an unquenchable rage. The Titan zombie snapped the flaming arrow in 2 and turned its gaze toward Lin Ziluo. At that moment, Lin Ziluo had already raised the ice arrow in his grasp. The Titan zombie, consumed by wrath, disregarded everything else, intent solely on tearing Lin Ziluo to shreds. However, in its fervor, it had overlooked the fact that Big Fool had been flung aside. Big Fool quickly regained its footing, witnessing the Titan zombie fixate upon its master, neglecting its presence, which only fueled its fury. How dare it ignore me after I provided such culinary delight? In a fit of rage, Big Fool lunged at the Titan zombie. Racing forward, Big Fool stomped its foot with determination. Seizing the moment while the Titan zombie was unprepared, it leapt onto the Titan zombie's neck. Utilizing the force of the impact, Big Fool locked its legs around the Titan zombie's throat, its muscles quivering with intensity. With a powerful tug, Big Fool succeeded in unbalancing the Titan zombie, causing it to topple over. Another splendid opportunity beckoned. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ziluo decisively unleashed the frost arrow, a projectile imbued with the essence of frost. However, as fate would have it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The Titan zombie, upon toppling over, found itself in a most peculiar position, its rear facing the heavens and its head pointed towards the ground. Lin Ziluo's aim remained steadfastly fixed on the original location of its head. Thus, the frost arrow once again, unexpectedly and splendidly embedded itself in the very spot it had previously occupied. Lin Ziluo was taken aback, asserting that this occurrence was entirely unintentional. A cacophony of sharp intakes of breath filled the air, resonating with shock and awe. It was a moment of triumph. A second time, he unleashed a fiery arrow alongside the icy one, creating a juxtaposition of fire and ice. How could such a vulnerable point withstand such an onslaught? At that moment, the Titan zombie concluded its tumble, crashing heavily onto the ground in a face-down position, which accentuated the protruding fragment of the frost arrow. Like a proud banner, it stood defiantly in the wind. The foolish giant, overwhelmed by a mix of shock and rage, succumbed to chaos, collapsing onto the ground in a befuddled state. Chapter 91. Absurd. The boss evolves? The Titan zombie lay prostrate on the ground, trembling violently, its hands gripping the earth with fervor, seizing the opportunity to strike. Lin Ziluo certainly would not relent. He stood his ground, loosing arrow after arrow at the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie, still bowing its head, showed no inclination to evade, allowing the arrows to pierce its body. Dozens of arrows embedded themselves within, and blood flowed incessantly from the wounds. Just as the Titan zombie appeared to be on the brink of demise, its body underwent a sudden transformation, dispersing into a cloud of black mist in a mere instant. The arrows that had once lodged within it fell to the ground, their tips stained with blood and flesh, testament to their previous contact with the Titan zombie. Yet, the reason behind this transformation into black mist remained a mystery, even to Lin Ziluo, who had never encountered such a phenomenon. He had been poised to conquer the Titan zombie. Unperturbed, Lin Ziluo unleashed a few more arrows into the swirling mist, all of which passed through unobstructed, accomplishing nothing. Player Yazzie, please take heed. Player Yazzie, please take heed. Suddenly, the Doomsday Games system materialized. Due to your despicable tactics, which are profoundly insulting to the Titan zombie. The Titan zombie's fury has successfully surpassed its limits, fully activating the Titan bloodline. The Titan zombie has successfully evolved into a silver-level boss. Evolution. Lin Ziluo recalled a theory he had heard in his previous life. It was widely acknowledged that a boss's level could indeed rise. Upon meeting certain conditions or acquiring specific abilities, a boss could evolve and ascend in rank. Thus, a hypothesis had been proposed. Could there be a boss that evolves during battle? This theory had never been substantiated, for players had never encountered such a phenomenon. Now, Lin Ziluo could assert it truly exists. Damn it, what have I done? I merely shot a few arrows, dozens of arrows to be precise. Although 2 of them may have been somewhat excessive, it was certainly not my fault. I am a model citizen. Regrettably, the Titan zombie was unwilling to entertain Lin Ziluo's explanations. It had already reformed from the black mist. The Titan zombie, which had originally stood over 3 meters tall, swelled to nearly 5 meters, resembling a small mountain from a distance. Its skin remained pitch black, but numerous silver runes adorned its surface, each emitting a radiant silvery glow. Titan zombie, silver level boss, level, 19 base attributes, strength, 70 spirit, 30 constitution, 65 agility, 45 talent, true Titan body, 30, a legendary talent. Significantly enhancing your strength and constitution attributes, reducing physical and magical damage taken by 20, while simultaneously astonishingly boosting your recovery abilities. Upon every successful attack against the adversary, a stunning and shattering effect shall ensue. Skill, Titan's Fist. A powerful strike to the ground generates violent tremors, subsequently inflicting 140 of strength attribute damage to all enemies in contact with the ground within the vicinity. Titan's Roar. After a resounding roar, sound waves resonate outward, enhancing one's own attributes by 20 while diminishing those of surrounding foes by 15. Titan's Fury. The Titan zombie relentlessly assaults the targeted enemy, with each successive strike increasing in strength by 10, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times, should the target attempt to flee. The Titan zombie's pursuit speed is augmented by 50. A legendary talent? This level of evolution seems excessively exaggerated. With such attributes, one might question its classification as a silver-tier boss. It rivals even gold-tier bosses of the same rank. Although a torrent of expletives surged within, Lin Ziluo remained fixated on the Titan zombie, daring not to relax his vigilance. This is the Doomsday game, where luck plays an immensely significant role. What? Faced with the absurdity of a zombie evolving mid-battle, do you still wish to lodge a complaint about the Doomsday game? Is there even a channel for complaints? Ding! The Goldfinger system detects the successful evolution of the Titan zombie, significantly elevating the task difficulty and enhancing the rewards for the tasks. Activate the magic capital class change platform and eliminate the Titan zombie. There truly is. Lin Ziluo had no time to ponder the extent of the reward enhancement, for the freshly evolved Titan zombie charged at him like a mad bull upon noticing his presence. Its nearly 5-meter frame thundered as it ran, leaving deep footprints in the muddy ground with every step. Lin Ziluo attempted to shoot 2 arrows. Although they struck the Titan zombie, it effortlessly extracted the arrows while in motion. Astonishingly, the minor wounds inflicted by the arrows began to heal at an alarming rate. Is this the remarkable regenerative ability? Such impressive lineage, indeed. It appears the bow's lethality is insufficient. Thus, he decided to wield a blade. The 9-li bow swiftly absorbed a substantial amount of Lin Ziluo's mental energy. Within a mere second, it transformed into the 9-li blade. Lin Ziluo exhaled deeply, feeling the toll on his mental energy. The 4 attribute arrows, coupled with numerous ordinary arrows, had already drained a significant portion of his mental reserves. Now, with the transformation of the 9-li pearl, he would have struggled had he not augmented his mental attributes. Nonetheless, Lin Ziluo maintained his peak condition. As the Titan zombie closed in, he decisively swung his blade. The Titan zombie, undeterred, raised its fist to strike at the blade. The 9-li blade clashed violently with the Titan zombie's fist, producing a resonant sound akin to metal colliding. A small wound appeared on the Titan zombie's fist, eliciting a look of confusion. Its fist possessed a shattering effect, yet it failed to obliterate this blade. Lin Ziluo abruptly retreated several steps. There remained a significant disparity in strength between him and the Titan zombie. He cast a glance towards the distant figure of the Shah, who was still ensconced in a state of dizziness. Clearly, he could not rely on the Shah any longer. However, I possess more than just a Shah. The guardian badge of Magic City glowed upon his chest. A robot, resplendent in a silvery metallic sheen and wielding a shield, materialized before him. This robot bore a striking resemblance to Ultron from the Avengers, albeit distinguished by the shield it brandished. But that was not the end of it. As Lin Ziluo swiftly dodged a punch from the Titan zombie, he retrieved the zombie cat's horn from his storage space. Upon sounding the horn, a zombie cat the size of a lion appeared at Lin Ziluo's side. 10 minutes. The guardian robot could only sustain its presence for 10 minutes. Therefore, within those 10 minutes, he must vanquish the Titan zombie. Lin Ziluo raised the knife of Julie in his hand. Chapter 92. A marvelous skill, stunning the entire audience with the reaping of 9-li. A dazzling white radiance successfully coalesced, pulsating upon the blade of the 9-li, akin to a white flame igniting along its edge. This marked Lin Ziluo's inaugural use of this skill, which necessitated a 2-second period of immobility, ample time to execute myriad actions in combat. Fortunately, he was accompanied by sentinel robots and zombie cats during this endeavor. From the very moment he summoned the sentinel robot, Lin Ziluo comprehended its prowess. It inherited 70 of his fundamental attributes, with a significant enhancement in its defensive capabilities, truly a formidable shield. The Titan zombie seemed to sense the extraordinary nature of this strike. Black luminescence enveloped its fists as they lunged toward Lin Ziluo. As the energy reached its zenith, Lin Ziluo unleashed this fearsome blow. The brilliant arc of the blade collided with the Titan zombie's fists, creating a visible disturbance in the air at their point of contact, accompanied by a resounding thud. In this instance, victory belonged to Lin Ziluo. The 9-li's reaping, imbued with 200 strength attributes, was far beyond what the Titan zombie could withstand. Following a brief encounter, the previously impervious fists of the Titan zombie were cleaved, leaving a gaping wound. The force of the blow propelled the Titan zombie backward, crashing to the ground not far away. Although Lin Ziluo remained momentarily immobilized, the Sentinel robot and zombie cat, under his complete control, sprang into action decisively. The Sentinel robot raised its shield and charged into the Titan zombie, who was just regaining its footing, successfully destabilizing it once more. The agile zombie cat darted forth from behind the Sentinel robot, its claws simultaneously striking the Titan zombie's hand, precisely at the site of the recent wound inflicted by the 9 leaves reaping. The wound, already slow to heal, expanded further, while its recovery rate diminished significantly. Thanks to the zombie cat's clawing prowess, which hindered healing and accelerated bleeding, the Titan zombie's regenerative abilities were effectively curtailed. At that moment, Lin Ziluo's immobilization finally lifted. Observing the Titan zombie preparing to rise, he swiftly activated his speed enhancement, darting to the creature's side and targeting its palm with another strike. Indeed, it was that very wound. Against such a resilient foe, Lin Ziluo understood that concentrating his efforts on a singular point was the wisest course of action. His blade struck true, further exacerbating the already grievous wound, which now extended to the arm. The blood flowed with renewed vigor from the gaping gash. This was the activation of the bleeding effect from the 9 leaves blade. The Titan zombie let out a furious roar, overwhelmed by the relentless onslaught of attacks that left it unable to mount any form of defense, relegated to a state of passive suffering. All of these maneuvers were executed single-handedly by Lin Ziluo, who multitasked with remarkable precision. The ordinary guardian robots and zombie cats could never achieve such fluid coordination. It was Lin Ziluo who, after the moment of paralysis, took control of their bodies. The shield strike from the guardian robot interrupted, while the zombie cat executed a perfect hit, allowing Lin Ziluo to deliver the final blow, completely dismantling one of the Titan zombie's arms. Your legendary talent enhances your attributes, whereas my legendary talent maximizes my operational prowess. The Titan zombie, now agitated, summoned all its strength into its remaining fist and struck the ground with tremendous force. The earth trembled violently. Lin Ziluo had anticipated this move. With a light leap and a brief moment of suspension, he floated in the air, evading the damage and dizziness caused by the tremors. The agile zombie cat, utilizing its nimbleness, leaped onto Lin Ziluo. Had it not been for the strength of his brief suspension, the lion-sized zombie cat would have surely pinned Lin Ziluo down. The guardian robot, too heavy in its construction, could not leap and remained grounded, enduring the tremor's damage. Fortunately, being mechanical in nature, it was robust enough to be immune to dizziness. The most unfortunate was the distant big fool. Having just recovered from the dizziness induced by the side effects of fury, was further disoriented by this latest quake. Unable to steady himself, he collapsed onto the ground. As the tremor subsided, Lin Ziluo's momentary suspension ended, and the zombie cat leapt down. Without delay, Lin Ziluo charged towards the Titan zombie, which had managed to rise during the recent tremors. Seeing Lin Ziluo rushing toward him, the Titan zombie was nearly deranged. Disregarding its severely damaged fist and unleashing its newly acquired ability, Titan's Wrath, black mist emanated from the Titan zombie's body, and its arms swelled. However, the injured arm bled profusely as it expanded. The Titan zombie swung its massive arms toward Lin Ziluo. He did not choose to take the hit nor to flee. If he attempted to absorb the blow, the skill's description indicated that the fist's power would escalate, soon becoming unbearable. Conversely, fleeing would only enhance the Titan zombie's pursuit capability by 50, making escape nearly impossible. Nonetheless, one of the Titan zombie's fists had already sustained severe damage. Thus its swinging speed would not reach its peak, instilling Lin Ziluo with confidence. Terribly formidable. Prior to engaging the Titan zombie, Lin Ziluo had meticulously calculated all of its skills and attack methods, orchestrating every action with precision. In response to Titan's Wrath, Lin Ziluo chose to dance upon the edge of his blade. As the gargantuan fist descended upon him, Lin Ziluo swiftly twisted his body, evading the strike with an extraordinarily contorted posture. Following closely was another massive fist, swinging horizontally. Lin Ziluo gently leaned forward, then sprang up at an angle, narrowly evading the punch that passed perilously close. A few strands of hair were whisked away by the fierce wind generated by the blow. Another angled punch. Lin Ziluo once again displayed his uncanny and agile movements, sidestepping the punch with remarkable precision. Of course, what may appear perilous to others was merely a certainty for Lin Ziluo. His success rate in evading the strike was a resounding 100. The fourth, fifth, and sixth punches followed. The Titan zombie, undeterred, unleashed each blow from increasingly cunning angles. Yet, with every strike, Lin Ziluo evaded with even more bizarre postures. Each time, the Titan zombie was left with the illusory belief that the next punch would surely land. Regrettably, after 8 punches had been thrown, Lin Ziluo emerged unscathed, having only lost a few hairs, and his stance remained unwavering. Despair flickered in the Titan zombie's eyes. It was utterly defeated. From the onset of the battle, it had succumbed entirely to Lin Ziluo's rhythm. After exhausting all its offensive maneuvers, it had only managed to displace a few of Lin Ziluo's hairs. Seizing this opportune moment, Lin Ziluo unleashed the 9-li blade in a decisive slash. With the first strike, a wound opened at the Titan zombie's neck. With the second, the incision deepened, nearing a quarter of the way through. A third blow would surely seal the Titan zombie's fate. Lin Ziluo took a deep breath, channeling all his strength as he swung the blade with determination. Detected an increase in the player team by 1, resulting in diminished completion rewards. Detected an increase in the player team by 1, resulting in diminished completion rewards. Chapter 93. The gaze of the demon, the ominous chimes from the apocalyptic game, echoed continuously. The blade of the 9-li knife, upon making contact with the neck of the Titan zombie, was deftly redirected by Lin Ziluo, cleaving into the creature's opposite shoulder. Rage, an unfathomable fury. He glanced at the edge of the pit, where 2 players stood within, while several others prepared to leap down. Coming quickly, it's truly possible to enter and reap the bountiful rewards of the quest. Previously, those who had deemed Lin Ziluo a man courting death were now softly persuading those outside the protective barrier. By the way, the first to activate the class transition platform will undoubtedly make it to the world announcement. I'm about to become famous. One of his friends excitedly remarked. Is that true? Then I shall join as well, declared a man, crossing through the barrier and diving into the pit. You all should hurry out. That formidable player is on the verge of defeating this terrifying zombie. A woman at the edge of the pit implored. Silence, you wretched woman. I've endured your presence for far too long. It's the apocalypse, and you choose to play the fool. Just wait. Once I get out, I'll make you pay. The man spat with contempt. At that moment, Lin Ziluo approached, wielding the 9-li knife. The guardian robots and the zombie cat were suppressing the Titan zombie. Suppression, in truth, meant ensuring the Titan zombie did not perish too swiftly, allowing the players to claim their rewards. The Titan zombie had been thoroughly incapacitated by Lin Ziluo. Both arms had been severed, effectively nullifying its combat capabilities. The leading man noticed Lin Ziluo's approach, his gaze cold beneath the mask, and he caught a whiff of the pungent scent of blood emanating from Lin Ziluo. Suppressing his fear, the man advanced. Esteemed one, you must be the legendary Yazi. Your prowess is unmatched. I have long been your devoted fan. Witnessing your battle here inspired me to bring my brothers to assist you. Is there anything you need? Indeed. Esteemed one, I am also your fan, echoed the 2 companions behind him. Fans? Assisting me? Lin Ziluo murmured. With a swift motion, he swung the 9-li knife. The blade shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. The man opened his mouth to speak, but fell silent, glancing down at his lower body. A distinct gash was visible across his waist, crimson blood oozing from the wound. In a state of terror, he reached to touch his waist. The moment he touched it, he realized his waist was dislocated. The upper half of his body collapsed to the ground with a thud, the lower half unable to maintain its balance. Toppling over as well, blood, intestines, and viscera spilled forth from the severed waist. Yet, the man continued to crawl in sheer panic. Severed at the waist, severed at the waist. The once lively scene fell into an eerie silence. The two individuals who had been behind the man were now in a state of chaos. Lin Ziluo seized the head of the crawling man, forcing him to meet his gaze. The gaze of the demon, that mask, reminiscent of a demon, bore an exaggerated curve at its corners that seemed to come alive for a fleeting moment. The man, along with those behind him and the onlookers beyond the protective barrier, simultaneously envisioned a sea of blood and mountains of flesh composed of severed limbs. The very horrors they dreaded paraded before their eyes. A phobia of dense crowds, a fear of confined spaces, a terror of the abyssal depths. Every fear they harbored was meticulously manifested within the illusion. Such a profound terror pierced their souls, plunging them into despair. Some attempted to move, only to find their bodies trembling uncontrollably in fear, rendered utterly ungovernable. Many others were drained of all strength, collapsing helplessly to the ground, unable to rise. The man's gaze lost its focus amidst the agony. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. Task rewards have increased. A forced entry into the task to share in the spoils. A most despicable and unscrupulous tactic in the apocalyptic game. Such actions not only allowed for the division of substantial rewards, but also posed the risk of endangering players who might perish in challenges that escalated with the challenger's prowess. Should such individuals emerge in this dystopia and their deeds be unveiled, they would face the most severe penalties. Of course, if perpetrated by those from powerful families or factions, there would be little recourse. Lin Ziluo discarded the severed remains of the man. Had it not been for the ever-looming threat of the Titan zombie, he would never have allowed this individual to meet an untimely end merely to expedite matters. Lin Ziluo turned his attention to the remaining 2. One was still reeling from the demon's gaze, visibly shaken, having soiled himself in terror. Only one appeared relatively composed. As Lin Ziluo approached, the man anxiously exclaimed, "No, I was wrong. It was that wretched creature that summoned us down here. It has nothing to do with us." Lin Ziluo continued his advance, seemingly oblivious to the man's words. The man backed away frantically until he reached the precipice of the deep pit. Realizing his previous pleas were futile, he quickly shifted his approach, saying, "Yazi, your reputation is that of a hero in our dragon nation. As a hero, it is only right for you to assist us. We merely wish to follow in your wake, seeking no ill intentions." He implored, "Consider this carefully. If you kill us, you shall no longer be regarded as a great hero." The man could speak no further, for he beheld Lin Ziluo hurl the ninely blade. With the momentum of a spinning strike, it swiftly cleaved through his head. In its return, it dispatched the other man's head as well. 2 heads tumbled to the ground. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. Task rewards have increased. Detected a reduction of 1 player in the current team. Task rewards have increased. This mission can still accommodate 25 more participants. Please manage your slots accordingly. Lin Ziluo caught the returning Julie knife, casually flicking off the blood that stained its blade. He cast a glance at the onlookers outside the deep pit, who were clearly shaken by the recent gruesome scene, not to mention those lurking in the shadows. Under his scrutinizing gaze, everyone averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet Lin Ziluo's stare. "Remember, I am Yaji, the vengeful Yaji. Spare me your grandiose notions of heroism. Do not attempt to impose your moral constraints upon me, nor your nonsensical rhetoric about sacrificing for humanity. I exist solely for myself. Anyone who provokes me, obstructs me, or disgusts me shall be met with lethal retribution." Chapter 94. 3 consecutive world announcements discussing for the sake of humanity with Lin Ziluo. A hypocrite, all talk of righteousness and morality. When the Li family pursued me, were those who sought to negotiate for the greater good. When powerful factions trample on lives and oppress players, why does no one dare to step forward and speak for humanity? To put it bluntly, it is merely cowardice, a fade of bravado. Speaking of reputation with Lin Ziluo, he would be eager for his notorious reputation of bloodshed to spread far and wide. Such notoriety would deter the dim-witted and the oblivious from provoking him. Well, laughter ensues. After being reborn, to live in fear and submission would be akin to willingly crashing into a wall. Lin Ziluo's words rang out loudly, plunging the entire venue into silence. Those outside the deep pit, along with dozens who were covertly observing, etched his words into their memories. It turns out that vengeance is indeed a promise. His words soon circulated among the crowd, establishing the true nature of Ziluo's character. Of course, that is a tale for another time. As Lin Ziluo spoke, the system's notification sounded. Congratulations, player Ziluo, for successfully defeating the level 19 silver boss, Titan Zombie, earning 400 experience points and 500 gold coins. Congratulations, player, for becoming the first in the apocalyptic game to slay a silver boss, earning the unique global achievement, Silver Morning. An announcement to the entire server is imminent. With a sigh of relief, Lin Ziluo was glad his speed in the kill was sufficient, avoiding any delays. Had the Titan Zombie perished first, his task rewards would have suffered drastically. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the Guardian boss, the Silver Titan Zombie, exceeding the task kill, the Titan Zombie. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving the enhanced task reward, 2 random, ordinary golden fingers and 2 pieces of randomly selected silver-level equipment. The golden finger system chimed in promptly, bringing Lin Ziluo great joy. This reward had indeed doubled. Truly, the golden finger system is the most reliable. Casting a glance at the Titan Zombie's corpse, a resplendent golden treasure chest materialized. He promptly stored the treasure chest in his storage space before hastily making his way to the 2 job transfer platforms, the very place where the Titan Zombie had once coalesced from the black mist. He needed to complete the task of activating the Magic City job transfer platform swiftly. Otherwise, the 2 world announcements would lack coherence. After the Titan Zombie's demise, a pedestal about a meter tall emerged, adorned with a scroll crafted from an unknown animal hide and a white feather quill. Lin Ziluo glanced over the scroll's contents before picking up the quill and inscribing the name Ziluo upon it. In an instant, the scroll vanished. The 2 job transfer platforms simultaneously emanated radiant light. The player Yazzie successfully defeated the Guardian boss of the transmutation platform, activating the transmutation platform. Congratulations to player Yazzie for completing the task and activating the transmutation platform in Magic City. Congratulations to player Yazzie for earning 500 reputation points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points, and the transmutation scroll, Overlord. Congratulations to the player for advancing to level 15, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. The player requires an additional 2,800 experience points to reach level 16. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first in Blue Star to activate the transmutation platform, earning a unique global achievement, Master Transmutation. A server-wide announcement is imminent. Is this the reward amplified by the system? Lin Ziluo gazed at the dazzling array of rewards, his thoughts a bit tumultuous. The substantial rewards from game tasks and system tasks, the agreement scroll for activating the transmutation platform, alongside the golden treasure chest dropped by the Titan Zombie. Too much, indeed. This place is unsuitable for collecting such bounty. Lin Ziluo decided to find a secluded spot before carefully tallying his gains. As for the corpse of the Titan Zombie, it had transformed into a wisp of black mist after the agreement was signed, ultimately dissipating into the air. Just as Lin Ziluo, accompanied by the revived Shah, sought a hidden location, the once bright sky swiftly darkened. The dimness of the sky deepened gradually. Before long, it resembled a night so profound that one could not see their own hand before their face. Although this scenario had been encountered numerous times before, a portion of players gazing upward were astonished to discover that this darkness was more intense than ever. What could this mean? These individuals were filled with questions. Above the sky, a deep, resonant, yet strikingly clear voice echoed. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first individual in the apocalyptic game to independently slay a silver-level boss, astonishing the world with his formidable prowess and earning the unique global achievement, the Lament of Silver, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. Just as the crowd prepared to be once again awed by Yazzie's feats, the deep, resonant voice sounded once more. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yazzie for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to activate the transmutation platform, unlocking the shackles of the City Magic City, and earning the unique global achievement, Master of Transmutation, along with substantial rewards. Other players are encouraged to learn from this. As the City Magic City was the first to activate the transmutation platform, players in Magic City will receive city-wide rewards, which include every player within Magic City gaining 1 level, and within 24 hours, the zombie drop rate doubling, with an increase of 10 in experience and gold earned. 3 consecutive announcements. A full 3 world announcements. As the last announcement concluded, the world erupted in excitement. The entire Magic City, including the small towns surrounding it that fell within the boundaries of Magic City, became the focal point of the world at that moment. The invisible barrier surrounding the cities on the periphery of the magical metropolis glimmered with a resplendent golden hue. This brilliant golden shield stood out starkly against the encompassing darkness. The radiant golden light ascended continuously, resembling a beam of gold piercing through the heavens. Simultaneously, every player within the magical metropolis experienced a surge in their levels, each ascending by 1. Members of the Grim Reaper Club, the individuals at the Magical City Library, those gathered around the People's Square, and all others within the city's confines, all were united in this moment, reverently paying homage to the illustrious name of Yazzie. Even though Lin Ziluo had once cast a shadow over them, instilling fear that left them trembling, such is the nature of humanity. All it takes is a tangible benefit to wipe away grievances entirely. In fact, when encountering individuals from other cities, they would proudly declare, "Have you heard of Yazzie? He is from a magical metropolis. Utterly remarkable. He even helped me level up." Chapter 95, Hidden Profession. Tyrant, who can enlighten me as to why I have yet to encounter a bronze-level boss, while Yazzie has effortlessly vanquished even silver-level bosses? A weary soul, tirelessly battling zombies in this apocalyptic game, began to spiral into despair. He could not fathom how such a vast disparity could exist among fellow players. If memory serves, the class transfer platform only appeared yesterday evening, and within it lay an incredibly formidable bronze-level boss. We lost 30 players in our attempts to conquer it, yet somehow it was activated this afternoon. A leader of a minor faction exclaimed incredulously. The subordinates before him fell silent, their mouths closing as they exchanged glances. I knew it. I knew it. I knew that the illustrious Yazzie would not be satisfied with mere, mundane world announcements. He unleashed a trifecta of them. 3 announcements in total. Yazzie is eternal. A fervent fan of Lin Ziluo shrieked. Let me tell you, Yazzie is actually a mythical beast from our nation's ancient lore. Thus, this player named Yazzie is, in truth, our hero, albeit trapped in a magical city during his travels, his heart forever belonging to our homeland. A high-ranking official from a certain country passionately elaborated to his peers. The other leaders nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yazzie is one of us. Dragon Country merely had the fortune of his visit. Did not Dragon Country also evolve from our own? Upon uttering these words, all leaders turned to the speaker in astonishment. After a brief silence, they unanimously exclaimed, "Indeed! Woof, woof, woof!" A little dog joyfully barked, its tail wagging furiously. Will it be 1 bone tonight, or 2? Congratulations! Player has reached level 16, gaining 3 points in strength, 3 points in constitution, and 3 points in free attributes. Only 3,100 experience points remain for player to ascend to level 17. Congratulations! Player has earned the global announcement for Silver's Grief. Congratulations! Player has received the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Congratulations! Player has earned the global announcement for Master of Class Transition. Congratulations! Player has received the following rewards: 1,000 reputation points, 1,500 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase of 1 cubic meter in storage capacity. Lin Ziluo entered an expansive chamber while the Shah stood guard outside. TSK, TSK, TSK. Level 16 already. This pace of advancement surpasses even that before the novice protection period. Lin Ziluo felt a sense of helplessness. I wish to remain low-key. Yet my prowess does not permit it. Gazing at the lengthy list of rewards, Lin Ziluo was filled with a delightful dilemma. As per tradition, he decided to claim his game rewards first. Lin Ziluo began to review the system rewards. The experience points were already substantial enough. The generous experience propelled Lin Ziluo to level up, augmented further by the collective rewards from the third announcement. Having reached the 16th level, my experience bar remains at a modest 0. The gold reward is not to be underestimated, totaling 500 coins. When combined with my previous savings, I have amassed an impressive 12,000 coins. As for my reputation, I glanced at the leaderboard and noted my standing, a commendable 220 points. This figure is nearly 20 times that of the previous second-place contender, which is quite the disparity. My storage space has also surged from 2 cubic meters to 2 cubic meters, successfully clearing a substantial area. With 6 free attribute points, I have yet to determine how to allocate them. I will decide after assessing the upcoming rewards. Next, I eagerly anticipate the most coveted reward from the apocalyptic game, the job transfer scroll. I had initially glimpsed the information, revealing a profession known as the Overlord. The name alone instills in me a sense of readiness. Profession, Overlord description, with strength that can move mountains and a spirit that surpasses all when the times are unfavorable. The steed may not gallop forth. If the steed fails to advance, what can be done? Alas, what can be done? Attributes. For each level gained, one will receive 4 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and no free attributes. Abilities, strength that can move mountains. A single force shatters myriad laws. Spirit that surpasses all. A single force transforms myriad laws. Indeed, I was not mistaken. This is truly the Overlord, the legendary Overlord. The phrases burning boats. The banquet at Hongmen. The Overlord bids farewell to his concubine, watching from the sidelines, and knights adorned in finery are all deeply intertwined with the essence of the Overlord. If one were to categorize professions by tier, the Overlord would undoubtedly be among the pinnacle of epic-level careers. Furthermore, this profession aligns perfectly with the Shah's character. I am immensely satisfied. It is no wonder that such a rewarding task is the result of the Goldfinger system's 2 enhancements. However, it is a pity that the Shah is currently at level 9 and cannot gain experience from completing tasks. I shall have to wait until he reaches level 10 to bestow this honor upon him. At this moment, I possess 3 job transfer scrolls, the Phantom Overlord and the Butcher. The Butcher scroll is, of course, a reward for the Shah's task. Lacking a Goldfinger system, the Shah's task reward consists solely of a job transfer scroll and a handful of coins. The task reward I assigned to the Shah through the Order of the Magic City yielded only some coins and a bronze-level item. I have already perused these on my journey here. The Butcher's hidden profession is rather ordinary. For each level gained, it grants 2 points of strength, 1 point of constitution, and 2 free attributes, making it quite a mundane career. Nevertheless, for the average individual, it remains a rare opportunity, as it is a reward earned through the collaboration of 2 people. If one were to consider those who intruded to seize rewards, at most, only one person would acquire a meager amount of coins, items, or equipment. I have safely stored the Butcher job transfer scroll for future use, either for item exchange or sale. Thus, my tasks from the apocalyptic game are now thoroughly organized. Next, the golden treasure chest revealed by the Titan zombies awaited. One could only hope for a piece of equipment of golden caliber. Lin Ziluo retrieved the golden chest and placed it upon the ground. Its overall design remained largely unchanged, yet it exuded a more exquisite allure than the silver chests. The golden exterior shimmered with a particularly radiant brilliance. Lin Ziluo proceeded to open the golden treasure chest. Player Yazzie successfully opened the golden treasure chest. As player Yazzie opened the golden chest, he received a boon from it, successfully expanding his storage space by 0.6 cubic meters. Upon opening the golden treasure chest, player Yazzie was granted an enhancement to his experience, acquiring 104 points. After a moment of searching within the golden chest, player Yazzie successfully retrieved 560 gold coins. As the golden light dissipated, 2 items materialized before Lin Ziluo's eyes. Chapter 96. The peculiar equipment before Lin Ziluo appeared: a watermelon knife and a white potion bottle. A watermelon knife? A golden-grade watermelon knife, radiating with a golden glow? This is utterly absurd, Lin Ziluo remarked as he picked up the watermelon knife. To his surprise, it felt remarkably good in his hand. Huachang watermelon knife, a golden-grade weapon once wielded by a formidable individual named Huachang. It possesses an impressive aura. Attributes: Strength 3, Constitution 3, Agility 1. When targeting an opponent's head, it increases slashing speed by 20. Skill: Is this watermelon ripe? By brandishing the watermelon knife and shouting, "Is this watermelon ripe?" one can evoke a 2-second intimidation effect, reducing the enemy's attributes by 10. Skill cooldown: 1 hour. This? Lin Ziluo gazed at the watermelon knife, lost in contemplation. It is indeed a fine blade. However, uttering such a phrase in battle seems rather absurd. Never mind. I shall let the Jiu Li pearl consume it later. Lin Ziluo stowed away the Huachang watermelon knife and turned his attention to the potion bottle. From its appearance, he disowned its nature. Stamina potion, a one-time silver-grade item. Consuming it instantly restores 24 stamina, followed by a recovery of 5 stamina every minute for 5 minutes. After use, it incurs a cooldown of 28 minutes. This is an upgraded version of the bronze-grade stamina potion. Statistically, it only enhances attributes by 4 and reduces the cooldown by 2 minutes. However, considering that potion-type items share cooldowns, one can appreciate its potential to sway the tide of battle in evenly matched confrontations. Nevertheless, to be honest, the contents of this golden treasure chest are rather mediocre. Let us examine the 2 newly acquired titles. Silver Lament, a unique title, awarded to the first player to slay a silver-grade boss in the apocalyptic game. Attributes: All attributes 3. It weakens the base attributes of silver-grade and below bosses or ordinary beings by 8. Master of Class Change, a unique title, granted to the first player to activate the class change station in the Doomsday game. Attributes: All attributes 3. Players who undergo a class change will inflict 8 less damage. Both titles are not lacking in merit, though they pale in comparison to the unparalleled. Hence, there is no need to exchange them. Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. Could it be that his luck was depleted after unlocking the Overlord class, leaving him dissatisfied with these rewards? In truth, this was not the case. It was merely Lin Ziluo's elevated standards. The Huachang watermelon knife is, after all, a golden-grade weapon. Had it not been for the Jiu Li pearl, it would undoubtedly have been his weapon of choice. He even ventured to inquire if the big fool needed it, only to find the big fool clutching his bronze giant hammer, refusing to let go. Well, if you do not want it, so be it. The recently acquired titles share a similar allure. The effects of these titles are undeniably coveted by other players. However, they pale in comparison to the unparalleled title, which comes with exceedingly stringent conditions and may vanish at any moment. Of course, in his possession, this title shall never dissipate. Moreover, he has now acquired a class change station that generates an endless stream of gold coins. Lin Ziluo recalled the agreement he had signed. Upon activating the class change station in each city, that particular agreement would materialize. By signing it, one could activate the station and simultaneously enjoy a host of benefits. Lin Ziluo reaped numerous rewards. Firstly, the class change station would forge a statue of Lin Ziluo the following day, attesting to his exceptional contributions to the city. This is a permanent honor, and as long as the city does not fall completely, he shall be venerated for eternity. Nevertheless, Lin Ziluo was not particularly concerned about this aspect. Secondly, to utilize the class change station, players must complete a class change quest, typically requiring them to slay a certain number of zombies or specific forms of the undead. Additionally, each time a quest is accepted, a fee must be paid. For every player who submits a fee, Lin Ziluo receives a modest commission. Though it may seem insignificant at approximately 5 gold coins per transaction, this sum should not be underestimated, especially in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. Even if there are merely 100,000 players eligible for a class change, Lin Ziluo would amass 500,000 gold coins. While it does require considerable time, it is inconceivable that the vast Magic City would harbor only 100,000 players. Without a doubt, the badge of honor for 200,000 in Magic City is already Lin Ziluo's to claim. He merely awaits his gold coin count to meet the threshold. The third function may hold little value for Lin Ziluo, as it increases his contribution value to Magic City. The hidden items in a Magic City shop have already been deciphered by the system, rendering this feature unnecessary. He contemplated the purpose of this contribution value. After some reflection, he realized the rewards he had received were rather mundane. A revelation struck him. It must be due to the absence of divine supplication. Thus, Lin Ziluo invoked his grand ritual of fervent devotion to the heavens once more. Infinite celestial lords, Amitabha, may the Lord bless me. Amen. Now is the time. System of fortune, grant me those 2 pieces of silver-grade equipment. Lin Ziluo declared swiftly. Ding, extracting equipment for the host. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining silver-grade equipment. Shadow warding battle armor and shadow warding pants. A set. I knew this prayer would bear fruit. Lin Ziluo unveiled the 2 pieces of equipment he had just drawn. Shadow warding battle armor. Silver-grade equipment, crafted to counter mages, a bane to every sorcerer. Attributes, 2 strength. 2 constitution. Shadow veil. Reduces spell damage taken by 10. Shadow veil pants. A piece of silver-grade equipment crafted specifically to counter mages. Is a constant source of frustration for every sorcerer. Attributes, 2 agility, 2 spirit. Shadow veil. Reduces spell damage taken by 5. This set of equipment is exceedingly rare, typically only obtainable from treasure chests. Otherwise, consider the improbability of acquiring a piece of set from a mere zombie. What sort of extraordinary luck would one require to loot the next piece from another zombie? The individual attributes of set equipment are generally quite ordinary. The true power lies in the combined effects of the entire set. Lin Ziluo hurriedly removed the Aegis chestplate and stalwart trousers from the order uniform. He then activated the transformation for these 2 new pieces of gear. Congratulations to the player Yazzie for successfully equipping the Shadow Veil battle armor and Shadow Veil pants. Activating the 2-piece set effect of Shadow Veil. Shadow Veil set, 2-piece bonus, 1 to all attributes, with the ability to reflect 10 of spell damage taken. Chapter 97. The Fool at Work. This feels quite delightful. Lin Ziluo glanced at his current attributes. Basic attributes, strength, 56 spirit, 34 constitution, 53 agility, 36. This does not account for the unparalleled 10 bonus to all attributes. As his level continued to rise, his agility and spirit had notably lagged behind. Presently, Lin Ziluo possessed 12 free attribute points, 6 points derived from the world announcement, and another 6 from advancing 2 levels. Thus, he allocated 6 points each to spirit and agility. Revised basic attributes, strength, 56 spirit, 40 constitution, 53 agility, 42 with the 10 bonus applied. His attributes had become remarkably impressive. After admiring his own stats, Lin Ziluo spoke directly. System, let us draw 2 ordinary golden fingers. He had begun to relish the bliss of drawing all rewards at once. Ding! The ordinary golden fingers are being drawn. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully drawn auto pickup LV1 and information breakthrough LV1. Ding! As the host already possesses the golden finger auto pickup LV1, its level has been upgraded to LV2. Auto pickup LV2, capable of collecting items dropped by zombies killed by the host, entering the storage space within a radius of 1.5 meters from a host. If the remaining capacity of the storage space is insufficient, items cannot be collected. Information breakthrough LV1, originally able to view the attributes of zombies not exceeding level 5, now capable of viewing attributes of zombies not exceeding level 10. The attributes of the 2 golden fingers appeared before Lin Ziluo. Rendered speechless, he could only marvel at the enduring strength of the golden finger system. The range of auto pickup had increased by 1 meter. Henceforth, after dispatching a zombie with the 9-ly blade, he would no longer need to take a couple of steps forward to trigger the auto pickup. The newly acquired golden finger information breakthrough was particularly useful. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. In his recent encounter with the Titan zombie, its level surpassed Lin Ziluo's by exactly 5 levels, enabling him to fully comprehend the Titan zombie's attributes, including skill effects. This knowledge allowed him to devise a flawless strategy, leading to the relatively effortless defeat of the Titan zombie. Had the Titan zombie ascended another level, Lin Ziluo would have had to discern its skills while engaged in combat. Thus, all rewards had been claimed in their entirety. This endeavor had proven exceedingly lucrative. Lin Ziluo organized the items within his storage space and then stowed the Huqiang brand watermelon knife into the Ninely Pearl. The energy within the Ninely Pearl had accumulated to 1/3 of its capacity. Once full, it would evolve into a diamond-grade item. Subsequently, he inquired of the system, "By the way, what does the world announcement regarding the double drop rate signify? Is it a mere increase of 1 for everyone?" Ding. Not quite. It means the original drop rate is directly doubled, supplemented by an additional 1 from the host title. In other words, my current drop rate is 201, Lin Ziluo realized. In a moment of urgency, Lin Ziluo could hardly afford to rest, as merely 24 hours remained. Seizing the opportunity, he retrieved a bottle of bronze-level stamina potion from his storage space and drank it down in one gulp. Energized, he kicked open the door with determination. "Big fool. It's time to work. Leave all the injured zombies for me. For every 20 zombies, I'll reward you with a roasted chicken tonight," Lin Ziluo shouted deliberately, hoping to attract nearby zombies. Upon hearing about the chicken, Big Fool's eyes sparkled with excitement. He raised his bronze giant hammer, echoing Lin Ziluo's enthusiasm with a roar. Transforming the Jiuli Pearl into the Jiuli Blade, Lin Ziluo charged out alongside Big Fool, searching for zombies as if they were bandits invading a city. Not far away, they spotted a heavy zombie standing idly. This grotesque creature was entirely covered in fat, with its belly dragging on the ground. Yet its head remained unchanged from that of a typical zombie, creating an unsettling image. However, Lin Ziluo was undeterred by its bizarre appearance and struck with his blade. "Explode for me. Drop 2 items, no, make it 3. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully killed a level 6 heavy zombie, gaining 12 experience and 13 gold coins. Keep going. Big Fool, attract more zombies. 10 will do. Just smash the ground with your hammer to make some noise. Congratulations. Player Yazzie has successfully killed a level 600 zombie, gaining 12 experience and 12 gold coins. Congratulations, player Yazzie has successfully killed a level 7 war zombie, gaining 14 experience and 15 gold coins." Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was immersed in a frenzy of slaughtering zombies, reveling in the bounty of resources. In a secluded chamber, 3 individuals convened for a meeting about him. Equipment leaderboard, first place, order uniform of Magic City, level, diamond, owner, Yazzie second place. Jiuli Blade, level, gold, owner, Yazzie third place. Mask of Evil, level, silver, owner, Yazzie fourth place. White Wing Cloak, level, silver, owner, Yazzie fifth place. Magic Concealment Armor, level, silver, owner, Yazzie sixth place. Magic Concealment Pants, level, silver, owner, Yazzie observing the leaderboard. A man clad in a Zhongshan suit could not restrain himself from speaking. It seems this newly emerged equipment is from the silver level boss that Yazzie just defeated. Is there any doubt? Of course. I'm merely curious about who this really is, remarked another young man, casually reclining in his chair with his legs crossed. Show some respect. You brat from the Yin family. If it weren't for your father's unfortunate transformation into a zombie, you wouldn't even be qualified to be here, said the eldest among them, visibly displeased. Ha ha, Masterly, do you think I'm one of your 2 sons? The youth, mockingly referred to as a member of the Yin family, spoke. Then, as if a thought had struck him, he quickly added, "Oh, right, I remember that fellow Li Haoboy is in the Magic City. SNT, look how far away he is. You cannot assist him. Given his temperament, I doubt he will survive for long." Master Li's face darkened instantly, but he soon regained his composure. There's no need for Master to worry so much. Let's focus on today's topic, Yazzie. Seeing the conversation shift to the main subject, the man in the Zhongshan suit promptly intervened to ease the tension. Yazzie, a name never before heard in the Dragon Kingdom, piqued my curiosity. However, I cannot believe that an otherwise inconspicuous individual could possess such formidable strength. We must locate him. With his current reputation and influence, he could greatly assist our three families' endeavors. Indeed, this impending apocalypse presents us with a tremendous opportunity. The entire world is in chaos. Why should we not carve out our own path? Chapter 98. The Surge of the Sewers on the 8th day of the apocalypse. The city of Mo experienced a profound disruption following the conclusion of the global announcement. A day of tranquility was shattered, ushering in a time of double drop rates and enhanced experience and gold gains. Special privileges typically reserved for significant holidays in online games. If not now, when would one seize such an opportunity? Despite the formidable increase in the strength of the zombies, what was to prevent a group from overpowering a single foe? Moreover, at this juncture, all players in Mo had gained a level. Thus, those who had previously sheltered in their homes began to assemble teams, employing their intellect and collaborative efforts to hunt the undead. They experimented with a plethora of innovative strategies, drawing in, encircling, positioning, and manipulating attack ranges, thus amplifying their collective combat prowess. Remarkably, several tactics that would typically emerge later in the timeline made their debut today. It must be acknowledged that Lin Ziluo single-handedly propelled the evolution of the players' combat capabilities in Mo, allowing them to acclimate to the apocalypse with unprecedented swiftness. The ripple effect instigated by Lin Ziluo extended far beyond mere combat strategies. Zhang Yuanzhong, for instance, was now exhibiting considerable diligence, a fact that prompted Lin Ziluo to reflect on the magnitude of his influence. In his previous life, Zhang Yuanzhong appeared to be at level 8 during this very time frame, progressing to level 9 the following day with the completion of a hidden class transition occurring thereafter. Yet now, he had already ascended to level 9, and the global announcements had been monopolized by Lin Ziluo. This raised a question. Would the formidable players who originally received the global announcements be deprived of their associated rewards? With the absence of the titles and attributes from the global announcements, would their progression be stunted? The uncertainty of whether those who were slated for class transitions the next day could still achieve their hidden class transformations loomed large. In summary, the trajectory of events was diverging increasingly from its original path. It was only a matter of time before discrepancies with Lin Ziluo's past memories would arise. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed by the rapid developments. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, he had no cause for concern. Power, after all, was the fundamental means of addressing all eventualities. Lin Ziluo closed the leaderboard. It was now 7 o'clock in the evening on the 8th day of the apocalypse. He had been engaged in continuous combat with Da Xiao for over 2 hours, ruthlessly advancing from the People's Square towards the northwest of Mo. Common zombies were effortlessly dispatched by Lin Ziluo, while the more formidable variants required only a modicum of focus to be vanquished with a single strike. In terms of attributes, aside from their specialized traits, none of their other attributes exceeded half of Lin Ziluo's. As for the total number of zombies slain, Lin Ziluo could scarcely recall, save for the fact that the spoils had filled his storage space to capacity, compelling him to pause and allow the excess equipment and items to be absorbed by the Jiuli Pearl, thereby propelling its evolution progress to the halfway mark. Meanwhile, Lin Ziluo was on the verge of leveling up, needing just a couple of 100 experience points to reach level 18. It struck him as peculiar to use the word again. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that his mental fortitude was waning. The fierce battle with the Titan zombies that afternoon had drained a considerable amount of his energy. Coupled with hours of relentless skirmishes, Lin Ziluo realized that his current state could not withstand the onslaught of even more ferocious zombies under the cover of night. There was also the looming threat of being besieged. Thus, he and his companion, the simple-minded Da Xiao, sought refuge in a modest inn that happened to be open. The inn, though small, boasted a pleasant ambience, at least in the time before the apocalypse. Now, the ground was marred by dried bloodstains and a gruesome array of both zombie and human corpses. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ziluo suspected that these bodies had been slain by zombified beasts, as evidenced by the bite marks resembling sharp fangs. After meticulously surveying the inn, he found no immediate threats, or so he hoped. He located a relatively clean room, set up his reconnaissance eye, and retrieved 2 resource cards for bottled water. After indulging in a cold shower, Lin Ziluo finally relaxed. He sighed, reflecting on how he had fallen from grace. He used to bathe once a month. In this apocalyptic environment, who had the luxury of time and sufficient water resources for bathing. Aside from the elite, everyone was permeated with an unpleasant odor, sweat, blood, and decay, all mingling into an indescribable stench. The surroundings mirrored this decay. Places littered with corpses and remnants of fierce battles were shrouded in foul air. Yet in time, players would grow accustomed to it, even developing an immunity to the olfactory assault. Indeed, humans possess remarkable adaptability. With his musings concluded, Lin Ziluo pondered the necessity of change. His efforts to grow stronger were solely to ensure his survival. One must never lose sight of what truly matters. Draped in a mantle of the Orderer of the Demon City, he lay down and succumbed to sleep. A piercing cry echoed through the sewers of the Demon City. From a distance, a small, pitch-black figure, roughly the size of a dog, sprinted frantically. As it reached a spot illuminated by the moonlight, it became evident that this creature, resembling a rodent, was indeed a zombie rat. Goodness, had the zombified rodents grown to such proportions? Its blood-red eyes glimmered with an eerie light under the moon's reflection, and its elongated teeth appeared menacingly sharp, enough to send shivers down one's spine. But that was only the beginning. With the emergence of the first zombie rat, a cacophony of similar cries resonated throughout the sewers. An increasing number of these grotesque creatures began to emerge from the shadows. The incidence of animal zombification is indeed rather low, yet the sheer number of rats is overwhelmingly substantial. These corpulent creatures swiftly fill the sewers, and their population continues to swell. As if guided by an unseen force, they hasten toward a particular location, as though something alluring beckons them. Furthermore, it appears that this destination is alarmingly close to the inn where Lin Ziluo resides. Chapter 99. The Zombie Rat Tide on a Pitch-Black Night. The city of magic lay in darkness, devoid of electric illumination. The sporadic, chilling cries of zombies intertwined with the anguished screams of humanity sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, amidst such a foreboding atmosphere, Lin Ziluo slept soundly, as if those horrific sounds served as a lullaby to him. The Shah stood quietly at the door, motionless like a guardian deity. However, around 2 or 3 in the morning, the Shah suddenly turned his gaze towards the far end of the corridor and maintained that stance. Approximately 2 minutes later, a faint tremor resonated within the hotel. Lin Ziluo, lying in bed, opened his eyes in less than a second upon sensing the disturbance. The 9-li blade materialized in his hand, and he swiftly dressed before descending from the bed. He pushed open the door and found the Shah intently staring in a particular direction. Drawing upon his experience and correlating it with the Shah's reaction, Lin Ziluo formulated 2 hypotheses. Either a horde of zombies was upon them, or a gathering of zombie animals had occurred. The emergence of a zombie horde was improbable at this juncture. Such an event would typically be heralded by a notification from the apocalyptic game. Thus, there is only one plausible scenario: zombie animals. Furthermore, only a few types of zombie animals could create such scale and commotion. Recalling the bite marks observed on previous corpses, Lin Ziluo swiftly deduced that the zombie animals were zombie rats. What dreadful luck! This area had turned out to be a gathering place for zombie rats. However, there was an inconsistency. In his past life, he had never heard of any reports regarding the congregation of zombie rats in the City of Magic. To be precise, the presence of zombified animals in this city was exceedingly rare. In Lin Ziluo's recollection, there were only a few scattered instances. Could it be that the butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth had already influenced the realm of the undead? Lin Ziluo began to observe the situation outside through the window of the corridor. The streets were desolate, littered with the corpses of zombies, as he and the Shah had previously exterminated all the zombies in this vicinity. Yet, the ground continued to tremble, with the frequency of vibrations escalating. It appeared to originate from the sewers, but why was it drawing closer to their area? Was it approaching him? A sense of confusion welled up within Lin Ziluo. Of course, this was merely his conjecture, with a minimal likelihood of being accurate. The tremors persisted, peaking after several minutes. The severed heads of zombies, which Lin Ziluo had dispatched earlier, began to roll across the ground due to the high-frequency vibrations. However, Lin Ziluo was gravely mistaken. This horde of zombie rats was merely passing through. Their true objective lay not with him, but further down the street. Lin Ziluo glanced at the map. There was nothing particularly special about their area, just an ordinary street, with a rather mundane residential complex situated behind it. Thus, what could be the purpose of these zombie rats? Before Lin Ziluo could ponder the matter further, he heard noise. He looked up. The manhole covers on the street adjacent to his own were forcibly dislodged, and one by one, the zombie rats emerged from the sewers. Why did they emerge one at a time? It was due to their considerable size. Even two together would block the opening entirely. The manholes along the street were incessantly overturned, each one spewing forth a torrent of zombie rats. Observing their methodical movements, Lin Ziluo realized that a boss-level zombie rat, endowed with a knack for leadership, was orchestrating them. After all, only the boss of zombie animals possessed such capabilities in the early stages. Terrifying, a boss capable of commanding such a multitude of zombie rats. Why had he never heard of this before? Perhaps it was simply due to their sluggish pace. The manhole covers on the street where the inn was located began to pop open in succession. A vast horde of zombie rats poured out, and as they scuttled past the corpses of the fallen, they nibbled at the remains, quickly devouring them. Lin Ziluo suppressed his presence, concealing himself. If given a choice, it would be best not to provoke this swarm of zombie rats. Based on current observations, the number of rats emerging from the sewers had already surpassed 1,000. The quantity of those still lurking within the sewers remained unknown, but it was at least equal to that on the surface. Conservatively estimating, there could be 2,000 to 3,000, or perhaps even 4,000 to 5,000. It seemed as if an entire district's worth of zombie rats had gathered here. 2,000 to 3,000 zombie rats, each the size of a typical wild dog. Even if he swung his blade tirelessly, he would not be able to slay them all. Soon, the entire street was teeming with these creatures, their grotesque numbers and writhing forms exuding a foul stench, enough to provoke dread in those afflicted with a fear of crowds. As the zombie rats found no space to occupy, they began to burrow into the nearby buildings. Lin Ziluo decisively ascended to the rooftop of the inn with the big fool. The door to the rooftop was locked, but Lin Ziluo severed the lock with his Julie blade and made his way to the top. Feeling the cold wind that swept across the rooftop, he donned his mask and began to survey the scene below. As the number of zombie rats swelled, even the distant wails of zombies fell silent. It was uncertain whether they had been devoured or simply dared not cry out. After waiting for 10 minutes, the last of the zombie rats finally emerged from the sewers. At this point, the first 3 floors of the inn were completely packed with these creatures. Lin Ziluo stood on the rooftop, observing to discern the intentions of the horde. Before long, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Among the throng of zombie rats, 10 bronze-level zombie rat boss emerged. So, it wasn't just one boss commanding the horde, but 10. This revelation was indeed enlightening. Now, what did he mean by enlightening? Where could such a multitude of boss-level zombie rats have come from? Lin Ziluo felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed upon these formidable creatures. If only he could slay a few more, it would be a tremendous boon for him. It remains a mystery why these zombie rat bosses have summoned their subordinates to this place. Soon, the formidable army of zombie rats commenced their march, infiltrating the residential area of Lin Ziluo's neighborhood. In his mind, Lin Ziluo relayed a message to the colossal Dasha, instructing him to remain on standby. Due to his considerable size and the noise he generated, following closely behind would likely compromise Lin Ziluo's concealment. Additionally, Lin Ziluo removed the Nightfall ring from Dasha and adorned it on his own hand. This accessory, capable of diminishing one's presence in the darkness, was precisely the attribute he required. Subsequently, Lin Ziluo set forth on his solitary journey. Chapter 100. The unknown instance. The buildings surrounding the inn where Lin Ziluo resided were modest in height, averaging around 4 to 5 stories. Among them, the inn itself was considered the tallest structure in the vicinity. Lin Ziluo cast a glance at the advancing horde of zombie rats and then swiftly slid down the water pipe from the inn's rooftop. He descended to the rooftop of an adjacent residential building, whereupon he leapt down, landing silently and rolling to a stop on the rooftop. His stealth skills had not diminished since his previous life. Any differences were merely due to variations in attributes. The remaining row of residential buildings were of similar height, allowing Lin Ziluo to traverse effortlessly by jumping from rooftop to rooftop without expending much energy, being mindful only to avoid excessive noise. The horde of zombie rats was almost entirely within the confines of the community by now, and Lin Ziluo could hear the anguished cries of several players within, likely discovered and dispatched by the ravenous creatures. Urging himself onward, he soon encountered a minor dilemma. A significant gap separated the rooftops of his current building and those within the community, making mere jumping insufficient. Although he could utilize his sprinting and brief hovering abilities to reach the opposite rooftop, he deemed such skills too precious to waste in this instance. Observing the situation from the rooftop, Lin Ziluo noted that the horde of zombie rats had surged towards a seemingly unremarkable villa within the community. Yet, after the horde had filled the premises, there was an eerie silence. This indicated that the zombie rats had vanished without a trace, an indication of a hidden instance. A thought surged through Lin Ziluo's mind. The villa must contain something akin to a portal, for it was implausible that so many zombie rats could have entered without consequence. To his surprise, this day had brought an unexpected discovery. He pondered the nature of the portal that could entice these zombie rats. However, now that he understood their objective was to access the portal, Lin Ziluo felt no urgency. He summoned Dashin with the power of his mind, intending to wait until the number of zombie rats diminished sufficiently before eliminating the remaining ones. As Dashin approached the base of Lin Ziluo's building, only a few hundred zombie rats remained outside the villa. It was time to act. Just as Lin Ziluo prepared to execute a rapid descent via the pipe, a raspy cry echoed from the distant sky. Following the sound, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. Thousands of zombie birds were soaring toward the villa. These avian creatures, transformed into zombies and varying in species, filled the sky in a manner that could only be described as a shroud blocking out the sun. What on earth is happening? Lin Ziluo halted his actions and found a discreet spot for the foolish creature. As the zombie birds soared over the villa, they descended onto the vacant ground in front of it. Subsequently, they lined up obediently behind the zombie rats, entering the villa along with a larger group. Even though Lin Ziluo possessed an exceptionally strong mental fortitude, he could not help but question the absurdity of the situation. How could such an outrageous event occur? Zombie rats and zombie birds coexisting peacefully and dutifully queuing to enter the villa. Although his plan to hunt the zombie rats had been disrupted, Lin Ziluo felt a surge of excitement. This instance was truly remarkable. Were it not for the zombie birds blocking the entrance, he would have eagerly ventured in to explore. Thus, Lin Ziluo concealed himself again, patiently awaiting the entrance of the zombie birds into the villa. Time passed, and observing that only a small fraction of the zombie birds remained outside, Lin Ziluo steeled himself. At last, almost all the zombie birds seemed to have entered the instance, when suddenly, no way, he glanced toward the other end of the street. The tremors and commotion emanating from that direction were even more intense than the previous surge of zombie rats. It seemed endless. Soon, the creatures from the street came into Lin Ziluo's view. He had encountered zombie dogs, zombie cats, and zombie rabbits before, but the sight of zombie chickens, zombie ducks, and zombie squirrels was rather uncommon. Zombie monkeys were even more rare. And trailing behind were zombie tigers, zombie lions, zombie wild boars, and zombie grizzly bears. Lin Ziluo discerned the words Magic City Zoo on the tattered clothing draped over a grizzly bear. So these zombie animals had escaped from the zoo. As he watched these zombie creatures begin to line up at the villa's entrance, Lin Ziluo felt a sense of numbness. If someone were to claim that aliens were next in line, he would believe it without hesitation, due to the grizzly bear's considerable size. The villa door was damaged as it entered. Finally, Lin Ziluo caught sight of the interior of the villa. A portal radiating a golden glow hovered in the center of the hall. All the zombie animals were heading toward the portal, ultimately vanishing within it. No wonder the number of zombie animals throughout the Magic City was so sparse. They had all entered this portal. However, Lin Ziluo had never heard of such a portal before. What purpose did it serve? Why did it attract these zombie creatures? Why had it existed without ever being mentioned? The lengthy queue continued to enter the portal, which promised to take an extensive amount of time. Lin Ziluo feared that something might go awry with the portal. Thus, he resolved not to sleep and took out his phone, connecting it to the power bank from his supply card, engrossed in a novel. Of course, he remained vigilant, constantly monitoring the situation around the portal. Time flew by. Finally, around 5 in the morning, as the sky began to lighten, the lengthy queue had dwindled to just a few remaining undead creatures. Lin Ziluo tucked away his phone, cautiously surveying his surroundings to ensure no other zombie animals would emerge. Only after confirming this did he slide down the pipe to the lower floor, accompanied by the simple-minded Shah, making their way toward the portal. Once all the zombie creatures had entered the portal, Lin Ziluo decisively stepped forward, placing his hand at the entrance of the portal. Congratulations, player Yazai. You have discovered an unknown dungeon. Would you like to enter? Lin Ziluo furrowed his brow. An unknown dungeon? No specific prompts? Typically, in apocalyptic games, dungeons fall into two broad categories. One involves confrontations between players. To be frank, regardless of the nature of such confrontations, Lin Ziluo felt no trepidation. The other type involves transportation to certain locations where tasks are assigned. These dungeons generally provide hints based on one's abilities prior to entry. However, this unknown dungeon was particularly peculiar, devoid of any hints whatsoever. Chapter 101. The Labyrinth of Despair, to enter or not to enter. Lin Ziluo hesitated for merely a moment before resolutely making up his mind. He would proceed. However, Lin Ziluo was not acting recklessly. With a wealth of experience in gaming dungeons and his current overwhelming strength, he felt ample confidence. Nonetheless, his inherently cautious nature remained unchanged. The solid backing of the Goldfinger system allowed him to pursue his endeavor with assurance. After entering the apocalyptic game dungeon, Lin Ziluo inquired whether there existed a protective mechanism akin to a mysterious trial. Ding! The Goldfinger system promptly replied. The essence of this system is to provide players with an enjoyable gaming experience. Should the player find the dungeon content unsatisfactory, they may terminate the task at any time and return to the portal. What was there to hesitate about? Let's proceed. Lin Ziluo was poised to activate the dungeon. Player Yazzie has successfully activated an unknown dungeon and is about to enter. Current capacity, 1-1. Only one can enter? That is even better. Lin Ziluo had no intention of bringing along the Big Fool. He issued the same command for the Big Fool to remain in place. With that, Lin Ziluo stepped into the portal. Once again, he was engulfed by the familiar sensations of dizziness and weightlessness. Lin Ziluo closed his eyes,